My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker Chapter 815 to Chapter 983. Mystic Beast? It's a mystic three-eyed condor. Its attack power is very ferocious. It's the overlord of the sky, the king of level 13 mystic beasts. No, that's not right. Quickly look. How can there be a mystic beast with such a strange appearance? It's a three-eyed corpse condor. It's mutated. Amidst everyone's cries of alarm, that three-eyed corpse condor brandished its sharp black claws at Mo Lian and Arbor. It was extremely likely that its claws would tear apart a person's skin and flesh. Screech. Qingyuan screeched, and a wing parried its attack. The three-eyed corpse condor was forced to fly back a few feet, but it was ready to attack. It only took a split second for it to let out a shrill cry, and its long sharp beak pecked at Qingyuan's head. At this time, its jet-black wings had already decayed to the point that not even 2 feathers remained. When it flapped its wings, bits of flesh would fall down from time to time. Suddenly, its featherless wings fiercely flapped, and gusts of fierce wind blew. Get down. On the city gate tower, Sixth Xing casually grabbed Hui Ling's shoulder and pushed her down a bit. The two of them quickly found a place to hide. All of a sudden, the sand and dust on the ground were swirled up by the fierce wind, seriously obstructing the line of sight of the 5,000 elite soldiers killing the corpses. The edge of the city wall was also destroyed by the frightening wind, and pieces of gravel were forcibly torn out, falling into the crowd one after another. Everyone helped each other as they rolled and crawled to escape to a corner of the wall, avoiding the three-eyed corpse condor's attack. Arbor's gaze was ice-cold as he looked at this beast wantonly churning in the sky. He slightly raised his wrist, and a circle of binding talismans flew to the three-eyed corpse condor's side with whooshing sounds. They heavily wrapped around the three-eyed corpse condor, forming a talisman array. Talisman power overflowed in all directions, tightly trapping that extremely noisy three-eyed corpse condor in the center of the circle. The three-eyed corpse condor dashed left and right within the talisman array, occasionally letting out hissing sounds. A green vine drilled out from Arbor's sleeve, and it directly whipped at the three-eyed corpse condor. With several whooshing sounds, the three-eyed corpse condor was whipped to the ground by the green vine, and it continuously fell down, smashing into the place where a group of corpses were gathered. Boom! The three-eyed corpse eagle struggled to continue its flight, but it was suddenly struck by a purple flame. Flames rose from its body and spread to a large group of zombies. The three-eyed corpse eagle roared as it rolled about on the ground covered in sand and dust. In the end, it was burned into a pile of ashes, and the corpse puppets that were caught in the fire also turned into ashes without exception, vanishing into thin air. At this moment, a loud rumble came from afar and thick smoke billowed. Arbor stood on the back of the blue luan and looked down from the sky. He saw a white dot jumping closer and closer. Mo Lian snorted and smirked. He's here too. By now, Arbor had also clearly seen the person's figure. The huge seven-tailed celestial fox swept its tail, sweeping away the surrounding corpse puppets. Duanyu was currently standing on the seven-tailed heavenly fox's back as he tossed a pellet-sized firearm towards the zombie horde. Bang! Thick smoke came out again, mixed with the stench of burning. A series of crackling sounds could be heard. The seven-tailed heavenly fox suddenly leaped into the air, and its 4 limbs swiped twice in the air as it swiftly ran to Blue Luan's side. The two gigantic beasts looked at each other. Prince Mo, you're actually completely unscathed. Duanyu waved his claws, but before Mo Lian could retaliate, he turned his gaze to Arbor. Jojo. Don't be scared, don't be scared. I've come to save you. Haha. Mo Lian snorted. Why are you joining in the fun? Go play on the side. Duanyu glanced at him and ignored him. He continued to speak to Arbor. Jojo, you must be tired out these 2 days. Look at how pale your little face is. Leave this to me. Go back and rest. Arbor glanced at him. To be precise, he was looking at the seven-tailed heavenly fox that was the size of a small mountain. Duanyu stroked the seven-tailed heavenly fox's head and looked at Arbor with a grin. Isn't our family's chestnut very big and very cute? Come, chestnut, greet Jojo. The seven-tailed heavenly fox extended a large furry paw and waved it at Arbor. Without warning, Arbor suddenly jumped over Qingyuan's body. His figure soared into the air as he extended a small, fair hand and grasped one of the seven-tailed heavenly fox's toes. Mo Lian and Duan Yu were both dumbfounded. This was? He really had to shake Chestnut's hand and greet him. Prince Mo only felt like his heart had been struck by something. Heavens, his darling was so adorable. Any random strange action could cause ripples in his heart. Duan Yu's porcelain white face flushed red, and he suddenly covered his face. Our dear seven-tailed heavenly fox also froze, unsure whether it should quickly withdraw its paw. In front of the seven-tailed heavenly fox, the little girl before them was as slender and weak as a flower. The mountain-like seven-tailed heavenly fox could crush her to death with a single toe. This scene was too beautiful, and everyone couldn't bear to look straight at it. At some point, Sixth Jing had already stood up from the city wall and was somewhat spellbound as he stared at the little girl with a smile in front of the snow-white seven-tailed heavenly fox. Why did he have a strange feeling that the little girl shouldn't have such an icy stoic face, as if he had once seen her most beautiful smile? This feeling was too strange, wasn't it? Qingyuan flapped its wings and shrieked at its companions on Paradise Planet, "Oh no! There's a flirtatious slut here to steal Master's silver. Qiuqiu, Dian, little white snake, quickly come out and kill it." Unfortunately, Paradise Planet was completely silent. At this moment, no one could come out and kick the seven-tailed heavenly fox to death. Blue Luan flapped her wings and cried out in alarm, "Master Silver, Master Silver." Why did he feel that Master Silver would be abducted by this damned fox? On the other side, the situation on the battlefield was largely under control. Mo Lian didn't need to worry about the rest, leaving it to Zhaoxing and Huifeng to clean up. In the end, the fire outside Bailon City burned for an entire night before it finally destroyed all of the filth. While Marquis Zhao and Commander Hui were cleaning up the remnants of the battlefield, Prince Mo dispatched Xiaoyi to lead a group of people to investigate the abandoned villages near Bailon City. Sure enough, they found traces of an underground village under another village. However, the underground village had long been deserted. Everyone had retreated. However, based on the traces left behind in the burned buildings, they could deduce that there had been a large number of corpse puppets here not long ago. This news was undoubtedly shocking. Xiaoye's group was worried that they might have overlooked something, so they investigated the vicinity for an entire day and night before returning to the city to report the details. After Prince Mo finished listening to them with an indecipherable expression, he wrote a personal order and arranged for it to be transmitted to all of the fortifications in the entire country. Now, not only did they have to speed up the preparation of water sources, but they also had to dispatch city defense teams to investigate the villages as soon as possible. At this time, Xiaomu was looking at the incessantly bawling bald child with a headache. She feebly raised her hand to rub his bald head. "Don't cry." Arbor sighed. She reached out and carried him onto her lap, patting his back. "You monks also cry. Monks are also human. Of course we cry when we're unhappy." The little monk retorted in a childish voice. "Benefactress, do you know your mistake?" The corner of Arbor's mouth twitched. What mistake did she know? "You promised my master that you would take care of me. But ever since we entered the city, you left me in the room and didn't even look at me." The more the little baldy spoke, the more upset he became. He was sobbing. Arbor was at her wit's end. She raised her hand and patted his head. All right, don't cry. I've been busy these past 2 days." The little baldy bit his little sleeve and sobbed. "I'm starving to death, benefactress. Call me sister." Her eyelids twitched when she heard him call her mother *King benefactress. The little baldy's cries were earth-shattering. Arbor resisted the urge to run out of the door. She waved her hand and took out a juicy peach from her inner world and stuffed it into his arms. "All right, don't cry. This is your compensation." The little baldy sobbed as he hugged the peach. He raised his pair of watery eyes and asked pitifully, "Just one? It's not enough. What have you been doing these past few days?" Arbor rolled her eyes. She took out 2 vegetarian dishes and a bowl of rice from the food box and asked, "Do you want to eat red braised pork?" The little monk's face flushed red. He hurriedly closed his eyes and waved his hand while hugging the peach. Not eating. Take it away." Arbor laughed at him. "You little monk, your 6 senses are obviously not pure. I haven't even taken it out yet and you don't even dare to look at it. Who knows, if I really take it out, you'll pounce on it and eat it happily. Benefactress, don't say that. The little monk widened his pair of cute eyes and glared at Arbor angrily. Could it be that you're not? If you don't have meat in your heart, you won't be able to see meat in your eyes. Eating meat is just eating vegetables. If you have meat in your heart, you can eat radish as meat too. Arbor snappily picked up a radish with his chopsticks and stuffed it into the little monk's mouth. What? You haven't eaten for the past 2 days. Are you going on a hunger strike? That's not it. The vegetarian dishes they make are not to my taste at all. The little monk swallowed a mouthful of white radish and was so angry that his face turned red. Benefactress, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Don't hug me again. When Prince Mo entered the room, he happened to hear this sentence. His figure flashed and he picked up the little fellow. The little monk's limp arms and legs trembled as he struggled with all his might to get off the ground. His pair of black eyes stared angrily at Mo Lien. Benefactor, you're too violent. Quickly put me down, or else you will regret it. Oh? Then tell me, how will I regret it? Mo Lien pursed her lips and faintly glanced at the little monk. The little monk widened his round eyes and his face was filled with indignation. I want to pee. PFFF. Arbor was amused by this big and small duo. Mo Lien turned to look at him and her phoenix eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing that the little monk had amused Jojo, she decided not to bicker with him. Mo Lien loosened her grip and saw the little monk running towards Arbor. Benefactress, bring me to pee. Mo Lien wanted to slap this brat to death. The smile on Arbor's lips instantly froze. Mo Lien's lips pursed into a straight line, and she walked up to pick up the little monk in displeasure. I'll take you there. Don't. You're so fierce, I can't pee in front of you. The little baldy angrily shouted while kicking his legs. Mo Lien was amused. Don't worry, pee as much as you want. I'm not interested in looking at you. I don't want you. I want benefactress, wah. The little monk wailed pitifully. Duan Yu, who had just entered, couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw this. He snatched the little monk from Duan Yu's hands and glanced at him with a smile. You're so promising, even bullying a child. Mo Lien rolled her eyes at him. You came just in time. I'll leave him to you. Take him to pee. Duan Yu was dumbfounded. He looked down at the kicking little monk and then at the expressionless Mo Lien. Could he return this hot potato? Benefactress. The little monk looked at Duan Yu with disdain. I don't want you. I only want benefactress. Call me sister. Arbor irritably rapped his bald head and carried him out the door. Where did this weird little monk come from? Duan Yu speechlessly watched the two's departing figures before glancing at Mo Lien. Hey, when are we returning? It's not like we're going the same way. How are we not going the same way? Duan Yu folded his arms and glanced at him with a gloating smile. Jojo said, we're going together. Mo Lien, she was irritated by this punk's smugness. After Arbor finished serving the little monk, he carried the child back. When he passed by the city gates, he happened to see Wenren Ningjing setting up a stall to treat patients. After treating a patient, Wenren Ningjing looked up and happened to see Arbor passing by. She looked away with a taut face, not very happy to greet this person. Hey! When Arbor walked up to Wenren Ningjing with the little baldy in hand, Kong Rumio immediately raised her chin like a rooster, vigilantly preparing for battle. What do you want now? We're treating these people right now, so we don't have time to deal with you. Kong Rumio said sternly. Here you go. The little stoic couldn't be bothered with Kong Rumio and directly threw out a box of ointment in front of Wenren Ningjing. Once in the morning and once in the evening, the scar can be removed within a day. After speaking, without waiting for Wenren Ningjing to react, he picked up little Baldy and turned to leave. Kong Rumio was so angry that her face turned askew. She grabbed the ointment that was half the size of her palm and wanted to throw it away. Wait. Wenren Ningjing stopped her. She took the box of ointment, opened it, and sniffed. Her face was full of astonishment. What's wrong? Kong Rumio asked curiously. High-grade wound medicine. It smells even purer than the medicine made by my master. Wenren Ningjing subconsciously raised her hand to touch the shallow mark on her chin. Impossible, Kong Rumio said angrily. Maybe she tampered with the medicine and wanted to disfigure you. Wenren Ningjing shook her head. She won't. How do you know? She's such a proud person and disdains to do this. Benefactress, giving medicine is a good thing in the first place. If you don't tell other people about your good intentions, how can they understand you? The little monk couldn't help asking. Why do I need other people to understand me? Sigh, I'm really worried about you. The little monk sighed heavily. Arbor couldn't help but find it funny and rubbed his bald head. Let's go home for the new year. Ever since she went to the holy water sect to cultivate, she hadn't been able to celebrate the new year at home for 7 years. This year, she had promised her mother that she would stay at home no matter what. Hence, after the party cleaned up the mess in Bailon City, they hurried back to the Mo Kingdom capital. Fortunately, it was only a day's journey between the Mo Kingdom capital and Bailon. They set off early in the morning and had already set foot in the Mo Kingdom capital by 10 in the evening. Zhao Ho had made preparations for the battle against the zombies in Bailon City this time. All of the participating soldiers had donned special armor that could effectively defend against the zombie scratches. Thus, after this battle, only a dozen or so people were injured, which was an extremely good result. After compensating the families of the dead and injured soldiers, Zhao Ho and Huifeng's troops hastily bid farewell to the crown prince as soon as they entered the Mo Kingdom capital. They each returned to report to the great king and the queen. Mo Lian, along with Duan Yu and Arbor, led a few people and leisurely paced their horses inside the city. Sixth Xing, Wu Xiaoan, and the others urged their horses forward to bid them farewell. Mo Lian felt somewhat vexed looking at this sixth young master Xing. Especially when she saw him staring at her baby without blinking. She cupped her hands and whispered, "Many thanks to Miss for saving me this time. Farewell. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay this favor." He looked at Sixth Xing, feeling strangely vexed. Arbor nodded at Sixth Xing and said, "Take care." Even Duan Yu could see something fishy about the little fellow's bizarre attitude. This was truly strange. According to Duan Yu's understanding of the little fellow, this little stoic basically ignored strangers. Who was this Sixth Xing? How did he inexplicably catch the little fellow's eye? Could it be that their ancestral graves were emitting green smoke? Duan Yu glanced at Sixth Xing's departing figure with envy and jealousy. He secretly shifted his gaze to Mo Lian's face and tried to communicate with him with his eyes. "Duan Yu, what's going on, Mo Lian?" Humph. She proudly turned her head away from him. Before this, when second young Master Do had brought the people of Celestial Medicine Valley to bid farewell, it was very clear that Miss Chiao hadn't even glanced at second young Master Do out of the corner of her eye. Did he not like second Do? Duan Yu winked at Mo Lian. Speaking of which, just how many stories had happened while he wasn't around? His heart itched, he really wanted to know. The Celestial Medicine Valley naturally had a branch in the Mo Kingdom capital. Before leaving, second young Master Do hesitantly glanced at Arbor before leading the Celestial Medicine Valley group away. Second Do was also very suspicious in his heart. He always felt that the Crown Princess's eyes held hostility towards him, but why? Even junior sister Wenren, whom she had a small dispute with, was ignored by the Crown Princess. But why did she treat him like this? "Jojo, how did the Do family's second son provoke you?" Duan Yu asked curiously. He had heard a little about the Do clan's second son. He was brimming with talent and extraordinarily handsome. He had lived in the Celestial Medicine Valley for a long time, and his acupuncture skills were quite impressive. Why couldn't Jojo take a liking to such a modest and elegant young man? What a strange young lady. His surname is Do. This was the reason she looked down on him? Because his surname was Do, wasn't the second young Master Do wronged? Duan Yu revealed a wide grin. That's right, it really isn't good to have the surname Do. Mo Lian glanced at him exasperatedly. Where was this person's integrity? It wasn't good to throw his integrity out to feed the dogs every day, right? Jojo, Sixth Xing isn't actually a good person. Duan Yu continued to slander, did you know? He's a member of the Xing family. Arbor was taken aback, and he turned to look at Duanyu. Duanyu quickly explained, "It's that Jing family, the Jing family that you loathe. Consort Jing's nephew, 6th Jing. Speaking of which, we're enemies with him, so don't get too close to him. If you get involved with the Jing family, it'll be very troublesome in the future." It turned out that little 6th was actually from Consort Jing's maternal family. This was something she didn't know in her previous life. Ever since little 6th joined their team, he had never revealed his surname and only referred to himself as little 6th, so she was completely unaware. Speaking of which, there's something you definitely don't know. Duanyu held the reins with one hand and turned to look at the two of them. He said with a grin, "That Consort Jing. Didn't Consort Jing's title of noble consort just get stripped away by Consort Jing and demoted to a normal consort before you left? What happened to her now?" Mo Lian and Arbor asked in unison. "The night before I left the country kingdom capital to find you guys, she was personally released from Sephora Flower Palace by the great king." Duanyu looked at Mo Lian with a chuckle. "I say, your dad is really amusing enough. He had just demoted him, and in less than half a month, he had promoted him back to his former position. He even wantonly rewarded the Jing estate so much. I reckon that your mom must be quite furious right now." Mo Lian coldly glared at Duanyu. Duanyu rubbed his nose and spread his hands in exasperation. "I'm just stating the facts. Don't call her Consort Jing anymore. She was promoted to noble consort by the great king again." "Oh, apparently, Consort Jing is pregnant again. So your dad was happy and not only removed Consort Jing's ban, he even promoted her again." Arbor was taken aback, and his lips curled into a sneer. "She's pregnant?" Duanyu felt that there was something wrong with Darling Qiao's smile, but he didn't ask and nodded in high spirits. "Darling, she came out to make you unhappy again. How do you think we should deal with her?" "Who's with you? You can't just call me Bao Bao." Mo Lian gave him a look that told him to get lost. She rode forward and took Arbor's reins. "Jojo, don't think about these things. I'll take you home first." Right, let's go home first. We'll talk when we get home." Duanyu also hurriedly chimed in. Arbor nodded. She was a little tired after being busy every day. She needed to rest for a few days when she got home. As for Consort Jing, let's put it aside for now. In any case, the special beautifying pill that state Uncle Jing had bought at a sky-high price had already been offered to her. After she took it for a while, she would be able to teach her a lesson. Arbor, Mo Lian, and Duanyu turned onto Minshan Avenue, but they stopped after walking a few meters. They saw a carriage blocking the path at the corner. A miss inside the carriage had already been carried down, and two maidservants were frantically massaging her forehead as they called out repeatedly, "Miss, Mississippi." Duanyu raised his brows and gave Mo Lian a look that said, "Did you invite them here?" from across Arbor. Mo Lian rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. When he turned around, he saw an old doctor carrying a medicine box. He was being dragged by someone and was out of breath as he ran over. Mo Lian and the others dismounted and threw the reins to the retainers to handle. They weren't far from the Marquis estate, and Arbor didn't have much of a noble style, so they just walked a few steps. That old physician crouched there and administered 2 needles to the miss. Suddenly, the miss's limbs started convulsing, and her face contorted in extreme pain. "Why is it like this?" the old physician muttered to himself as he continued to perform acupuncture on that miss with a forehead full of sweat. The two maidservants were so anxious that tears fell from their eyes. Arbor simply didn't want to join in the fun. In any case, the other party had already called for a physician, so naturally, the physician would handle the situation. Mo Lian pulled her by the hand as she walked past the miss on the ground. She suddenly paused and gazed at that Mrs. Glabella as she softly exclaimed in surprise. Seeing that she had stopped, Mo Lian also stopped. Duanyu glanced forward in amusement and asked quietly, "Xiao, what did you discover?" This wasn't some illness. There was actually a rune faintly discernible between that Mrs. Glabella. What was going on? Arbor immediately became vigilant. She tugged at Mo Lian's hand and pushed Duanyu back. Her chilly gaze then turned to that miss who couldn't get up from the ground. "Physician, can you treat my miss or not? Look at her pained expression." The maidservant couldn't resist criticizing that sweaty old physician. This pulse is clearly normal. This old man has practiced medicine for many years, but I've never seen this kind of symptom. What normal? My miss was fine in the carriage just now, but she suddenly clutched her chest and cried out in pain. Then she fainted. The maidservant shouted anxiously and angrily, "Physician! If you can't tell what's wrong, don't delay my miss's illness." The old physician was momentarily at a loss for words and also stood up uneasily. "Come, let me take a look." Arbor suddenly took a step forward and squatted down in front of that miss. When the maidservant turned around and saw a young lady even younger than her miss, her eyes immediately brimmed with distrust. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Xiaoyi." "Yes, young master." Xiaoyi led two people forward and lifted up those two shrieking maidservants without a second word. Each person slapped down, and the two maidservants' necks crooked, and they both fainted. What do you want to do?" "My family's young miss is the third young miss of Li Shaoqing of the Guanglu Temple. You better not mess around." The carriage driver stared dumbfoundedly at Xiaoye's group. When his gaze landed on Mo Lian and Duan Yu, he felt that these two youths were out of the ordinary. "Sorry to trouble you." Arbor held Miss Li's hand and felt her pulse. With a wave of his finger, he took out a blue talisman and slapped it on her chest. The rune flashed in front of Miss Li's chest and surged into Miss Li's body. It went straight to the center of her eyebrows and eliminated the black rune. Miss Li promptly groaned and opened her eyes, meeting Qiao Mu's gaze in bewilderment. "It's all right. Hurry up and bring your young lady back to the mansion." Arbor stood up and left, leaving behind the coachman who kept thanking him with a grateful expression. After the three of them were some distance away from the carriage, Duan Yu couldn't resist asking curiously, "Jojo, did you use a talisman on her just now? Could it be that Miss Li isn't sick? She was hit by a forbidden curse." Arbor's small face was taut, and his expression was very solemn. That is a group of people born from talisman practitioners who unscrupulously pursue dark forbidden curse talisman arts. Fortunately, this talisman practitioner's skills weren't up to par yet, so she only used the simplest kind of sickness talisman to break it. However, Arbor didn't expect that a talisman practitioner would appear in the Mo Kingdom capital. As the name implied, a charm master was a type of person who wandered in the darkness and secretly used forbidden charms in order to achieve their own unspeakable goals. They were derived from talisman practitioners and had their own inheritances. After several hundred years, many unknown forbidden spells had actually long been lost. The most common illness talisman had different effects depending on the level of the talisman maker. The illness talisman on Miss Li was only a primary level 1, so it wasn't troublesome to resolve it. However, what made Mo Lian and the others feel strange was that curse practitioners, a group that had been extinct for more than 100 years, actually appeared again. Without any warning. Let the talisman patrician family investigate and resolve this matter themselves. Mo Lian said indifferently, "The talisman patrician family wiped out a group of curse practitioners 300 years ago. They are the most unwilling to see the rise of curse practitioners. The Mu family absolutely won't allow the existence of curse practitioners to break the balance of the talisman world," Duan Yu also said with a smile. On the other hand, Arbor wasn't too worried. To put it bluntly, curse practitioners and whatnot didn't have much to do with her. As long as they didn't blindly come over to offend her, it had nothing to do with her no matter how they opposed the talisman patrician family. "Go spread the news to the talisman patrician family." Mo Lian turned around and instructed Hui Feng. The latter nodded and went to do his job without a word. When Arbor returned home, she was just in time for her family's meal, which made everyone overjoyed. Wei Ziqin had been nagging these past 2 days about why the child wasn't back yet. Qiao Zhongbang and second uncle Qiao hadn't dared to tell anyone that Arbor was in Bailon City, so the two of them had been on tenterhooks for several days. Now that they saw that the little fellow had returned unscathed, they were naturally very happy. Arbor took the little monk's hand and introduced him to her family, saying that he was a little monk she had casually picked up on the road. This little monk was as soft and cute as a white bun, so Wei Ziqin took a liking to him at first sight. On the other hand, our dear Qiao San became vigilant as he repeatedly glanced at the little monk. Seeing that she was a bit tired, everyone urged her to rest after eating. Arbor had suffered her first menstrual cycle these past few days, so she was a bit dispirited, so she washed up and went to bed. As for the little monk, she naturally left it to her mother to make arrangements. At night, in a dilapidated temple, the sound of an old lady coughing could be heard from time to time. On the icy ground, elderly lady was curled up in thin clothes. Even her only lined jacket had been sold by Su Jiao, so she could only silently endure the cold and weep. She had never thought that her days would end up like this. It was one thing for her to eat and drink less, but the main point was that she was already so old, yet she was often beaten and scolded by her evil daughter-in-law. Su Jiao's patience with the elderly lady ran out on the third day after she moved into the rundown temple. She waited and waited, but Qiao Zhongbang and his wife didn't come to pick her up, and Qiao Zhongheng couldn't find a job as a guard. She didn't know how the family had survived these past few days, but they were practically fighting over food with dogs. In addition, the old lady was used to living a luxurious life. Whenever she fell ill, she would ask her to take care of her. Her anger rose day by day, and she couldn't help but beat the old lady up. She became addicted to beating her and would beat the old lady to death every few days when she was in a bad mood. Hearing the old lady's incessant coughing now, the anger in Su Jiao's heart surged again. After cursing, "Cursed old woman," Su Jiao jumped up, picked up a bamboo board she was used to, and swung it at the old lady. D*mn old hag, cough, 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 what are you coughing for? Do you still have peaceful days to pass, huh? I'll beat you to death, you old fart. You're going to beat me to death, cough, cough, I'm going to beat you to death, Elderly lady thrashed on the ground like a dead fish. Oh my, are you not letting people sleep anymore? Granny Niao sat up and grumbled. Qiao Zhongheng also cursed, are you done yet? Are you going to buy her a coffin if you beat her to death? Su Jiao spat and threw down the bamboo board with a slap. Beat her to death and end all troubles, so as to avoid seeing the world in that half-dead state. The other families in the corner didn't find it strange, and after mocking and ridiculing Su Jiao, they prepared to go back to sleep. Just then, the sound of horses neighing came from the rundown temple's entrance, and someone said, "Master, it's here." A row of torches burned in from the temple's entrance, and the leader was an elderly man in his 60s. When he saw the stammering old woman half lying on the ground, he was slightly taken aback. Someone beside him whispered something into the elderly man's ear, and the elderly man immediately understood. He promptly put on a benevolent face and walked up to help up the thin and frail elderly lady, who was so dirty that her color couldn't be discerned. "Sister-in-law, I'm your brother from the same family, Qiao Dongbua. Do you still recognize me? We should have met a few times several years ago." Elderly Lady Qiao's mouth was cracked from the beating, but when she wanted to speak, it caused her mouth to tremble in pain. She pitifully looked at Qiao Dongbua with panda eyes. "Why you are?" Yet Qiao Zhongheng and Su Jiao understood first, and they immediately revealed covetous gazes. They walked up with bowed heads and bent waists, exchanging pleasantries with Qiao Dongbua. Why you're the same family's eldest uncle, right? Oh my, we've finally met our relatives." Qiao Dongbua suppressed the disgust in his eyes and looked at them with a chuckle. Yes. You're Zhongheng, right? I'm your same family's eldest uncle." Qiao Dongbua actually had people investigate their identities long ago. If it weren't for the benefits, he wouldn't have thought of coming to the rundown temple to meet these country bumpkins. This unbearable old woman in front of him was the Marquis of Jiayuan's mother, the crown princess's grandmother. Qiao Dongbua's eyes flashed. Once Granny Niao saw Qiao Dongbua's decent attire, she was so anxious that she drooled. She went up to pull Su Jiao back and secretly poked her in a low voice. "Jiao, we've been through thick and thin together for these 10 days. If it weren't for me constantly helping you out, you wouldn't be able to look forward to good days now." "I don't care, you have to take my family with you, Su Jiao pursed her lips noncommittally. Granny Niao became anxious upon seeing this, and she went up to pinch her hand as she whispered, "If you return to the main family, you'll have one more brother and one more helper. My son and 2 grandsons are all capable of helping you." Right. Madame Bo also hurriedly stepped forward and said to Su Jiao with a fawning expression, "Younger sister Jiao, our 2 families have been together for so long, so we know each other very well. Take us with you, it'll be easier for you in the future." The other people in the dilapidated temple also looked at them enviously. They secretly regretted not building a good relationship with Qiao Zhongheng's family from the start. Su Jiao straightened her back like a proud peacock, looking down on these lowly commoners in the corner of the rundown temple. Humph, when she returned to the Qiao family's main family and became the third young mistress, she definitely wouldn't let off Qiao Zhongbang and his family of devils. Achoo. Arbor reached out to rub his small nose. Xiao Yao, who had brought the water in, hurried over. Miss, did you catch a cold? I'm fine. Arbor drank a bowl of hot porridge after washing up. After eating, she lazily returned to bed. Xiao Yao couldn't help but laugh. Master and Madam came to see you this morning, but left when they saw that you were asleep. Madam said to go to the courtyard for dinner tonight. Arbor nodded. It was already past lunchtime. She wasn't too hungry after eating a bowl of porridge, so she sent Xiao Yao out. After her afternoon nap, she had a bowl of sweet soup. The little fellow was still lazily reading in bed when she looked up to see Xiao Yao walk in with a strange expression, holding several invitations. What is it? The matriarchs of the Qin family, Mu family, and several other noble families, as well as the prince's consorts, have all sent you invitations, inviting you to admire the plum blossoms, the bamboo, and the scenery. Oh. The little fellow's fingertips fluttered as she flipped a page of the book. Just 1-0? Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. Cough, this servant acted on my own initiative and rejected them all for you. However, the great king's second consort said that she would personally visit you a few days ago. I reckon that she will insist on inviting you to the plum blossoms banquet. I don't have time. The little fellow didn't even bother to lift her head. Miss, what are you busy with these 2 days? Xiao Yao asked honestly. Do you need this servant to help you? There's nothing to be busy with. I'll just sleep and read some books. I'm too lazy to go out. Arbor put down the book in her hand and looked at the sunlight outside the window. Her bright eyes narrowed, and she flipped out of bed in an extremely good mood. Let's go and stroll around our family's garden. Xiao Yao smiled and followed the little fellow out the door. Along the way, she said, Miss, will you be entering the palace on New Year's Eve? According to tradition, Her Majesty the Queen will gather the princesses and princesses, as well as all the noble ladies to the palace to make dumplings. Of course, the missus didn't actually need to do anything. It was just a formality. I'm not going. Darling Qiao rejected without a second thought. I'm not going anywhere for New Year's this year. I'll stay at home and accompany my mother. Xiao Yao sighed and said with a smile, Madam will be overjoyed. Yes, give everyone more food on New Year's Eve. Give out more delicious food. Okay. Xiao Yao replied happily. On New Year's Eve, madams and young misses gathered in the Queen's brilliant Sun Palace Hall. Queen Zhao, whose melancholy had been washed away by the joyous atmosphere of the new year, sat at the head of the table in high spirits, smiling as she looked at the group of noble women. Although it was supposed to be making dumplings, it was just as Xiao Yao had said. It was just a formality and there was no need for the young misses and madams to do anything. Only the servant girls would take some ready-made dumpling wrappers and fillings from the kitchen and fiddle with them. Consort Jing is here. Following the announcement, everyone stopped what they were doing and stood up to salute her. Consort Jing, with the support of her personal maid Kaling, slowly walked in wearing a spacious satin robe and a graceful and luxurious appearance. Greetings to Consort Jing. Everyone saluted in unison. Consort Jing stroked her temples and said with a smile, You may all rise. Then, supported by Kaling, she walked in front of the queen and slightly curtsied. Consort Jing smiled and said, This concubine greets your majesty the queen. This concubine's body has been a bit heavy these past 2 days, so I woke up late. Please forgive me, elder sister. The queen coldly glanced at her, her gaze seemingly sweeping over her flat stomach. Then, she sneered, Younger sister's body is heavy, so there's no need to be so courteous. Sit. Thank you, your majesty. Consort Jing seductively sat down and swept her gaze over everyone. She pretended to be surprised and said, why don't I see the crown princess? Queen Zhao was infuriated. This was simply rubbing salt into the wound. A while ago, her son had come to tell her about this matter. This stoic face would not enter the palace on New Year's Eve. She would only enter the palace on the first day of the first lunar month to pay a New Year's visit to the great king and queen, as well as attend the New Year's banquet. According to the usual practice of previous years, the princesses, commandery princesses, noble ladies, and noble ladies would all enter the palace to go through the motions. However, her daughter-in-law said that she would not be coming, so she, as her mother-in-law, couldn't take it lying down. This morning, Huaxian had properly comforted her, which made her feel a bit better. Consort Jing, this be *tch, jabbed Her Majesty the Queen's heart with one sentence. Consort Jing chuckled while covering her mouth. This consort heard that the great king's second consort held a plum banquet and personally sent an invitation to the crown princess, but she was turned away at the door. Everyone's gazes then shifted to the great king's second consort, Shu Quan, who was sitting in the first seat in the second row on the left. Shu Quan stood up gracefully and curtsied to the queen before curtsying to the noble consort. Afterwards, she spoke unhurriedly like a young lady from a noble family. It was Quaner who was impetuous. She was not turned away at the door, and the Marchioness of Jiayuan personally welcomed her. She said that the crown princess has been feeling unwell ever since she returned to the capital. Queen Zhao's expression eased slightly, and she said with a nod, this consort also heard about it. I have yet to congratulate Consort Qing for choosing another daughter-in-law. A middle-aged consort seated below Consort Jing commented with a smile, it is all thanks to your majesty's great fortune. She plans to welcome Li Xiu East into the estate after the New Year's Eve. Queen Zhao's expression was inexplicable. Consort Qing's Mo Jiao had married beautiful wives and concubines one after another. On the other hand, why did her outstanding son seem to have been bewitched by the little stoic? There was no one else in his eyes besides that stoic face. The Queen Dowager probably won't be coming back for the New Year's Eve this time. Commandery Princess Ian is accompanying her, and she is still recuperating at Ziyu Villa. Queen Zhao explained with a smile, tomorrow's New Year's banquet will be held in this Queen's brilliant Sun Hall. Early the next morning, the great king would gather all the civil and military officials for a grand ceremony. After the ceremony, it would be the New Year's banquet and another round of rewards. Consort Jing couldn't help but snort when she saw that the queen had changed the topic and stopped talking about that unruly crown princess. She thought to herself, I don't believe that you, Madame Zhao, really like that stoic-faced daughter-in-law that much. Queen Zhao's momentary change in expression was already a clear indication of the problem. Since Zhao sure held a grudge against the little stoic, she naturally had to make good use of her. Consort Jing curled her lips. When she recalled the humiliation she suffered at the hands of the stoic face, she was filled with indignation and couldn't eat or sleep in peace. The noble madams and young misses below had already started fervently discussing what clothes they should wear and what rouge and face powder they should apply for tomorrow's New Year's banquet. Queen Zhao only felt that although she was sitting in the main hall, she felt unusually lonely in her heart. Her eyes were fixed on the crowd, and she felt that the chatter of those madams and young misses seemed to be separated by a layer of gauze, sounding hazy and indistinct. Meanwhile, the entire Qiao family was in jubilation at this time. Everyone of all ages was crowded inside the spacious drawing room. The adults were busy making dumplings, while the children were playing with flower balls in their hands. The Qiao family had given all the servants a day off and told them to go home for a reunion. They could only return at noon tomorrow. The remaining servants who were all alone were called over to help out. Chang Zai, Old Bai, Sun Yang, and the other old loyal servants of the Qiao family were already familiar with their master's New Year's celebration. Several of the new servants were all shocked. Master had just said that there weren't any masters or servants today. Everyone here was a family, and they were all working together to make a reunion meal. Dong Mei didn't know how many years it had been since she had eaten a full meal. She was an orphan and had experienced the fickleness of human nature since she was young. She had struggled her way through life until she was sent here by a broker not long ago and was luckily chosen by elder sister Chunying. Ever since she started working in the Qiao estate, she no longer had to worry about starving or freezing. A few days ago, she received 2 sets of new winter clothes and new jackets. At that time, her tears fell. She secretly told herself that she had to work hard. It was rare to meet such a good master. If she didn't work hard, she would really be a fool. Today was New Year's Eve, and Master and Madam actually allowed all the servants who didn't go home to have a reunion meal together. This once again refreshed her understanding of the master's family. Stop playing. Wei Ziqin lightly patted her younger daughter's hand and said with a smile, look at your sister. What kind of toy are you making? Xiaolin pouted and said, Mother, you only care about sister. Look at sister's dumplings. They're so crooked and ugly. How can they be prettier than mine? It was rare for Arbor to feel awkward. Don't tell me that her talent in cooking was very mediocre, you lass. Wei Ziqin raised her hand to pat her younger daughter, but Xiaolin ran away in a flash and sprinkled a handful of flour on her younger brother Xiao Sin's little face. Xiao Sin looked at his sister with a dumbfounded expression. The white dumpling-like little monk beside him actually chuckled and clapped his hands together. Just as he was about to open his mouth and chant my Buddha, he freaking flicked the flour all over his face. His nose and little mouth were stained with some white. Xiaolin looked back and laughed out loud. His Highness the Crown Prince is here, His Highness the Crown Prince is here. Changzai excitedly ran through the door and shouted. The whole family hastily patted off the flour on their bodies and hands. Just as they were about to turn around to welcome them, Mo Lian strode inside with a bright smile. Dad, Mom, Chow Chow, I've come. Wei Ziqin laughed so hard that her eyes couldn't be seen. Duan Yu, who was following behind her, involuntarily harumphed and pursed his lips. He eagerly ran up to her and said, Auntie, I'm also here. I especially came today to freeload. Hey, kid, what are you talking about? If you like, you can come here to eat every day. Wei Ziqin couldn't stop smiling. When Mo Lian heard this, she immediately ran to her mother-in-law's side and said, Mother, we have to make him hand over his rice, oil, and salt. Shoo shoo shoo, Auntie isn't as petty as you, Duan Yu said with a grin. Arbor smirked and walked over to Mo Lian with a plump dumpling that he had made. He stuffed it into his hands and said, I made it. Jojo, the dumplings you make are really pretty. I can eat 30 of them in one go if you make them. Can't you eat until you're full? Duan Yu speechlessly rolled his eyes before also saying, I can also eat 30 of them. Xiao Zhongbang laughed heartily. Okay. Then let's hurry up and make more dumplings. Aren't you returning to the palace today? Arbor quietly asked as he tugged at Mo Lian's sleeve. Mo Lian's phoenix eyes curved as he smiled at him. I'll stay up with you until the new year. We can just return before 5 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, the great king would solemnly hold a grand opening ceremony. At that time, all civil and military officials would have to attend and present memorials to express their respect, singing the praises of the great king as a formality. With the addition of Mo Lian and Duan Yu, the house became much livelier. After finishing the dumplings noisily, Arbor took out a sumptuous meal from the food box. 2 tables were set up in the living room, and the whole family joyfully ate a reunion dinner without distinction between master and servant. Wei Ziqin took out small embroidered pouches and distributed them to the servants who were beaming with joy. She also gave the children all kinds of gold ingots with flower marks on them. The ingots for the children were for fun, while the ingots for the servants were 10 pieces of low-grade mystic currency that could be used to purchase items. This type of mystic currency was the newest circulating currency that the imperial court had just issued. It was forged from magnetite, so it was naturally divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade mystic currency. Reportedly, it was not only used in the Mo Kingdom, but also in many northern countries. Every fortification of various sizes could use this type of mystic currency to register in advance so that they could purchase items from the food and cloth stores the next day. Dongmei tightly clutched the embroidered pouch in her hand. She only felt that the main family was all good people, and that she had a lot to look forward to these days. Arbor sat on the eaves, holding a cup of hot tea in one hand as she looked up at the bright moon in the distance. In the past, at this time, she would accompany the old sect master, and aunt masters on the snowy peaks to admire bamboo and drink tea, quietly waiting for the new year to come. Perhaps he would never return to such a life again. Jojo, are you thinking of the sect? Mo Lian's large, warm hand gently grasped her soft, small hand. When Arbor looked up, she saw the man's phoenix eyes rippling under the moonlight. As long as Jojo is here, the sect won't disappear. Mo Lian reached out to pinch her small chin before pointing downwards. Look, father and mother are so happy today. Arbor looked down and saw the two foodies, Xiao Lin and Xiao Sen, hugging a large fruit box and happily munching on multicolored fruits. Xiao, who was collapsed on the side. Perhaps because he ate too much, he was rubbing his stomach with one hand. Xiaoyao stifled her laughter as she brought him a bowl of digestive soup. Brother Xiao, who scrambled to his feet and smiled foolishly at Xiaoyao with an embarrassed expression. Duanyu was currently playing horsediao with his parents and second uncle. When she looked over, she happened to see her mother grinning from ear to ear. "Oh my, Duanyu, are you always going easy on Auntie? Auntie got burned again. Auntie, you're so lucky today." Xiao Zhongbang pretended to be angry and snorted. "Why not? With Buddha's blessings, how could he be unlucky?" She saw the little monk sitting cross-legged on a soft cushion next to her mother's feet. He was holding a wooden fish in his hand and knocking it while mumbling something. The corner of second Uncle Qiao's mouth twitched. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Little master, can you stop knocking? Which monastery would hold morning prayers until this hour? What a funny little doll. She didn't work hard in the morning, but when night came, she was cramming, that's not it." The little monk answered second Uncle Qiao's question as he knocked on the wooden fish. "This young monk is doing tomorrow's morning prayer." Second Uncle Qiao glanced at him exasperatedly. "Why are you doing tomorrow's morning prayer now?" Duanyu guffawed. "Is there a need to ask?" "It's definitely because he can't get up tomorrow morning." The little monk lowered his head with a blush and continued to knock on the wooden fish, casting everyone's laughter to the back of his mind. It wasn't until Arbor was feeling a bit sleepy that the sound of firecrackers and drums rang out, waking her up with a start. When she looked again, she saw that her drowsy state from earlier had thrown herself into Emolien's arms. The little monk had already finished tomorrow's morning lesson and was having fun with Qiao Senator. He ran over to tug at Duanyu's robes and insisted on dragging him to set off the firecrackers. Duanyu couldn't win against the children and was dragged out the door. Emolien floated down from the eaves with Arbor in her arms and followed them out. In the darkness of the night, the light from the firecracker suddenly shot out, breaking the silence of the area with a bang. Arbor was a bit sleepy and fell asleep in a daze. She didn't even know when Emolien carried her back to her room. She didn't sleep well the entire night because of the firecrackers. However, all the madams and noble ladies had to enter the palace to pay Her Majesty the Queen their New Year greetings before 7 a.m. today. She didn't go to the palace yesterday, so she naturally couldn't challenge Queen Zhao's dignity today. After freshening up, Arbor changed into a bright red dress and a cloak made of fire fox fur of the same color. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Xiaoyao was at the front holding a lantern to illuminate the way. Arbor walked to her mother's courtyard and happened to encounter Xiao Lin when she reached the front of the main room. "Sister, Happy New Year. Give me my New Year's money." Xiao Lin was wearing a pink jacket with a sapphire blue fur cloak wrapped around it. When she saw her, she quickly ran up with a grin and hugged her arm. "You're asking for a beating, asking sister for things all day long." Wei Ziqin happened to walk out and chided with a smile when she saw Arbor stuffing a pouch to her youngest daughter. Xiao Lin stuck out her tongue and shrunk her neck to hide behind Arbor. She waved the pouch in her hand and shook it. "Sister gave it to me. I'll have brother-in-law give me another one later. Make a pair, hee hee." Xiao Lin stuck out her tongue. Wei Ziqin looked at her daughter with a headache and raised her hand to smack her again. Look at her mischievous appearance. "You're not allowed to cause trouble for your sister when you enter the palace today." "Mother, what trouble can I cause?" Xiao Lin shook her head and said, "I don't know how obedient I am." As they were talking, Qiao Zhongbang walked out with his youngest son, Qiao Senator. He smiled and said, "Are the three of you ready? It's time to go. It's been done for a long time." "Father, we were waiting for you," Jolin said. "Then let's go." Xiao Zhongbang had just finished speaking when a small bald head popped out from the side of the door. The little monk looked at Arbor pitifully. "Benefactress, where are you going?" Arbor glanced at him and waved at him. "I'll take you to eat meat." The small monk immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. I'm not eating. This little monk is determined not to eat meat. Wei Ziqin secretly pulled Arbor's sleeve and whispered, "Jojo, are you going to bring Kong Kong into the palace?" Yes, Arbor nodded and said, today's New Year's banquet is divided into 2 parts, and I won't be back until very late. It would be too pitiful to leave the little monk alone at home. Wei Ziqing thought about it and agreed. She also couldn't bear to leave the child alone at home, but she was still a little worried. Will Nyang Nyang not like it? Arbor said coldly, what does it have to do with me whether she likes it or not? Wei Ziqing was speechless. This daughter of hers was always so cold. People who didn't know her would definitely think that she wasn't easy to get close to. The family boarded the Marquis's carriage and headed towards Huabei Gate. Today's New Year's banquet invited officials of 5th rank and above and their family members. It wasn't early for them to leave, and the roads would probably be a little congested. Sure enough, before they even entered Huabei Gate, the official road started to get a little congested. The carriages were connected to one another, and they couldn't see the end of the road. The driver was a young man called He Zi. He was in his early 20s and worked for his father. He spoke and acted very nimbly. He Zi's driving skills were pretty good, and the carriage moved steadily. Along the way, the whole family was laughing and chatting. From time to time, he would carry the little monk over to tease him. The little monk put his palms together and kept muttering to himself. Kong Kong, how many years have you been a monk? Xiao Lin deliberately teased the little monk and scratched his little head. The little monk looked at her with some confusion. He blinked his eyes and counted with his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kong Kong has been in the temple for 4 years. Benefactress's sister, why are you asking this? When Arbor heard this title, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Her father, Qiao Zhongbong, also twitched. Ever since this child came to their house, the titles he used were especially strange. Benefactress's father, benefactress's mother. Arbor reached out and pulled the little monk in front of her. Call me big sister. Do you still want to eat meat? Not eating, not eating, not eating. Vegetables? The little monk hesitated for a moment. It's okay to eat less. Arbor moved her finger and took out a juicy peach from her inner world. Call me big sister. Big sister. The little monk immediately reached out and took the peach. Xiao Lin laughed loudly. Master, madam, young master, young miss, sit tight. He Zi's anxious voice came from outside. With a bang, the carriage shook violently. Fortunately, the carriage was sturdy enough and didn't fall apart after being hit. Peach! The little monk exclaimed and almost threw the peach in his hand out. What's going on? Arbor asked coldly. He Zi's anxious voice came. How are you driving? Why did you hit someone's carriage? Pa. A whip lashed out. Arbor suddenly lifted the curtain. He Zi. He Zi half bent his waist and straightened his back. He hurriedly replied, Miss, He Zi is fine. Who dares to block our Duke of Qing's estate? Get out of the way. Our master said that if you don't know etiquette and don't give way, we won't care if you're beaten to death or injured. The crafty servant driving the carriage didn't wait for He Zi to speak. Blackie's face was full of anger, and he said indignantly, it was clearly you who came from behind to take the path, yet you still dare to speak like this. You're being unreasonable. Moreover, they had not reached Huabei Gate yet. This section of the road was still quite wide. If you wanted to overtake me, you could have done it. Why did you have to crash into me? No one would believe you if you said you did not do it on purpose. He Zi. Xiaomu coldly gazed at that wicked servant. Blackie is here. Knock him back. They didn't care if they were killed or injured. All you need to do is ram. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility for it. Since Arbor had spoken, Blackie naturally obeyed. He whipped the horse, and the carriage crashed into Duke Qing's mansion's carriage. Bang! Duke Qing's mansion's horse neighed and raised its hooves slightly. Continue. Arbor had already set up a defensive barrier with one hand, enveloping the entire family and shielding them from all the vibrations. Blackie also got excited. When he heard Mrs. words, he immediately continued to control the carriage and crashed into Duke Qing's mansion's carriage 3 times in a row. Blackie's driving skills were much better than the crafty servant's. The crafty servant didn't have enough strength, so he didn't control the carriage properly and was ruthlessly hit by Blackie's carriage. One had to know that ever since the horse carriage incident, second Uncle Chow paid special attention to safety when building horse carriages for the family. The materials used in the horse carriages were all of the best quality. How could the Duke of Qing Estate's horse carriage beat the Chow Estate's? Suddenly, the carriage flipped over, and the Duke of Qing Estate's horse carriage fell to the ground with a bang. A figure rushed out of the horse carriage at an extremely fast speed. The items in the carriage all jolted out, and the scalding hot tea spilled all over the ground. Audacious dog slave! A stern shout rang out, followed by a powerful sword aura that struck towards Hazy with the force of a thunderbolt. If this strike hit, Hazy would definitely lose his life on the spot. Arbor raised her hand and sent out a wave of profound energy, directly repelling the opponent's sword aura. How could the opponent dare to receive it? He only felt a mighty wave of profound energy rushing towards him, as if it would tear him apart in the next second. At the critical moment, an old man suddenly appeared and sent out a wave of profound energy to meet it. The two waves of profound energy collided in midair, causing a loud bang. The passing horse carriages stopped in fright, and no one dared to move forward. The old man's right hand was slightly numb from the shock of the profound energy, and shock appeared in his eyes. Looking up, he saw the other party's horse carriage stop, and a red-clothed girl came down from it. Her clear gaze fell on them, and her face was expressionless. She was so young, but her profound energy cultivation was actually above his? The old man's eyes emitted a bit of disbelief. Damn it. The man who attacked earlier was in his early 20s. His face was very pale, as if he was anemic, and traces of gloominess floated in his eyes. At this moment, his black cloak had already been torn to shreds by the profound energy, revealing a grey robe inside. His entire person was somewhat in a sorry state. Bastard, you dare to do this to this young master, slap. A heavy slap landed on his face from a distance. This slap contained profound energy, and half of Shi Guangjin's face was swollen in an instant. Ow. Shi Guangjin was caught off guard, and was a bit stunned. That old man hurriedly rushed over and pulled him behind him. Third young master. Shi Guangjin's face suddenly became very ugly. His malicious eyes locked onto Arbor, as if he wanted to eat her alive. Crown Princess. Lightning floated behind her and whispered, "This man is Duke Qing's third son, Shi Guangjin." "I've dealt with it," Arbor said coldly. Without even glancing at Shi Guangjin from the corner of his eye, he turned around and boarded the car. Without any hesitation, Lightning reached out to grab Shi Guangjin's neck. Provoking their vicious crown princess on the first day of the new year, especially trying to knock over the Marquis's carriage, directly touching the crown princess reverse scale. This was really like carrying a lantern and courting death. "Hero, please show mercy." How could Lightning listen to his nagging? With a whistle, two more shadow guards appeared beside him and blocked the old man's Xianxia with one hand. The cold sword was unsheathed, and the sword in Lightning's hand actually pierced towards Shi Guangjin's chest. Who dares to cause trouble outside Huabei Gate? Violence is not allowed in front of Huabei Gate. Imperial Guard Commander Hui Feng, who had received news that someone was fighting outside Huabei Gate, hurriedly led a team over. From afar, he saw the sword in Lightning's hand piercing towards someone's chest. Hui Feng's brain spasmed, and he acted to stop him without thinking. "Commander Hui, you came at the right time. Quickly save me." Shi Guangjin breathed a sigh of relief and hid behind Hui Feng as if he had caught a life-saving straw. Shi Guangjin didn't expect that this young lady from the Chow estate was completely different from any girl he had known before. She was someone who would make a move on you if she said so. She was ruthless and merciless. How could he, an elder who, be a match for 4 or 5 people? Seeing that he was in trouble, Commander Hui arrived. Shi Guangjin immediately shrank behind Hui Feng as if he had found a life-saving straw. Hui Feng still hadn't figured out the situation. He couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the cowardly appearance of the third young master of Duke Qing's estate. "Get out of my way." A cold voice rolled into Hui Feng's ears like a clap of thunder. He was startled. Who was this voice? When he turned his head to look, his jaw almost dropped in shock. "This general greets the crown princess." Hui Feng hurriedly restrained his shock and stepped forward. He lowered his head and cupped his fists in greeting. Arbor coldly glanced at him. This person offended me in front of the palace gate. Should he be punished? Huifeng swallowed his saliva. He felt that the situation wasn't good. Looking at the crown princess's cold and emotionless expression, she couldn't be thinking of, how did third young master sure offend the crown princess? Huifeng only felt that cold sweat was about to drip down. He cursed Shi Guangjin's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. This bastard, of all people to provoke, he just had to blindly anger the crown princess. Was this person someone who could easily let go of you? He intended to overturn my carriage and murder me. Murder? This was a serious crime. Huifeng hurriedly turned his head and glared at Shi Guangjin. How dare you, Shi Guangjin? Shi Guangjin saw that the situation wasn't good and immediately cried out, there are so many carriages coming and going on this official road. Anyone can see it. My carriage was overturned by her. How can you say that I wanted to? Slap. Arbor waved her sleeve and slapped Shi Guangjin's other cheek across the air. Now, it was completely symmetrical. Both sides of Shi Guangjin's face were puffed up like fermented buns, except that it was a little red. Did I allow you to interrupt? Arbor said coldly. Huifeng's eyelids twitched, and he raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat. In the past, he had always heard He Tian and the others nag in front of him, saying that their future crown princess was not someone to be trifled with, and that they could mess with anyone but the crown princess. Previously, when he saw the crown princess in Bailon City, Huifeng still didn't have a concrete idea of who she was. He only knew that the crown princess was a rather aloof person who was expressionless no matter who she met. Now that he had seen how she dealt with Shi Guangjin, Huifeng finally had a preliminary understanding of the crown princess. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, the old man hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. Previously, when Shi Guangjin ordered the boy servant to crash into the Qiao family's carriage, he had advised against it. Unfortunately, Shi Guangjin didn't listen, which led to the current situation. At this time, their State Duke of Qing's estate's carriage had collapsed, and the crown princess's carriage had stopped, blocking the entire road. The carriages coming from behind had no choice but to stop. Several upper-class madams, young misses, and young masters dismounted and got off their horses, watching the commotion from afar. The State Duke of Qing's estate had lost face this time. Where are the crown princess's royal guards? Arbor shouted coldly. Here. Lightning and the others gathered behind her with a whoosh, each of them standing ramrod straight, their backs straight like pine trees. Strip this person's clothes for me. With Arbor's command, Lightning and the others swiftly pounced forward. Shi Guangjin was enraged. Just as he was about to resist with mystic energy, Lightning suddenly struck the back of his neck with the hilt of her sword, causing him to fall flat on his face. Ow! Shi Guangjin held in rage. The madams and young misses in the distance also used their handkerchiefs to cover their mouths, their eyes revealing disbelief. Heavens! Did the crown princess order them to do that? The other party was the Duke of Qing Estate's third young master. Wasn't the crown princess being too unreasonable by doing this? After all, she hadn't married the crown prince yet and was only the crown princess in name. Wasn't she afraid of losing the Wang family's dignity by doing this? When the great king and queen blamed her, they would directly revoke her title of crown princess? Prince Consort. The maidservant Shi supported one of the great king's second consort Xu Quan's arms and whispered in her ear, "That's the crown princess? She's really impressive, not even putting the Duke of Qing estate in her eyes." No wonder she said she wasn't feeling well that day and dismissed the prince consort just like that. Xu Quan indifferently glanced at that young maidservant. Don't speak nonsense. Especially after entering the palace, you have to know propriety and etiquette. If your words were to fall into that person's ears, do you know what kind of punishment you'll receive? Shi jumped in fright and hurriedly wanted to kneel, but Xu Quan pulled her back. All right, I just want to remind you that you should speak according to your status. As she spoke, she sneered, her eyes filled with ice dregs and fragments. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending, just like that foolish third son of the Duke of Qing estate in front of you. Shi's entire body trembled. When she looked over, she saw the Duke of Qing estate's third young master kneeling in front of the crown princess after his arms were pressed down and his legs were kicked. Shi Guangjin's face was filled with shame and humiliation, and he angrily shouted, "Slut, you haven't married His Highness the Crown Prince yet. Yet you're putting on airs in front of others. Who are you to deal with me now? I'm the third young master of the State Duke of Qing's estate. Do you dare to touch me? Shut up." Hui Feng slapped Shi Guangjin's face. Previously, he didn't know that Shi Guangjin actually insulted the Crown Prince Consort like this. As expected, he was truly the most good-for-nothing in the State Duke of Qing's estate. This unscrupulous dog actually dared to wantonly insult the Crown Princess in front of Huabei Gate. If these words fell into the Crown Prince's ears, he would lose his life on the spot. "Commander Hui, I've always respected you for being in charge of the safety of the Forbidden Palace. But now, he was willing to be a lackey? Are you going to allow this woman to bully the people of the State Duke of Qing's mansion like this?" Hui Feng was so angry that he was amused. Does the third son of Duke of Qing's estate know what he's saying? Such a brainless thing, if it weren't for his father, big brother, and second brother, he would have been killed a few years ago. "What are you doing? Don't touch me. Audacious dog slaves." Shi Guangjin struggled with all his might as he was pressed down on the ground. His eyes were incomparably red, as if they were injected with blood. Lightning and the others didn't pay attention to his incessant barking. They directly tore off his clothes and pressed down on his arms, forcing him to kneel in front of Arbor with his head lowered. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move his body. "Jojo." Xiao Zhongbang and Wei Ziqing poked their heads out of the carriage with slightly anxious expressions. Earlier, Jojo had them all stay in the carriage and not a single one of them should come down. At this moment, Wei Ziqing was very anxious as she watched. If Jojo beat up that State Duke Qing estate's third son here, would there be any adverse effects? She was very worried. Arbor turned his head and gave his parents a don't worry look before turning back again and coldly glaring at Shi Guangjin. According to the rules, what punishment should be meted out for uttering wild words and offending the Crown Princess? Hui Feng's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Shi Guangjin naturally wouldn't answer the Crown Princess, so he said, "Meted out a punishment of less than 60 beatings by flogging." Such a light punishment? Wouldn't flogging a mystic cultivator 60 beatings be like tickling an itch? No wonder everyone likes to diss me. It turns out that the punishment is so light. Arbor was enraged and coldly looked at Hui Feng. "Think carefully again. What exactly is the punishment?" Hui Feng's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. As a grown man, he was actually a bit unsteady under the little girl's piercing gaze. He stammered, "Why yes, meted out 100 beatings by the military rod." "Not enough." Arbor immediately vetoed. "Think carefully again. If you flogged him again, he would die." While Hui Feng cursed 18 generations of Shi Guangjin's ancestors in his heart, he kept praying to the heavens, "Your Highness, come quickly. This subordinate can't hold on much longer." "Speak." Arbor shouted coldly. Hui Feng hastily said, 200 beatings by the military rod." Arbor's eyes were cold as he aloofly swept a glance at Hui Feng. "Then what are you guys still standing there for? Flog him. Flog him now. Bring a stool over for me to sit on. I want to personally count for him." Everyone, Hui Feng secretly peeked at Shi Guangjin. "This D***MN grandson, you provoked him yourself. Someone come, fetch the military rod." Immediately, 2 soldiers came forward, dragging their batons. They stood on either side of Shi Guangjin, one on his left and one on his right. Arbor sat down on an armchair carved from pear blossom wood. She raised her hand, and Xiaoyao immediately understood and ran down from the carriage to hand her a cup of hot tea. Hui Feng's eyes twitched. Arbor took a sip of tea, looked at the 2 soldiers leisurely, and said indifferently, "I heard that the military rod in your barracks is also a subject of study. For example, there's a method called drag beat. When you hit someone, you drag it out a little. Every time you hit someone, your skin will break and blood will flow. Laymen don't know the ropes and will think that you hit someone very hard. In fact, you don't use any strength at all." As the Crown Princess spoke coldly, Hui Feng and the soldiers around him broke out in cold sweat. "If you want to use this method to fool me, then don't. You can give it a try." The moment Arbor finished speaking, Hui Feng and the others simultaneously knelt on one knee and said in unison, "This subordinate doesn't dare." "If you don't dare, then hit him." Arbor said coldly, "If eating alone doesn't increase your strength, I don't mind finding another 2 people to hit him." "Yes." The 2 soldiers who were flogging him instantly straightened their backs, not daring to have any other thoughts. They got someone to press Shi Guangjin down and swung the military rod at Shi Guangjin's buttocks on the spot. Shi Guangjin was publicly flogged outside Huabei Gate. He instantly lost all face, and his entire body trembled in anger. In the beginning, he didn't take the military rod seriously. After all, he was a mystic cultivator. He just couldn't bring himself to do it and only felt humiliated. But gradually, that wasn't the case anymore. He couldn't keep using mystic energy to protect his buttocks, right? The author coughed. After taking medicine and sleeping in the afternoon, he would update around 10 o'clock. Mystic energy could also be exhausted, okay? Moreover, there was also a saying about being beaten with a military rod. The rod would always hit the same spot, and as time passed, even a man made of iron wouldn't be able to endure it. After using mystic energy to block 100 or so strikes for him, the remaining 70 to 80 rod strikes were solid hits to the flesh, causing Shi Guangjin to grimace in pain and howl incessantly. Watching from afar, the great king's second consort Shu Quan's eyelids were also twitching wildly, and alarm bells were ringing in her heart. She inwardly warned herself, "Don't bump into the crown princess, this ominous star. Some people were born not to be trifled with." The maidservant Shi'er was even more alarmed by her earlier ramblings. The prince consort was right. One should be careful and prudent in whatever they did and said. A single mishap and they would end up like this third young master of the state Duke of Qing's estate. Not only would they lose all face, but they would also be covered in bruises. Those imperial court officials and family members who had dismounted from their horses and alighted from their carriages only dared to watch from afar. The crown princess angrily rebuked the state Duke of Qing's estate's third son. Who would dare to go and persuade such a big commotion? Who would dare to step forward and be the bird? After 170 rods, Shi Guangjin only felt that the place where he was beaten was already about to smoke from the pain, and his flesh was probably about to rot. The 2 lowly soldiers' beatings were also very torturous. When the rod struck down, it would bounce in the opposite direction. It looked like the blows were quite light, but in reality, there were clots of blood under the skin. Even if Shi Guangjin was a level 8 mystic cultivator, he still had to properly drink a pot of blood. At this time, the crowd was slightly clamorous. The carriages and such in the distance all moved to the side to make way for the people who were dashing over. The person in the lead was a man in his 50s. He was hale and hearty with bright eyes, and when he flew over in court attire, his footsteps were vigorous and vigorous. Behind him was a man in his 30s, who closely followed behind him with a majestic gait. When Lightning saw the newcomers, his expression changed slightly, and he lowered his head to whisper into the crown princess's ear, "Crown princess, state Duke of Qing and eldest young master have arrived." Arbor looked up and coldly swept a glance over. His gaze landed on a young man wearing a white fox fur coat behind the 2. This person had a sickly look on his face, but his appearance was not bad. His eyebrows were raised, and his black eyes were bright. He was supporting an old woman as he walked over. Behind the 2 of them were 5 or 6 madams and young misses. When the madam saw Shi Guangjin being tortured on the ground, she immediately let out a sorrowful cry and was about to rush forward. However, Duke Qing and the old woman glared at him coldly at the same time, and he could only freeze on the spot. Arbor stood up with a cold glint in his eyes. He didn't have stage fright when he met Duke Qing. "Duke Qing, you brought your family here. Are you here to denounce me? Father, save me, father. Father, save me." When Shi Guangjin saw his father, brother, and others coming, he struggled with all his might and screamed. Hui Feng, who was standing behind Arbor, was sweating profusely. This matter was really getting bigger and bigger. He secretly prayed in his heart that Duke Qing had grasped the situation well. He felt that if the crown princess in front of him wanted to punish someone, she would definitely do it to the end. If the state Duke of Qing dared to obstruct her halfway, the crown princess wouldn't spare him either. Fortunately, the state Duke of Qing wasn't like his brainless third son at all. He was here to ask for punishment. "Shut up, you bastard. Duke Qing angrily rebuked, exasperated at his son's failure to live up to his expectations. This subject deserves 10,000 deaths. This subject was not strict enough in teaching his son. I was shocked to hear that my son had offended the crown princess in front of Huabei Gate. Please forgive him. Aren't you angry at me for beating your son 200 times? Arbor asked coldly. There was no expression on his paralyzed little face. My son offended the crown princess, so he deserved it. Although the crown princess was still expressionless, Lightning, Hui Feng, and the others standing behind her could feel that the crown princess's imposing manner had loosened a bit. They couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Duke Qing's eldest son, Shi Guangfeng, glanced at his third brother, Shi Guangjin. When he saw that his brother's buttocks were already bloody, a trace of unwillingness flashed through his eyes. He took a step forward and knelt on one knee in front of Arbor. My younger brother rudely offended the crown princess. As the eldest brother, I was also in the wrong for not being strict enough. I, Guangfeng, am willing to take the rest of the beatings in place of my younger brother. Arbor's cold gaze fell on Shi Guangfeng. He looked at this man who didn't have a particularly outstanding appearance but was full of righteousness. Shi Guangfeng was a famous young general in the army. At the age of 28, he had already been conferred the title of Yangwei General. Qiao Mu's gaze made everyone in the State Duke of Qing's estate tense up at once. In particular, Shi Guangfeng's wife, Madame Su, was tightly clenching the handkerchief in her hand and looking at her husband worriedly. After a long while, just as everyone's breathing was getting heavier and they were about to suffocate, Qiao Mu suddenly raised her hand. Stop. In fact, the two soldiers were already covered in cold sweat when the people from Duke Qing's mansion arrived. They were also under a lot of pressure as they heavily reprimanded Shi Guangjin in front of Duke Qing and Yangwei General. When they heard the crown princess's shout, they hurriedly put away their batons and returned to the troops behind Hui Feng. Duke Qing, do you know why I publicly beat your third son? Arbor moved his finger and took out the listening talisman. He directly played Shi Guangjin's original voice for Duke Qing's family to hear. Bastard! Bastard! Duke Qing was so angry that smoke came out of his head. This bastard was actually his son? He had served the country and the people all his life. How could he have given birth to such an ignorant little bastard? What did he do? Your son rushed up and tried to knock over my family's carriage. My parents and siblings are all in the car. I once swore to the heavens. If anyone dares to hurt my family, I will make them pay for it. Duke of Qing, for the sake of the crown prince, for the sake of you and General Yangwei, I will let him go today. Arbor's voice was so cold that it made people feel as if they were in hell. You have to bring him back and discipline him well. If he runs into me again, I'll kill him. The Duke of Qing's heart was greatly shaken by these last few words. The general of prestige also abruptly raised his head to look at this young girl with an astonishing aura. There were more than 100 people in the huge arena, including those who were watching the show. No one dared to make a sound. The Duke of Qing didn't even dare to look directly at the crown princess' eyes, which were as cold as snow. The sound of horse hooves came from outside Huabei Gate. The rider was so fast that his figure was like a swan. In an instant, he arrived in front of Arbor and the others. Prince Imo dismounted from his horse and rushed to Arbor's side with a whoosh. He stretched out his arm and hugged her. He pulled her over and looked her up and down. Jojo, what's the matter? Are you hurt? Everyone chuckled. Why didn't they know that His Highness was blind before? Shi Guangjin was lying there covered in blood. As soon as he rushed over, the first thing he asked was if the crown princess was hurt. I'm fine. The little stoic calmly shook her head. Seeing that he hadn't had time to change out of his court robes, she knew that he must have run over right after finishing the opening ceremony. This was indeed the case. The State Duke of Qing had also rushed over after receiving the news after the opening ceremony ended. The Crown Prince had even gone to the study to speak with the Great King for a while. It was only after he left the royal study that he was informed that his darling had quarreled with the State Duke of Qing's third son at Huabei Gate. He had rushed over, so how could he have bothered to change his clothes? He was worried that his lovely wife would be taken advantage of. Your Highness, please forgive us. The State Duke of Qing and General Yang Wei hastily bowed and begged for forgiveness. Prince Mo was just about to reprimand them when the little stoic tugged at the corner of his shirt. "Alright, I'm fine. It's just that Mom and the others suffered a bit of a shock." Arbor naturally wouldn't let that person off easily if someone came looking for trouble on the first day of the new year. How could Wei Ziqin, Xiao Zhongbang, and the others still sit in the carriage? They all got out at this time. "Mom, are you alright?" Prince Mo ran up to support her. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they heard him call her mom so smoothly. Wei Ziqin hastily pulled his hand down and saluted in deadly earnest. "Greetings to the Crown Prince." Prince Mo hastily reached out to support her and didn't pay much attention to how the others looked. Could it be that she wasn't? Wasn't Jojo's mother his mother, so what if he called her mom? At this time, Xiao Zhongbang had already exchanged a few pleasantries with the State Duke of Qing. The State Duke of Qing repeatedly apologized, and Xiao Zhongbang hastily pacified him. The bloodied Shiguangjin had already been helped down. Madame Nehi of Duke of Qing secretly wiped her tears on the side. Jiner was beaten too miserably. "You still dare to say that?" The old madam of the State Duke of Qing estate glared at her hatefully. "If you hadn't indulged him all along, would he have gotten to this point today? How many times have I warned you? If Jiner doesn't control his temper, sooner or later he will bring disaster to the whole family." "Grandmother, don't be angry." The sickly second son of Duke Qing's mansion, Shi Guangyun, hurriedly said softly. Old Madam reached out to pat her second grandson's hand. Looking at Madame He's pouting lips, she couldn't help but get angry. "Look at what your son and daughter have become." "Grandmother, if you want to talk about third brother, then talk about third brother. Why do you have to bring me, your granddaughter, into this?" Next to Madame He, an 18-year-old girl couldn't help but talk back. For the sake of her face, old Madame could only glare fiercely at that young girl. She turned her head and looked at Madame He with disdain. "Look at the good daughter you taught. Row, help me walk." "It's grandmother." Another young lady of about the same age came forward to support the old madam. She looked gentle, elegant, and delicate. On the other side, the Arbor family also got into the carriage. At this time, with Crown Prince Mo following beside the carriage, how would the numerous carriages and horses in front dare to act rashly? They all hurriedly moved to the side, forcibly opening up a spacious path for the Chiao family to pass through first. Brother-in-law, Happy New Year. Take your New Year's money." "Oh. Mother, why are you covering my mouth?" Xiao Lin lifted the curtain. When Mo Lian heard the word brother-in-law, it was very much to her liking. She immediately laughed heartily as she took out the New Year's gift she had people prepare in advance and handed it through the window. Xiao Sen's eyes lit up. He immediately closed the window and followed Xiao Lin's tone and said something. Wei Ziqin was both amused and annoyed as she knocked her son's little head. "Don't learn good things. See you tomorrow." "I fell asleep. My throat hurts from coughing." Sigh. The little monk chanted a Buddhist proclamation and clasped his hands together. Wealth is merely a worldly possession. How can a person wholeheartedly stare at? Arbor casually picked up a pastry and stuffed it into his small mouth, immediately silencing the little monk. Who knew where this child learned his nagging habit from at such a young age? She could see now that Great Master Kongyin didn't bring him along on the journey, probably because this child's nagging gave him a headache. Prince Mo urged his horse to follow beside the carriage, so the journey was naturally very smooth. His small eyes would secretly peek at his wifey in the carriage from time to time. Seeing that her complexion wasn't that good, Prince Mo's heart was in a mess. Arbor was indeed a bit stifled. She hadn't even entered the palace on the first day of the new year, yet this kind of incident had already happened. She didn't know what kind of rumors were spreading inside and outside the palace right now. When she entered the palace later, she would be endlessly vexed just by recognizing people. The small banquet that Her Majesty the Queen held before the New Year was only a small-scale one, so many royal concubines, princes, and princesses didn't attend. Even if not all of them would attend today's New Year's banquet, she reckoned that at least 80 to 90% of their relatives would attend. A layer of frost covered the little stoic's face. Whenever she recalled that Prince Mo had 15 to 16 siblings, her head would ache endlessly. Just the F*** king concubines alone numbered several dozen. The old great king really was a scoundrel. He married one concubine after another and gave birth to a string of children. Just looking at it was irritating, Jojo. Prince Mo cautiously called out to his wifey through the carriage curtain. Arbor looked up and rolled her eyes grumpily at him. Prince Mo's heart thumped again, and he immediately thought of the source of the disaster. Jojo, if you're still unhappy, I'll order people to take care of Shiguangjin, that son of a bitch. His father, Qiao Zhongbang, who was holding a cup of tea, freaking shuddered, and he hastily called out, Jojo? I see that you're not happy. The little fellow rolled her eyes at him again. Prince Mo immediately gave her an aggrieved look. Jojo, I'm fine. Wei Ziqing couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. She reached out to put down the curtain. All right. We're about to enter the palace. Don't be like this in front of outsiders. In the eyes of outsiders, the way this young couple interacted with each other was like a pair of sweet, inseparable lovers. The crown prince could only sigh when he couldn't see his little wife. He urged his horse to follow the carriage, thinking that once they entered the palace, he would find an opportunity to privately comfort his little wife. Get someone to investigate why that Shiguangjin is so stupid that he wants to fight with me. There had to be a reason for this. Arbor didn't believe that two people who didn't even know each other would be at loggerheads the moment they met. The little fellow lifted the curtain and swayed her tender little face in front of the crown prince, causing a certain someone's heart to flutter. I've already investigated. We'll get back to you soon. Mo Lian had already sent someone to investigate. You're not allowed to smile at me. The little fellow's wooden face was expressionless. Why? Prince Mo paused, and the smile froze on his face. You're annoying me. Darling Qiao slammed the curtain and put it down. Just now, when she saw the crown prince galloping over on his horse, she inexplicably felt that he was so handsome that it was infuriating. At this moment, when she saw Crown Prince Mo grinning at her with a pair of curved phoenix eyes that rippled with ripples, her small heart actually started pounding madly uncontrollably. This was her heart, how could it not be controlled by her? So it was all his fault, causing her to be unable to control her heart. Smile, what smile? You're not allowed to smile at me. The moment she put down the curtain, she could still hear his hearty laughter. The little fellow was so angry that she ground her teeth and twitched her fingers. Qiao Zhongbang looked at his daughter with fear and trepidation. What did he think she was going to do? In the end, he saw the little fellow take out a fresh carrot from her inner world and bite down on it with a crunching sound. She thought that a certain person's big head was biting down. Wei Ziqing was immediately amused. She wrapped an arm around her daughter's shoulder and pinched her little face with a smile. She felt that the little fellow was a bit cute when she was angry, and she was even more lively than usual when she was expressionless. The carriage entered Huabei Gate and smoothly entered the Forbidden Palace. They followed the spacious path paved with limestone slabs all the way to the entrance of Kongjian Gate before stopping. Once they reached the inner door, everyone had to get off the carriage and change into a carriage or a small sedan. The Crown Prince's carriage had already stopped at the side. Prince Mo flipped off his horse and ran to the side of the carriage. He saw the little fellow peeking out of the carriage with a carrot in her mouth. He didn't even think before picking her up. When he looked down, he couldn't help but be amused. Jojo, are you hungry? Don't worry, I prepared breakfast for you in the carriage. Let's eat a bit before we go. Benefactor, men and women shouldn't touch each other, shut up. Prince Mo looked down in annoyance at the little baldy who reached out to grab a corner of his robe. Have you done your morning ritual? Yes, I've done half of it. The little baldy inexplicably answered, looking a bit guilty. What do you mean half of it? Mo Lian pulled a long face and scolded in a low voice. It was really quite frightening. The little monk was a bit frightened and answered in a trembling voice, that's because SS's sister wants to run away. Arbor glanced at the two of them in annoyance. Continue your chanting after dinner. Don't disturb him in Jojo's private time. Oh. The little monk knew that he was in the wrong. Prince Mo stretched out his hand and carried him to the carriage. He picked up his vegetarian meal and tasted it. Then, her big eyes suddenly lit up. Delicious. Wei Ziqin and the others also boarded their own sedans, parting ways with Qiao Zhongbang and Qiao Senator. The lunch banquet for the families of the officials of the 5th rank and above was divided into male and female guest banquets. The male guests went to the Chen Palace. The female guests all went to the Queen's central palace to pay their New Year's greetings first, then eat dumplings together to fill their stomachs. The New Year's banquet would begin at noon. In the evening, the great king and queen invited officials of the 3rd rank and above and their families to a banquet for the 8 great aristocratic families in the capital. This was a great effort to save face for the 8 great clans. Martial arts were prevalent in Sikong Planet, and the status of the 8 great aristocratic families in the capital wasn't inferior to the 3 dukes and 6 marquises. The banquet in the evening was hosted by the great king and queen and held in the garden of Qingshui Fine Park. The banquet didn't discriminate between men and women. After all, those invited were aristocratic families who didn't care about trifles, so there was no need to talk about male and female distinctions. It was said that this Qingshui Fine Park was a newly built scenic spot in the palace. There were 3 other gardens in the entire garden, so it was naturally impossible to visit all of them in one night. And the banquet was mainly held in Qingshui Fine Park's southern courtyard. I went to that Clearwater Fine Park, and it's really built well. The crown prince hugged his little wife and fed her as if no one else was around. He even said in a small voice, "If you like it, let's have Imperial Father give this park to you to play with." The great king, who was laughing and chatting with Su Pingyong and a few close officials in the king's palace, suddenly felt his nose itch, and he hurriedly suppressed his indecent sneeze. There's a hot spring in that park, and there's also a large pool that flows around half of the garden. The small pavilion is elegant, and the scenery is pleasant. At night, the luminous pearls set in the flower garden will all shine. It's so beautiful, you'll definitely like it. Arbor rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Why would I want to live in such a big park by myself? Prince Emo lowered his head and smiled foolishly at his wife, and couldn't help but kiss her. Jojo, you're so nice. You're so virtuous. When darling Qiao heard the word virtuous, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. A little demoness like her who killed people like scything flax, how could she be virtuous? She really didn't know how the crown prince's eyes grew. Oh right, Young he also invited the capital's recently famous Luo family troupe to sing an opera. As the crown prince spoke, he scooped another spoonful of osmanthus soup for the little fellow, and let her swallow it without any explanation. In the past, the royal troupe was invited to sing every year, but they couldn't come up with anything new. Young he suggested letting the Luo family troupe sing, and it seems to be quite popular with the madams and misses. Do you like it? He scooped another spoonful for her. Arbor angrily reached out to stop his fingers. I can't eat any more. What if you lose weight if you eat so little? Take the last bite. The crown prince blinked. He just liked to feed her. As he spoke, he even reached out to touch her soft little body. Look, so thin. Arbor had no choice but to finish the last bite before reaching out to push him. Go away, the little monk is here. The little monk is busy chanting scriptures. The little monk sits by their feet. After finishing his vegetarian meal, he closes his eyes and starts reciting scriptures. He doesn't disturb Emo Lien's Arbor. Arbor couldn't help but find it funny. Casting a glance at him, he asked, hasn't Lady Jing been stripped of her responsibility to manage the 3 palaces and 6 halls? Why are you interfering with the New Year's banquet? Moreover, wasn't she pregnant? Why was she still worrying? Who knows? Emo Lien snorted and lowered his head to look at his little wife. Could it be that you think that she has an ulterior motive for inviting the Luo family troupe into the palace? Arbor was just about to speak when he took out a communication jade charm from his inner world. He touched it with his finger and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Night Pavilion has sent word. Within half a month of Wu Xiaosu's imprisonment, Shi Guangjin had visited her 3 times. If you want to know the specifics, you'll have to investigate further. Arbor put away the communication jade charm. I couldn't tell that Shi Guangjin was such an affectionate person. There's no need to investigate further. She only needed to know who was adding fuel to the fire. Arbor's tone was somewhat mocking. Emo Lien frowned. Are we going to deal with that Wu Xiaosu? There's no need for that. Arbor shook his head. She's someone who can't walk out of prison. There's no need to go through the trouble. Did Wu Xiaosu think that the golden cicada she fed her was still the original poison? She had already modified it. If she could walk out of prison in 3 months, then she could only blame Arbor's lack of skill. As they spoke, the carriage arrived outside the central palace. Jojo, I can only see you at night. Mo Lian didn't let go of his little lady. Be careful. If you encounter any trouble, immediately send me a message. I know. When he recalled Yonghe's actions, he didn't know what she was up to, so he could only deal with whatever came his way. Wei Ziqin and her second daughter also alighted from the sedan and walked over to bid farewell to the crown prince. Hence, Crown Prince Mo gloomily watched as his wife walked into the central palace and left with the little monk. At this time, many upper-class madams and young misses had already gathered inside the queen's brilliant sun hall. The Qiao family trio had arrived relatively late and was delayed at Huabei Gate. Thus, as soon as they entered, they received many sparkling gazes. It was one thing to see the Qiao family trio at the small banquet before the new year, since they had already witnessed the crown princess's prowess. But most people hadn't seen her before, especially the family members of those 4th and 5th rank officials. Right now, they were all curiously sizing up this little lady who suddenly ascended to the heavens in a single bound and became the crown princess. She really looked quite young. They wondered if she had reached marriageable age yet. 100 or so small tables had been set up on both sides of the hall. There was a spacious passageway in the middle, and at the end of a dozen or so steps, Queen Zhao sat loftily with pursed lips, looking down at everyone inside Brilliant Sun Hall. In the morning, she had received news that Her Majesty the Queen Dowager had sent someone to deliver that she had encountered Yu at Ziyu Mountain Villa, so she had left this naughty little grandson to celebrate the new year with her in the mountain villa. When she thought of how disobedient her youngest son was, the queen felt very uncomfortable. Now that she looked at this stoic-faced eldest daughter-in-law, she was even angrier. The mother and daughters of the Qiao family stepped forward and respectfully paid their respects to the queen. In terms of etiquette, no one could find any fault. But the queen felt stifled. Look at the Shu family's 4th miss, Shu Hui. She was so considerate and proper. Not only did she personally present a painting, but she also came early in the morning with Madame Shu to pay her respects. This was what a daughter-in-law should do. Look at the little stoic's languid appearance. What time was it already? He had just arrived at the Brilliant Sun Hall. The first thing the concubines asked when they came in to wish her a happy new year was, "Where is the crown princess?" When she saw the little stoic for the first time, she couldn't suppress the discomfort in her heart and wanted to ruthlessly explode. However, noble Consort Jing cut her off with a chuckle. "Crown Prince Consort, you really didn't come early. Her Majesty the Queen has been waiting for you since early in the morning. I didn't think that she would wait until now. Have you repaired your sleeping quarters in Sephora Flower Palace?" Arbor coldly shifted his gaze and stared at Consort Jing. Consort Jing was so shocked that she felt a chill run down her spine. Her fingers on the armrest twitched involuntarily. Damn it, she was so frightened by this girl that her body trembled a little. Consort Jing was furious. The noblewomen below were also whispering to each other, talking about how Consort Jing's bedchamber had been smashed a while ago. Wasn't it precisely the crown princess who did it? Now that the crown princess was greeting Consort Jing to her face, her tone was rather sarcastic. It was obvious that she didn't care about the noble consort at all. Noble Consort Jing's face trembled slightly, and she forcefully suppressed the anger in her heart. She forced a smile at Xiao Mu with great difficulty before forcing out a sentence from between her teeth. The Crown Prince Consort really knows how to crack jokes. You know very well whether I'm joking or not. Consort Jing's face instantly filled with anger. Just as she was about to explode, she suddenly changed her mind and reached out to clutch her stomach, crying out, "Aya, my stomach, my stomach." The accompanying palace maid, Kaling, hurried forward and anxiously supported Consort Jing's body while shouting, "Your Majesty the Queen! Your Majesty the Queen! I beg of you to uphold justice. The Crown Princess has angered Her Majesty the noble consort to the point that her stomach hurts." Wei Ziqin's expression changed greatly. She reached out to grab her daughter's small hand and sternly glared at the palace maid called Kaling. "Don't speak nonsense. Casually slandering the crown princess should be punished with capital punishment." Arbor patted the back of her mother's hand to reassure her. Her cold gaze swept over Consort Jing and a corner of her mouth hooked up. Xiao Yao, go invite Dr. Chow from the Imperial Physician Building to come over. Just say that Consort Jing's stomach hurts and have him come over to take a look. Yes. Xiao Yao didn't suspect anything and nodded to leave. Consort Jing's hand that was clutching her stomach stiffened slightly. Then, her expression changed greatly. Stop. Crown Princess, there's no need for you to worry about this. I've always had a doctor I'm familiar with to treat me. There's no need for you to interfere. How can that be? Arbor walked step by step in front of Consort Jing. Her dark eyes coldly stared at her. If I don't invite the head doctor over to take a look, what if something happens to Young He and she insists on blaming it on me? Then wouldn't I be unable to wash away this filth even if I jumped into Wang Hai, What a formidable crown princess. Everyone was slightly shocked and looked over in awe. Only noble Consort Jing and Kaling were looking into Qiao Mu's eyes. They only felt like there were countless bony arms in the depths of those eyes that wanted to pull them, master and servant, into the abyss of hell. Consort Jing shrieked in surprise. Without caring about her image, she shrank behind Kaling. Enough. Queen Zhao was furious. It was the first day of the first lunar month, and she had already given her so much trouble. She didn't like Consort Jing, and she didn't like this crown princess either. He only felt that the two of them, one big and one small, were both troublemakers. As soon as they bumped into each other, they started arguing with each other. Crown Princess, our Imperial Highness is pregnant. Can you please speak nicely to her? Kaling cried as she begged, putting on the appearance of a loyal servant. Arbor sneered and asked in a voice so low that only the master and servant could hear, pregnant? Are you sure? Consort Jing's expression changed abruptly. Her resentful eyes were filled with disbelief. She looked at Arbor in horror. Qiao Mu's lips cracked open like a wooden carving, and she gazed icily at noble Consort Jing and her servant. She asked coldly, what if I make this matter known to the world? Don't. Noble Consort Jing cried out in alarm. Sensing the queen and many royal concubines casting puzzled gazes at her, she immediately straightened her body as a chill ran down her spine. She straightened her face and said, Kaling, don't speak nonsense. My stomach is just feeling a bit uncomfortable. You're making a fuss about nothing. What if you wrongly blame the crown princess? What should we do? Queen Zhao's cold gaze landed on Consort Jing as if she wanted to burn a hole in her face. She wanted to see why she suddenly changed her attitude. Noble Consort Jing stood up by herself and forcefully supported Kaling's hand, saying, help me to sit over there. It wasn't until she returned to her seat that noble Consort Jing looked at the crown prince consort, who had sat down on her own, in shock. Since the crown princess already knew about this, why didn't she directly inform Her Majesty the Queen? Therefore, it could be said that the crown princess also had some opinions about Her Majesty the Queen. If she could grasp the animosity between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and exploit it, then perhaps she could. In reality, Consort Jing was truly overthinking things. The little stoic had never viewed Consort Jing as an enemy, and she couldn't be bothered to meddle in the harem's trifling affairs. In her eyes, Consort Jing was already a dead person. It was only a matter of time, and she wouldn't be able to do it for too long, so why should she waste the effort? Moreover, she only had her initial suspicions before. After all, the special beautifying pill state Uncle Jing purchased at an astronomical price also had other special medicines added to it besides heat poison. This medicine could guarantee that Consort Jing wouldn't be able to conceive in this lifetime. However, she was only suspicious at the beginning and wasn't certain. She didn't expect that she would be duped into revealing her fake pregnancy as soon as they met. It was truly hilarious. After Arbor returned to her seat, various royal concubines came forward to greet her one after another. She greeted them one by one in a distant yet courteous manner before minding her own business and whispering to Jolin. Princess Anam arrives. After the announcement, a thin woman fully dressed as a princess consort walked in from the long passageway outside the hall. This subject greets Her Majesty the Queen. Please rise, princess consort. Queen Zhao still had a smile on her face when she saw Wu Hongma. The vassal king of Annan was one of the vassals conferred by the late emperor with a different surname, so the queen naturally had more respect for Princess Anam. Princess Consort, you've lost a lot of weight, Queen Zhao said after glancing at Wu Hongma. I've troubled Her Majesty the Queen to worry. Wu Hongma smiled and sighed, either intentionally or unintentionally. Today is the first day of the first month of the new year, a day for family reunions. I'm not afraid that Her Majesty the Queen will laugh at me. Today, my sister-in-law woke up early in the morning and went to visit Xiaosu. Poor Xiaosu, a young lady, is being tortured in that kind of dark and gloomy place. The queen's expression turned a bit awkward, and she even snuck a glance at Xiao Mu. Her son was the one who had caught her. No matter what, she would not let her son lose face and make the decision to release her. She saw the little stoic talking to her younger sister in a low voice and didn't even glance at Wu Hongma out of the corner of her eye. Perhaps she was pretending not to see Princess Anam. Your Highness. Princess Anam suddenly knelt down. This subject has a presumptuous request. Queen Zhao's expression changed slightly, and her eyes became sharp. Princess Consort, the New Year's banquet is about to begin. You should quickly return to your seat. Wu Hongma said loudly, this subject earnestly requests the crown princess to be merciful and pardon my niece Wu Xiaosu's wrongdoings and release her from prison. Queen Zhao rubbed her forehead as she felt a headache coming on. This morning's events had really made her feel sick. Queen Zhao's gaze fell on Arbor. Many royal concubines, commandery princesses, noble madams, and young misses also turned their gazes towards Arbor. Xiao Lin pursed her lips and tugged at her sister's sleeve. She couldn't help but be furious. Vexing matters were everywhere in the palace. After getting rid of a consort Jing, another princess consort jumped out. No wonder sister didn't like her. Arbor slowly looked up, and his chilly gaze landed on Wu Hongma. His voice was frosty as he said, I've never been merciful. I only have killing intent. Princess Anam was taken aback. She stared at Arbor with a tense expression, and the wrinkles on her face could simply squash a fly to death. The crown princess completely didn't follow the script. How was she supposed to continue acting out her own story? She originally thought that if she cried in this brilliant Sun Hall, the little girl would definitely panic due to her inexperience of the world. Perhaps she would reluctantly agree to release Xiaosu because she couldn't bring herself to go. As long as the little girl said okay in this brilliant Sun Hall, even if she wanted to go back on her word afterward, she, Wu Hongma, would definitely have a way to make her unable to regret and swallow her grievances. Who knew that this little girl's words and actions would completely exceed her expectations, making her at a loss for words. Wu Hongma sneered and simply turned to face Arbor. She feigned a curtsy and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes as she said, Crown Princess, please take pity on this aunt's heart. Xiaosu is still alone in prison at the beginning of the new month. If she previously offended you in any way, she has already repaid what she should after being imprisoned for these dozen days. Please. The little stoic's cold face didn't bat an eyelid. Wu Hongma pretended to kneel down and bent her knees as she lamented, do you want this old one to kneel down in front of you before you'll release her? This was coercion. All the noble ladies and madams with royal mandates in the hall were dead silent, and only Wei Ziqin was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She abruptly stood up and angrily said, Vassal King Consort of Annan, speaking of which, you are also the Crown Prince Consort's elder. You're making a scene in this hall without any regard for face and crying and making a racket like a shrew. You're deliberately torturing the Crown Prince Consort. Mother, it's fine. The stoic face was still expressionless as she sent her mother a placating glance. Please sit down. She then set her gaze on Wu Hongma. Princess Anam, why aren't you kneeling? Arbor asked icily, it's been a while since you said you'd kneel. Your knees aren't broken, right? It's not like this crown princess can't accept your kneeling. Everyone was dumbfounded. The entire hall was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Queen Zhao also sat up straight. That day, when she heard that the crown princess had smashed the classics reverence hall, hit beautiful Huang, and kicked consort Jing, she had only heard about it. She had never seen it with her own eyes. Today, she saw that her daughter-in-law was indeed not a good person. Princess Anam was probably going to be in trouble today. Everyone cried out in their hearts. Wu Hongma's face slightly trembled. If she wasn't in the brilliant Sun Hall, she would have jumped up and wanted to tear apart Arbor's mouth. It was simply too depressing and infuriating. Arbor glanced at her coldly, gripped the teacup tightly, and snorted. So it's just a show. I originally thought that you loved your niece very much, but I didn't expect that you're nothing more than this. You can't even bend your knees, let alone talk about anything else. Let me tell you, Wu Xiaosu's 3-month prison sentence can't be reduced by a single day. You want to fish her out with just a few words? It's not that easy. The teacup in Arbor's hand turned into fine powder with a bang. Death or 3-month prison? Choose for yourself. A deathly silence pervaded the entire brilliant Sun Hall. No one dared to breathe loudly. They didn't expect that a little girl could emit such a frightening aura. At this moment, not to mention the others, even Princess Anam was endlessly shocked. Wu Hongma even felt a bit of regret at this time. She had said that this matter wouldn't work, but her sister-in-law was so annoying that she had to beg the queen for mercy on the first day of the new year. Wasn't this a piece of iron that had been kicked so hard that her foot hurt unbearably? Wu Hongma couldn't continue singing at this time. Standing on the stage, she couldn't get up or down. Her entire body was stiff and extremely awkward. Fortunately, someone announced that noble Lady Ying had arrived at this time. Everyone's gaze turned to the door. If there wasn't a good reason for her to be late at this time, then it would be considered disrespectful to Her Majesty the Queen. Sure enough, Queen Zhao's expression instantly became very unsightly. Her line of sight seemed to be coated in a layer of ice as it landed on the beautiful figure that gracefully walked in from the door. This beauty was no more than 16 years old. Her small face was like a freshly peeled egg, white with a hint of pink. Her pair of eyes were as soft as water, as if they could suck in a man's soul with a single glance. No wonder His Majesty had been running to Yingluo Market every day recently. When Consort Jing saw this woman, she clenched her silver teeth, wishing that she could swallow her whole. It was this slut who had pretended to faint on the side of the road in broad daylight, encountered the great king by chance, and climbed onto the dragon bed in one step. This concubine pays respects to Her Majesty the Queen, and wishes everyone well. The little girl timidly spoke in a small and weak voice, as if she was afraid that someone would startle her. Consort Jing said with a fake smile, "Oh, noble Lady Ying, you really are a noble woman with a lot of manners. Coming to pay Her Majesty the Queen a New Year's greeting at this time, such arrogance." Queen Zhao's expression darkened as she coldly stared at noble Lady Ying. Consort Jing's few words naturally couldn't incite her anger. Consort Jing was eager for her to punish this little dainty girl, so why should she fulfill her wish? Noble Lady Ying wasn't one to be spoiled. Seeing the situation, she obediently knelt down and kowtowed to Queen Zhao. Only then did she say unhurriedly, this concubine had left early in the morning. This concubine also wanted to pay a New Year's visit to Her Majesty the Queen. The timing couldn't be wrong. Noble Consort Jing couldn't stand Noble Consort Ying's delicate and meek appearance the most, so when she heard Noble Consort Ying's words, she rolled her eyes at Noble Consort Ying from the back, and the corner of her mouth involuntarily turned up. Unfortunately, this concubine encountered. Her voice trailed off as she cast an unnatural glance in Noble Consort Jing's direction. When Consort Jing saw her acting like this, she couldn't help but get angry. "Noble Lady Ying, are you trying to say that it's this consort's fault that you're late? This concubine does not dare," Ying Guiran said in a delicate and timid voice. Then, she lowered her head and looked like she was ready to be punished. She didn't say anything else. Queen Zhao's heart was filled with annoyance, but she still asked, "What is it?" "There's no harm in you telling me. Her Majesty the Queen is wise. This concubine was on my way here this morning when I met the 15th princess wet nurse. She cried and begged everywhere to find a doctor from the Imperial Physician Building to treat her." Noble Lady Ying sighed and said, "This concubine saw that wet nurse holding the princess and felt that she was truly pitiful. Thus, I instructed the palace maid Xianxia to take my name card and go to the Imperial Physician Building to invite the Imperial Physician on duty here. This delay is truly this concubine's fault. This concubine asks for your Majesty's forgiveness." On the side, Consort Jing couldn't help but burst out in laughter, "So this really is noble lady's fault. Look at how she's tormented noble Lady Ying." Consort Jing's expression instantly became unsightly. When Queen Zhao saw this, she felt much more at ease and even inwardly praised noble Lady Ying for being so considerate. However, on the surface, she worriedly assumed the posture of a matriarch and asked, "How is my poor little 15th now?" Replying to Your Highness, the 15th princess condition has stabilized after the doctor's examination. However, the doctor also said that the 15th princess illness still requires someone to take care of her closely. As she spoke, she obediently knelt there without moving, looking like she was waiting for the queen's punishment. Queen Zhao smiled without batting an eyelid. "Noble Lady Ying, you can rise. You saved little 15th's life, so being a little late is nothing. You've done well. Come, reward her." Noble Consort Jing's expression turned especially unsightly all of a sudden, and her sharp fingernails nearly pierced into her palms. She cursed that D*MN wet nurse a million times in her mind as malicious thoughts surged violently in her mind. "Thank you, Your Highness the Queen." Noble Lady Ying smiled bashfully and accepted the queen's reward from the tray. She bowed and retreated to the side, sitting down in a well-behaved manner. Arbor glanced at her. The two of them were seated quite far from each other, with quite a few princesses and commandery princesses between them. It was also at this moment that the embarrassed Wu Hongma quietly slipped back to her seat, no longer mentioning the matter of asking for Wu Xiaosu's life. Since she didn't mention it, Arbor didn't bother to pay attention to her. Queen Zhao was currently using this as an excuse to reprimand Consort Xing. "Younger sister Xing, little 15th's body is weak, yet you don't know how to take care of her? If that wet nurse hadn't carried little 15th out today and coincidentally asked noble Lady Ying for help, how do you think this matter would have ended?" Consort Jing couldn't help but be furious. She gritted her teeth so hard that they were broken, but on the surface, she had no choice but to stiffen her neck and turn her head to thank noble Lady Ying from several short tables away. Noble Lady Ying shook her head. "I don't deserve Your Highness' thanks." However, the princess looked a little pitiful. It was such a cold day, yet she was only wrapped in a thin blanket. Now that Your Highness is pregnant, she's afraid that the princess's illness will pass, so it's not wrong to leave her in the side hall to recuperate. However, there are some daily necessities that should not be neglected. What? When Queen Zhao heard this, she was greatly shocked. Little 15 has just turned 3 years old. Consort Jing, you actually threw her to a side chamber to be raised? How dare you neglect her like this? Consort Jing's eyelids twitched. She hurriedly stood up and almost knocked over the wine beside her. "No, no, Your Highness." Preposterous. Queen Zhao seized the opportunity to fly into a rage. The entire brilliant Sun Hall became silent. Everyone felt that today's New Year's feast was simply challenging their hearts. Noble Consort Jing, vassal king consort of Annan, Her Majesty the Crown Prince Consort, Her Majesty the Queen, all of these women of high status were playing out one drama after another. Those noble ladies and madams with titles didn't know whether they should continue sitting here or quickly withdraw and let Her Majesty the Queen handle this family matter. "You're really heartless." Queen Zhao slammed the table and angrily said, "No wonder that wet nurse went everywhere to seek treatment, but no one cared. So it was you. You neglected little 15th. No, Your Highness the Queen. My poor little 15th. A cold light appeared in Queen Zhao's eyes. "Why haven't you brought over this queen's poor daughter and let me take a closer look?" Consort Jing's anger rose 3 feet high, and her body suddenly turned cold for no reason. This play had come so quickly that she wouldn't believe it if it wasn't deliberately set up. How could noble Lady Ying be so coincidental as to run into the wet nurse carrying the child out to seek treatment? There was something wrong with noble Lady Ying, and there was also something wrong with the wet nurse. Consort Jing was very anxious and even wanted to send Kaling back to the palace to take a look. However, Queen Zhao coldly stopped her. "Younger sister, it's better if you just sit here. This consort also wants to see what kind of life little 15th is living in Sephora Flower Palace. Could it be that a good princess only has a wet nurse to watch over her? Are all the other servant girls in Sephora Flower Palace dead?" Sweat rolled down Consort Jing's forehead. "Your Majesty the Queen, noble Lady Ying already said that the child's treatment has been completed. Perhaps she's already asleep." A head palace maid walked in trembling with fear and asked in a small voice, "Your Majesty, it's time to eat the dumplings. Should I order someone to bring them up now?" Consort Jing was furious. What time is it to eat dumplings? Scram. The head palace maid trembled. However, Queen Zhao smiled and said, just in time. Bring the dumplings up. We can eat while we wait. It won't take much time to return to Sephora Flower Palace. Consort Jing's eyes were about to shoot out a poisonous light. This daughter of hers was indeed born to collect debts. Now that someone with ulterior motives was using her as a scapegoat, how could she not hate her to the bone? The dumplings had been made by Queen Zhao and the other noble ladies on New Year's Eve yesterday. Arbor had eaten breakfast and wasn't hungry at all. For the sake of the queen, she ate 2 dumplings as a gesture. Everyone silently ate the dumplings, not daring to speak. They didn't know what the dumplings tasted like in their stomachs. They only felt that their hearts, livers, spleens, and lungs were all trembling. This was the calm before the storm. Not long after, a thinly clothed woman was seen carrying a 3-year-old little girl. She blindly followed the palace maid into the brilliant sun hall. It was probably the first time the little girl had seen so many people. She immediately shrank into the wet nurse's arms and looked around anxiously. Queen Zhao revealed a benevolent smile and beckoned to the wet nurse. Bring little 15 over for me to take a look. The wet nurse immediately fell to her knees, trembling as she shrieked, Your Highness, please forgive me. Your Highness, please forgive me. Consort Jing's heart was suddenly in her throat. She angrily slammed the table and stood up. Nanny, what are you doing? Come here. Arbor impatiently waved at the wet nurse. The wet nurse looked at her blankly, then raised her head to look at Queen Zhao. Come here. Arbor shouted. The wet nurse was intimidated by her imposing manner and was so scared that she rolled and crawled over. Arbor clapped his hands at the child. Come. Little 15 turned her little head and looked at Arbor with her eyes as red as a little rabbit's. Suddenly, she stretched out her hands to her. The wet nurse could not help but be stunned for a moment. The princess never liked other people getting close to her. Even Consort Jing, the princess would stay far away from her whenever she saw her. Crown Princess. Queen Zhao coldly called out. Arbor indifferently raised her head to glance at her. Then, she picked up little 15 and placed her on her lap. She untied the thin blanket wrapped around the child. There are bruises on her hands and legs. She was beaten just 2 days ago. Arbor said faintly as she took out a needle bag from her inner world. Her asthma isn't too serious, but she hasn't been properly nurtured since she was young. Performing acupuncture 3 times can alleviate the initial symptoms. Performing acupuncture 9 times can completely cure the problem. As Arbor spoke, she had already quickly performed acupuncture on little 15th. Severe malnutrition. Arbor coldly glanced at Consort Jing and sneered, I never thought that the child of the great Consort Jing would also starve. Audacious Consort Jing. Queen Zhao angrily rebuked, How did you take care of Princess 15th? Consort Jing panicked and hurriedly explained, This concubine has always taken good care of little 15th. Your Majesty the Queen, what do you mean? Little 15th came from my stomach. Arbor didn't continue listening, nor was she interested in watching this play. She stood up and walked out of brilliant sun hall with the child in her arms. When she passed by the wet nurse kneeling on the ground, she coldly glanced at her and spoke with a bit of ridicule, selling out your master for glory. Take a guess, will your master let you off? The wet nurse looked up at her in shock, her entire body trembling like a sieve. Crown Princess, Crown Princess. Several palace maids ran over and softly reminded her, the official luncheon hasn't started yet. Did the Crown Princess not see that Her Majesty the Queen's face was already covered in dark clouds, or could it be that the Crown Princess saw it and pretended not to? Wasn't she looking down on Her Majesty the Queen too much? I'm full. Arbor's icy gaze swept over the palace maids, scaring them into abruptly withdrawing their hands, not daring to stop her. She was never someone who would wrong herself. Since this brilliant sun hall was so stuffy that she wanted to go out for a breath of fresh air, why would she force herself to continue sitting there? This subject will go see the Crown Princess. Wei Ziqin was worried about her daughter and hurriedly pulled Jolin up. She bowed to the gloomy Her Majesty the Queen in the head seat and then quickly pulled her daughter out. How can someone from such a small family be presentable? He doesn't know any etiquette at all. The woman who spoke was about 25 years old. She was wearing a purple gown with a red collar, embroidered with the colors of fortune and wealth. With a golden rose hairpin on her head, she looked rich and noble. Her face was beautiful, but her brows looked very harsh. This was the fourth Princess Mo Shuang, the only one in the Mo kingdom who, after getting married, made a big fuss about divorcing her husband and forcing him to his death, was now raising a gigolo. Although Queen Zhao was angry with the little stoic, she was even angrier when she saw this fourth princess. She glared fiercely at Lu Fei. Why did you also bring her here? Lu Fei was fourth princess's biological mother. She felt wronged and said, Your Majesty, today is the first day of the first lunar month. According to the rules, all right. The queen didn't have the patience to listen to Lu Fei's rebuttal. She looked coldly at Consort Xing and said, I will report this matter to His Majesty in detail. Since you can't take care of 15th princess, then this queen will make a decision for you this time. What are you doing? Consort Xing shouted in alarm. When Wei Ziqing chased after them with her younger daughter, she just happened to see her eldest daughter holding a baby and waiting for them in the corridor. When she saw her mother and younger sister coming out, Arbor's icy features relaxed slightly. She nodded at them and said, I'm fine, Mom. You don't need to worry. You child. Wei Ziqing heaved a sigh of relief. She pulled Jolin forward and reached out to hug her eldest daughter. But I'm not happy. This child had been sharp since she was a child. She should be able to tell at a glance that Her Majesty the Queen didn't like her. Arbor carried little 15 and walked along the winding path of broken cobblestones. In a withered garden in winter, only a few small flowers that didn't fear the bitter cold drilled out of the ground. Because they were worried that the flowers and trees would mutate, the palace had wantonly built all kinds of gardens 2 years ago. Some of the exotic flowers and plants were directly cut down. Generally, the most common flowers that had never mutated were planted. Mom, I'm thinking, isn't this marriage a bit too rash? Qiaomu sat on a swing and lightly tapped the ground. She raised her body slightly and raised a hand to touch the thin and weak little 15 in her arms. Wei Ziqing's eyes were filled with faint bewilderment. Could it be that her daughter's heart was beating the drums of retreat? Xiao, let mother tell you, Xiaomo is a good child, don't take your anger out on him. Don't you think the crown prince is wronged? The trouble caused by this group of imperial concubines will be blamed on him again. Wei Ziqing was a bystander. She saw how well little Mo treated her daughter. If there was even the slightest bit of unkindness, she would definitely not agree to marry off her daughter. Mother, that wet nurse is one of the queen's people. So, this scene was completely arranged by Queen Zhao. It was just that noble Lady Ying, this variable, appeared midway. Or perhaps it could be said that with noble Lady Ying as a variable, this scene became even more exciting to watch. In other words, without noble Lady Ying, the wet nurse's complaint today would still be vigorously reported to the queen in front of all the madams and young misses. The queen wanted to grandly and honorably strip Consort Xing of her daughter's custody. Wei Ziqing looked at her daughter in shock. You? How did you know? Arbor sneered and sighed softly. Perhaps, my eyes are bright. Sister, you're really amazing. Jolin sat on another swing rack with a look of admiration on her face. She looked at her sister with adoration. You can even see that. You won't be at a disadvantage in the future. Sister. The baby sitting in Arbor's arms called out incoherently. Although you have a father and a mother, you are still a poor child. Arbor stroked little 15's head and looked into the distance. In the withering winter, her gaze seemed to fall on a faraway place. Jolin looked at her sister who was sitting beside her. She had a feeling that she couldn't touch her. It was as if his sister at this moment was just a foam-like illusion. The moment he touched her, she would shatter. Jojo. Wei Ziqing couldn't bear to see this kind of empty and numb expression on this child's face the most. She hurriedly reached out and pulled her down from the swing. She hugged her and patted her back with all her strength. Jojo, you're my daughter. I'm here for you. Sister, little Lin is here too. Little Lin will protect you. Jolin also jumped down from the swing. She reached out her thin little arms and raised them high to hug her sister from behind. Arbor came back to her senses and couldn't help but smile. What are you doing? I'm fine. She was just lamenting in her heart. Little 15 poked her little head out from between the two of them. She looked at this and then that, her eyes full of confusion. Jojo, let's go home. Arbor couldn't help but chuckle. Mother, why are you being so willful? My daughter isn't happy. Can't I be willful for once? Wei Ziqing said angrily. Okay. Then let's go shopping. Jolin immediately raised both hands and feet in agreement. In your dreams. Wei Ziqing raised her hand to pat her younger daughter's head. Who would be selling things today? As the three of them were talking, the tree branch moved and Prince Mo's head suddenly popped out. Brother-in-law. Jolin called out happily. Wei Ziqing hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth. Don't make a fuss. Come, accompany mother. As she spoke, she secretly gave her son-in-law a look. The son-in-law immediately understood his mother-in-law's meaning. Your wife is in a bad mood. Arbor raised her head to glance at Prince Mo, then indifferently lowered her head again. As expected, her attitude was very distant. Prince Mo's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly ran forward and reached out to hug her. Slap. Arbor blocked his hand and carried little 15 back to sit on her swing. She didn't even bother to look at him out of the corner of her eye. Jojo, I've heard. You've been wronged. Mo Lian hurriedly took the initiative to admit his mistake, his handsome face full of remorse. Don't worry. After this New Year's banquet ends, we won't come if there's nothing. Is noble ladying the person you arranged to come in? Mo Lian's voice suddenly stopped. He cautiously glanced at Arbor. Her? What did she tell you? She's too smart. She was able to cooperate with your imperial mother halfway through the show. Arbor abruptly flung the crown prince's hand away. I won't adapt to this kind of scheming life. Instead of letting her scheme against others, she might as well clean them up with her own hands. Mo Lian's heart twisted. He hurriedly reached out to pull her into his arms. I didn't ask you to adapt. Do I get used to you? His head rubbed restlessly against the side of her neck. I go where you go. If you go to the sky, I will go to the sky. If you go to the sea, I will go to the sea. It's decided then. Arbor was slightly startled. Half of the resentment that he had been holding in for a long time was released. He looked at him and asked curiously, why do you always give in to me? You're my little emperor baby. What else can I do but accommodate you? Prince Mo said matter-of-factly, you like to shake off my hand when you're angry. I feel terrible. Your family is too annoying. Arbor suddenly stretched out his leg and kicked him. It's all your father's fault for marrying so many mistresses. They're always looking for trouble. Yes. It's not my fault. It's all my father's fault. Your stepmothers are all troublemakers. They're so annoying. Isn't that so? In the future, I won't enter the palace and won't see them. And your mother, look at me. My nose is not my nose and my eyes are not my eyes. It's not like I have to marry you. If it doesn't work, then even if, MMPH. Xiaomu abruptly shut her mouth, her small mouth that had been blabbering non-stop at Mo Lian had already been overbearingly blocked by him. He didn't give her a chance to continue speaking. This kiss completely swallowed all of the little stoic's complaints. I'm telling you, I admit to all my mistakes, but you're not allowed to say things like forget it again. Mo Lian angrily bit down hard on his lips. Arbor exclaimed, were you born in the year of the dog? Mo Lian raised his phoenix eyes and lifted her small chin with a finger. Jojo, I can do anything you want. But this is the only thing I'm not allowed to do. You're mine. I won't allow you to leave me. His ink-black phoenix eyes were filled with deep meaning, as if there was an endless whirlpool spinning inside. Two pitch-black lotus flames leaped in the depths of his eyes. Arbor stared blankly. She stared into his eyes, lost in thought. She touched them with her little hand and muttered to herself, Mo Lian, your eyes. Mo Lian couldn't bear to hear the little fellow say things like forget it and let's break up with a stoic face. He didn't want her heart, which was firmly encased in a layer of ice, to shrink bit by bit again. My eyes are filled with you. He sighed softly. He reached out to grab her little paw and bit it lightly. This is your punishment for saying something you shouldn't have said. You're not allowed to say it again in the future. Arbor pulled her hand back and glared at him in annoyance. When she lowered her head, she saw little 15th staring at them curiously with wide eyes. Arbor felt even more awkward. You're so annoying. She pushed him away with a burning face. Your little sister is here. Sis. Mo Lian's face immediately darkened. He glanced at the child. Wrong name. Call her sister-in-law. What did the child know about sister-in-law? He only felt that Prince Mo's face was dark and scary. He quickly shrank back into his sister's warm embrace and rubbed his face against her. His expression relaxed. Your dad has so many children, but he doesn't know how to take good care of them. Arbor was furious. What a scumbag of a father. Yes. Dad is useless. Jojo is the best. Arbor rolled her eyes at him. Where did your mother send this child? Mo Lian paused for a moment, then said, she sent him to He Jiao's place to take care of him. Duke Jing's current second wife, Madame He, is He Jiao's paternal aunt. Doesn't she have a son of her own? Yes, 16 is a few months younger than 15. Oh, Arbor replied. Then, he said, starting tomorrow, bring her to my house every day. I will give her another 8 injections to completely cure her asthma and nurse her body back to health. Okay. Crown Prince Mo readily agreed upon hearing this, so happy that he could soar in his heart. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? He could see his baby Qiao every day. The two of them talked for a while, and Arbor's mood calmed down a lot. He told him to go back to the king's palace first. The lunch banquet wasn't that big of a deal. The main event was still in the evening. That was a big play between the traditional eunuch aristocratic families and the new 8 aristocratic families. Arbor was in the movie and couldn't get away. At noon, the New Year's banquet in the Brilliant Sun Hall finally went smoothly. The group of people obediently finished the banquet. On the surface, they were laughing and chatting happily. It seemed as if they had already forgotten all the embarrassing things that had happened early in the morning. Consort Jing wasn't absent. No matter how angry she was, she still sat at the banquet and ate for a while without tasting her food. It was obvious that Consort Jing's smile was a bit forced. She forced herself to sit there. In reality, it wasn't very interesting. The people around her were afraid of offending her and didn't dare to speak to her. For the first time, Consort Jing experienced the feeling of being left out of the circle. A fire burned in her heart. As soon as the lunch banquet ended, she used Sephora Flower Palace as an excuse to hastily leave. Queen Zhao didn't stop her. She coldly glanced at her from the corner of her eye, and her lips hooked in a sneer. After 1 o'clock in the afternoon, people from the 8 great aristocratic families would enter the palace one after another. The people from Luo family troupe were also let in from the side door at this time, preparing to start the show at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone moved to Clearwater Fine Park. When the noblewomen heard that the Luo family troupe was invited this time, their faces instantly lit up with interest. Most of the noble ladies didn't like to watch shows, so the elders let the servant girls follow these ladies and let them stroll around Clearwater Fine Park on their own. The Luo family troupe was famous in the capital recently, especially before and after the New Year. When all the aristocratic families wanted to invite guests for banquets, they couldn't help but find some troupes to sing, perform acrobatics. Those smaller aristocratic families couldn't even invite the Luo family troupe. Arbor naturally didn't have any interest in watching shows. When she asked Wei Ziqin had a look of disdain. Mother was born in the countryside and can't listen to these meaningless things. Furthermore, Wei Ziqin wasn't stupid. If she insisted on sitting among the noble ladies, she would most likely be disdained, so why would she bother to join in the fun? Then mother, come back to the East Palace with us to rest. After the firecrackers last night, they didn't sleep well, so Arbor wanted to go back to the East Palace in the afternoon to catch up on some sleep. The 3 of them walked out of Brilliant Sun Hall, but before they could take 2 steps, they saw 3 people coming towards them. Once they met, Wei Ziqin recognized that it was the wife of Imperial College's vice principal, Madame Zhuang. The 2 ladies behind her with refined manners were the great king's second concubine, Xu Quan, and the legitimate 4th young lady, Xu Hui. What Madame Zhuang was most proud of in her life were these two daughters. The older one was virtuous, marrying the great king's son. The husband and wife were loving and respectful to each other. The younger one was even more beautiful, and the older one was modest, polite, gentle, and filial. Ever since she reached marriageable age, matchmakers would step on her doorstep every day. Xu Hui was 18 this year and had reached the marriageable age. Recently, there were even signs that the queen had taken a fancy to her. If the Xu family's fourth young lady was conferred as the crown prince's concubine, it would be a great thing for the Xu family. Although she was only a concubine in name, she was still the crown prince. She was truly the apple of the eye of the great king, the queen, and the empress dowager. Moreover, the crown prince didn't even have a close confidant by his side. Their family's fourth young lady was such an intelligent person. If she entered the Eastern Palace, she would be able to enjoy the moonlight first. Would she be afraid that she wouldn't be able to gain favor? The mother and daughters of the Xu family were preparing to go to the theater in Qingshui Jiayuan, but they didn't expect to bump into the mother and daughter of the Qiao family who were just coming out. Madame Xu's expression instantly became somewhat unsightly. A few days ago, the crown princess refused to attend her eldest daughter's plum blossom banquet, which made her very unhappy. Deep down in his heart, he had already scolded him for being so shameless. Although Xu Quan persuaded her for a while, she was still a little angry. In addition, during the banquet in the morning, she had personally examined eldest young lady Qiao's conduct and felt that this young lady was indeed from the countryside and didn't see the big picture. In the future, this kind of little girl was going to suppress her well-educated and well-mannered youngest daughter. No matter how she thought about it, she just couldn't accept it. If it wasn't for the great king suddenly issuing an imperial edict to confer eldest young lady Qiao the title of crown princess, who knew who this crown princess position would be? Xu Quan saw that her mother had her head held high like a fighting cock and wanted to walk straight past the mother and daughters of the Qiao family. She hurriedly tugged on her mother's sleeve and gently bowed towards Arbor. Crown Princess. Madame Qiao, second young lady Qiao. Since other people were polite, Arbor was naturally polite as well. He returned a half bow and nodded. The great king's second consort. Madame Xu. Wei Ziqing took the initiative to greet Madame Zhuang. Madame Zhuang pretended to respond, her expression containing a bit of disdain. Ah, it's Madame Qiao. Xu Quan forcefully tugged at her mother's clothes, her delicate and pretty face slightly sunk. She smoothed things over and smiled at the Qiao family trio. We're just preparing to head to Clearwater Fine Park stage. Where is the crown princess going? Qiao Lin pursed her lips, her childish nature rising as she deliberately said loudly, we're waiting for brother-in-law to pick us up. Lin. Wei Ziqing patted the back of her daughter's hand and pulled her to her side. She nodded slightly at Madame Zhuang, who had an unsightly expression. My daughter spoke without thinking, please don't take offense. Madame Zhuang snorted and said with a fake smile, then you guys can wait here properly. When His Highness is free, he'll come over to pick you guys up. Madame Xu especially emphasized the word pick up, as if mocking the Qiao family trio's wishful thinking. It was obvious that it was impossible. His Highness was still entertaining civil and military officials in the king's palace, so how could he have the time to come to Brilliant Sun Hall to pick up the three of them? To think that they could think of such a thing. Poor upbringing, the contempt in Madame Xu's eyes truly flowed out, and it was very glaring. Qiao Lin's young and impetuous girl mentality immediately flared up. You really don't believe me? My brother-in-law will be here soon. Lin. Wei Ziqing saw that her daughter's temper had flared up, and her head was about to explode. She hastily reached out to hold her small hand. All right. Qiao Lin just couldn't bear to see others belittle her mother. This Madame Xu was like a proud peacock, even looking at people with her nostrils. Mother. On the other end, Xu Quan was also extremely embarrassed. She continuously tugged at her mother's sleeve, but Madame Xu angrily flung her hand away. Madame Zhuang glanced at Qiao Lin with displeasure. With a haughty expression, she said, Madame Qiao, it's better to teach your daughter well from a young age. Look at our family Xu Hui. Her etiquette and behavior all conform to the norms. Even Her Majesty the Queen praises her from time to time. If the second miss wants to find a good etiquette instructor, I have a good recommendation here. Otherwise, in another 2 years, when she gets older, she won't even be able to find a husband. Jolan's face turned red with anger. Wei Ziqin was so angry that her entire body trembled. Without another word, Arbor flew up and slapped Madame Shu's face. Ah! Madame Shu didn't expect that the crown princess would suddenly slap her. The sound of this slap immediately attracted a lot of attention. Madame Shu felt that she had completely lost all of her face. She was the wife of the vice principal of Imperial College and came from a scholarly family, yet she was embarrassed by the mother and daughter of the Qiao family today. Arbor did not stop. Could a slap be enough? It didn't exist. She couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this Madame Shu and directly gave her 2 more slaps. Madame Shu fell to the ground and started gasping for air. Her gaze was filled with terror. During the banquet in the morning, the crown princess had only exchanged a few words with Wu Hongma, and it was just that her aura was a little overbearing. When they really fought, no one could even think about interfering. Looking at the punches and kicks that were beating Madame Shu like a sandbag, which of the noblewomen passing by would dare to stop them? You! Madame Shu barely managed to stabilize herself, and her face kept trembling. All the hair on Shu Quan's body stood on end, and she was so nervous that her fingers curled up slightly. She grabbed her mother, whose cheeks were swollen, and hurriedly apologized to Arbor. Crown Princess, sorry, my mother drank a bit too much at the New Year's banquet, and her mind is still a bit muddled. You're the one who drank too much. Madame Shu didn't appreciate the apology at all as she swatted her daughter's hand away. She pointed at Wei Ziqin and angrily said, "You're just a village woman, but your daughters are each more vulgar and barbaric than the other. Are you all dead? Why did you let the crown princess do it alone?" A cold rebuke sounded from behind the Qiao family's mother and daughters. When this rebuke sounded, Shu Quan felt like her scalp was about to explode. The hidden guards who were secretly observing couldn't help but grumble and hurriedly rushed out. Without another word, they picked up Madame Shu, whose hair was disheveled and her hairpins were disheveled, and gave her a good beating. Madame Shu wailed incessantly, and the spectating madams and noble ladies were all dumbstruck. What's the use of having you follow the crown princess? You actually want the crown princess to do it herself. Mo Lian walked up with a cold expression. She turned to shoot a glance and hurriedly asked, "Mother, what's wrong? Who angered my mother to this extent?" The moment the crown prince finished speaking, the surroundings were dead silent. The madams and noble ladies who were originally watching the commotion all secretly groaned in their hearts, hating themselves for watching the commotion. "Your Highness." Fourth young lady Shu Hui seemed to be panicking as she suddenly knelt down and pleaded for her mother with tears streaming down her face. Mother only quarreled with the crown princess's mother for a bit. It's nothing major. It was the crown princess who suddenly made a move. The crown prince's abrupt glance at her was really cold. Shu Hui's heart suddenly trembled. Her neck shrunk, and her pupils involuntarily dilated. Fourth younger sister. The great king's first consort shouted to stop her in disappointment. She hurriedly went forward to bow to the crown prince and said, "Your Highness, it was my mother who drank a bit too much at noon." Her mind was a bit muddled and she offended the crown princess. "Please forgive her. My Liner is only 12 years old, but she's already been scolded for not being able to find a husband." Are these the words of a drunkard? Wei Ziqin was so angry that her whole body trembled. She had never seen such a fierce woman who would joke about her daughter's marriage. Shrew! The crown prince flew into a rage, and the surroundings suddenly became deathly silent. Why did great heroine Shu marry a shrew like you? Madame Shu was so scared that she was paralyzed on the ground. She had been beaten black and blue by Arbor and the others until her face was swollen and her eyes couldn't even be found. At this time, there was no other expression on her face. Shu Hui was also so scared that her whole body was trembling. She knelt there, not daring to move. Only Shu Quan braced herself and stepped forward. Your Highness, please be careful with your words. If the crown prince labeled her as a shrew, then her mother's life could be considered to have come to an end. At this time, Shu Quan truly regretted to the extreme. Why couldn't she restrain her mother, who didn't watch her mouth? Did her mother still think that she was dealing with those concubines in her own home? Someone come, chase Madame Shu and her party out. In the future, they're not allowed to enter the palace without special instructions. The crown prince shouted coldly, not leaving Madame Zhuang any face. In so many years of New Year's banquets, Madame Xu was the first person to be chased out by the crown prince's order. In the future, how was Madame Xu supposed to go out and meet people? Madame Zhuang was paralyzed on the ground, how could she be willing to leave? Madame Xu cried until her snot and tears were plastered on her face. At this moment, her image was completely destroyed. Two eunuchs stepped forward and directly picked her up from the ground. Placing their arms around her, they carried her out of Brilliant Sun Hall. Madame Xu kicked her legs and screamed incessantly. This commotion was so loud that Queen Zhao could no longer pretend not to hear. Queen Zhao walked over with elderly nanny Huaxian, Green Mammy, and several palace maids. Seeing this situation, she couldn't help but feel a headache. Your Majesty the Queen, Your Majesty the Queen. Madame Xu struggled on her deathbed and wanted to pounce on the Queen, but she was firmly held down by the two eunuchs. Crown Prince, what are you doing? Actually, Queen Zhao had long known that the Crown Princess and Xu family's mother and daughter were at odds, but she wanted to see how powerful the Xu family's mother and daughter were. Now, it looked like they had suffered a crushing defeat and were completely not a match for the Qiao family's mother and daughter. To be precise, they were no match for the Crown Princess. Take her away. The Crown Prince waved his hand impatiently, and Queen Zhao didn't stop him. Just like this, everyone looked on helplessly as the beggar-like Madame Xu was dragged away while screaming. Xu Hui's small face couldn't help but turn ghastly pale. She couldn't leave or stay in place, so she pitifully raised her head to look at Queen Zhao. Throw her away as well. The Crown Prince pointed at the pale-faced Xu Hui. Queen Zhao's expression changed. My royal son. Prince Mo turned to look at Empress Zhao with an angry expression. He directly said, Royal Mother, if this son's daughter-in-law is wronged in your Brilliant Sun Hall every time, then this son won't dare to bring her here in the future. Queen Zhao's expression was angry, and she couldn't help but feel anxious. Nonsense. How did Royal Mother let her be wronged? Wasn't it just a few words with the Xu family's mother and daughter? It's all a misunderstanding. This crown princess was too delicate. Empress Zhao was displeased. Madame Xu pointed at my mother's nose and scolded my younger sister for not being able to marry. Does the queen want to hear it with your own ears? Arbor asked coldly. Queen Zhao's heart skipped a beat as she inwardly scolded Madame Xu for not knowing how to conduct herself. She forced a smile and said, Crown Princess, you've been wronged. Muvu will definitely make it up to you. Arbor said coldly, there's no need for compensation. I only hope that Your Majesty the Queen will punish Madame Xu properly so that she won't be a frog in a well who doesn't know how high the sky is. Imperial Mother, issue an edict and send an etiquette instructor to Madame Xu. Let her relearn etiquette and rules for 3 months so that she won't boast about how well-mannered she is. Prince Mo grabbed Empress Zhao's arm and shook it. Empress Zhao looked at her son helplessly. If she were to issue such a decree, it would make everyone in the capital laugh at Madame Xu. Madame Xu had always boasted that she had taught a pair of outstanding girls. However, she herself had to learn the rules from the new when she was old. This was truly ironic. However, if he didn't listen to his son today, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to let go of his resentment. After weighing the pros and cons, Empress Zhao still felt that her son was more important. She was afraid that her precious son really wouldn't come to the Brilliant Sun Hall in the future, so she issued an edict to the Xu family. When the bruised and battered Madame Xu received this edict, she was like a bolt from the blue. How she would throw a tantrum and hang herself would be a story for another day. When the night banquet arrived, Arbor, who was in high spirits after a good night's sleep, followed Prince Mo into Clearwater Fine Park. The night fell rather early in the winter. The luminous pearls among the flowers were all lit up, illuminating the surroundings in a blur. Crown Prince, Crown Princess has arrived. Following the announcement, everyone from the 8 great patrician families in the bright main hall uniformly looked towards the entrance. So many pairs of eyes simultaneously cast their gazes on the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Friendly, admiring, hostile, and probing gazes intersected. 2 hidden forces even stealthily charged at the 2 of them in an instant. If one's willpower was weak, they would definitely stagger from the hidden force. That would be a breach of etiquette in front of the court and also a disadvantage in front of the 8 great patrician families. Unfortunately, the one they wanted to plot against was the crown prince, a figure with a cultivation as deep as the sea. Thus, two figures rapidly bounced away from their seats with two soft chi-chi sounds of rebounding force. The cushions under their butts instantly exploded with two bang-bang sounds, and cotton fluff flew all over the floor. Ordinary people looked over in confusion, but cultivators were inwardly alarmed. It was two members of the Hong family who acted to test them. Mo Lian already knew their identities with a glance. Previously, because of Hong Yaoi's incident, he had already ordered people to gather information on all the members of the Hong estate. These two people were the two sons of the Hong family's eldest branch, Hong Riwei and Hong Daowei. Suddenly, a burst of laughter was heard. Duan Yu tilted his head and looked at the two disheveled members of the Hong family across 5 or 6 tables. He clicked his tongue and said, "Oh my, you want to plot against people with such lousy cultivation? Go hide where you can." With that, Hong Riwei and Hong Daowei's faces instantly turned the color of pig liver. Mo Lian coldly glanced at the two members of the Hong family. Holding Arbor's hand, she walked forward. Along the way, they had to pass by the seats of the court officials and the 8 great patrician families. On the left were the court officials and their families. On the right were the 8 great patrician families. Of course, the 8 great patrician family seating arrangements were also particular. The Talisman patrician family, the Mu clan, the Concealed Weapons and Scouting patrician family, the Duan clan, and the Elixir patrician family, the Qin estate, followed by the medical famed Dou clan, the Smelting and Mining patrician families, the Wu clan, and the Hong clan. The Forging patrician families, the Fan clan and the Chao clan, were at the bottom. That's right, it was the Chao clan. In her previous life, the Chao clan's main family was considered one of the great patrician families. When Xiao Dongbua, the head of the main family, saw Xiao Zhongbang and his family, he came forward to greet them. Xiao Zhongbang didn't look any better. When Xiao Dongbua saw Arbor, he immediately stood up from his seat in excitement. However, before he could start exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Mu, he was thoroughly interrupted by the Hong brothers' sudden probing. Arbor's cold gaze swept past Xiao Dongbua without stopping for a moment. She knew almost all of the people from the Qiao family, but she didn't want to talk to any of them. All of a sudden, Arbor's gaze fell on the people beside Xiao Dongbua. To be more precise, it was locked onto a 23-year-old man who wore a white robe and had a gentle smile on his face. Her aura changed in an instant. It was so sudden that it was hard for Prince Mo not to notice it. Her footsteps stopped just like this, so Mo Lian naturally stopped as well. Following her gaze, he met a young man who was nodding slightly with a smile on his lips. Just like that, Xiao Mu's icy gaze fixated on that man, staring fixedly at him. This abnormal deep gaze attracted the attention of everyone around them, even the king and queen who were sitting far away on the chief seats in the main hall. The white-robed young man stood up with a smile and bowed to the two of them. Duan Yu tilted his head and glanced at Arbor in a slight daze. Miss Chiao's gaze was too focused, right? It truly made one feel displeased. The two young masters sitting next to Duan Yu were the Qin estate's two young masters. At this time, eldest young master Qin was propping up his chin with one hand and looking at his younger brother with a slightly tilted head, asking with his eyes, "Is that right?" Young master Omega Kotoku pursed his lips tightly and didn't say a word. Eldest young master Qin's brow suddenly relaxed, and he smiled. Seeing his younger brother's displeased appearance, he was 100% sure. That Mu Xiaobao who suddenly disappeared from the Qin estate and left behind a fake name was definitely this crown princess in front of him. TSK, Mu Xiaobao's appearance had truly changed greatly after not seeing him for so many days. It made one's eyes light up. Oh, facial paralysis was still facial paralysis. This was truly a signature mark, so it was very easy to recognize. Arbor stopped in front of the white-robed youth. After that youth finished bowing, he still didn't move. What was going on? The crown princess's gaze was too piercing, the youth's gentle smile was almost unable to be maintained. Because of Arbor's gaze, all kinds of gazes gathered on him. Even though the youth was calm, he couldn't resist several piercing gazes. "Fan Choha," Arbor murmured before suddenly smiling without warning. That voice was so soft and cute that it bordered on ravings. When his smile blossomed, it was like a flower blooming on a precipitous snowy peak. F*CK. The Crown Prince and Duan Yu's hearts were probably like this. Xiao Qiao actually looked at a strange man and smiled. The Crown Prince's piercing gaze was like a tangible blade that landed on the white-robed youth. On the other side, Duan Yu, the two young masters of the Qin family, 2nd Dou, 6th Xing, and the others' gazes all converged on Fan Qiuhe. If gazes could cut him, Fan Qiuhe felt that he would have already been cut apart by those young masters' gazes. Ha, ha ha. Crown Princess, you've gone overboard. Fan Qiuhe's smile froze on his lips. Although he had to admit that the little girl in front of him was too beautiful, when she smiled at him, even if he was a hothead, his heart couldn't help but ripple. But smiling at him now was the same as roasting him on a bonfire. Look at the looks in the eyes of the people around him. They must have the heart to eat him. The great king sat upright, and Empress Zhao pursed her lips tightly. The family members of the important officials of the court were also whispering to each other. In this silence, Qiao Mu's figure suddenly moved. She nimbly leaped forward and kicked the short table in front of Fan Qiuhe under everyone's stupefied gazes. Mo Lian was caught off guard. The corner of her eyes twitched. She had never thought that the little guy would, cough cough. Suddenly rushing up and smashing, this was simply unexpected. The wine cup in eldest young Sir Qin's hand rolled onto the small table with a clang, and a trace of disbelief appeared in his amorous eyes. She really hit him as soon as she started, in contrast to himself, who had been slapped by the little guy in private, and then looking at Fan Qiuhe, who was currently in a sorry state in public. Eldest young Sir Qin suddenly guffawed. Sure enough, there was no worst in this world. Ha 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 ha. Fan Qiuhe was forced to retreat by Arbor's sudden kick, but he couldn't resist that short table that flipped a few times in the air and ruthlessly smashed at his feet. The soup spilled on their feet and even affected the two Fan family members beside them. They jumped to their feet, their expressions filled with shock. But this wasn't the end. The little fellow directly pulled out her ferrule and threw a streak of fire at Fan Qiuhe. With a sizzle, the streak of fire tunneled under Fan Qiuhe's feet like a wriggling snake and was about to climb up his leg. Fan Qiuhe was greatly alarmed, and he hastily activated his defensive barrier to defend against this streak of fire. Everyone only heard a sizzle and saw that a corner of Fan Qiuhe's robe had already been set ablaze by the raging fire. That fire was so powerful that it burned the hem of Fan Qiuhe's robe to ashes with just a touch. Fan Qiuhe promptly tore off his outer robe and flung it to the ground before retreating several steps. At this time, the defensive mystic weapon in his hand had already been activated and enveloped his entire body. When he looked up again, that smiling face could no longer be maintained, and his entire face turned a kind of fecal yellow. The crown princess's body was as light as a swallow as she tapped on the overturned table with one foot and chased after him like a shadow. She raised her ferrule high and angrily shouted, "Furious dragon slash!" Monstrous waves of mystic energy erupted from her body and condensed on the ferrule, forming a dragon-headed mystic energy vortex that smashed down at his head. F***ck. Everyone was crying on the inside. Wasn't this a freaking banquet for the 8 great patrician families? Why was the opening so explosive? The great king and Empress Zhao, who were sitting at the head seats in the main hall, felt their eyelids twitch repeatedly as this move was about to land on the Fan family brat's head. The great king anxiously jumped up from the dragon throne and hastily shouted, "Crown Princess!" Boom! The attack that contained the powerful strength of a level 12 mystic cultivator heavily smashed onto Fan Qiuhe's defensive mystic weapon. Fan Qiuhe only felt the qi and blood in his chest churning, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the defensive mystic weapon blocked more than half of the attack for him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. What exactly did this crown prince consort who tried to kill her the moment they met want? Fan Qiuhe's gaze trembled, and the defensive barrier on his body abruptly cracked and was destroyed in an instant. He barely moved the corners of his mouth, trying to show a decent smile. But at this moment, he really couldn't bring himself to laugh. Arbor suddenly swung his arm, and the Fan and Xiao family members who were originally dodging to the side because of the battle cried out, and they all took a step back in horror. A small green-blue chick flew toward Fan Qiuhe with a swoosh. Suddenly, it spread its wings and revealed its huge true body. It cried out loudly at Fan Qiuhe. He opened his mouth and spat out a ruthless icicle towards Fan Qiuhe. Be careful. At the critical moment, an old man suddenly approached Fan Qiuhe from the side. He grabbed Fan Qiuhe's arm and pushed him behind himself. He pressed his palms together and shouted, "Tiger form fist." Boom. An explosive profound skill blocked Qing Luan's mouthful of ice, but when his arms came into contact with the layer of ice, he was instantly frostbitten, and his arms were covered in a greenish-purple color. Fourth Elder. Fan Xianxia was shocked. Crown Princess. How could Queen Zhao still sit still? She also abruptly jumped up from her seat, and she gazed sternly at Xiaomu with a severe gaze. Haha. Arbor's laughter was very peculiar. She only used a soft and flat voice to say haha, not that she was laughing. The rest will be around 10:30 p.m, so I need to go take my medicine first. Oh, her mystic energy seemed to be burning fiercely in her body, raging with anger. Arbor's surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and in a short time, the people around her enjoyed the feeling of falling into an ice cellar. The little girl in front of him seemed to have torn open the gates of hell with her own hands. She was standing under the yellow springs of the 9th level of hell, tilting her head and smiling at you with treacherous eyes. Mo Lian only felt that his heart seemed to be frozen numb. He seemed to be able to see layers of thick ice rapidly spreading around the little girl's body, enclosing her in it. Blue Luan spread its wings and roared at Fan Xianxia, who was close by. Fan Xianxia stretched out his hands defensively and crossed them in front of his forehead. He thought that a wave of ice water would naturally fall from his head, but after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. Fan Xianxia carefully released his hands and looked in shock at Arbor, who had floated in front of him like a ghost. Crown Princess. Fan Xianxia almost fell on his butt. Do you see this dagger? Arbor calmly summoned an ordinary dagger from her inner world and stroked it over and over again as if she was caressing her beloved artifact. There was even a trace of demonic light emitted from his pupils. She suddenly aimed the dagger at Fan Xianxia's heart. Hey! Crown Princess! Although Fourth Elder's arms were frozen stiff, he still shouted in time and flashed to Fan Xianxia's side. Don't worry, I'm very patient. Xiaomu pressed the ice-cold dagger in her hand against Fan Xianxia's cheek, and her small face that was as fair as jade also drew closer. She looked at Fan Xianxia's abruptly widening eyes up close and whispered softly into his ear, "You won't die so easily. Just like me in the past, crawling in the dark, like a stinking, rotting corpse. I lost my limbs and could only use my head and body, like a pitiful, trembling, and weak little reptile. Ha 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 ha. I will definitely give you an unforgettable death." Her voice sounded neither close nor distant in Fan Xianxia's ear, almost like a dream. It was so soft that it made his heart tremble. Fan Xianxia suddenly felt the dagger on his cheek withdraw. Jojo. Prince suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Only then did the bone-chilling cold that felt as if his entire body had fallen into an abyss disappear. Arbor turned around and blinked her beautiful watery eyes. The strange expression on her face gradually faded away, and it gradually returned to that rigid paralyzed face. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After witnessing the Crown Princess angrily scolding Princess Anam and beating up Madame Xu in the morning, the noble ladies and young misses were already used to it. Their expressions weren't as strange as the court officials. The fan clan of the 8 great clans is only SOSO. You hit the young one, and the old one can't wait to take the hit. Arbor curled his lips and sneered. The faces of those from the fan clan were naturally extremely unsightly. Various colors appeared on their faces. Ha, ha. The great king heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but let out 2 awkward chuckles. He coughed and said, "The Crown Princess, is young and impetuous, so it's indeed inappropriate for her to exchange blows with others." Cough, she's young, she's young. It's inevitable that she won't entertain you well. Everyone from the fan clan, please don't take it to heart. Sit, all of you sit. T. Anger appeared on the faces of those from the fan clan. The Crown Princess had clearly used a killing move just now. Killer move, got it? A killer move was a move that could kill people anytime and anywhere. The great king actually spouted nonsense about how the Crown Princess was young and impetuous and liked to spar with people. Freaking exchanging blows and learning from each other, so she hated that she couldn't take people's lives everywhere, right? Ahahaha. The great king was still laughing awkwardly as he greeted everyone from the fan family. It wasn't until Empress Zhao cast him a glance and ordered a junior royal maid to replace the low table in front of the Fan family that the Great King realized that the tables in front of Fan Choha and the others had either been kicked over by the Crown Princess or shattered by the Crown Princess' mystic energy. Ah, haha. The Great King could only continue to laugh awkwardly to cover up his awkwardness. Cough cough, this freaking oddball Crown Princess. She kept biting onto young Master Fan the moment she entered. It was simply too baffling. She caused him to feel awkward all the time. Jojo, are you hurt? Prince Imo led Arbor back to their seats as if no one else was present and pulled over her small hand to repeatedly examine it. Arbor shook her small head and reached out to stroke the little chick lying in her arms. The two people were seated at the head of the officials. Mu Xianxia and her mother's table was behind the Mu family's patriarch, Mu Boming. It could be said that with her father's back across, she was practically facing the Crown Prince and Arbor. Her eyes were practically spitting out blazing flames of jealousy. On what basis, a rural village girl was actually able to obtain His Highness the Crown Prince's favor and inexplicably rise to become the Crown Princess? When she recalled how the Crown Prince punished this B***tch at the small banquet before the new year and slapped her until her mouth was rotten, Mu Xianxian's soft young girl heart couldn't help but ache and shatter. Why did His Highness the Crown Prince treat Xianxia like this? Everyone, we are fortunate enough to be gathered here today to allow us to admire the heroes of the 8 great patrician families. Let us first drink a cup to all of you heroes. Only then did the 8 great clans and the civil and military officials stand up and say, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Great King gestured for everyone to sit down and said with a smile, "I heard that the Mu family's head's talisman drawing technique is very good. The peace talisman that you made can seek good luck and avoid calamities. It can also save a person's life at a critical moment. As soon as it appears in the Chamber of Commerce, it will be sold out. The Great King is too kind." Mu Boming looked like he was in his early 30s, but his actual age was 50. The Great King looked at him with envy in his eyes. Take a look at the 50-year-old man, and look at yourself. You're only 2 or 3 years older than him, but you can't compare at all in terms of looks. The Mu clan was indeed a large aristocratic family. They must have some kind of talisman or something like that in the dark. The Great King let his imagination run wild. It wasn't until Empress Zhao coughed lightly that he came back to his senses. He looked down and saw that Mu Boming was handing over a brocade pouch. "Ah, quickly present it," the Great King hastily urged. Gong Chang'an bowed and walked down the steps. He picked up the brocade pouch that Mu Boming handed over with both hands and hurried to the Great King to hand it over. Mu Boming said with a smile, "It's just a small token of appreciation. These are 2 high-level peace talismans that this Mu personally drew. After activating the talismans with a drop of blood, it can guarantee that evil spirits won't dare to advance for 7 days and nights. It can seek good luck and avoid calamities, and it can eliminate any forbidden technique or curse cast by a curse caster. This is specially presented to His Majesty and Her Majesty the Queen." As soon as Mu Boming said this, faint joy immediately appeared on the Great King and Queen's faces. The royal concubines around them, including Consort Xiang, all looked at them with envy. That was a protective talisman that was hard to find even in peaceful times, let alone now. It was said that if one carried a protective talisman made by Great Master Mu on their person, no evil beings or ghosts would dare to approach them. Otherwise, they would be pulverized by the protective talisman's talisman energy. The Great King and the Queen had both heard the Crown Prince mention before that a curse practitioner had appeared in the Mo Kingdom capital. Now that Mu Boming was so tactful, gifting 2 protective talismans that could dispel forbidden curses, it could be said that he had done it at the perfect time. He simply won the hearts of the Great King and the Queen. "Family head Mu, this is a very good move." The Great King nodded with a chuckle. "Someone come quickly. We want to reward family head Mu generously." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Mu Boming bowed neither obsequiously nor haughtily. "Jojo, how is that talisman?" The Crown Prince pressed against Arbor's ear and asked in a small voice. "It's not very good," Arbor said indifferently, her small hands fidgeting about as she sprinkled a spoonful of minced meat into her small bowl of soup. "I'll get it for you." Seeing her 2 small hands fidgeting about, the Crown Prince hurriedly brought the bowl over for her while secretly asking, Is that really an advanced level protective talisman? It is. Arbor fidgeted with her small hands as she said indifferently, but the intermediate level blue protective talisman that I drew with ebony can last for 12 days after it's activated. Do you want it? Arbor took the small soup bowl from his hand and poked at it with a spoon before taking a sip. It's just that it's not very useful. Prince Emo nodded repeatedly. Arbor took out 2 talismans from her inner world and tossed them to him. I drew it for fun. Emo Lian looked at her with a grin. Jojo, you're better at drawing than family head Mu even for fun. Arbor glanced sideways at Mu Boming. Seeing that he had already returned to his seat after offering the talismans, she said neutrally, family head Mu's talisman drawing skills are pretty good. I just had a little more fortuitous encounter than them. If it weren't for the golden talisman Jade Tome's extensive collection of talisman techniques, allowing her to guide her from time to time, she would only be a rookie talisman master if she were to study in that talisman clan. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of gratitude towards this ancient book in his heart. The corners of Emo Lian's lips curled up slightly. His mood finally improved a little. Looking at the little girl beside him, who had returned to her original state, his heart, which had been tightly clenched, finally relaxed a little. Xiao Qiao herself might not be aware of it, but she was truly a little frightening just now. Those pitch-black eyes were filled with thick black mist. When she stared at Fan Chouha, no one would think that she was joking. This humble one has heard that 10 days after the Spring Lantern Festival, the 8 great clans will have a competition. That's right. Mu Boming smiled. Xiao Dongbua, who had been in a state of excitement, had been looking at her in shock and surprise since the beginning of the fight in Arbor. It wasn't until now that Xiao Dongbua abruptly calmed down from his excitement. If the Qiao clan's main branch obtained such a heaven-bestowed genius, why would they fear not winning the competition between the 8 great clans after the Spring Lantern Festival? Xiao Dongbua stood up, beaming with joy, and cupped his hands at the Great King. Great King, this humble one is Xiao Dongbua, the head of the Qiao clan. The Crown Princess's maternal uncle. His words caused an uproar. Everyone couldn't help but turn to look at the unsightly expressions of Qiao Zhongbang and Wei Ziqing before curiously shifting their gazes to the Crown Princess. Emo Lian's expression also darkened. He had long heard about how Qiao Zhongbang and his wife were rejected when they went to the main branch after moving to the capital. He didn't expect that the main branch's patriarch would be so shameless as to shamelessly come to acknowledge his relatives at this New Year's banquet where the 8 great clans were gathered. Evidently, the Great King was unaware of this situation. He was startled for a moment before replying with a chuckle, Marquis of Jiayuan, we have never heard you mention that your main family is the capital's Qiao family. Qiao Zhongbang stood up with a trace of anger between his brows. Unfortunately, before he could speak, Xiao Dongbua snatched the thread of conversation. Precisely. We can't write 2 Qiao characters in one stroke. Previously, because the servants were incompetent, the Marquis misunderstood the main family. Actually, the Qiao family's main family very much welcomes the Marquis's family's return. With the Crown Princess's cultivation and strength, she doesn't need to participate in the clan competition and can immediately enter the clan's martial arts hall to study. After the Lantern Festival, we hope the Crown Princess can represent our Qiao family in battle. Xiao Dongbua's face blossomed into a chrysanthemum-like smile, causing all the wrinkles on his face to sway. Qiao Zhongbang snorted before turning to the Great King and cupping his hands. Reporting to the Great King, this subject was merely a farmer in the past and has already severed ties with the Qiao family's main family for more than a decade. Now that family head Qiao is bringing up this old matter again, it is unavoidably as if you were trying to claim kinship. Xiao Dongbua's face twitched, and he couldn't resist retorting angrily, how can blood ties be severed so easily? You will be old Qiaos for one day. You will be old Qiaos for the rest of your lives. Shameless old thing. Duan Yu harumphed. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this black-hearted patriarch of the old Qiao family clearly wanted to bring their family's Jojo back because of her astonishing talent. Participate in the competition, he really dared to say such a thing. He was truly shameless. Arbor looked on coldly from the sidelines and didn't say a word. He held her small soup bowl and drank the meat soup spoonful by spoonful. Xiao Zhongbang forcefully flung his sleeve. Family head Qiao. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Xiao Dongguo's face turned green from anger, and he jumped up and shouted angrily, "Eldest nephew, you aren't being kind by doing this." Empress Zhao sat in the great hall with her mouth tightly pursed. She coldly stared at the people of the Qiao estate as a trace of disgust involuntarily crept into her heart. Xiao Dongguo's eldest son, Xiao Zhongde, sneered, "Dad, what do you have to say to this kind of people who forget their ancestry? He's the kind of person who could harden his heart and throw me into a dilapidated temple to be exposed to the wind and rain." Wei Ziqing's heart thumped. Today, all the officials of the third rank and above were gathered, and the 8 great aristocratic families were all present. If this black-hearted Xiao Dongguo really came up with some kind of reputation of forgetting one's ancestry, then who knew what kind of rumors would spread about their family's old Qiao in the capital tomorrow? Sure enough, as soon as Qiao Zhongbang said this, the entire hall was filled with gasps, and the gazes everyone shot at Qiao Zhongbang carried a trace of surprise. After all, in this day and age, even the great king constantly talked about filial piety, and the entire nation advocated filial piety. How could a person who didn't even have the basic filial piety talk about loyalty and righteousness? If they walked on the streets, they would be pointed at and cursed behind their backs. Mo Lian put down the cup in her hand, and her phoenix eyes coldly swept over Qiao Zhongde. "If you're talking about old lady Qiao, then that's a coincidence. This prince can testify that old lady Qiao was the one who made a fuss and insisted on leaving the marquise estate with her youngest son and youngest daughter-in-law. What's the problem with this? What's with the dilapidated temple?" Xiao Zhongde's entire body couldn't help but tense up when Mo Lian's cold gaze swept over him. The man in front of him had a trace of terrifying deterrence in his eyes, as if he only needed a cold gaze to kill him by 1,000 cuts. Yes, death by 1,000 cuts, that's how terrifying it was. Xiao Zhongde's body couldn't help but tremble. He stood up and forced himself to say, "Your Highness, Xiao Zhongde isn't lying. The day before yesterday, my father brought my aunt back from the rundown temple. My aunt was so miserable that she didn't even look human anymore. Anyone with the slightest bit of sympathy wouldn't be able to bear to see her like that, right?" "Oh?" Mo Lian pretended to be puzzled and asked, "This prince was also there that day?" Old Madame Qiao cried and made a fuss about leaving with her son and daughter-in-law. So the old madam actually went to stay the night in the rundown temple? Why was that? F***ck. Xiao Zhongde wanted to curse in his heart. Wasn't His Highness clearly trying to shield the family? What do you mean by why? What other reason could there be for staying in a rundown temple? They had no money, no food, no houses, nothing at all. What other reason could there be? Otherwise, why would people stay in a rundown temple when they had a nice big house to live in? That day, my father-in-law and mother-in-law tried their best to persuade the old madam to stay, but the old madam insisted on leaving with her youngest son. Our dear Mo Lian's ability to lie through his teeth gradually deepened, and he shook his head regretfully as he said, "We also had no other choice. We had no choice but to have elderly lady and her youngest son move out to live outside. The whole thing was actually quite simple. The main thing was that the old madam's youngest son was too much of a good-for-nothing." When Prince Mo said this, his entire face became solemn and his expression seemed a bit cold. That couple came knocking on our door that day and insisted that father-in-law hand over the position of marquis and give up the big house. They also wanted mother-in-law to give up the title of nobility to their daughter-in-law. How could they do that? Everyone in the main hall, men and women, old and young, all revealed an incredulous expression. Arbor was sipping his soup and almost choked when he heard this. He lowered his head and silently drank his soup while secretly reaching out to tug at Prince Mo's collar. "That's enough. If you continue to argue like this, it'll sound fake." Prince Mo's expression was especially solemn as he stood up and bowed to his imperial father. "Imperial father, this son has never seen such a shameless person. They even dragged your father-in-law and mother-in-law into the palace and threatened to have you confer a new title of Marquis and Madam." The old great king was dumbfounded, not to mention the great king and the other courtiers. Even Xiao Zhongbang and his wife were dumbfounded. Is that so?" They were all present that day as well. Had such a strange thing happened before? The couple looked at each other speechlessly. "My son-in-law is really good at making up lies. Father, I was so angry that I chased them out in your name." The old great king was speechless. This son of his had never not cheated his father since he was young. He already knew this, but there were so many courtiers and people from the 8 great aristocratic families. Was it really okay for him to cheat his father like this? Imperial father, do you think we should chase away people who disrespected elder brother and the great king? Yes. The old great king nodded. Should we not let them step into the Marquis' estate for the rest of their lives? Yes. Yes. The old great king weakly responded. He actually wanted to ask, what did this trivial family matter of old Xiao have to do with him? Many thanks, Imperial father. Crown Prince Mo straightforwardly curtsied to his old dad before turning to wink at his Xiao Xiao. He then turned to ask Xiao Zhongda, you heard everything, right? What did he hear? Xiao Zhongda was dumbfounded as he silently looked at the Crown Prince. It was the great king's intention to chase that heartless and unscrupulous youngest son and daughter-in-law out of the Marquis' estate. Did you not understand? Emo Lian swept her gaze over Xiao Zhongda like she was looking at an idiot. Xiao Zhongda silently shut his mouth. As for elderly Lady Qiao, as I said before, she has hands and feet and is a living person herself. Who can stop her from going wherever she wants to? Prince Emo dryly glanced at Xiao Zhongda. As for why they lived in the rundown temple. Emo Lian paused and blinked with a spurious smile. Perhaps it's a personal hobby. Perhaps elderly lady got tired of living in a large house and wanted a change of environment? Pfft. Duan Yu spat out a mouthful of wine. In exchange, he received an irritated glare from Emo Lian. Xiao Zhongda was so infuriated that his eyes, nose, and mouth were practically all crooked. What an outlandish argument. So there were actually people in this world who disliked living in a large house and especially wanted a change of environment to live in a rundown temple that was exposed to the sun and rain. The great king, who habitually supported his son, also coughed softly and nodded. The crown prince's words are not without reason. Reason my ass. Xiao Dongbua's face was also contorted from anger, and his hands were plastered to the sides of his robe as a sneer hung on his lips. In that case, it really is that punk Xiao Zhongheng and his wife who don't know what's good for them. But Zhongbang ah. Xiao Dongbua turned his face away and said earnestly, no matter what, even if the bones are broken, the tendons are still connected, especially your mother. You don't know how pitiful she looked that day when we went to the rundown temple to bring your mother out, exalted great king. Duan Yu suddenly lifted his robe and stood up with cupped hands, interrupting Xiao Dongbua's words with a smile. Today is the day that the 8 great patrician families are gathered. We didn't come here to listen to family trifles and wails. If family head Xiao really wants to resolve the family's mundane affairs in this audience hall, then why not use us cultivators' methods to resolve conflicts? Mu Boming asked with a smile, 4th young master Duan, I wonder what you're referring to when you say that cultivators use methods to resolve conflicts? Fist. Duan Yu shook his fist and said with a grin, instead of being so wishy-washy, why don't we have a good fight? Xiao Dongbua's face was dark and gloomy, and he used a terrifying gaze to stare at the handsome youth who had abruptly interrupted him. Just now, he felt that Xiao Zhongbang's eyes had clearly wavered when he heard about old Madame Qiao's tragic situation. He felt that he had a chance of persuading Xiao Zhongbang to return to the Qiao family's ancestral home to see his mother. Unfortunately, this brat who popped out of nowhere suddenly spoiled everything. Family head Qiao, why are you staring at me like this? Do you want to have a match with me? Duan Yu's eager expression made Xiao Dongbua's teeth ache. He would have to be crazy to compete with this kid. Why would he, the dignified family head of the Qiao family, have a match with a junior from the Duan family? It wouldn't be surprising if he won, but it would be even more humiliating if he lost. He would have to be crazy to compete with this Duan family brat. Duan Yu blinked and looked at Xiao Dongbua with a disappointed expression. Family head Xiao, you actually don't dare to compete with me. When Xiao Dongbua heard this, he couldn't help but jump up from his seat, the veins on his head nearly bursting. Brat, speak properly and don't babble nonsense. Grandfather, he's scary. It'll be 11 o'clock soon. I'll try to adjust the update time to daytime tomorrow. Duan Yu abruptly turned his head to look at the elderly man in his 60s drinking tea. The elderly man's hair stood on end like steel needles. His eyes were hale and hearty, and his body was robust. His voice was as loud as a bell when he opened his mouth. Slap. The elderly man slapped the teacup under his palm, instantly shattering it into pieces. Xiao Dongbua shuddered for no reason, and his gaze shrunk slightly. Crap, how did he provoke this difficult old thing? Xiao Dongbua, you dare to yell at my good grandson? Duan Zhenxing questioned angrily like an enraged lion, about to pounce and rip Xiao Dongbua's throat apart. Xiao Dongbua involuntarily retreated a few steps and awkwardly smiled at Old Master Duan. Elderly Patriarch Duan, my apologies, my apologies. My attitude earlier was a bit too extreme. Duan Zhenxing harumphed and slapped the table hard, his voice reverberating like a drum. My good grandson wants to compete with you because he thinks highly of you. Why aren't you making a move? Xiao Dongbua's aged face instantly flushed red. What the *CK did Old Master mean? He really wanted him to spar with the Duan family's brat. That immature brat from the Duan family was so excited and eager to give it a try. He even started swinging his arms and legs on the spot, looking like a rash youth who had never sparred with anyone before. He looked foolish. If he hit him too hard, Old Master Duan would lose face. If he hit him too lightly, he wouldn't be willing. I'll spar with you. Xiao Zhongde abruptly stood up from his side and angrily declared, you don't have the right to spar with my dad. Old Master Duan's aged face darkened at once. He exerted some force in his hand and shattered the short table in front of him with a boom. Punk, who are you saying doesn't have the right? Old Master Duan roared. The great king's eye twitched, and he looked at the queen sitting upright beside him. Queen, did you prepare a few more tables? Seeing that Old Master Duan's fiery temper was about to erupt, Xiao Dongbua hastily stopped his son and smiled apologetically. Old Master, my son is insensible, all right. Duan Yu responded crisply and abruptly stretched out his long legs, directly jumping over the small table to the center of the main hall. He crooked his finger at Xiao Zhongde with a sly smile. Don't cry if you lose, tortoise. Brat, you're courting death. Without waiting for Xiao Dongbua to stop him, Xiao Zhongde was already like an enraged elephant, furiously stomping on the main hall stone bricks as he madly dashed toward Duan Yu. His fist, accompanied by an explosive roar, was already in front of Duan Yu's eyes. Some of the more timid daughters of officials had already reached out their hands to cover their eyes. They couldn't bear to see such an elegant and peerless young master being ruthlessly rammed out like a bull. Only a loud boom sound could be heard in his ears. Xiao Mu peeked out of the corner of her eye and saw her eldest uncle from the Qiao clan's main family tumbling several times in the air before being sent flying by a huge force. He crashed ruthlessly out of the main hall, and she reckoned that he would probably smash a shallow hole in the limestone bricks outside the main hall. The great king and Empress Zhao met each other's eyes before silently shifting their gazes to that Duan family's fourth young master. This Duan family's fourth young master abruptly stopped smiling, and his beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with a thunderous fury. He abruptly turned to shout at Old Master Duan, Grandfather, grandfather. He insulted me. He actually sent a minor level 6 mystic cultivator to spar with me. He insulted me. He's insulting you. Duan Zhenxing, didn't you already know that Xiao Zhongde was a minor level 6 mystic cultivator before the fight? You clearly wanted to beat him to death, yet you still found an excuse to say that he was insulting you. Even an oddball grandfather like Duan Zhenxing couldn't help blushing from his grandson's shameless words. Ah, ha ha ha. The great king suddenly let out an awkward laugh. Heroes truly come from the youth. Fourth young master Duan's cultivation is astonishing and very formidable. Today, we have truly broadened our horizons, ha 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 ha. Xiao Zhongde's second brother, Xiao Zhonghao, had already helped his older brother inside the main hall. Xiao Zhongde's face was bruised and swollen from the fall, and he probably lost a few teeth. He was currently leaning on his brother with a dispirited expression and didn't even have the strength to walk on his own. Zhongde, Zhongde. Xiao Dongbua paled in fright as he called out to his son. He abruptly turned his head and glared at Duan Yu. You punk, you're too vicious. What did I do? Duan Yu glared at Xiao Dongbua in bewilderment. You just had to send a minor level 6 mystic cultivator to spar with me. I only lightly stretched out a finger, and he was sent flying. Is this my fault? Everyone was silent. Just now, everyone saw very clearly that fourth young master Duan had really only lifted a finger and poked Xiao Zhongde's fist once. Subsequently, Xiao Zhongde lost control and directly tumbled in the air, wailing miserably as he was flung out of the main hall by a terrifying force. To be precise, he really was sent flying by fourth young master Duan's finger. No wonder your Qiao family is impatient to bring our Jojo home. So it's because the other members of your Qiao family are all weak chickens. Duan Yu mocked. Although what he said was the truth, Xiao Dongbue still flew into a rage out of humiliation. Do you think I wanted the crown princess to join this competition for our family clan? Xiao Dongbue retorted angrily, I did it for the great king and also for our northern moi. To put it bluntly, the reason our 8 great patrician families are holding this competition is to select 4 outstanding youths under the age of 20. In order to prepare for the decennial mystic beast forest secret realm. Think about it. If the crown prince consort enters the mystic beast forest secret realm as a Qiao clan descendant, even if she doesn't have 100% certainty, she must at least have an 80% certainty that she will be able to obtain 1 or 2 treasures for our Mo kingdom from the secret realm. The great king's eyes lit up. Patriarch Qiao's words are true. The crown princess, following the great king's call, everyone's gaze once again fell on the crown princess. But what was the crown princess doing? She was still holding the small bowl and eating slowly. She ate the fish slices in vinegar with her chopsticks and braised shark fin with her chopsticks. She was eating alone and seemed to be eating quite happily. The great king's lips twitched as he shot his son a look that said, you should discipline your wife. Prince Mo was quite happy because his wife ate quite a lot today. Tomorrow, he would definitely reward the chefs in the royal kitchen for making dishes that suited their Jojo's taste. Jojo, don't choke. Drink some porridge to moisten your throat. Prince Mo handed a bowl of porridge to his wife. When he looked up, he noticed the great king's odd gaze and raised a brow. What are you guys doing? I'm telling you, don't have any ideas about my Jojo. She's not free. Empress Zhao frowned and said kindly to her darling son, Crown Prince, there are many treasures in the mystic beast forest secret realm. The great king showed a rare expression of excitement as he hurriedly nodded. That was the legendary forest mystic realm. This naturally formed mystic realm was rather strange and mysterious. It was said that only youths below the age of 20 and above the age of 13 could enter to search for treasures. If anyone over the age of 20 tried to force their way into the mystic realm, they would be completely exterminated at the entrance. The mystic realm only opened once every 10 years, and each time it opened, it would be open for a month. If one didn't leave the mystic realm in time after a month, they would have to stay in the mystic realm forever. As long as we can retrieve a divine artifact, it can be used as a national treasure. It will be greatly beneficial to the imperial court, Empress Zhao said indifferently. Right. It's said that aside from divine artifacts, there are also divine beasts inside. The great king also said very happily. Xiao Dongbue's face lit up, and he immediately cupped his hands towards the great king. In that case, the great king has also agreed to let the crown princess participate in this competition as a Qiao family disciple. Great king, rest assured. With the crown princess' cultivation and strength, she will naturally be able to stand out in the selection and obtain a precious spot to enter the mystic realm. Other than the 4 contestants selected by the 8 great patrician families, the great king can also select 2 outstanding youths from official families to join the team. Xiao Dongbue became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke, as if he was about to welcome Arbor back to the Qiao family. Northern Moi had a total of 6 spots for the exploration of the forest mystic realm. Northern Wei and Southern Bailey only had 4 spots. Some of the other small kingdoms in the north and south only had 1 spot, and some of the barren border kingdoms didn't even have a spot. When the other patrician families heard Xiao Dongbue's words, it seemed to make sense. The stronger the teammates, the higher the chances of obtaining treasures during the exploration. According to the rules, the 6 members of the exploration team had to have their inner worlds scanned when they came out of the mystic realm. At that time, they could only keep 1 treasure, and the rest would have to be handed over to their family clans. Of course, the family still had to pay tribute to the old great king of the Mo kingdom. That was how it was done. Along the way, the young men and women had experienced life and death situations. Even if they risked their lives, they would only be able to obtain a single treasure. In the end, they might even die in the mystic realm. Everyone was excitedly discussing how Arbor returning to the Qiao family was indeed a very beneficial thing for them. The two young masters of the Qin estate watched from the side with cold eyes. The young master of the Omega Kotoku even curled up the corners of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile. After Qiao Dongbua and the others finished their discussion, the old great king made the final decision and happily allowed Arbor to report back to the main family. A happy smile appeared on Qiao Dongbua's face. Yet it was at this time that Xiao Mu raised her head to look at them and abruptly asked, "Hey, were you guys discussing me in full swing just now?" Qiao Dongbua turned to look at Arbor with a chuckle, a hypocritical and benevolent smile on his aged face. "Of course, we were." Splash. A basin of foot-washing water was taken out from her inner world and directly splashed onto Qiao Dongbua, who was standing in front of her. Our dear Duanyu, who had long been on guard, had already dodged far away. At this time only Qiao Dongbua and his sons were affected by the foot-washing water, as well as a corner of the old great king's lapel. Previously, she used the holy water to soak her feet and saved the foot-washing water. She felt that it was quite wasteful to splash it like this. "Look, didn't this benefit Qiao Dongbua? Are you awake?" Arbor asked kindly. Qiao Dongbua and his two sons were drenched on the spot, and the great king's clothes were inevitably stained with a puddle of water. They looked at each other with ugly expressions, then shifted their gazes to Arbor. "In a place like the forest mystic realm. If I really wanted to go, why would I need to fight to the death to get a spot?" Arbor looked impatiently at Qiao Dongbua and his son. "What, I can't go without a spot? If I want to go in, do you think you trash can stop me?" Arbor completely ignored how angry Qiao Dongbua's face was and said with a sneer. "Do I have to use your Qiao family's name, risk my life, and pester you to go to the mystic realm to get treasures? Qiao Dongbua, is your brain damaged or am I stupid? Ah? This kind of idea of harming others for your own benefit, you're pretty good." Arbor clapped his little hands and stood up, coldly glancing at Qiao Dongbua and his sons. "Hurry up and disappear from my sight." "Scram!" Xiao Mu shouted, and her icy face was instantly covered in a layer of terrifying killing intent. This angry shout scared Qiao Dongbua so much that he retreated a few steps. When he stood up, his entire face was red and twisted. Qiao Dongbua's second son, Qiao Zhonghao, supported his eldest son, Qiao Zhongda, and angrily looked at Arbor. You don't even want the old ancestor anymore, do you?" Arbor mockingly curled his lips. "If the Qiao family's old ancestor really knows, he'll be so angry that he'll come back to life." "Vicious woman!" Qiao Zhonghao angrily scolded, his entire face filled with shock and anger, as if he would explode in the next moment and tear Arbor to pieces. Wei Ziqing was furious. "Qiao Zhonghao, do you have to argue about the Qiao family's matters with us here? Since the Qiao family isn't afraid of being humiliated, then I'll have a good talk with you. Who's the vicious woman, who's the shameless one? You bunch of black-hearted villains. Why don't you look at your own face in the mirror? Aren't you ashamed or blushing?" Wei Ziqing's eyes widened as she reprimanded sternly. "Back then, on the second day after my family's old Qiao and I moved to the Mo Kingdom capital, we brought gifts to visit the main family according to the rules. And the result? There was no way to enter. He was driven out of the main family." "Mother!" Arbor and Jolin both looked at her and asked, "Is that true?" Xiao Yalan and her second uncle had never mentioned the humiliation they had suffered in front of the children, so Jolin and the others didn't know about it at all. "Xiao Zhongda, do you dare to say no? It was you. What did he say to us when he crossed his arms and looked down on us like a snob? Huh? Don't you remember? You're just a country bumpkin. You want to bring some trash to climb up the social ladder? Go back to where you came from. I'm going to return those words to you right now." Wei Ziqing said angrily, word by word, "You greedy bastard. You want to use some bullshit T quota to climb up the ranks of my daughter, the noble crown princess? Scram back to where you came from." Wei Ziqing harumphed at the last sentence, glaring at Xiao Zhongda and his brother with a sharp glint in her eyes. Xiao Zhongda shrunk his neck in fright and retreated a step weakly. Whoosh. A thin piece of paper was flung at Qiao Dongbua's face. Arbor glanced at the old man mockingly. "Look clearly at what's written in black and white. The family separation document is written clearly enough, right?" Those with good eyes should be able to read it. Arbor coldly swept a glance at Xiao Dongbua. I see that you're already so old, so I respect you and call you old sir. Otherwise, you're a shameless old man. You. Xiao Dongbua was so angry that his heart, liver, spleen, and lungs were violently trembling. Arbor spread her fingers, and that thin family separation document immediately flew back into her palm with a whoosh. Our family has already separated from Qiao Zhongheng's group of demons and monsters, let alone you guys, who don't know what you're talking about. What, do you think that just because you have the Qiao character on your name, you're family with us? You're deluding yourself into thinking that you can climb the social ladder and talk about friendship with me? Just based on your moral integrity? Are you even worthy? Arbor bluntly mocked. Good. Xiao Dongbua was already so angry that he couldn't make a sound, and only his fingers were trembling. He abruptly turned his head and grabbed his son Xiao Zhonghao's shoulder, loudly shouting, "Let's go." Arbor leisurely folded that family separation document and coldly swept a glance at Xiao Dongbua and the rest. Family head Xiao, I hope that you're a good person and don't go out and carelessly spread rumors. You know that people who spread rumors will also go to the hell of having their tongues pulled out after they die. They'll never be reincarnated. Arbor practically said the last sentence through gritted teeth, one word at a time, until Xiao Dongbua and the rest felt a chill run down their spine, and they turned their heads to take a look. But they saw that the little girl under the waning lights seemed to have a ghostly aura, and the black gates of hell seemed to be faintly visible behind her back, frightening them to the extreme. Xiao Dongbua shrank back and supported the weak and powerless Xiao Zhongda. The father and son trio left the main hall in a huff, not even bothering to say goodbye to the others. The remaining people from the 7 great patrician families and the great king's Empress Zhao didn't look so good on their faces. The great king cautiously glanced at his daughter-in-law's dark expression, then secretly peeked at his son, a trace of helplessness rising in his heart. Sigh, so tired, now that the banquet had turned out like this, everyone's interest was waning. The entire Qiao clan is filled with foul air. None of them are good people. Mu Qianxian sneered. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but it just happened to fall into everyone's ears. As soon as he said this, Empress Zhao felt even worse. She originally had a lot of complaints about this little stoic. Now that she saw that this stoic's family members weren't all that great, she felt very uncomfortable. Mo Lian's icy gaze landed on Mu Qianxian's face, and it only took an instant for Mu Qianxian to subconsciously shudder. Madame Mu suddenly reached out and grabbed her daughter's hand. Her eyes widened in horror. Mu Boming raised his hand, and a defensive talisman abruptly leaped onto his daughter Mu Qianxian's body. He then shouted, "Your Highness!" Bang! The wine cup in front of Mu Qianxian cracked on its own. Mu Qianxian's entire face was ghastly pale. Because the defensive talisman had helped her block an invisible killing move, even though her little life was saved, her internal organs were hurting from the impact of the residual energy. In that instant just now, she very clearly experienced how ruthless His Highness was when he wanted to end her life on the spot. Mu Qianxian heard the sound of her heart abruptly shattering. It was very painful. She had only muttered that woman's family was complicated, and she was nearly killed by His Highness. Did this man not allow others to say anything bad about her? Mu Boming's face was shrouded in a dark haze. Family head Mu gazed coldly at Prince Mo and said, "My humble daughter was rude to the crown princess first, but her crime doesn't warrant death, right? Hope that your highness will forgive her." Mo Lian retracted the powerful force she had released to target Mu Qianxian and also cast an aloof glance at family head Mu. "Family head Mu, your daughter has repeatedly offended our wife. According to the rules, she should be severely punished." Mu Boming's expression shifted, and he looked up at the great king and Empress Zhao sitting at the front. The king's face was a little embarrassed. He had just received such a heavy gift from the Mu family's patriarch, 2-piece talismans. On the other hand, his precious son wanted to make an example of the Mu family's patriarch's daughter. No matter how he looked at it, this was not very kind. The old great king quickly chuckled dryly and sent his son a look as he said, "It's just some small animosity between young ladies. It's fine, it's fine." Seeing his daughter-in-law raise her head and glare at him coldly, the old king's heart thumped, and he hurriedly said that, Mu family head, there are still some etiquette and rules that need to be taught to Miss Mu. In the future, it's best not to be impudent in front of the crown princess. Mu Boming responded gravely. There was already no need to continue the banquet at this point. The great king was mentally exhausted, and he hastily pacified everyone before dismissing the banquet with a long sigh of relief. Heavens! If this banquet continued, who knew how much more trouble it would stir up? Mo Lian personally sent Arbor's family back before returning to the palace. On the way back, she instructed Huifeng, send someone to keep an eye on Xiao Dongbua's family. If they dare to make any moves, then... Mo Lian gestured for them to be killed on sight. Huifeng nodded in acknowledgement. On the other side, as soon as Mu Xianxian stepped out of the palace gates and boarded the carriage, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Madame Mu shrieked in fright. Mu Xianxian didn't want to say anything more to her mother, so she simply closed her eyes and pretended to faint. When Mu Boming heard his wife's screams from inside the carriage, his eyes flickered impatiently. He swung his horsewhip and said, "Send Madame and Miss back to the estate." That night at midnight, Mu Xianxian, who was lying flat on a large bed made of cedar wood, abruptly opened her eyes and got off the bed like a wandering soul. After lighting an incense stick in a corner of the room, she sat back down in front of the dressing mirror and fiddled with her beautiful hair. Outside, there was only a sliver of moonlight spilling on the window lattice, and it was pitch black. Heh heh heh. A sinister laugh suddenly appeared behind her. Eldest young Miss Mu, why did you summon this old man so late at night? The voice that seemed to come from the netherworld was erratic and hoarse. It was so low that it didn't sound like a human's voice. Mu Xianxian gazed into the mirror. That shadow was very short and small, and its entire body was shrouded under a hood. She had never seen this person's face clearly. Black Cat, I promise you. I'll help you steal that top-notch summoning talisman enshrined in the ancestral hall. The shadow was clearly agitated, and its voice started trembling slightly. Really? I have a condition in exchange. Mu Xianxian abruptly stood up in front of the mirror. Under the moonlight, her small face had already contorted into a ball. I heard that you can draw an especially powerful and special talisman. What? The hoarse voice asked. Soul exchange talisman. The shadow was clearly shocked by Mu Xianxian's words. Subsequently, the black shadow let out a series of unpleasant cackles. Eldest Miss Mu, you actually understand us curse practitioners quite well. Mu Xianxian pursed her lips tightly and clenched her fists tightly. It was only after a long while that she couldn't resist roaring, deal or not? Deal. The black shadow cackled. I can give you the soul swap talisman 7 days later. At that time, remember to give me that summoning talisman that your Mu family treasures. Remember, you only have one chance to successfully swap your soul. If you fail, you will vomit blood and become paralyzed in the lightest case, and your soul will scatter and you will lose your life on the spot. Gaga. This little lady is rather courageous. The laughter was like a wisp of black mist that faded away. Great Master Black Cat. Great Master? Mu Xianxian pushed open the door and searched for the black cat's figure under the moonlight. The black cat had long left, and Mu Xianxian angrily clenched her fists as she muttered to herself, just under what circumstances can I use that soul swap talisman? Just how high are the chances of success? After Mu Xianxian walked in, she used her back to press against the door as she kept muttering to herself, I want to become the Crown Prince Consort, I am the Crown Prince Consort, I am the Crown Prince Consort. I am the Crown Princess. Xianxian, mother can see it now. The Crown Prince simply doesn't have any interest in you. Look at how ruthless his methods are, hurting you like this twice. You should give up on him as soon as possible to avoid being covered in bruises. Her mind kept replaying the words that mother had said while wiping her tears while she was pretending to be unconscious. She was unresigned. Mother had always said that she was the one with the greatest hope of becoming the Crown Princess. And she had always held on to this goal to strive for, working hard to curry favor with Her Majesty the Queen and all the concubines in the imperial harem. Her Majesty the Queen had summoned her more than once and was very satisfied with her. Originally, everything was fine. She only needed to wait peacefully to be conferred the title of crown princess, but why did everything change in a single night? It was her. It was that little B*tch who stole all the glory that belonged to her and shamelessly stole away her beautiful future. Since it was useless to beg her father, mother, and anyone else, she could only think of a way to do it herself. Thud. Return. Come on. I am the crown princess. I am. I am. The more she muttered, the more resolute her gaze became. She raised the sleeve of her white undergarment and waved it in the air in front of her. A strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth as she coquettishly said, "There's no need to be so courteous. You may all rise." At this moment, the Shu residence had also sunk into a cloud of gloom. The mistress had attempted to hang herself in the middle of the night. After she was rescued, the master flew into a rage and scolded her fiercely. Then, he flung his sleeves and left. At daybreak, Madame Shu started to make a fuss again. She cried and made a fuss, looking for ropes and moving stools, scaring a large group of maidservants until their faces turned pale. Because when the sun was still rising, the etiquette instructor sent by the queen sat outside Madame Shu's bedroom. Her eyelids drooped and the corners of her mouth curled up as she said sternly, "This old servant is Nanny Gong, who came on the orders of Her Majesty the Queen to teach Madame Shu etiquette and rules again." Madame Shu didn't want to live anymore. This unruly old servant had been sitting outside her courtyard early in the morning, repeating the same sentence over and over again. Perhaps the concubines in the master's rear courtyard were rolling on their beds with laughter right now. She had boasted of being wise all her life, but she didn't expect that she would suffer such a humiliation at the hands of a young stinky girl. Madame Shu felt that she didn't have the face to continue living. Today, in the noble women's circle in the capital, this trivial matter of hers must have already spread. "Madam, fourth young miss is here." Hui-er. Madame Shu tightly grasped her daughter's hand as she wailed loudly. "Mother." Shu Hui also didn't feel good. In her eyes, her mother was a very strong-willed person. In front of her father's concubines, she was usually unyielding. When had she ever seen her mother reveal such a weak side, crying like a child? Hui-er. Child, you must work hard, understand? As long as you become the crown prince's secondary consort and obtain the crown prince's favor, you'll be able to get back at me for all the anger I suffered yesterday. Do you know what that woman relied on? Madame Shu exhorted her younger daughter. She relied on His Highness the Crown Prince's power, which is why she dared to beat your mother so wantonly. Woo-woo, pitiful mother is already so old, yet she still had to be beaten by a little slut in public. She has no face left. Not only that, in order to defile your mother, that slut actually instigated His Highness the Crown Prince to send an etiquette instructor to humiliate your mother in public. Ah. Hui-er, you must work hard, understand? Work hard. Mother, I know. I will definitely work hard and have His Highness marry me. I will snatch His Highness's favor from that slut's hands and help mother take revenge. Shu Hui nodded with effort. When Shu Quan, who had just entered the room, heard her mother's words, she was so angry that she almost fell backwards. She hastily lifted the curtain and walked in. She hastily said, "Mother, what are you saying?" With younger sister's family background and looks, it's also possible for her to be a duke's wife. Why must you insist on getting close to His Highness? Although the title of secondary consort sounds nice, in reality, you're still a concubine. When you enter and meet the crown princess, you still have to kneel and offer her tea. Moreover, you all personally witnessed how His Highness treats the crown princess yesterday. Between His Highness and the crown princess, how could this little sister be allowed to interfere? Mother, you're pushing little sister into the fire pit. Madame Shu slapped the bed forcefully. She was so angry that her entire body trembled. She glared at her eldest daughter Shu Quan and said, "Unfilial daughter. What kind of nonsense was that? Hui-er is mother's flesh and blood, how could mother harm her? Shu Quan, you married the son of the great king and became his official wife. You're living a blissful and glorious life. You won't allow your sister to be the crown prince's concubine? What are you trying to do? You can't bear to see your sister marry the crown prince. Do you think she's better than you?" Hearing this, Shu Hui looked coldly at her elder sister. She felt extremely ashamed in her heart. To think that she used to think that her elder sister was a good person. In fact, in front of benefits, sisterly affection was bullshit. Shu Quan was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. The veins on her forehead were popping out. Mother, is this how you think of your daughter? I don't care what you think. Madame Shu shouted sternly and slapped the bed forcefully. In any case, you can't block your sister's path. Shu Quan's footsteps swayed slightly. She hurriedly went up to support Shu Quan's arm. The son of the great king. Madam. Fourth miss. She wanted to say something, but Shu Quan pinched her arm and shut her mouth with reddened eyes. Mother, can you listen to me calmly? Shu Quan's eyes contained a trace of moisture as she bit her lip and asked word by word. What else do you want to say? Madame Shu's vigilant gaze pierced Shu Quan's heart. His Highness is definitely not someone you can play around with. I hope you can understand this. Otherwise, the Shu family will definitely suffer a calamity. The entire Shu family will definitely not be left alive. Shu Quan blinked back the moisture in her eyes and turned to look at her younger sister, who had a cold expression. Younger sister, elder sister hopes that you can live well. Marrying His Highness the Crown Prince is definitely not a good choice. You also saw what happened to father's concubines. It's really not easy to be a concubine. Shu Hui's bright eyes widened, and she suddenly said impatiently, I'm not being a concubine for an ordinary family. I'm being a side consort for His Highness the Crown Prince. Elder sister, you don't have to worry so much. You'd better keep those women in your first prince's residence under control. Shu Quan was so angry that she staggered and said with a smile, all right, I was being nosy. Let's go. Shu Quan walked out a few steps before stopping and turning to say, Mother, fourth sister. I hope you can open your eyes and see clearly. A man's heart isn't something you can immediately win over just by trying hard. At least, that's not the case for His Highness in my eyes. He's firm, decisive, and resolute. On the surface, he looks as gentle as jade and makes people feel like they're bathing in the spring breeze. In reality, he's the most callous, indifferent, tyrannical, and heartless man in the world. At least before the appearance of the Crown Princess, I've never seen him stare at a woman for so long. I'm certain of one thing. If you dare to ruin his relationship with the Crown Princess, I'll definitely kill him. I think he will definitely make our entire Shu family pay for your stupidity. After Shu Quan said this, she didn't look at her mother and younger sister again and led Shi out the door with her head held high. Only Shi, who was following behind her, clearly knew that the princess consort's body was still trembling. Her back was stiff, and she looked extremely lonely and pitiful. The sound of Madame Shu angrily smashing a vase could be heard from the central room. Shu Quan didn't stay any longer and directly left the Shu residence to board the carriage. As soon as she got into the carriage, she hugged her knees and started crying. Shi wiped her tears at the side and hugged her master helplessly, repeatedly shouting, Princess Consort, Princess Consort. Shu Quan only felt that from her heart to her 10 fingers, every fingertip was emitting a chill. It was so cold that her teeth were chattering uncontrollably. Shi, my mother actually said that I'm living a life of boundless splendor and happiness. Ha 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 ha. Shu Quan laughed until tears rolled down her cheeks. If I had a choice, I'd rather have nothing. Even if I have to ride a horse and sleep on the streets, it's still better than being entangled with those orioles and swallows. Princess Consort, you've suffered too much. Shi burst into tears. Shu Quan shook her head, teardrops falling onto the back of her hand. Actually, it doesn't matter if it's a little bitter. I just hope that everyone in my family will be fine. But now, I'm afraid all of this will become wishful thinking. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of the door knocking made classmate Arbor's hand, which was holding a brush, pause slightly. Without even turning his head, he said, the door isn't closed. Come in yourself. Sister, it's sunny today. Let's go out for a stroll. Xiao Lin jumps in a hurry. When she sees her sister drawing a talisman, she can't help but restrain her voice a little. She whispers, Sister, you're drawing a talisman. Wait a moment, I'm about to finish. Xiao Lin sneaks to the table and pokes her head out to take a look. She can't understand what her sister is drawing. But Arbor lifts her wrist slightly and finishes the drawing quickly. She breathes a sigh of relief and looks down at the blue light emitted from the talisman paper. She nods with slight satisfaction. Last night when she slept until midnight, the golden talisman jade tome opened the 5th jade slip by itself. It officially opened the door to high-level talisman for her. She immediately wakes up excitedly and runs out of bed to light the lamp. In the second half of the night, she has been drawing 2 of the 5 spirit talismans taught by the demonstration talisman. Water Spirit Talisman, draw the power of the rare water spirit between heaven and earth to help the person who opens the talisman. Fire Spirit Talisman, draw the power of the rare fire spirit between heaven and earth. In addition, it also teaches the drawing of the defensive talisman, which is the talisman thrown by Mu Jia's head to resist Mo Lian's invisible power. On the 5th jade slip of the golden talisman jade tome, there is an additional line of small words. If you want to practice the forbidden talisman technique, strictly speaking, you need to open the 6th jade slip and so on. This jade slip can teach the most common talisman, the sickness talisman. If you want to learn, you can draw your Xian sense into the jade slip and open the hidden jade slip. If you practice the forbidden talisman technique, it's easy for you to go mad and your soul will scatter. Arbor decisively draws her Xian sense to open the hidden jade slip. Of course, she wants to learn, not to harm people, but to know herself and know the enemy. If she learns one thing, she can guard against it. In case there are some demons and monsters who want to hide in the dark to harm her, she can immediately see through it. In the middle of the night, Arbor has been tossing those talismans. After drawing hundreds of water spirit talismans and fire spirit talismans, she also drew a lot of defensive talismans. She only drew 2 sickness talismans. After mastering the essentials, she didn't continue to draw. The sickly talisman she drew was much stronger than the one she had planted on Miss Li. Her sickly talisman was a high-level sickly talisman while Miss Li's was only a low-level one. The two could not be compared. Arbor studied until Jolin knocked on the door and hopped in. Only then did he finish drawing the last defensive talisman. He put away the talisman pen and the stack of talismans and turned to look at her with a smile. "Where are you going to play?" Xiao Lin walked up with a chuckle to hook her arm. "Sister, I heard that a vaudeville troupe came to the Mo Kingdom capital, and their performance was quite good. Let's go take a look." "Is it the Luo family troupe?" "No." Jolin looked at her sister speechlessly. "The Luo family troupe is an opera troupe. He should still be in the palace right now." Arbor had heard that the Luo family troupe would stay in the palace until the 15th day of the first lunar month. He wondered if the great king's group of concubines would be tired of listening to operas every day. "Let's go, sister." "Let's go now." "I'm going too." Xiaosun instantly ran in from outside the door. No one knew how long he had been eavesdropping outside. At the same time, the little monk also came in like a shadow. Arbor nodded. "Then let's go." "Benefactress, can you gift this little monk 1 or 2 of the talismans you drew earlier?" This little monk can sense the dense aura of spiritual energy on the talisman paper. The little monk's round eyes flickered with intelligence. When Jolin and Jolin heard this, they immediately expressed that they also wanted it. 3 pairs of eyes stared at Arbor eagerly. Arbor only felt that it was somewhat funny. She took out some defensive talismans, water and fire talismans, and distributed them to the 3 children. "We're going out now. Shouldn't we go to Beautiful View Garden and say hello to Mother first?" Arbor brought the 3 children out of the door and said to her sister Jolin. "Sister, there's no need to say hello. I know that Mother went out with Madame Ren early in the morning." "Madame Ren?" Arbor was slightly startled. "Yes." Jolin held onto Arbor's hand and giggled. "Let's go, sister. Get someone to prepare the carriage. We're going to watch the vaudeville show." Only then did Arbor bring the 3 children out and head towards the Yu family troupe's location, Spring Dawn Garden. Spring Dawn Garden was located on Hualing Street. It was parallel to Shilua Street's commoner district. Usually, there weren't many high officials and nobles who could come here. However, after this vaudeville troupe became popular recently, even the business on Hualing Street improved by a lot. There were also many high officials and nobles who came to watch the show. They booked the whole place the moment they arrived. As soon as Arbor's carriage entered Hualing Street, they followed the signs at the intersection and found their way to Spring Dawn Garden's entrance. There were already many carriages parked outside the garden. Jolin excitedly jumped out of the carriage. When she saw a small stall selling silk flowers at the entrance of the garden, she ran over by herself and gathered in front of the stall to watch. "Auntie, your silk flowers look pretty good. Miss, do you want to buy a few?" The old auntie selling silk flowers hurriedly said, "You only need half a liter of rice to exchange for 5 silk flowers." The auntie had also heard that this vaudeville garden had become popular recently. That was why she came to sell silk flowers early in the morning. It was a pity that the young ladies and madams of the noble families who came and went all had their eyes on the top of their heads. They didn't even look at her small roadside stall. Okay, give me 5. Jolin was a rich woman. She had enough food in her inner world to last her for at least half a year. Not to mention that her elder sister had given her 2 storage talismans filled with peaches, winter fruits, and various other fruits and snacks. She estimated that she would be able to eat everything in these 2 storage talismans for a year and a half. Half a liter of millet in exchange for 5 silk flowers was too cheap for Jolin. She hurriedly took out a small bag of rice and handed it to the old woman. "I'll buy it. TSK, country bumpkin." A sarcastic laugh came from behind Jolin, but Jolin pretended not to hear it. He reached out and took the 5 silk flowers that the old woman handed to him with tears of gratitude. He picked a wooden box and put the silk flowers in it, happily holding it in his arms. "Sister." Jolin turned around and saw the enchanting lady standing behind him. He rolled his eyes and pushed her away. "Excuse me, good dogs don't block the way." "Ah." The girl's body swayed and the 2 servant girls hurriedly supported her. "You damned village woman. You actually dare to push this miss." Jolin didn't listen to her barking. She hurriedly hugged the wooden box and ran back to her elder sister's side. She handed the wooden box to her. "Sister, I bought silk flowers. We sisters will each have 2 and the remaining 1 will be for younger brother." Xiaosen had just jumped off the carriage. When he heard this, his eyes immediately widened. "What are you giving it to me for?" "Giving it to your little girlfriend." Jolin winked at her younger brother. "It's that little girl I saw on the way home from school. She's quite cute." Xiaosen's little face immediately turned awkward as he hurriedly said, "Second sister, don't talk nonsense. That Sun Tian is also my classmate." Xiao Lin immediately reached out and pinched her brother's little face as she giggled. "That's right, I want you to give it to her. Look, it's nice to be friends with your classmates." Arbor's little mouth curved as he held his brother's hand. "Xiaosen, you haven't bullied your classmates in the academy recently, right?" No. Xiaosen didn't expect that the topic would suddenly change to the academy. He immediately shook his little head and expressed his stance. "Xiaosen doesn't dare to forget elder sister's teachings for a single day. Ren Hongfei and I are now good friends." "Really good friends?" Really. "Then what about your swine friend, Gao Feng, who was with you before?" Xiaomu asked worriedly. Xiaosen laughed foolishly. "We haven't played together for a long time. After school, I always go with Ren Hongfei and Sun Tian. Second sister also saw it last time." Yes, that little girl smiled so sweetly at you." "So her name is Sun Tian, her name is also sweet." Arbor's face darkened. Come, let us 3 siblings divide this silk flower. Little brother, you must remember to bring this most playful and adorable silk flower to little sister Sun Tian. Oh. Xiaosen gloomily put away this maiden's gift as his little mouth secretly twitched. "Stop. You country bumpkin, didn't you hear me call you?" The young miss who was pushed away by Xiao Lin just now unrelentingly followed the siblings. She waved her hand and signaled for a few servants to come forward. She aggressively stood in front of the siblings' door with her hands on her hips. Xiao Lin immediately became angry. She placed her little hand on her waist as she stood in front of Arbor's Xiao Sen and angrily scolded the young miss. "I say, are you done yet? I'm already ignoring you, what else do you want? Are you asking for a beating?" Xiaomu glanced at the young lady and recognized who she was. This was the 3rd miss of the Marquis of Placation's estate, Su Mingzhu. Back then, when she was at the Qin estate, she had slapped an invisibility talisman on herself. When she saw Su Mingzhu torturing and killing the little beasts, she gave her a big slap in passing, causing Su Mingzhu to mistakenly think that it was Mu Qianxian who did it, and they got into a dogfight. It was 4th Miss Su Mingxin who had accompanied Su Mingzhu to Spring Dawn Garden to watch the sideshow performance. She recognized Xiaomu with a glance, and she hastily went up to give a proper curtsy. Su Mingxin greets the Crown Prince Consort. Su Mingzhu was furious. During the New Year's banquet yesterday, everyone's focus was on that Crown Princess. Who would have noticed her, this elegant and refined little pitiful existence, damn it. She was dressed up so beautifully, but the limelight was completely overshadowed by that country bumpkin Crown Princess. Do you want to cause trouble, huh? Xiao Lin rolled up her sleeves, looking like she was looking for someone to pick a fight with. She could tell that this neurotic woman in front of her was simply here to find trouble with them siblings. Sister. 4th Miss Su hastily grabbed Su Mingzhu in fright. Sister, it's better not to be overly impudent in front of the Crown Princess. Scram. Su Mingzhu brusquely flung Su Mingxin's hand away and cast her a glance before scolding, useless thing, scram to the side. How the *CK did I get in your way by buying a silk flower? Xiao Lin retorted angrily, I ignored you when I heard your mockery earlier, yet you're still trying to pick on me, huh? Looking for a beating. You're the one looking for a beating. Your whole family is looking for a beating. Su Mingzhu's anger surged as she pulled out a double-edged spear from her conscience. Let's talk after we fight. Seeing Su Mingzhu leap forward, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Lin with a flash. The little monk's chubby face had a benevolent expression. He raised a chubby finger above his head and pointed at Su Mingzhu, who had jumped forward. This benefactress. This little monk sees a baleful aura on your face. Your brows are dark. I'm afraid it's an omen of great misfortune. Arbor's mouth twitched. Xiao Lin also broke down in an instant. She withdrew her angry expression and chuckled. Come back. Xiao San unhappily ran forward and picked up the little monk. Why are you joining in the fun? A little bald donkey like you dares to challenge me. Preposterous. Su Mingzhu's anger flared. She controlled her mystic energy and poured it all into the sharp blade. A cold light flashed through her eyes as she suddenly jumped up and aimed her spear at Xiao San's back. You're courting death. Xiao Lin, who was already prepared, suddenly threw a punch and directly knocked the other party's spear to the side. Water Spirit Talisman. The little monk suddenly turned his head and threw out the talisman. Boom. A water column swept out. Under the shocked and astonished gazes of Su Mingzhu and the others, Su Mingzhu and the group of menservants were sent flying in an instant. Bang 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 bang. The water column once again fell from the sky and hit Su Mingzhu and the others head-on. Su Mingzhu hastily activated her defensive mystic artifact to protect her body. This was still able to withstand the surging water spirit energy. Those manservants were miserable as they were all sent flying far away, groaning and groaning as they couldn't get up. This lasted for a full 3 minutes before the water spirit finally disappeared. Su Mingzhu had already spat out a mouthful of blood from the abuse and collapsed on the ground. As the water wave surged, no one dared to go forward. Some of the carriages that were heading towards Spring Dawn Garden stopped far away. 4th young Miss Su wasn't affected. She covered her mouth with one hand and looked at her sister who was lying on the ground and unable to get up for the time being in shock. The little monk clapped his hands and said, I told you not to do it. Benefactress. The omen of great misfortune has come true. Jolin laughed out loud and grabbed the little monk into his arms. He reached out to rub his chubby little face and said, Kong Kong, you're really too cute. What's going on? A gentle voice came from the carriage. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a beautiful girl walked down from the carriage. She glanced at Arbor and the others with a strange expression. At this time, the coachman suddenly cried out excitedly, Miss, don't you often ask me who was the person who saved you that day? It was her. It was that noble lady who saved you. Arbor also recognized the woman who came out of the carriage. She was Li Xiaoyi, the third daughter of Li Xiaoqing of the Guanglu Temple. However, there was a strange emotion in Li Xiaoyi's eyes that shook slightly. She stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Arbor. I didn't know that the one who saved me that day was your highness, the crown princess. Arbor nodded with an indifferent expression. She was just passing by. Li Shui glanced at her as if she wanted to say something. Then, she glanced at Su Mingxin. Fourth young Miss Su, what happened to you guys? Su Mingxin smiled awkwardly. There was a small misunderstanding between my third older sister and the crown princess. Oh? Was it just a small misunderstanding? It escalated to the point of fighting. Li Shui cleverly didn't say anything, but her eyes flickered slightly when she saw third young Miss Su's miserable state. Su Mingxin bowed to Arbor again. Crown princess, this humble girl will take her leave first. Please forgive me. Arbor nodded and didn't feel like arguing with Su Mingzhu. Su Mingxin had someone help Su Mingzhu up and brought her to the carriage to return to the estate immediately. She was also very worried. Su Mingzhu had come out perfectly fine, but now she was being carried back. She didn't know if Madame would let her, a little concubine's daughter, off. Older sister, who is that person? Do you know her? Xiao Lin pursed her lips in the direction Su Mingzhu left. You should have seen her at yesterday's banquet. She's the legitimate third young miss of the Marquis of Placation's estate, Su Mingzhu. There were so many orioles and swallows at yesterday's banquet. Who would remember who? Xiao Lin puffed up her mouth and blew. This was precisely what Su Mingzhu couldn't swallow. She had dressed up beautifully to attend the banquet, thinking that she could outshine the crowd and attract the attention of a few noble young masters. In the end, the limelight was completely snatched away by the crown prince consort from the countryside. Li Shui said with a smile, Crown princess, then let's enter the garden. May I know if the crown princess has reserved a private room beforehand? If not, if you don't mind, you can come to this humble girl's private room. Arbor led his brother and sister into Spring Dawn Garden's main hall. At first glance, there was a dense crowd. The main hall was already full. That's fine. Then I'll have to trouble young Miss Li, Arbor thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Since she was already here, if she didn't bring these monkeys to watch a sideshow performance, who knew how they would torment her? Li Shui smiled slightly and gave a look to the maidservant beside her. Not long after, that maidservant brought a waiter over. He bowed and greeted them before leading the group to a private room on the second floor. There was a row of windows in the private room. When they pushed open the windows, they could see the lively performance below. The view was not bad. Soon, someone brought in some tea and snacks. They weren't very exquisite and were just enough to fill the stomach. A few children immediately cheered and ran to the window to lie down and watch with great interest. Arbor sat down at the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Then, he looked at Miss Li who sat opposite him and nodded slightly. You can speak now. Miss Li was stunned. She looked at her in a daze. For a moment, she seemed to be a little embarrassed. Crown princess, what makes you think that my daughter has something to say? Your eyes told me. Arbor took a sip of tea and frowned slightly. This tea was really crude and plain. It didn't taste like tea at all. Li Shui couldn't help but laugh. The crown princess is really straightforward. She raised her head and glanced at the two maidservants beside her. You two leave first. I have something to say to the crown princess alone. The two maidservants hesitated and looked at each other. Under Li Shui's sharp gaze, they finally left submissively. Li Shui stood up decisively and walked to Arbor. She leaned to one side and bowed. May the crown princess bestow an illness talisman. Arbor didn't expect that Li Shui was here to ask for an illness talisman. She couldn't help but be stunned. What do you want an illness talisman for? With Arbor's exceptional intelligence, she casually thought about it and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, the illness charm that you were afflicted with last time? You also begged for it yourself? You purposely put the illness charm on yourself. Li Shui shook her head. The illness charm last time was something I bought by chance in a talisman shop a few years ago. At that time, I bought it out of curiosity for fun, but I didn't expect it to come in handy. Since the crown princess can undo that illness charm, she's naturally a talisman expert. This humble girl begs the crown princess to bestow me with an illness charm. I beg you, crown princess. Li Shui suddenly bowed her head and heavily kowtowed to Arbor. The three children turned around from the window and couldn't help but feel a little strange when they saw Li Xiaoyi like this. But very quickly, their attention was once again attracted by the wonderful performance in the main hall. At this moment, in the main hall, a young juggler was leading a ferocious piebald tiger, causing waves of exclamations from the crowd. Arbor looked at Li Xiaoyi for a while before saying with certainty, "At the banquet yesterday, I heard from Consort Qing that you've already been betrothed to her son, the son of the great king, Mo Jiao. Do you think they'll give up on you after you use the illness charm?" Consort Qing wouldn't let her son marry a dying person into the family. Li Xiaoyi's eyes were especially bright, she wouldn't be able to stand that bad luck. That's true. Arbor nodded. Marrying a concubine was a joyous matter. No one would be willing to marry a half-dead concubine into the family, as it would be tainted with bad luck. Everyone else wants to marry the prince, why aren't you willing? Li Xiaoyi didn't hide her disdain for Mo Jiao at all and spat, "He already has so many wives and concubines, his body is dirty and smelly, I don't like him at all." Arbor curved her small mouth, feeling that Miss Li's words were very interesting and somewhat to her taste. But usually, when a young lady is forced to marry, don't they cry, throw a tantrum, and threaten to hang themselves? What's the point of that? Li Xiaoyi raised her head and looked at Arbor with a determined gaze. I don't want to do such a stupid thing for a stinky man like him. If I'm so sick that I can't even get out of bed, I believe that Consort Qing won't carry such an unlucky person like me into the great king's mansion. Arbor nodded and began to appreciate Miss Li's straightforwardness. You're just an ordinary person, but you're braver than most people in this world. Good. I'll help you, but you have to promise me one thing. Crown Princess, please speak. This humble girl isn't afraid of climbing a mountain of blades or diving into a pot of boiling oil. Li Xiaoyi exclaimed as she gazed at Xiaomu with bright eyes. I don't need you to climb a mountain of swords, nor do I need you to jump into a frying pan. As long as you keep it a secret. You can't tell anyone that I'm a charm master. Xiaomu didn't want to seek trouble for herself. Curse practitioners had been labeled as demonic beings and had always been suppressed by various parties. If someone with ulterior motives found out that she could create illness curses and was an out-and-out curse practitioner, then it would certainly cause a lot of trouble. Although she wasn't afraid, she found it annoying. I, Li Xiaoyi, swear to the heavens that if I dare to reveal the Crown Princess secret one day, I will be condemned by the heavens and die a horrible death. Arbor nodded and then took out a sickness charm from her inner world and put it in her hand. She said to her with a serious expression, "The sickness charm of mine is much more powerful than the one you had before. This is a high-level sickness talisman. Once I use it on you, the pain will be 100 or 1,000 times worse than before. You have to be prepared to endure it." Li Xiaoyi's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. Yes, I'm prepared. After I use this talisman on you, I will first use the talisman's power to seal the sickness talisman for 10 hours. This way, when you get home, it will suddenly act up around 10 in the morning. Yes. Li Xiaoyi shuffled forward on her knees, her eyes filled with longing as she looked at Arbor. Crown Princess, I'm not afraid. Please use it. It was Arbor's first time seeing a girl so longing for sickness. Shaking her head, she took out a high-level safety talisman and handed it to her. You must not lose this talisman. When you really can't take it anymore, use the talisman. It can dispel the curse on your body. Yes. Li Xiaoyi's eyes were filled with gratitude when she saw that the little girl was already so considerate of her. At the banquet, she had always heard people whispering about how the Crown Princess was arrogant and unreasonable, how she was cold-hearted and expressionless. But now that she had the courage to interact with her, she realized that the Crown Princess wasn't as bad as people said. Under the Crown Princess's expressionless and icy face, there was a soft and gentle heart hidden. Only when one was close to her could they see it clearly. That was why it was useless to rely on hearsay when dealing with people. Some people and some things could only be seen clearly if you used your heart to interact with them and think about them. You shouldn't just follow what others say without any opinions of your own. Consort Qing is an old fox. She might test you many times. It might take a long time. Arbor took out a small bottle of medicine from her sleeve and handed it to her. This medicine can help you temporarily block your 5 senses. If it's too painful, just block it. Li Xiui was already so moved that she couldn't speak. She nodded heavily with tears in her eyes. Crown Princess, I can't repay your kindness. Once my daughter passes this hurdle, if you need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Arbor activated the talisman, and a stream of light flowed into Li Xiui's forehead. Li Xiui suddenly felt a chill spread through her limbs, but it quickly dispersed. Arbor put down 2 fingers and lightly said, I've locked it up for you. The talisman power will be maintained for 5 hours before it dissipates. At that time, you should be prepared, it should be very painful. Then, Arbor clenched his fist slightly and crushed the sickly talisman in his hand into powder and dissipated. Get out, all of you get out. A loud noise came from the hall below. The Qin estate's eldest young master has already monopolized this place. Get out. Get out. Li Xiui was in a good mood now that she had gotten rid of one of her worries. She was not afraid of pain, but she was afraid of marrying a disgusting man and having to bear his children for him. She would be disgusted to death if she had to face him for the rest of her life. Hearing the noise coming from downstairs, they all went to the window and looked down. The door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, and a person who looked like a vice troop leader walked in while rubbing his hands together awkwardly. I'm really sorry, ladies and young masters. The Qin estate's eldest young master has booked the entire place and invited his friends from the pugilistic world to watch the performance. So, Ladies and gentlemen, please rest assured that the fee will definitely be refunded to you. Li Xiui's face immediately darkened. Is this a matter of money? The 6th watch period has ended. See you tomorrow. I went to mix some medicine again today and drank some broken sleep. Tomorrow, I'll try to change the update time to daytime. Roar. When the vice troop master saw Li Xiui's unrelenting attitude, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. When he had gone to greet the people in the other private rooms earlier, when they heard that it was the Qin estate's eldest young master, they all impatiently went down to greet that young master Qin with fawning expressions. But these 2 ladies before him, one was expressionless, while the other was scowling. They didn't seem easy to drive away. Li Xiui glanced coldly at the vice troop master. Go down and tell that eldest young master Qin that his banquet is for his guests and has nothing to do with us. If he wants to clear the place, tell him to come up himself and talk to us. The vice troop master answered obsequiously. Seeing that these 2 ladies didn't seem like people to be trifled with, he hastily waved his hand and obediently left. Crown Princess. Li Xiui turned to look at Arbor. Arbor waved her hand and said, They're only here to watch the show. No need to be long-winded with them. The children saw that the performance had ended and the commotion had ended. The people in the lobby downstairs were all walking out, so they couldn't help but purse their lips and turn to ask Arbor, Sister, they're not performing anymore? Let's wait a bit. Do you want to come over and eat some fruit first? She took out some fresh fruit from her inner world and waved at the 3 children. Jolin and the other 2 hurried over, and each of them picked up an orange and started peeling it. At this moment, the vice troop master knocked on the door again and walked in, saying awkwardly, Young Master Qin and some of his friends have said to invite you all down. Arbor hooked her finger at the vice troop master. The vice troop master ran over obsequiously. Miss. Arbor abruptly reached out and clasped the vice troop master's neck, ruthlessly pressing his old face onto the table. With a loud bang, the vice troop master felt half of his face hurt terribly, and it was probably going to turn completely green. Arbor said coldly, If you don't want to die, tell them to come up. With that said, she released the small hand clasping the back of his neck. The vice troop master felt his entire body turn cold, and he involuntarily shuddered. Bring in some hot water. Arbor glanced at him coldly. The vice troop leader didn't dare to speak any more nonsense. He nodded his head repeatedly, bowed, and cautiously walked out of the door step by step. A few minutes later, the waiter brought hot water in with a respectful expression. Footsteps could be heard coming from the stairs. Not long after, the door to the private room was pushed open. Eldest young Master Qin's tall and slender figure appeared at the door in a dark purple robe. There was a dot of cinnabar between his eyebrows, and his eyes were beautiful and captivating. His long hair was still untied and hung loosely below his waist. His entire being exuded a wild and charming aura. I was wondering which ominous star was causing trouble. Xianxia smirked when he saw Arbor. He leaned against the door and looked at the little girl with a smile. So it's you, the unreasonable little fiend. Arbor glanced at him expressionlessly and said coldly, who are you? Xianxia rolled his eyes and strode in with his long legs. He dragged a stool to sit down in front of her and looked at her calmly. Don't pretend, alright? Mu Xiaobao, I know it's you. Don't think that I won't recognize you just because you changed your face. Arbor reflexively reached out to touch her little face and continued with a wooden expression, I don't know what you're talking about. Heh heh, eldest young master Qin snorted. There's no point in pretending like this. Xianxia raised his wrist and grandly poured himself a cup of tea. He looked at Arbor with a grin and said, Little Bao, we haven't seen each other for half a month. Isn't it too fake for you to say that you don't know me? Li Xiaoyi snuck a glance at Arbor. She didn't understand the situation, so she wasn't in a hurry to interrupt. Eldest young sir, why don't you introduce us? A dozen or so young men and women rushed in noisily. The one who spoke was a powder-faced man who boasted of being dissolute and fanned himself with a folding fan. Arbor only felt that this person looked somewhat familiar. Situi was the last to enter. When he saw Arbor, he couldn't help but be startled before exclaiming in surprise, little junior sister. Arbor rolled her eyes. This time, she couldn't continue pretending. Arbor also recognized the two people beside Situi. One was that weakling Shang Kuan from Daybreak Sect, and the other was the sect master's daughter, Liang Qingqing. Little junior sister. Liang Qingqing happily walked forward and greeted her. Senior brother Situ, senior sister Liang. Arbor nodded at the two. Xianxia couldn't help but be amused. Not pretending anymore? Arbor snorted and turned her head to give him a lukewarm look. She then stood up and said, let's go. Since senior brother Situ was here, then she would give senior brother face. Miss Li also stood up. Arbor had just walked to the door when a man with a glossy powdered face pulled out a folding fan to block her path. Hey, Mississippi. Since you're here, then stay here and play with everyone. The man winked at her with a mischievous grin. He waved his fan back and forth in the middle of winter, looking very self-righteous and flirtatious. Situi was just about to warn the man when he saw eldest Miss Chow pick up a flower pot placed on the flower shelf by the door. With a bang, she smashed it on the head of the pink-faced youth, knocking him down on the spot. Xianxia's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his forehead. Was this Hu Yukong of the Marquis of Su An's estate a fool? Back when he was at the Qin estate, the little stoic had smashed him with a flower pot. His head was wrapped in layers of bandages, and he only recovered after recuperating for more than half a month. Now they're here again. History was shockingly similar. Hu Yukong stood up with his head covered in blood. He touched his head and screamed, someone come. Young Master Hu, young Master Hu. The people at the door immediately became a mess. Some hurriedly ordered people to get gauze and water to bandage their wounds, while others were trembling with fear and pale faces as they used their bodies to block Arbor. Jolin rolled up his little sleeves, looking like he was ready to fight. Just as the commotion was going on, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Arbor turned his head and saw Blackie's anxious face appear at the entrance of the staircase. Eldest Miss. Hazy gasped for breath and hurriedly ran up to her and cried out in alarm, something happened at home. Arbor's pupils contracted instantly, and his entire body's aura froze to the extreme. He lifted his leg and kicked the person blocking his way. Scram. Then he directly walked to Blackie's side. Miss Li, Jolin, and the other two also ran out the door. Wait a minute, you smashed my head, so you can't leave. Hu Yukong's body swayed as he staggered 2 steps forward. Someone suddenly cried out in alarm, young Master Hu, that's the crown princess. You didn't attend the banquet yesterday, so you don't know that she. Arbor left this group of people behind and hastily followed Blackie down the stairs. When Madame and Madame Ren were riding the carriage home, they were stopped by someone halfway. Hey Z said anxiously, Lord heard from Sister Chunying that eldest Miss had come to Spring Dawn Garden, so he sent Hey Z to search for Mississippi. Where is my mother right now? Xiao Lin asked anxiously. Second Miss, Madame was abducted. Those people even injured Madame Ren. Hazy hastily said. Madame Ren also said that Madame was also injured at the time, but it wasn't serious. Those people are aggressive and well-trained. They don't look like ordinary hooligans. Arbor clenched her fists. Sure enough, they had great guts. Someone dared to directly attack her mother in the Mo Kingdom capital's territory. Since they dared to do it, she dared to destroy them at all costs. Then what do we do now? Xiao Lin cried out anxiously. Did my father find out who abducted my mother? Lord doesn't have a clue at all. When Hazy left, Lord had already brought people to the capital magistrate's office to report the case. The capital magistrate must be as anxious as ants on a hot pan when he received the report that a madam of a marquise estate had been abducted in broad daylight in the capital under the watchful eyes of everyone. Arbor paused and took out a talisman pen, writing a few strokes on the communication jade talisman. She then turned back and said to Hazy, "Send second miss and the others back to the residence first. Sister. Sister will handle this matter. Don't worry, go home first." Yes. Hazy nodded. Eldest miss, please be careful. If there's any news, discuss it with Lord first. Arbor nodded coldly and then watched as Hazy brought Xiao Lin and the others into the carriage and left. At this time, the communication jade talisman in her palm was already slightly warm. Arbor flipped it open, and a layer of frost covered her face. She suddenly roared at the sky, "Good. Excellent." Lightning's heart involuntarily skipped a beat when she saw her suddenly dashing off in a certain direction at lightning speed. She hurriedly used the jade messenger talisman to hastily write a sentence. The Crown Prince Consort has gone to the Qiao estate. Quickly send someone over. Then, he hurriedly followed her footsteps. With a wave of his hand, a dozen or so black figures appeared from the shadows and followed closely behind. She knew the position of the Qiao family's main family very well. After all, she had stayed in that family for a period of time in her previous life and had seen the faces of that family. Walking west from Hualing Street, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the main entrance of the Qiao family's residence. The two red-striped stone lions were squatting there with ferocious expressions as usual. Their mouths were wide open, and they looked like they were about to tear everything apart. This was the main residence of the Qiao family. Arbor's eyes seemed to be smeared with a layer of frost. He stretched out his hand and summoned Qing Yuan. "Go, smash their door. Today, I'll allow you to eat as much as you want. Whoever dares to stop us, you can eat him." Lightning and the others who came with her were all stunned when they heard the Crown Princess's fierce words. This was the main residence of the Qiao family, and the Crown Princess was still a girl from the Qiao family. If she did this, she would be cursed by the world for betraying her ancestors and forgetting her roots. Betraying his ancestors and forgetting his roots? Pa, this bunch of shameless villains, what right did they have to say that they were Arbor's clan relatives? She wouldn't acknowledge a single one of them. Since she didn't acknowledge their identities, how was she betraying her ancestors and forgetting her roots? Qing Yuan happily spread its wings and rose into the air. It screeched sharply in the direction of the main entrance and shot an ice pillar down. A loud boom sounded. The main door was instantly smashed by Qing Yuan's brute force, creating a hole the size of a ball. The two servants who were hiding behind the door, eavesdropping and laughing, were immediately thrown out tragically, letting out two shrill screams. Qing Yuan circled twice in the air before suddenly swooping down. Several sharp ice blades once again shot out from its mouth, ripping the two main doors apart on the spot, nailing them full of holes. The two broken door boards tottered for a moment before collapsing with a boom, unable to withstand the force. The people of the Qiao clan all rushed out from their respective rooms, hurriedly rushing towards the main door. They were simply dumbstruck, not expecting that there would be someone so daring in broad daylight, directly attacking their Qiao clan's main residence. What the F***ck? Who exactly was it? They actually had the guts to do such a thing. A swarm of people rushed towards the entrance, dumbstruck as they looked in front of them. At this time, it was close to dusk. A wisp of the setting sun hung over the treetops, and a few gusts of cold wind brushed past. They saw a little girl wearing plain pink clothes, holding an enormous club that was half her height, standing at the Qiao estate's entrance, looking at them with an indifferent expression. In the depths of her vicious eyes, it seemed like a tiger or wolf was roaring. "Have Qiao Dongbua come out. Arbor stared at the group of Qiao clan disciples who ran out, his voice indifferent as he spoke. Huh, what kind of person dares to rush to the Qiao estate's entrance and shout? Who do you think you are? If you have my grandfather come out to see you, he will. Ah. Xiao and I only felt that her neck seemed to have been hooked by something. For a moment, she widened her eyes in fright, and before she could resist, she had already been swiftly pulled over. The brothers and sisters beside her tried to reach out to grab her, but how could they resist that huge force? Xiao and I instantly fell into an ice-cold little palm, her entire body trembling for no reason. Looking up, she just happened to look into the little girl's pair of frosty eyes that were filled with dense cold intent. What kind of pitch-black, serene, and endless eyes were those? Xiao and I opened her mouth, but before she could speak, she felt a sudden pain on her cheek. The little girl had already given her a big slap in the face with lightning speed. Xiao and I, the young miss of the main family who gave her quite a bit of suffering in her previous life, Xiao Zhongda's extremely talented daughter. She remembered that when she was 9 years old, she had followed her father to the Qiao family's main residence. Since then, she had been living in a small, dilapidated courtyard outside the main residence. During this period of time, this Miss Qiao had often brought a group of young masters and young ladies to her house to flaunt her prowess. She had arrogantly ordered her to do all kinds of hard and tiring work, treating her like the lowest servant girl. At that time, she had never opened her profound, but she had never given up on herself. With the elegant title of the Qiao family's trash on her head, she was looked down upon by everyone in the Qiao family. Anyone could step up and step on her. She didn't expect to meet Xiao and I for the first time in this life. In her previous life, the seemingly unreachable Xiao and I was actually so weak that she could summon her with a wave of her hand. To be honest, there were many things that she didn't want to pursue. In particular, it wasn't the kind of great hatred that was as deep as a sea of blood. In fact, she couldn't be bothered to bother herself with some trivial daily conflicts, such as the trifling matter with Zhou Tao in Quoto village. This was also in order to let go of that ice-cold and broken heart of hers. Those young masters and young ladies of the main family like Qiao and I were indeed hateful. During those dark days between the ages of 9 and 16, when she had yet to open her profound, who knew how much pain and suffering they had inflicted on her body and soul? She could not care less about these things. She could treat those trials and hardships as the greatest test of her life. It was the polishing of her temperament and also the creation of her current life, because, after all, those were matters from her previous life. In this life, these things simply never happened. She didn't want to cling to the past, but she ultimately couldn't walk out of her past attachment. For example, she simply couldn't walk out of the matter with Fan Qiuhe, so the moment they met, she simply couldn't control her impulsive heart and wanted to kill him on the spot. Yes. She wanted to kill Fan Qiuhe. She especially wanted to kill him at the banquet that day. She knew that her behavior at that time was especially like someone with a mental problem. She was sick. She herself was very clear that strictly speaking, this could be a kind of psychological illness. It was as if these things clearly never happened in this life, but the moment she saw Qiao and I, her body actually reacted with pain. She felt that the little finger that Qiao and I broke in her previous life was currently twitching slightly. This was a kind of psychological torture. To tell the truth, after returning to the capital for so long, she simply didn't intend to have any relationship with the main Qiao family. It was fine to treat everything from her previous life as a passing cloud and smoke. Unfortunately, others might not let her off even if she thought this way. This was the current situation. If she lay dormant, others would bite her to death. If she wanted to live, she could only counterattack. Have Qiao Dongbo F** King come out. Xiao Mu repeated her words again, and she slightly tightened her grip on Xiao Ni's neck. It would truly be a pity if such a beautiful neck were to break. Miss, please stop. A young man walked out of the crowd. He looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. His appearance wasn't very good-looking and could only be considered decent. Arbor wasn't unfamiliar with this person at all. He was Jiao Chong, one of the top-ranked genius mystic cultivators in the main family. As a level 8 mystic cultivator, his talent was slightly inferior to his younger sister's. In her previous life, when Arbor was 9 years old, Qiao and I was already a level 4 mystic cultivator when she was a little over 11 years old. Therefore, Qiao and I was arrogant and complacent. Bearing the entire family's favor, she disliked this 9-year-old trash who hadn't even triggered her mystic meridians. And now, the 17-year-old Xianxia was already a level 7 mystic cultivator. Everyone present, including Xiao Cheng, felt their hearts tremble when a little girl grabbed a level 7 mystic cultivator's neck the moment they met. The little girl in front of him looked like she was only 14 or 15 years old. What kind of cultivation was this? She must already be a level 10 great mystic cultivator. The Qiao clan's disciples couldn't see through Arbor's cultivation at all. They could only see a huge blue divine bird circling above her head. Their minds were a little muddled for a moment. It was common knowledge that only level 10 and above mystic cultivators could form contracts with mystic beasts. This little lady was already a level 10 great mystic cultivator at such a young age. His talent was simply astonishing. Arbor carried Xianxia effortlessly, as if he was carrying a hen, and strode into the Qiao residence. But she saw someone rush up to snatch Xianxia from her hands. Arbor coldly curled her lips at that person and broke one of Xiaoxi's fingers with a snap. After this, Xiaoxi's entire body trembled as if she was soaked in cold water. 3 of her fingers had already been broken, and no one dared to come up to snatch Xianxia from her hands. Previously, Prince Amo had sent people to keep an eye on the Qiao family's main residence. The moment Xiao Dongbua and company made a move to kidnap Arbor's mother, the Hidden Night Pavilion knew about it. Therefore, when Arbor sent a message to the Hidden Night Pavilion, he received a quick reply saying that it was Xiao Dongbua who did it. However, before the Crown Prince could send people to rescue her, his Crown Princess had already knocked on their door. When Prince Amo received this news, he immediately jumped up from his seat. He didn't even bother with approving the memorials and directly tossed aside his cinnabar brush as he stood up, his face brimming with killing intent as he ordered, "Immediately summon Yu Xiu and bring 3,000 dragon saliva guards to the Qiao family's main residence." Huifeng looked helpless. "You said that you would only go see the Crown Princess after taking care of matters. But can this be delayed?" "No, I have to go see Jojo immediately." He didn't want to delay a single minute. "You're bringing 3,000 dragon saliva guards to the Qiao estate to flatten the Qiao estate's main residence." Huifeng rolled his eyes. "Don't worry. This subordinate dares to bet my head that our Crown Princess will definitely be fine. The unlucky one must be someone else. Hurry and make preparations," the Crown Prince roared at Huifeng. The latter rubbed his nose and withdrew, feeling disinterested. Not long after, Yu Xiu, who received the news, personally led 3,000 dragon saliva guards to the palace's main entrance. When the great king received the news, he initially thought that something serious had happened. For example, someone was plotting a rebellion in the capital to endanger his throne. After asking around, he found out that the Crown Prince wanted to bring his iron-blooded personal guards to the Qiao family's main residence to rescue the Crown Princess's mother. He was so angry that he immediately threw away an inkstone. "Go, summon the Crown Princess to the main hall for this humble one. This humble one wants to have a good talk with her." This was his daughter-in-law's trivial matters. He couldn't keep letting his son interfere, right? What was a dignified crown prince who didn't attend to his proper duties and didn't think about national affairs, meddling in his daughter-in-law's family matters all day long? No wonder his old wife had been nagging at him recently, saying that the Crown Princess was a troublemaker who had led their good son astray. A father who loved his son dearly paced back and forth in the hall. He was determined to resist the fear in his heart. He was determined to find his daughter-in-law and have a good talk with her. Not long after, the manager eunuch, Gong Chang'an, ran in, panting, and knelt down on the ground. Reporting to the great king. The Crown Princess went to the Qiao estate in the evening and smashed the main gate. She fought her way in to save her mother. What? The great king's hand landed on the armrest, and he immediately felt the pain in his hand. He secretly rubbed his wrist. This Crown Princess is too much. She was the Crown Princess of a country. Why do you have no sense of propriety? What can't you send someone to do? Why did he have to personally come knocking on their door? Was this appropriate? Outrageous, outrageous, outrageous. Gong Chang'an. This servant is here. Gong Chang'an wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He had a feeling that the great king was going to trick him. Sure enough, the great king angrily said, "Immediately go to the Qiao estate's main residence and bring the Crown Princess back for this humble one." Just say that this humble one is summoning her immediately. Go quickly. Yes, yes, great king, this servant will go right away. Gong Chang'an's face was bitter as he submissively retreated. Then, he wished he could howl at the sky. Woo-woo, why was it him again? During the New Year's banquet yesterday, he had clearly seen that the crown princess was a cold and independent person. How could she be moved by a servant like him? He felt that he was asking for a beating by going to the Qiao estate's main residence to find the crown princess. Wah! Gong Chang'an's face was mournful as he continuously tried to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes and left. At the same time, Arbor lifted the pale-faced Qiao and I like a little chick and kicked over several Qiao family disciples along the way. He walked directly to Qiao Chong and impatiently said, "Go inform Qiao Dongbua and tell him to King come out and see me. Otherwise, I'll immediately snap her neck." The Qiao family can't afford to lose a genius mystic cultivator. Qiao Chong's expression changed slightly, and he nodded and said, "I've already informed family head." At this time, a person hastily rushed over from the small path and casually saluted Arbor before haughtily raising his head. "Miss, family head invites you to the main hall." Ah. Qiao and I only felt that her neck was about to be snapped. Terror and fear flashed through her eyes, and she couldn't help but scream. She was really too scared. She felt that if she didn't do as the fiend in front of her said, her neck might be broken in the next moment. "Shameless, you still dare to put on airs in front of this lady? Tell him to come out and see me immediately. If he's a second late, I'll kill her." Arbor flew up and kicked the messenger boy's chest. That person rolled backward with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and a horrified expression. How could he still dare to put on airs? He hastily pissed his pants in terror and returned to report. At this time, Lightning and company had already gathered at the entrance. Following Qiao Ni's shout, they rushed in and stood behind Arbor with baleful expressions. Arbor's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the group of Qiao family disciples who were continuously retreating. "I'll count to 3. If Qiao Dongbua still doesn't show himself, I'll have her go to the Yellow Springs first and pave the way for you brats." Ah. Don't. Qiao and I shook her head in horror. She was truly scared, so scared that her body couldn't stop trembling. In the past 17 years, she had never felt so insignificant. It was as if that fiend woman could kill her with a single finger. 1. 2. Have mercy. Qiao Dongbua suddenly rushed over from afar, with the two brothers Qiao Zhongda and Qiao Zhonghao by his side. Behind them were Mu Boming, Qin Guelu, and the patriarchs of the Dou and Hong families. After that, Omega Kotoku slowly walked over. His deep gaze landed on Arbor. The two young masters of the Dou family, Mu Boming's son, and the others also quickly followed behind their father. Their gazes all landed on Arbor with some astonishment. Arbor's lips curved slightly as he mocked, "Qiao Dongbua, you coward, so you've actually invited a lot of helpers." Qiao Dongbua's face instantly turned red. Qiao Zhongda said angrily, "Watch your tone. This is your granduncle." Arbor scattering meteors flew out, directly hitting Qiao Zhongda's chest. The latter was immediately shocked, and at the same time he leaned back. The profound energy around his body had already protected his vitals. But with two pops, 2 small nails still pierced into his body, causing Qiao Zhongda to furrow his brows in pain as his entire body trembled. Arbor grabbed Qiao Ni's collar and fiercely struck the back of her head. His freaking strength made Second Dou and the other's eyelids involuntarily twitch. Qiao and I abruptly knelt down with a wretched cry. Arbor grabbed the back of her collar, and with a rip, Qiao and I felt a chill in front of her chest. Her lapel had actually been torn open in front of everyone. This chapter is a gift. End of chapter 7. I'm going to eat. Arbor coldly stared at Qiao Dongbua and said, "I want to see my mother. Otherwise, I'll hang her naked body at the city gate. Let's see if your old Qiao family still wants this old face." "You." Qiao Zhongda was so angry that he leaned back, and he almost vomited blood from his throat. He had truly never seen such a ruthless little girl. How should he put it? She didn't even give people any time to react, and suddenly, the entire situation took a sharp turn to the point where it was irreversible. They were all old people, but they were actually led by the nose by a little girl with just a few words. Not to mention that Xiao Zhongde was angered to death, Xiao Dongbua was even more furious. Arbor! How dare you? Bang! Arbor's hand viciously chopped at the back of Xiao Ni's neck, and with another ripping sound, Xiao Anai screamed and cried. She only felt that the clothes on her upper body were almost completely torn apart by that savage girl. If you continue to consider, your genius granddaughter will be exposed naked in front of everyone. If you dare to make a move on Xiao and I again, see how I'll use the same method to deal with your mother. Xiao Zhongde shouted. A sharp light flashed in Arbor's eyes. A dagger instantly appeared in her hand, and she cut off half of Xiao Ni's ear. Who dares to touch my mother? I'll let his entire family die without a burial ground. Xiao Dongbua, you coward. Prepare to let everyone in your Qiao estate wash their necks clean and wait. Die. Is this your fate? Arbor shouted sternly. Qing Luan, who felt her emotional fluctuations, screeched in the air, and then spat out a mouthful of dense ice mist in the direction of Xiao Dongbua and the others. Xiao Dongbua was overwhelmed with shock, and he hurriedly grabbed his two sons and retreated. The stone floor beneath their feet was instantly covered by a layer of ice mist, and several cracks appeared. Dad, save me. Dad. Xiao and I screamed shrilly as she lay half-sprawled on the ground, half of her face dripping with blood. Her half-naked body trembled uncontrollably, and she stretched out her hands to pull at the air in front of her. She screamed shrilly, Grandpa, save me, Grandpa. She's crazy, crazy. Save me, save. Xiao Mu picked up Xiao Ni's head and grabbed her hair that was as disheveled as withered grass. She then dragged Xiao and I a few steps forward. Arbor pointed the bloody dagger at Xiao Dongbua and the others. Drawing a semicircle, he roared with a cold expression, I want to see my mother. Now. Everyone looked at her in shock. Perhaps they had never seen a young lady who could be so ruthless. Half of her face was splattered with Xiao Ni's blood, but her pair of clear, cold moon-like eyes emitted a terrifying light. Crown Princess, calm down. I can assure you that family head Xiao didn't make things difficult for your mother. Mu Boming hurriedly stretched out a hand and said, let go of Miss Xiao first, she. Shut up. I didn't catch your mother. What kind of cynical remarks are you spouting? Xiao Mu's bloody dagger was about to stab Xiao Ni's head again. Xiao Zhongde was so scared that his face was drained of all color. He jumped up in fear and trepidation. Bring him. Hurry and bring him out. Xiao Dongbua said angrily with a purple face, why you little bastard, why you actually dared to be so heavy-handed to your clan sister. I am going to expunge your name from the clan. Arbor shot him a cold glance. Then, she grabbed Xiao Ni's hair and turned around. Her pale face was stained with blood, but it couldn't hide her elegant and refined features. Huh. Arbor sneered and looked at Xiao Dongbua mockingly. Old thing. Do you think I care? Jojo. A weak call came from the corridor. Xiaomu grabbed the bloodied Xiao Anai and turned around. When she saw Wei Ziqing running over from the corridor, her eyes suddenly brightened. Lightning quickly led people to help Wei Ziqing and looked at the people around Wei Ziqing warily. Jojo, it's Jojo. It really is Jojo. Arbor's gaze moved to Wei Ziqing's side. Looking at the familiar face, she couldn't help but be stunned. Sixth aunt? Sixth uncle? Yes. Sixth Aunt Qiao and Sixth Uncle Qiao nodded and looked at her with a smile. Then, they looked uneasily at Xiao and I in her hands. Xiao Mu's gaze then shifted to a tall and frivolous woman beside the two people. Your sister Xiaoye? Arbor looked at Xiaoye and asked hesitantly. Xiaoye nodded at her and forced a smile on her cold face. Jojo, long time no see. Wei Ziqing was brought to Arbor by Lightning and the others. Only then did Xiao Mu release her grip on Xiao and I and carelessly wipe her bloody hands on her skirt. She then tugged on her mother's sleeve. Mom, are you okay? Silly child, what could happen to mother? Wei Ziqing looked at her daughter and couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Then let's go. Arbor nodded. Father. Xiao and I crawled a few steps forward and crawled to Xiao Zhongde's side in a sorry state. Kill her, kill this lunatic. Father. Arbor abruptly turned his head, and a ferocious glint flashed across his eyes. He stepped forward and stepped on Xiao and I. Hey, Jojo, Jojo. Xiao Lu's aunt hurriedly cried out and carefully soothed her emotions. You should let Miss Xiao and I go. After all, we are all family members. Arbor sent Joni flying with a kick, and she landed in front of her father with a bang. Xiao Dongbua was so angry that his entire body trembled. Arbor, from today onwards, your name is removed from the clan. You are no longer a member of the Qiao family. Qin Guelu knitted his brows. Wei Ziqing's body trembled. She turned around abruptly and roared, Xiao Dongbua. What right do you have? How dare you? They actually wanted to remove her daughter from the clan. How could a girl whose name was removed from the list still have a good reputation? Was he trying to force her young lady to die? Look at what your girl has done. *TCH. Xiao Zhongde roared angrily as he bent down to support his trembling daughter, Xiao and I. Look at what she's done to Xiao and I. *TCH. Removed from the list. She should be removed from the list. Family head Xiao, you better think carefully before you act. Omega Kotoku glanced coldly at Xiao Dongbua, and the iciness in her eyes made Xiao Dongbua shudder involuntarily. Xiao Dongbua didn't sincerely want to remove Arbor from the list. He was eager to bring such a talented little evildoer back to the Qiao family. But now, he was quite enraged by Arbor's resolute attitude. Since he couldn't obtain such a talent, he would destroy this little girl at all costs. Sir Qin, this is our Qiao estate's family matter. Please don't interfere, Xiao Dongbua said, and he turned to shout at Arbor, Arbor, do you know your crime? You know your old mother's crime, idiot. Arbor said indifferently, your Qiao family has already started to rot from the bones. You can take a look at the things you've raised and see for yourself what kind of good-for-nothing things you've raised. I wouldn't want such a rotten and disgusting family even if you gave it to me. Arbor reached out to support his mother and coldly glanced back at them. Why are you vermin the Qiao family's main family? Are you qualified? Look at your ugly faces, each one of you thinks your faces are bigger than the sun. What a joke. My Arbor father and mother, from today onwards, will open their own family ancestral hall and write their own genealogy. They will break away from your rotten family. Qiao Zhongbang is the Qiao family's first family head. As for you, you're a bunch of little reptiles who are only fit to live in dark corners. You'll be like flies and dogs for your entire life, and in the end, you'll be replaced by the new Qiao family. Wei Ziqing's eyes widened slightly as she looked up at her daughter. Such a dazzling little girl, yet at this moment, her body seemed to be burning like a blazing sun. The color was so bright and translucent that it was almost impossible for everyone to look directly at her. Second Do's pupils constricted, and he subconsciously clenched his fingers tightly. Suddenly, Second Young Master Do felt his sleeves move, and he turned to look at his older brother. Seeing his older brother's slightly inquiring gaze, a sense of powerlessness surfaced in Second Do's heart in a split second. He was a smart person, so he could clearly feel eldest Miss Qiao's hostility toward the Do family. It was a terrifying thing to have such an enemy who was rapidly growing. Perhaps he should go back and sort out his thoughts. Then, he would find an opportunity to ask Miss Qiao how the Do family had offended her. Child. Wei Ziqing's eyes were dyed with a layer of moisture, and she reached out to gently pull her daughter into her embrace. Let's go home. Slut. Xiao Zhongde pointed at the backs of Wei Ziqing and her daughter as he angrily reprimanded, don't come back after leaving the Qiao family. You think being expelled from the family is a glorious thing? Soon, you'll experience how many people will ridicule you for being expelled from the family. Boom. The door of the Qiao estate, which was already in tatters, was completely smashed into pieces by the violent impact. 3,000 heavily armored dragon saliva guards quickly surrounded the entire Qiao residence under Yu Shou's lead. The swarm of soldiers ran into the Qiao residence in unison, splitting into several groups and rushing into the front hall and back rooms in a well-trained manner, quickly taking control of the various forces. If anyone resists, they will be punished for the crime of disrespect and executed on the spot. A cold voice came from outside the house, filled with a murderous aura. Mo Lian's tall figure walked out of the broken door. He saw Jojo at first glance and hurried to Arbor's side. Mo Lian. It was only at this moment that Xiao Mu's taut nurse relaxed slightly. She also quickly ran over and was pulled into the man's embrace. Jojo, are you okay? Mo Lian saw that she was covered in blood, and his heart couldn't help but beat faster. He anxiously grabbed her small hand and looked her up and down. I'm fine. It's all that idiot Xiao's blood. It was only now that Xiaomu looked up at him, feeling aggrieved. Mo Lian, they captured my mother, yet I'm not allowed to retaliate? They said that I was cruel to Xiao and I and removed my name from the Xiao family's genealogy. I don't care. Arbor stubbornly says with red eyes, I'll have my father build his own ancestral hall. In the future, I'll be the rightful eldest miss of the Xiao family. What do you say? Lian. Arbor buries himself in her chest, making a muffled sound. Good. A trace of ruthlessness flits through Mo Lian's eyes. She looks up at Xiao Dongbua and the others and roars, where are the crown prince's personal attendants? Xiaomu leaned against his side and reached out to hug his waist, nuzzling her small head into his embrace. She could clearly feel the man's breathing quickening. That was the blood that was burning due to his anger gradually heating up. Boom! Over 100 personal attendants stepped forward, raising the sabers in their hands and shouting in unison, present. The capital's Xiao family has arrested the Marchioness for no reason. They have committed a great crime of disrespect to the crown princess. Everyone in the capital's Xiao family is to be detained. Wait for the Supreme Court's approval. What? Xiao Dongbua's entire body trembles. Just as he's about to resist, he hears the crown prince's icy voice ring out, if there's resistance, regardless of gender or age, kill them on the spot. The Xiao family's children immediately cry out. Xiao Dongbua's shoulders instantly slump, his hands loosening as a guard presses a set of mystic energy shackles on him. His eyes are red as he says angrily, Your Highness. You can't do this. Your Highness. If you don't want the Xiao family's close to 300 people to all die, then shut up for us. Mo Lian coldly sweeps a glance at Xiao Dongbua, leaving behind a sentence that makes everyone in the Xiao family tremble in fear, You're already no longer us wife's clansman. There's no need for us to be polite to you. Xiao Zhongda immediately goes limp on the ground. His previous clamoring and cursing all seemed so petty and laughable. A tiny Xiao family wanting to oppose the powerful imperial court is undoubtedly like striking a rock with an egg. They'll die without an intact corpse. In a split second, the sounds of people being arrested, berated, and beaten mixed together. I only want Mom to live a bit more comfortably, Xiaomu said dryly as she snuggled up to Mo Lian in low spirits. Don't worry, they won't have the chance to do anything to Mother. Mo Lian sent the mother and daughter back to the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate. Wei Ziqin and her daughter were whispering in the car. When I first saw Qiao Laolu and sister-in-law, I was also shocked. Wei Ziqin held her daughter's small hand and told her in detail what happened after she was kidnapped to the Qiao family. Xiao Dongbua didn't make things difficult for me. I even asked the doctor to treat my wounds. Wei Ziqin shook her head and said, he probably didn't even think that you would have such a huge reaction and almost overturn the entire Qiao estate. They said that they wanted me to stay with the main family for a period of time. So they specifically asked sixth sister-in-law to accompany me. When I saw Laolu and sister-in-law's family, I was genuinely happy. Sigh, but I didn't expect that the two of them were helping Xiao Dongbua persuade me to stay. They even wanted me to persuade you to return to the main family. Wei Ziqin shook her head, not knowing what to say. After all, so many years had passed, and people's hearts were fickle. It wasn't strange that Laolu and sixth sister-in-law had changed because of the ways of the world. Previously, she had asked the husband and wife how they had survived all these years and how they had come to the main family. The two of them were silent and didn't intend to tell her at all. Wei Ziqin saw that the two of them had grown distant with her and didn't treat her as one of their own, so she didn't ask any more. Xiaoya used to be a child who loved to smile, but now, she was abnormally cold when they met. Wei Ziqin felt that even her smile toward her was a bit forced. After all, they were old neighbors of Quoto village. Seeing them become so unfamiliar, Wei Ziqin didn't feel very good. Mom, don't think so much. Arbor was rather open-minded as she held her mother's hand and said, there are some changes that we can't stop no matter what. Wei Ziqin wiped the corners of her eyes and nodded. She was just a bit regretful. Mother and daughter returned to the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate under Prince Mo's escort. Just as they got off the carriage, they were stopped by a series of loud shouts. Wei Ziqing and Arbor paused and turned to look. They saw the great king's steward eunuch, Gong Chang'an, striding over to them on his short, chubby legs. This old servant greets the crown prince and crown princess. Marchioness. Gong Chang'an wiped his sweat and panted heavily. Only the heavens knew that he had rushed to the Qiao estate's main residence to deliver the great king's verbal edict to the crown princess, only to end up empty-handed. Afterwards, he could only bitterly rush back to the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate, and only then did he manage to intercept the crown princess. Mo Lian glanced at him coldly. What are you doing here? Gong Chang'an was a shrewd old man. The moment he heard the crown prince's clearly displeased tone, he knew that things were going to be bad. However, he was burdened with the damned mission that the great king had given him, so he had no choice but to brace himself and face the crown prince. He said obsequiously, Your Highness, this old servant is here on the great king's orders. He urgently summons the crown princess to the palace for an audience. Urgently summons? How urgent did it have to be to make Gong Chang'an, this old fellow, sweat profusely? Prince Mo coolly swept the old eunuch a glance. What's the matter? What's the hurry? Tomorrow. Jojo needs to go back and rest. Gong Chang'an immediately knelt on the ground with a plop. Your Highness. The great king is urgently summoning the crown princess. This matter cannot be delayed. If this old servant fails to bring the crown princess back to the palace, woo-woo. This old man actually cried as he wiped his face with tears streaming down his face. Crown Prince Mo pursed his lips tightly, his expression displeased. Arbor didn't care. He tugged at Mo Lian's sleeve and said, Forget it, don't make things difficult for him. It won't take long for me to follow him into the palace. While they were talking, Father Qiao, who had gone to the capital office to report the case, happened to return. Accompanying him was the capital governor. The two hurriedly dismounted and went forward to greet the crown prince. When Lord Peng saw that Wei Ziqing was safe and sound, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief and repeatedly congratulated her. Lord Peng, the suspects have all been taken into custody by the Supreme Court. I'll need you to follow up on this matter. Mo Lian instructed indifferently. Of course. Don't worry, Your Highness. Arbor comforted his mother with a few words and had his parents return home first. He followed the crown prince into the palace. On the way, Mo Lian's brows were tightly knitted. Seeing this, the little fellow couldn't help but frown as well. She reached out to stroke his brows. Mo Lian snapped out of his daze and saw her adorable action. He couldn't help but chuckle and hold her little hand. You really don't want me to go with you? No need. Arbor twisted his little hand and reached out 2 fingers, one on the left and one on the right, to smooth out the frown between his brows. Mo Lian burst into laughter. Arbor tilted his head and suddenly asked, Mo Lian, can your father take a beating? Gong Chang'an, who was sitting on the shaft of the carriage, didn't know why he heard the crown princess's words, but his heart froze for no reason. The crown princess has arrived. The great King Mo Lei, who was pacing back and forth in front of the main hall, suddenly perked up. He straightened his posture and turned around with a cold expression. Arbor greets the great king. Arbor walked into the spacious main hall without consulting anyone and performed a standard salute in the great king's direction. Mo Lei's lips curled into a smile as he stared sharply at the girl in front of him. He suddenly asked, Crown Princess, do you know why we summoned you here so urgently? Arbor looked up and returned the great king's gaze with neither servility nor arrogance. She just stood there quietly and didn't say anything, only waiting for the great king to continue speaking. Mo Lei simply had nowhere to vent his anger. As expected, his old wife's nagging wasn't wrong. Facing this expressionless stoic face, he didn't know why his mood started to sour. Do you know that back then, it was the crown prince who begged us and knelt for 3 days and 3 nights without getting up? Only then did us obtain the position of crown princess for you. Otherwise, with your status, there's no way you can become the crown princess. Arbor directly swept a glance at the great king. What are you bragging about? Would Mo Lian do such a cowardly thing? He should be the one who took the written imperial edict and asked you to directly knock it on the table. The great king was so angry that he was jumping up and down. Nonsense. He was already about to explode from anger on the inside. This son of his was indeed a swindler. He actually said everything to his wife. He made his father lose face in front of his daughter-in-law. Isn't that so? Darling Xiao was angry and said whatever was on her mind. That night, he told me himself that I'm already an adult. We have to settle the marriage before the coming-of-age ceremony. Marriage isn't scary. It's just a formality. In the future, we'll be husband and wife. The great king's eyes bulged. Was this how his son tricked a little girl? What formality? Marriage is just a formality, haha. Then, that night, he entered the palace to ask you for the imperial edict. The more darling Xiao spoke, the angrier she became. She glared at the great king and said, "You big liar." He even said that he would kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. He hadn't even been in the palace for 2 hours when the imperial edict came down. Don't you remember what you've done? The old great king really couldn't remember. But it was really embarrassing to be exposed by her daughter-in-law like this. Furthermore? What liar? He was the great king. Preposterous. I summoned you here today to tell you. The old great king flung his sleeves angrily and said, "It's not easy for you to get the status of crown princess. You should cherish it. Look at all the trouble you've caused recently. Even the crown prince's reputation has been tarnished by you." Gong Chanan followed behind the great king and carefully reached out to tug at the great king's sleeve, indicating for the great king to look at the crown princess's darkened expression. Although our Seekong planet's folkways are more ferocious. But as the crown princess, you must uphold your morals and scrupulously abide by a woman's duty. You mustn't easily get into a fight with others over trivial matters. Now, you even went so far as to destroy your own family. You have to trouble the crown prince to step forward and resolve your troubles every time. Crown princess, I'm warning you seriously. If there's a next time and you damage the crown prince's reputation, I'll definitely smack. Suddenly, a blue immobilization talisman was abruptly stuck to the great king's forehead, instantly causing a certain someone's gesticulating hand to freeze in midair. The great king's face was petrified. Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness the Crown Prince, it's bad. The junior eunuch sent by Gong Chang'an ran into the Eastern Palace in a panic and looked around the empty palace. The junior royal maid from the Eastern Palace followed in and said with a fierce expression, "I already said that His Highness isn't in the bedchamber. How dare you barge in here? Where did His Highness go?" The junior eunuch was about to cry. This servant was sent by Manager Gong. This servant earnestly requests that His Highness make a trip to the king's palace. The junior royal maid pursed her lips. How can we, as servants, care where the master goes? You can just report the truth to Manager Gong. The junior eunuch said with a sullen expression, "This servant has an extremely urgent matter to report to His Highness. The great king is still waiting for His Highness to return and rescue him." What happened to the great king? Huifeng couldn't pretend that he didn't hear anything anymore, so he appeared next to the junior eunuch and asked with an indifferent expression. "What?" The junior eunuch wiped his tears and said, "The great king has been immobilized in the main hall by Her Highness the Crown Princess with an immobilization talisman. Even now, he still can't move." It was almost dusk, and it was almost time to light the lanterns for dinner, but the great king was still immobilized in the main hall in the same posture. Only now did the great king himself start to panic. Gong Chang'an quickly ordered someone to invite His Highness the Crown Prince to resolve this urgent matter. At this moment, the Crown Prince was hiding in the bedchamber's secret room and crafting a golem by hand. Combined with some guidance from the Tianji treasure blueprint, the Crown Prince's improved golem was more agile and nimble than before. Moreover, this golem could already start learning some simple mystic techniques and was about the level of a normal level 4 or level 5 mystic cultivator. This was a great leap in golem crafting. If he wanted to create a golem above level 10 mystic cultivator, he still needed to study it continuously. When Prince Mo heard Huifeng's report, he buried himself in his work and didn't even look up. "I didn't hit him, I only stuck an immobilization talisman on him. He'll be able to move when the time is up, so what's the rush?" Huifeng's mouth twitched as he silently lit a candle for the old great king in his heart. Look at this troublesome son of his. How biased was his heart? He had long known that the great king would definitely come to his eastern palace to ask for reinforcements, so he had entered the secret chamber early in the morning to slack off. Your Highness, do you think we should go to the king's palace to express our sincerity? The crown prince aloofly glanced at Huifeng. Jojo merely stuck an immobilization talisman on him. I think it's just right to give him a basin of ice water to cool down. This great king had nothing better to do, so he kept bothering his wife. I won't read the memorials for the next 2 days. Send them to the great king. The crown prince snorted. I think he has too much free time. An hour later, Huifeng brought back the latest news from the king's palace. The crown princess ordered servants to set up a small table and started eating dinner in front of the petrified great king. Mo Lian's slender hands abruptly paused in the middle of fiddling with the golem, but she then continued working as if nothing had happened. When fourth Princess Mo Shuang arrived, she saw this scene. The woman known as the crown prince consort was eating slowly in front of the king, who was standing stiffly in front of him. Royal father! Royal father! Mo Shuang made a big fuss as she walked forward. She first hugged the great king's leg and wailed bitterly, as if the great king had died. The old great king's expression looked as if he had eaten shit. If he could move right now, he would probably kick this daughter out of the hall. After Mo Shuang finished crying, she abruptly turned around and glared viciously at Arbor. How dare you use witchcraft to harm the great king? Guards, guards! Gong Chang'an hastily walked up with a long face and hastily waved his hand. Fourth princess, don't cause trouble here. Hurry and return first. Fourth Princess Mo Shuang was enraged. Gong Chang'an, how dare you chase this princess out? Gong Chang'an really wanted to cry. He was clearly protecting his master loyally and doing all of this for the princess's sake. How could the princess be a match for the crown princess with such a dumb brain? You still dare to make a fuss here? The crown princess will teach you a lesson in a bit. Fourth Princess Mo Shuang walked to Arbor's table with a dark expression. She stretched out her leg and looked like she was about to kick over her small table, but Arbor pressed down with one hand and firmly gripped the table. You! Mo Shuang was enraged, but she couldn't resist Arbor's heavy pressure. She loosened her grip and staggered back a few steps, her eyes bulging as she cursed, as expected of a bold woman. She dares to be so impudent in the great king's palace. Gong Chang'an. Gong Chang'an walked to the fourth princess with a bitter expression. Princess, you had better return first. No, I have something important to report to royal father. Mo Shuang grabbed Gong Chang'an's collar and angrily said, hurry and have this woman dispel the witchcraft for the great king. Gong Chang'an's expression became even more bitter. Your Highness, are you joking? Her Highness the Crown Princess even dares to discipline the great king, let alone a lowly servant like me. What use would I be if I went up? Wouldn't I be sending a lamb to the tiger's den? Mo Shuang turned her head and glared at Arbor, but she couldn't do anything about it. Seeing this crown princess leisurely eating without even looking up, Mo Shuang felt a bit stifled. She was clearly the princess of the golden branch and jade leaves. Alright, why could this crown princess be so much more unscrupulous than her, a princess? Another incense stick of time passed. The corner of Huifeng's mouth twitched as he ran back and reported the latest battle situation to His Highness the Crown Prince. The great king can finally move. He just called the secret guards to arrest the crown princess and interrogate her. Unexpectedly, the crown princess flicked her sleeve and took out handfuls of blue body immobilization talismans. She whispered to the great king, here are 100 body securing talismans. One talisman will secure you for 2 hours. How many days do you think you will have to eat dirt in this hall if I use them on you? Mo Lian was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. This was indeed something that his Jojo would do. What happened next? The great king sent the steward eunuch, Gong Chang'an, to respectfully escort the crown princess out of the palace. It said that when Gong Chang'an left, he ran faster than a rabbit, practically sending off the crown princess as if he was sending off the god of plague. Huifeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That was true. He summoned the crown princess to the king's palace in all seriousness for a lecture, but the great king was inexplicably punished to stand for 2 hours. In any case, the great king must be feeling very tired right now, right? Mo Lian walked out of the secret room with a hearty laugh and was full of praises. I'm relieved that Jojo didn't suffer any losses. Here, I'll go see Royal Father right now. Crown Prince, can you be any more deceitful? Huifeng looked up at the sky speechlessly. Your Highness, I think it's best if you don't go over right now. The Great King is currently in a terrible rage and reprimanding the fourth princess. Why did she enter the palace? Prince Mo's brows involuntarily creased at the mention of fourth sister Mo Shuang. The fourth princess entered the palace to beg for a consort. What? Crown Prince Mo momentarily thought that he had misheard. Wait. I haven't finished yet, it's not early today. The fourth princess came to the palace to beg for a prince consort. Huifeng rolled his eyes and repeated his words. Beg for what prince consort? Mo Lian frowned and paused in her steps. This Mo Shuang married the Marquis of Su An's estate's old third 7 years ago, but she was unwilling to be left alone after the marriage. She brought a gigolo home every few days and quarreled with the prince consort all day long, which ultimately led to a peaceful divorce. In the end, she refused to let the prince consort off and forced him to his death. Her conduct was simply shameless. Mo Lian disdained to speak with her, so she didn't pay much attention to this woman's affairs. Huifeng grinned as if he had heard an interesting piece of news. He cheerfully said to Mo Lian, the fourth princess begged the Great King to bestow the Qin estate's eldest young master to her as her prince consort. The Great King rained down a torrent of abuse on the fourth princess, ha ha ha. Who? Mo Lian truly thought that she was hearing things. Who was his crippled idiot fourth sister, who didn't have a trace of mystic energy and couldn't lift a single thing, thinking about? Cough, this subordinate also knows that it's rather inconceivable. But the princess claimed that she was immediately stunned by eldest young Master Qin after seeing him at the New Year's banquet 2 days ago. After missing him for 2 days, she couldn't bear the loneliness and ran into the palace to beg the Great King to bestow a marriage upon her. Ha 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 ha. Mo Lian actually laughed maniacally. When Huifeng saw that such a trivial matter had actually amused his master, he was immediately amused as well. He simply leaned forward and vividly described what he had seen and heard in the king's palace. Your Highness, you don't know. The fourth princess hugged the Great King's leg and was dragged by the Great King to wipe the floor, but she refused to let go. She cried and yelled that she had to have the Great King bestow a marriage upon her and bestow the Qin estate's eldest young master to her as her prince consort. She even said, cough. If this daughter can't marry Mr. Qin and receive his nourishment, this daughter will definitely wither and wither like winter vegetation. This daughter will die. Huifeng stifled the anger in his throat as he shouted this. Mo Lian was startled for a moment before she started laughing maniacally. In the dead of the night, the moon hung above the trees. In Crane Garden. When Second Qin heard the messenger's report, he curled his lips into a rare mischievous smile. That's great. That's good, then perhaps I'll have a princess sister-in-law in the future. Who told him to flirt with flirtatiousness? Look, who did he flirt? What was my eldest brother's reaction? The man was about 27 or 28 years old and had an honest look on his face. He respectfully lowered his head and said, eldest young master didn't have much of a reaction when he heard the news. He was just stunned for a moment before he smiled and said that there was no need to worry about it. On the other hand, Miss Ping from eldest young master's court was very angry. She cursed at fourth princess behind closed doors and even smashed quite a few things. Omega Kitoku pursed her lips and nodded absent-mindedly. Wang Cheng, have you done what I asked you to do? Reporting to master, Wang Cheng has done it. Omega Kitoku nodded slowly. She gripped her cup and icily said, if it's mine, then it definitely can't escape. Wang Cheng stole a glance at his master. He felt like his master's dark and serene eyes seemed to flicker with the water of a frigid pond, as sharp and piercing as an icy precipice. Wang Cheng didn't dare to look any longer and quickly lowered his head. Omega Kitoku waved her hand at him, and Wang Cheng silently disappeared. That night, Blue Mountain Courtyard's maidservant Xiang Yuan was feverish and muddle-headed from the fever, alarming manager Kai Wei. After Arbor returned home safe and sound, she first reported to her parents before washing up and going to bed. She felt exhausted from today's torment, so she fell asleep the moment she laid down on the bed. Early the next morning, Arbor was informed of Duan Yu's visit as soon as she got up. Duan Yu, this guy, must have come because of yesterday's incident. Arbor wiped her face, changed into a set of clothes, and ran to the main hall to see him. As soon as she entered, she saw that guy pacing back and forth in the hall with his hands behind his back. Duan Yu, Arbor called out softly in a crisp voice. The young man turned around, and the moment he saw her, his pair of peach blossom eyes suddenly lit up. Jojo, are you all right? Did you get hurt? Duan Yu looked at her anxiously and asked, I heard that you were summoned into the palace by the old great king after returning yesterday. What did he do to you? Reprimanded? Punished? Of course it's fine. Arbor pursed her lips. When she recalled the great king's sullen expression yesterday, she wanted to laugh on the inside. Mo Lian's father was just a bit lustful, muddle-headed, and lazy, but there was nothing else. She was just playing a harmless joke on the old man, so she didn't know how traumatized the old man was. I just knew that Jojo would be fine, Duan Yu said happily. Duan Yu cheerfully exclaimed as he reached out to grab her sleeve. Oh you, why did you barge into the Chow family's residence by yourself? You should have at least dragged me along. I can also join in the fun, right? Arbor nodded. Alright then, I'll call you if there's a fight next time. That's right. Duan Yu nodded with a grin. Jojo. Do you have any activities for the Lantern Festival? I heard there will be a Lantern Festival that day, so let's go together. Lantern viewing. Arbor was dispirited. MHM, apparently there's no curfew that night. We can play until very late. Duan Yu looked at her with blinking eyes. It's very fun. There will be people weaving in and out, praying and releasing lanterns, and all kinds of activities. How about we go and have some fun together? Yay! 2 cheers suddenly sounded. Sister, let's go play. Jolin and Jonathan suddenly popped out of the door and ran excitedly to Arbor. The little monk followed behind them and looked at Arbor with sparkling eyes. Benefactress, is the Lantern Festival that fun? When he used to live in a temple, he would only celebrate festivals with his teacher and father. He had never seen a lantern festival before. He had never seen such a lively and bustling scene. Arbor waved at the small monk. The little monk pattered over to her and raised his little head to look at her. Benefactress? Kong, you really want to go? The little monk tilted his head and thought for a while. In the end, he nodded heavily and said, I want to go. Master had said that monks should not lie. Yes, he was an honest man. Arbor patted Kong's head. Alright, let's go together. Alright. Duan Yu's mouth twitched. He didn't expect to have to drag along 3 little radishes. Jojo, 10 days after the Lantern Festival, the 8 great patrician families will hold a competition between disciples below the age of 20 and above the age of 13. Can you come and watch the competition then? Arbor turned to look at Duan Yu. I will participate in the competition. The Chow family that represented the new generation, Duan Yu immediately jumped up in excitement. Really? Then you must properly beat up those little monkeys from the Duan family for me. Ha 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 ha. You can come and watch tomorrow. I still have 3 more updates estimated before 12 o'clock p.m. The two were chatting animatedly when Chunying hurried over with 2 maidservants. She curtsied when she saw Arbor and Duan Yu. Miss, young Master Duan. Is something the matter? If it wasn't, Chunying wouldn't purposely interrupt her conversation with Duan Yu. Yes. Apologies, miss, there's someone outside who claims to be the Marquis of Su En's estate's 5th young master, Hu Yukong. He's been clamoring for miss to compensate for the medicinal soup and insists on staying in our estate, saying he wants miss to personally tend to his injuries. Our people chased him away twice, but he refused to leave. At this time, he's already attracted a lot of onlookers. This servant didn't handle it properly and had no choice but to come and inform Miss, Chunying said apologetically. Duan Yu clenched his fists when he heard this. Hu Yukong, is it? This young master will go and meet him. I'll pay him for the medicine and serve him the medicine. Arbor couldn't help but find it funny and tugged at his belt. It's nothing. It's just a person with a bad brain that I met yesterday. I'll go out and take a look. I'll go too. Duanyu was afraid that Arbor would be taken advantage of, so he quickly followed. Xiao Lin and Xiao San exchanged glances before quickly running out with the little monk. Who was it? Did they eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall to come find trouble with their eldest sister? Didn't they know that their eldest sister was someone who could even backstab the great king? From sister's words, it seems like it's someone we met at Spring Dawn Garden yesterday? Xiao Lin blinked. Wow. It can't be that fool whose head was smashed by sister with a flower pot, right? Xiao San suddenly exclaimed. When Duanyu heard this, he knew that there must be some marvelous story behind it. He quickly took out melon seeds, peanuts, and candies from his inner world and peddled them to the two brats to inquire about yesterday's events. After the Xiao Lin siblings each grabbed a handful of melon seeds and peanuts, they couldn't close their small mouths and poured out yesterday's events to Duanyu. Arbor didn't care about what those people were muttering behind her. She directly walked to the door, and as soon as she walked out of the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate, she saw that oddball old fifth of the Marquis of Su An's estate rolling on the ground as he stubbornly held on to the heels of her father, Xiao Zhongbang. Xiao Zhongbang had an awkward expression on his face. He didn't know whether he should kick him flying with his heel or continue dragging him forward. What are you doing? Arbor looked at Hu Yukong speechlessly. When the latter saw her, his eyes quickly lit up. Then, he pointed at his own head and wailed, "Look at my head. It was smashed by you yesterday. The doctor said that something might go wrong. I don't care, you have to be responsible for my treatment. Otherwise, I'll just lie in front of your Marquis of Jiayuan's estate." Arbor gazed deeply at him. That gaze caused Hu Yukong to involuntarily shrink back, feeling somewhat guilty for no reason. Oh, she smashed his head with a flower pot yesterday, and now he's shamelessly sticking to her door. Duanyu rolled up his sleeves and was about to step forward. I think that doctor was right. It's not that something might go wrong, but that something is wrong with you right now. What could go wrong with me? Hu Yukong was paralyzed on the ground as he swept a disdainful gaze at Duanyu. Something wrong with your head? Come, come. I'll treat you. Duanyu was about to step forward as he spoke. Hu Yukong rolled on the ground and hugged Xiao Zhongbang's heels as he wailed, Marquis, Marquis, murder. Marquis, someone wants to kill someone. Xiao Zhongbang restrained himself and abruptly used a bit of force to pull out his feet. Stop making a fuss. Arbor shouted impatiently and waved her small hand at the two boy servants behind her. Help him up. Yes, Mississippi. The two servants quickly went up to support him. However, Hu Yukong refused to let go of Xiao Zhongbang's heel and even held, What are you doing? Don't touch me. I said don't touch me. D****, a bunch of lowly servants, how dare you touch your Lord Hu? Lord Marquis, save me, Lord Marquis. Xiao Zhongbang was truly embarrassed to death. Sorry to trouble this young master Hu, can you not embarrass yourself in front of the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate? If he was this young master Hu's father, he would probably want to tear him apart. How did the Hu family produce such an oddball son? Scram. Xiao Zhongbang sincerely forced this word out from between his teeth. How could he have known that he would be so unlucky? He was just about to head to the capital governor's office, but this oddball would pester him as soon as he stepped out of the gates. I don't care. You must compensate. Hu Yukong argued forcefully, you smashed my head. You must compensate me for my medical expenses and serve me wholeheartedly until I recover. Arbor suddenly smiled at him. This smile made Duanyu's hair stand on end. What was going on? Why did his Jojo keep giggling foolishly at strange men? There was something wrong with this situation. Jojo, you aren't really going to take in this mentally ill guy, right? Duanyu grabbed her small hand and earnestly dissuaded her, you mustn't. Look at how shameless he is, he clearly wants to cling to you. We don't even know what his motive is, so you mustn't bother with him. You'll lose if you nag at him. You're right. Arbor turned and nodded seriously at Duanyu. After Duanyu heaved a sigh of relief, he glanced over and saw the little girl leaping down the steps. She ran directly to Hu Yukong and yanked him down from her father's heels. Xiao Zhongbang let out a long sigh and hurriedly took a few steps back. He then looked at Hu Yukong suspiciously. This kid? Looks like a weakling? But just now, when he used all his strength to pull his heel, he actually couldn't pull it out. Miss Jiao, the cost of the medicine cannot be reduced by a single cent. Hu Yukong was pulled over by her, and he grumbled. What the hell are you talking about? Arbor slapped Hu Yukong's big head. Everyone's mouths twitched, and he rushed over. He grabbed Hu Yukong's face with his two small hands and ravaged it. Stop pretending. I know who you are. You must be Snake Beauty. Don't think that I won't be able to recognize you just because you've disguised yourself as the idiot of the Marquis of Suan's estate. Arbor kneaded and knocked on his face, directly treating his opponent's face like a glutinous rice ball. Hu Yukong's face became distorted in front of everyone. He grimaced in a strange manner and forced himself to say, more rebellious. Stop pinching, I'll let you pretend. Arbor punched Hu Yukong's chin. Grabbing his jet black hair, he punched the same spot 3 times in a row. Then, he took a closer look and muttered curiously, why isn't it dented? If the person in front of her was Snake Beauty, there would be a flaw exposed by shifting his form, twisting his bones, twisting his meridians, and violently punching the same spot, right? Could it be that she was overthinking it? Duan Yu truly sympathized with this Marquis of Suan's estate's old fifth. He raised his hand to cover his face, simply at a loss for words. Xiao Sen and Xiao Lin each had their mouths agape, and it took a long time before they continued to munch on melon seeds. This guy who had his head smashed by a flower pot yesterday was truly quite miserable, and today, he was beaten to this state by Sister. Arbor loosened her grip and carefully examined his chin. It didn't look like he had moved his bones anywhere. You really aren't the Snake Beauty? Arbor suspiciously glanced at the Marquis of Suan's estate's old fifth. She kept feeling that this person was a bit strange. Logically speaking, with his submissive personality, it was unlikely that he would dare to come find trouble with her. Even if he didn't know her before yesterday, it seemed like someone had already informed him of the Crown Princess's identity when she smashed his head. Someone like Hu Yukong, who didn't even dare to let out a fart when he saw His Highness the Crown Prince, still dared to come find the Crown Princess to quarrel, cough. Arbor awkwardly loosened her grip. Just as she was about to reach out to straighten his disheveled collar, the Marquis of Suan's estate's fifth young master shrunk back with all his might and let out a tragic shriek. Don't come over, what are you doing? He covered his chest with both hands, and his eyes were wide as saucers. When he looked at Arbor, even Arbor couldn't resist looking down at her pair of spotlessly white hands. She really didn't want to do anything. Arbor coughed lightly and glanced at Hu Yukong in embarrassment. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Young Master Hu, are you all right? Hu Yukong shrunk his neck and covered his chest as he shouted vehemently, you smashed my head yesterday. Today, you hit my chin hard. Tomorrow, you want to break my nose crooked. The day after tomorrow, you want to beat my eyes until they're bloodshot. Arbor twitched her mouth, and she quickly reached out to placate him. No, no, no. Don't come over. Young Master Hu shrunk back like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. Our dear Arbor's hand froze in midair just like that. On the other end, Duan Yu was already laughing uncontrollably. He held his forehead and turned his handsome face away, practically unable to bear looking directly at Hu Yukong's tragic and shocked face. How about this? I'll give you a bottle of healing pills. Take it and you'll be fine in 2 days. Give it to me. Hu Yukong angrily reprimanded him. Arbor was speechless, but he still took out a bottle of pills from his inner world and handed it to him. Hu Yukong hurriedly snatched it over, opened the bottle and sniffed it. Only then did his expression soften slightly as he muttered, the medicinal pills are not bad. Xiaomu nodded. Then let's call it quits like this. No. Hu Yukong's expression was extremely ugly. You have to be responsible for treating my injuries. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate. Even if this matter is reported to the Great King, you will still be the one at fault. Arbor, Qiao Zhongbang quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. How about this, young Master Hu? You go home first. No. Hu Yukong clutched his chest at once, looking like he was about to faint from suffocation. Don't think of chasing me out of the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate before my injuries recover. Arbor's head hurt from his quarreling, and he turned to Chunying to instruct, arrange for him to stay in the outer courtyard. In at most 3 days, his small injuries will be healed. Humph. Hu Yukong pursed his lips. When he followed the disdainful Chunying into the Marquis estate's main entrance, he secretly peeked at Arbor's back. Why did you bring this person into the estate? Duan Yu asked unhappily. He couldn't even enter the inner courtyard, so who was this person so thick-skinned? End of update. These 2 days, I don't have any free time during the day, so the update won't be early. Arbor looked around before secretly pulling Duan Yu to the side and whispering, I suspect that there's something strange about this person. Did you just call him a snake beauty? Who is that? Duan Yu also couldn't resist asking in a hushed voice. A pervert. Arbor harumphed. A fellow that I especially want to beat up whenever I see her. Duan Yu's mouth twitched before he said with certainty, that person must be especially ugly. Unlike him, who was likable because of his good looks, Arbor nodded, and the two of them huddled together and muttered for a while. Xiao Zhongbang wanted to laugh as he watched from behind, so he coughed and said, Jojo, Dad is going to the capital governor's office and will return at noon. Arbor turned to look at Xiao Zhongbang. He knew that Dad must be going to follow up on the Qiao clan's matter, so he nodded and watched him leave. Jojo, then we'll make an appointment. I'll come pick you up in a few nights. After Duan Yu left with a wave of his paw, Arbor sent the 3 little radishes back to the estate and went to beautiful Vista Court to talk with her mother. It just so happened that her mother had finished giving out some orders and was free. When she saw her walking over, she happily waved at her. Jojo, you came at the right time. Mom just wanted to talk to you about something. What is it, Mom? Wei Ziqing pulled her daughter's hand and sat down on the side. Didn't the Qiao clan all go to jail? From Xiaomo's words, it seems that they want to banish all of them from the capital. Mom was thinking that old 6th Qiao's family was implicated for no reason. I don't know if there's any way to bail them out. The Supreme Court hasn't passed a verdict yet. There's no verdict yet, Arbor said dryly. Mom, banishment isn't Mo Lian's idea, it's mine. I want all these people to disappear from my sight. Wei Ziqing's heart tightened. Then what about your grandmother? Arbor was expressionless. Does Dad also want to bail elderly lady out? Arbor didn't want to make himself feel wronged. This old lady was not much different from her previous life. She caused trouble all day long. Now that she had become like this, she could only blame herself. Alas. Wei Ziqing sighed. Although your grandmother disappointed your father, she was still your father's mother. Forget it, you don't have to worry about this matter. Let your father handle it himself. Arbor nodded noncommittally. Is there any way to get Xiao Laolu and his family out? Wei Ziqing asked again. If they don't have a place to stay, we can, Mom. Arbor shook his mother's hand. Don't worry about it. Don't even think about going through the trouble of bringing her back. A few years ago, you brought an old lady home to serve you all day long. Aren't you tired? Now, he had to get some clan relatives back to entertain them. After all, many years had passed, and it was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. It's not suitable for Qiao Laolu and his family of 3 to stay in our residence. Wei Ziqing glanced at her daughter and sighed helplessly. Daughter, we've been neighbors with your 6th uncle's family for so many years. Mom also hopes that they'll have a good life. Okay. Arbor nodded. I'll make arrangements for them. As for the others, Mom, you don't have to worry about them. Isn't it better to let them quickly stay far away from our home? If you're free, you can embroider flowers and raise plants. Isn't that better? Why do you have to bring back some ancestors to worship? Even if you don't find it tiring, I feel tired for you. All right. Wei Ziqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at her daughter. Mom knows that you love your mother. Mom understands. When it was close to noon, Prince Mo came to the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate on his own and picked up Arbor to head to the Supreme Court. On the way, he quietly told her, Royal Father's decree has already been passed down. Tomorrow, Qiao Dongbuo's group will be chased out of the capital. Arbor was currently leaning on him, her teeth gnawing on a piece of dried fruit. When she heard this, she looked up and pursed her lips. You hid from your dad yesterday and didn't see him. If you went today, how could your dad not speak ill of me to you? He probably poured out his grievances for the entire morning. Mo Lian laughed and wrapped his arms around her. He lowered his head and rested his chin on her head. Guess what royal father said to me? Wasn't it just complaining to you about how fierce I was? Arbor snorted and replied without thinking. That's not it. You definitely won't guess. When his dad saw him entering the palace to meet the emperor, he immediately jumped up from his throne in excitement and dryly said to him, "Son, do you think you can buy anything for fun? In the future, buy less of those nonsensical talismans for your wife. You even bought so many of them. Can these talismans be eaten or what?" After Lien repeated it, he couldn't resist laughing first. The great king simply didn't expect that you drew all these talismans yourself. He even thought that I bought them for you. How about you draw a few talismans on the spot next time and scare him again? Is there such a sarcastic son like you? Arbor cast him a glance and inwardly cursed him for being a fraud. She reached out to tug on a lock of his inky hair and forcefully tugged. "How is the new batch of ebony I asked Bailey she to polish coming along?" "It's already in the process of being shipped, right? It should arrive on the day of the Lantern Festival." Lien looked down at her with a grin. "Jojo, I heard that Duanyu came to find you this morning?" "That's right." Arbor rolled his eyes at him. "Why are you always sending your tail to follow me? I'll inform you as soon as there's something going on." "I'm just worried about you," Lien continued calmly. "I heard that you smiled at old Fifth of the Marquis of Suan's estate." Was she smiling? Arbor raised his hand to touch his cold little face and muttered to himself, "I don't think so. I don't feel anything." "He's smiling." Lien nodded her head with certainty. "Lightning, that fellow," even secretly described it. The crown princess suddenly smiled at the Marquis of Suan's residence's old Fifth, like a spring breeze brushing against one's face, like 1,000 trees blooming. The Marquis of Suan's estate's old Fifth was momentarily stunned. Look. Lightning's description was so accurate. What other information did he not have? Oh. That might have been a smile. She didn't have any impression of it. Suddenly, he felt his body lighten. The little fellow who was chewing on a piece of dried fruit was suddenly lifted up and turned around. They looked at each other face to face. "What are you doing?" Our dear Xiao Mu's small face rapidly flushed red at such a close distance, practically sticking to his face. "Smile." "Huh?" Arbor was baffled. He suddenly leaned closer, so close that she could clearly see his long, curly eyelashes fluttering in the wind as they blinked. "Smile." His breath completely enveloped hers, causing her to be completely flustered. She didn't even know where to place her small hands and feet. He was so close that her heart started to sway a bit. Who was this sudden? Who could smile? Ah. Smile. He even gripped her small chin with a rather stern expression. Arbor's large round eyes looked at him, showing a bit of her little white teeth. "You didn't smile." Lien moved closer to her face, using his warm face to rub against her little face. "You have to smile at me like a spring breeze." He was still brooding over that guy Lightning's description. Arbor thought he was a bit funny, reaching out to grab a strand of his hair. "What did Lightning say to you?" "He said you smiled very warmly at Marquis of Suan's family's old Fifth." And the key point was that he was stunned. Damn, just thinking about it made him angry. He wasn't there at the time, but he was there to dig out Marquis of Suan's family's old Fifth's eyeballs. "I really didn't smile." Arbor herself didn't remember smiling at that guy. If she did, it was most likely a cold smile. "You did smile," he emphasized, hugging her so close that his face was close to hers. As soon as he lowered his head, he could open his mouth and bite her little mouth. "Hurry up and smile, or else I'll punish you." Arbor only felt that when this man was childish, he was like a little child asking for candy. That pair of curved phoenix eyes contained a trace of soft grievance, practically melting her heart. "You scoundrel." Arbor couldn't help but giggle, subconsciously biting her little mouth, using all her strength to push away his boiling hot body. "Hurry and go away. You're about to burn up." "I won't go." He hugged her, using all his strength to rub against her body. "Smile again. Smile all day long, I'm not an idiot." Arbor was anxious and angry, using a bit more strength to pull on his hair. "Hurry, and let go. Otherwise I'll pour water on you." "I won't let go even if you pour water on me." When a certain person pestered her to the point of being a scoundrel, he was absolutely invincible. Arbor couldn't help but giggle, a sweet smile appearing on her little face. She reached out to poke his shoulder. "I'm done laughing, hurry and let go." Seeing that he didn't have any reaction for a long time, he hugged her and stared at her little face without blinking. Arbor was embarrassed to be stared at like that. He hurriedly covered his phoenix eyes that were as deep as the starry night sky. "Why do you keep looking at me? Jojo, you're so beautiful. When I look at you, I feel like my heart is no longer with me." Yes, it looked like it was about to fly. "Just let me take a few more glances at you. You can't lose a piece of meat." Bah. Arbor turned his face away, puffing out his cheeks and pretending not to look at him. In fact, her heart was beating very fast. She felt that if she was too close to him, he would most likely eavesdrop on her heartbeat and laugh at her. Out of the corner of her eye, she couldn't help but sneak a peek at him. Her sneaky little appearance made Mo Lian's heart soften and she couldn't help but laugh. Mo Lian hugged her and rubbed her up and down. Her voice was low and misty as she mumbled, "What should we do, Jojo? You still have 2 months before your hairpin ceremony." Sigh. He was so anxious waiting. Xiao Mu's small face turned even redder, and she thumped his back with a moderate amount of force. Suddenly, he felt the carriage shake slightly, as if it was slowly coming to a stop. Arbor tugged on his long hair and whispered anxiously, "We're here. Hurry and let go." Mo Lian reluctantly let go of his embrace. Arbor broke away from his embrace with a whoosh, lifted the curtain, and jumped out. The cold wind outside blew, and the heat on her face faded a little. But her heart was beating like a drum, and only she could hear it. "It's still 4 o'clock. It's probably going to be 12 o'clock. Don't wait for me." Arbor reached out to cover her face. When she turned back to see him following her with a smile, she couldn't help but glare at him. This person had a strange charm all over him, like a magnet that always attracted other people's eyes. He was especially annoying. Mo Lian didn't care that the little fellow was scowling at him. He was secretly amused as he reached out to take her little hand and pulled her towards the Supreme Court's entrance. "We've been to the Supreme Court's prison twice already. I'm familiar with the place, so I won't go down with you, okay?" Arbor nodded, using her eyes to indicate for him to let go. "You're not going down with me, so why do you keep holding my hand? You're obstructing other people's movements." Mo Lian looked at her innocently. "I'll send you to the entrance." The Supreme Court's vice-chancellor had already heard the news and ran out to receive them. It was the nearly 40-year-old official that they saw last time. Beside him was a naturally supercilious official. When he saw the Crown Prince and Crown Princess, he also came over to greet them with a smile. Mo Lian said in a low voice, "This is Official Go." Mo Lian secretly gave Arbor a look, and transmitted a voice into her ear. "He's the one who barged into Second Imperial Brothers' Fu to capture Ding Ting Ding." Arbor was enlightened. She glanced at Official Go, but didn't say much to him. She followed the Supreme Court's vice-chancellor to the prison. Along the way, the Supreme Court's vice-chancellor politely exchanged greetings with Arbor. The capital's Xiao family are all locked up in the prison in the north. Xiao Dongbua and the others are all locked up separately. I don't know which one the Crown Princess wants to see. I don't want to see Xiao Dongbua. Arbor pursed her lips. "Take me to the prison cells where the Xiao family's commoners are locked up." "Yes." The Supreme Court's vice-chancellor called over a jailer to lead the way, and he brought Arbor to the largest prison cells in the north. There were 40 to 50 people locked up in each cell. It was a dark mass as far as the eye could see. Seeing that someone was coming over, those people were like dying quails. They couldn't help but cry out, "Let me out," one after another. Scram, scram, scram. The jailer swung his whip and flung back the hands that had broken out of the wooden cell. Arbor passed by and searched for 6th Uncle Chiao's family of 3 in the cell. All of a sudden, a person pushed his way to the front of the wooden cage and slammed his head into the cage. He clung onto the wooden pillar and shouted at her, "Arbor! How dare you come to Arbor? You be *tch, you caused us to be in this state, and you still dare to come and see us? You black-hearted, venomous woman, why don't you just die?" A whip struck her hand, and in return, she let out a wail of pain. Arbor turned his head and looked at Joni coldly, a mocking smile on his face. Miss Chow definitely didn't know that she would live such a miserable life. Arbor tossed her howls and clamors to the back of his mind and strolled past her. He found 6th Uncle Chow's family of 3 in the 3rd large prison cell. Chow Mu beckoned at the jailer, having him open the cell door. Instantly, many people attempted to charge out. When the jailer saw this, he effortlessly lashed them back with a few whips. All of you, behave yourselves. You will be exiled to the northwestern desert tomorrow. There's no need to be so anxious. There will always be a chance to let you out. The jailer's gloating words elicited howls and screams from the Chow family. They had been living and working in peace and contentment in the Mo Kingdom capital these past few years, and they were used to living like princes. How could they possibly adapt to the bitter cold of the northwestern desert? Arbor, Arbor. A thin, dark-skinned woman screamed as she rushed to the door, but she was whipped back twice by the jailer. Her eyes were red as she glared at Arbor from across the wooden pillars. Arbor. Do you still have a conscience? Do you still have the slightest bit of kinship? Don't you think it's enough that you've caused us to be like this? You actually want to send us to the Northwest Desert? You. Arbor stared icily at the dark-skinned woman from across the cage. This person was her youngest aunt, Su Jiao, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. The current her was even more tanned and skinny than the last time they met, and her chin had already sunken in. Su Jiao looked at Arbor in this state and suddenly prostrated herself on the ground, kowtowing in exhaustion. She sobbed uncontrollably, looking remorseful and heartbroken. Arbor, eldest niece. Just forgive Uncle, Auntie, and your cousin. Let us out. Don't send us to the Northwest Army. Woo-woo, that really isn't a place where people can stay. Jojo, take it as second aunt's fault in the past. Second aunt has let you down. If you want to blame or resent me, it's up to you. Please, for the sake of our family, for the sake of your father and mother, let us live. That's right. Jojo, give us a way out. Xiao Zhongheng was truly scared at this time. He originally thought that he could live a good life after being brought back to the Qiao family by Qiao Dongbua, but he didn't expect Qiao Dongbua to be a hypocrite. He found a residence to settle them down, and their family was still starving like before. It was just that the place they lived in was better than the rundown temple, and the decorations in the house were also exquisite. But what was the use of these? They couldn't eat or drink. They only looked good on the surface, but in reality, they were still in a state where they were about to go crazy from hunger every day. Moreover, this time, they didn't do anything. They were completely tricked by Qiao Dongbua and were dragged into prison because of him. They weren't willing to be sent to the Northwest Army like this, so no matter how uncomfortable Su Jiao was, she had no choice but to yield and lower her head at this moment. However, it was as if a fire had ignited in her heart, burning fiercely. She felt that the anger in her heart was about to engulf her. Since when did the people of the first branch become so high and mighty, so high that they couldn't climb up to them? Wei Ziqin, whom she had always looked down on, actually didn't hesitate to use her as an excuse to beg for mercy from the person she had looked down on the most in order to survive, Su Jiao thought with a sour taste in her heart. She raised her head and looked impatiently at this niece, looking like she was begging for her forgiveness. Arbor gazed into Su Jiao's eyes as if he had walked through the long river of history. His long and distant gaze rippled as if it had passed through a century. That pitch-black gaze without the slightest ripple caused Su Jiao's heart to become unsettled. Su Jiao felt that her niece's eyes, which were as cold as a dry well, were a bit frightening. It seemed that ever since this niece was 7 years old, she had accidentally rolled down the hill from the academy. After she woke up from her coma, Su Jiao's life started to deteriorate day by day. Su Jiao was quite unwilling, but now, she had no choice but to admit that this niece's current status was something that she probably wouldn't be able to catch up to in this lifetime. Perhaps only by begging for mercy could she obtain a chance of survival. Arbor glanced coldly at Su Jiao. He took out a pouch of money from his sleeve and threw it at Su Jiao's feet. Su Jiao only felt her heart sink with a thump. At this time, Xiao Zhongheng cowardly shrunk behind his wife, and Xiao Long didn't even dare to let out a fart. Su Jiao gritted her teeth and trembled as she bent down to pick up that money pouch. When she reached out to open the pouch, her eyes immediately bulged when she saw the piece of silver in the pouch. 20 tails? A string seemed to have been plucked in Su Jiao's head, and her entire brain suddenly exploded. Arbor curled his lips, but there wasn't the slightest hint of a smile in his pitch-black eyes as he stared at Su Jiao and said, "Young aunt, back then, if you had even the slightest bit of," Arbor made a gesture with his pinky, "conscience, then you wouldn't have been so heartless as to conspire with Wu Yanjun to sell my younger sister to the Dou family." Su Jiao's entire body trembled uncontrollably, and her eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked up at Arbor. "How did you know it was 20 tails?" "No more, no less. The commission she received was exactly 20 taels, so how did this child Arbor know? That was 8 years ago, even this old woman didn't know. Arbor was just a 7-year-old child, so how did she know?" Arbor coldly swept a glance at Su Jiao as he approached that prison cell step by step. He softly said to her, "Did you know? That young master of the Dou family is a pervert. If you guys really conspired to send my younger sister to that hell on earth, do you think she'll live past 12 years old?" Su Jiao's entire body trembled. Looking at Arbor's nearly morbid expression, she shrieked in fright, "Don't come over." Arbor halted his steps and coldly gazed at this woman. 20 taels to buy the lives of your family of 3. Keep the change." Old Sixth Qiao and Sixth Aunt Qiao both looked up at this time and narrowed their eyes as they glanced at Arbor. They didn't seem to have expected that she would be so ruthless as to abandon her own uncle and aunt. Xianxia, on the other hand, followed behind her parents. Her pair of cold eyes contained a faint light of confusion as she looked at her just like that. "Arbor, Arbor." Su Jiao was thoroughly flustered. She tightly gripped the money pouch in her hands as she cried, threw a tantrum, and regretted her past actions. "Jojo, Jojo, Auntie knows her mistake. Auntie really knows her mistake. Can you give me another chance? Or maybe you should give your cousin a chance. Your cousin was just a child 8 years ago. He didn't know anything. He's innocent. Jojo, Jojo, I beg you, don't be so cruel." "Innocent?" Qiaomu sneered as she turned around to look at her deeply. If he hadn't been reborn, his sister Jolin would have died next year. At that time, who would give Jolin another chance? Who could pity Jolin? Who could sympathize with her, a person who had lost her mother, her younger sister, and her younger brother? Who could sympathize with her? Her future would be so bleak. Don't blame her for being ruthless. It was an era where either you die or I die. It was better for you to die. Xianxia and her parents followed behind Arbor and walked out of the prison cell under other people's envious gazes. All sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. When she walked into the sunlight, she saw that person turn around and smile foolishly at her. Her ice-cold heart seemed to have been melted by something as it slightly smoothed out. Xiaomu sprinted towards Mo Lian and ran headfirst into his embrace. Prince Mo was bursting with joy when he saw that face begging for a hug. His little fellow had taken the initiative to ask for a hug. It was such a good thing, so of course, he had to firmly grasp it and hug her tightly without letting go. Xianxia was startled, and her expression was somewhat dazed as she looked at the two people hugging in front of her. Her emotions flashed quickly, and then she lowered her head again without saying a word. "Xianxia." Sixth Aunt Qiao secretly said to her daughter, "It's all thanks to Jojo. Oh, no, Crown Princess, that we were able to come out this time. It's all thanks to the Crown Princess' benevolence. Don't have that expression, relax." Sixth Aunt Qiao was afraid that her daughter would offend Arbor, so she hurriedly warned her daughter in a low voice. Xiaoya's expression became more stiff, even a little unnatural, and her head stiffly turned away. Mo Lian calmed the little fellow's emotions and asked softly, "What's wrong? Did the Qiao family say something unpleasant?" Arbor shook his head. "Who cares what they said? It's fine, I just suddenly wanted to hug you." After saying that, the little fellow even reached out to tease a certain person's face. Prince Mo was stunned, and a layer of red quietly crept onto his ears. He hugged Arbor and muttered softly, "You can hug me whenever you want. You can hug me for as long as you want. It's best if you don't let go." "You're dreaming," Arbor muttered softly and reached out to push him. "Let's go." Mo Lian raised her hand to touch her own face. It was indeed a beautiful face. In order to reassure his mother, Arbor specially arranged for 6th Uncle Qiao and his family to live in a small residence on Shilua Street. The residence had 2 entrances and was of moderate size. It was more than enough for 3 people to live in. Xianxia tried to get close to her along the way, but she kept calling her crown princess instead of the usual Jojo, and the conversation was awkward everywhere. In addition, the crown prince, this great Buddha, was present. 6th Aunt Qiao and 6th Uncle Qiao were so uneasy that they didn't know where to put their hands and feet. They occasionally spoke along the way, but it was quite awkward. Later, they simply stopped talking. When they arrived at the boundary of Shilua Street, the carriage stopped at the intersection. There were tents all around, so the passage wasn't very smooth. It would be faster to walk. Mo Lian held Arbor's hand and led Xiao Laolu and his family to the entrance of the small house. Xiaoya had been silent all this while. At this moment, she raised her head and quickly scanned the house. Something flashed through her eyes and quickly disappeared. From now on, you can stay here. Xiaomu glanced at Xiaoya, who had her head lowered, before turning to say to 6th Aunt Qiao, this small residence is basically complete, so you don't need to add anything else. You can directly move in. Yes, thank you, Crown Princess. Thank you. Xiao Lu's aunt hurriedly bowed and expressed her gratitude. Arbor felt a little uncomfortable seeing her being so polite. He sighed softly and said, if there's nothing else, the Crown Prince and I will take our leave first. Xiaoya swiftly tugged at her mother's sleeve. 6th Aunt Qiao froze for a moment before hastily saying with an obsequious smile, Crown Princess, how much food is in this residence? How long will it last our family of 3? Arbor was slightly taken aback and casually said, it shouldn't be a problem to eat the food until the Lantern Festival. Sister Xiaoya is also a mystic cultivator, so she can go to the city plaza to accept missions to earn mystic currency. When the time comes, she can use the mystic currency to buy food at the food hall. Oh, 6th Uncle Qiao and 6th Aunt Qiao answered obsequiously before sending Arbor and the Crown Prince out the door. The end of the 7th chapter. Fragmented Dreams. After leaving old 6th Qiao's home, Arbor felt rather fed up and didn't really want to talk after boarding the carriage. Mo Lian sat next to her and reached out to rub her small face. Why are you spacing out? It's enough after doing this. Everyone has their own lives. Let them be. You're upset because of some random people. I'm not happy to see that. When our family was in dire straits in the past, 6th Uncle Qiao's family would occasionally send some food over to help us out. Arbor sighed and said, I know what Mother is thinking. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring, that's right. We should repay 6th Uncle's kindness. Logically speaking, with our current family circumstances, it shouldn't be a big problem to help if we can. But I keep feeling that, my heart doesn't feel too good. Arbor turned to look at Mo Lian and grabbed his large palm. Did you see 6th Aunt's appearance just now? She didn't treat me as a junior at all. She was too courteous and made me feel uncomfortable all over. No, to be precise, it was a hint of flattery, which was too unbearable to look at. In reality, she would rather be like before. However, 6th Uncle's family, which used to be simple and unadorned, seemed to have completely vanished into thin air in the torrent of time. I know that the human heart is the most fickle thing, Arbor said aloofly. It was me who didn't know how to be flexible and worried about nothing. You're babbling nonsense. Mo Lian pulled her into his arms and stared at her intently. The human heart is fickle. It's referring to those who sail according to the wind and have unstable minds. I won't change. My feelings for you can be proven by the river of time. Mo Lian lowered his head and kissed her small cheek. Seeing some melancholy in her expression, he couldn't resist adding, there are plenty of strong-willed people in this world. Take that guy Duanyu for example. Although he looks especially unreliable, his thoughts and willpower aren't something that anyone can change. Arbor's mouth twitched. She looked up at that man and couldn't resist laughing. Are you praising him or insulting him? Scoundrel, always bad-mouthing Duanyu behind his back, of course, it was damage, Mo Lian pursed her lips. I heard that he invited you to the Lantern Festival. Arbor tilted his head and looked at him with a half-smile. Are you not coming? Of course I'm coming. In Xiaomu's opinion, boys were really quite noisy. When things were good, they were so close that they could wear the same pair of pants. When things were bad, they would kill each other anytime and anywhere. When she thought of the Lantern Festival, she would have to drag the 3 little radish heads along with the 2 boys who would fight each other from time to time. Her heart was shrouded in a faint trace of sadness. My Joe's section break, the Marquis of Su-An's estate was located rather far from Minshun Avenue. Compared to the bustling Minshun Avenue, the Marquis of Su-An's estate was rather remote. Ever since the 4th princess forced Hu family's old third, the Prince Consort, to death, the Marquis of Su-An's residence became more and more destitute. Now, even the lintel of the door was peeling off. Only half of the warden was left. When the estate's maidservant passed through the sparse corridor, she cowered to the side when she encountered Hu Yukong. Unexpectedly, young master Hu didn't even look at her and walked away with his hands behind his back. It looked like he was returning to his own courtyard. He actually didn't come up to touch her. The maidservant dazedly stared at young master Hu's back. Could it be that red rain was going to fall from the sky? She looked up at the sky. Creak. Hu Yukong casually kicked open the door to his own courtyard. Looking at the swaying and broken door, he clicked his tongue and shook his head, a trace of disdain flashing through his eyes. What Marquis' estate? With this kind of wealth, it was simply laughable. Hu Yukong walked straight into his room, closed the door, and walked in front of a 100 treasure grid. There was no need to mention the shabby appearance of this 100 treasure grid. On top of it was a leaping horse with paint peeling off, as well as a few cheap jade pendants. Hu Yukong turned a button on the lowest level of the 100 treasure grid. With a whoosh, the 100 treasure grid moved to the left, revealing a small secret room behind it. Hu Yukong continued to click his tongue. Not to mention how crude this mechanism was, just this F*King impoverished Marquis' estate, which didn't even have a billionth of his treasures, still gave him a *TTY secret room. In the beginning, he was so excited that he wanted to die. He thought that this guy had really hidden some good stuff, but in the end there was only a broken copper cauldron, 2 chests of gold ingots, and a few bags of rations. Woo-woo. In the center of the small secret room, a man and woman were tied to a stool, back to back. They looked in horror at the Hu Yukong who walked in. Their mouths were gagged with a rag, so they could only make muffled sounds. Their expressions were also somewhat twisted. Woo-woo what? Hu Yukong suddenly stepped forward and kicked the leg of the man on the stool. If I didn't see that your place is clean, do you think I would like to stay in your broken place? It's just borrowing a place. Look at how stingy you are. Hu Yukong kicked him 2 more times, then suddenly smiled maliciously. The person tied to the stool was Hu Yukong himself. Speaking of his bad luck, didn't it start from that day in Spring Dawn Garden? After returning from Spring Dawn Garden after being smashed in the head by a fierce woman, Hu Yukong found someone to treat him. After that, he felt that it was difficult to get rid of the gloominess in his chest. That night, he grabbed a young servant girl to relieve his stuffiness. Who knew that halfway through the good deed, the back of his head would be ruthlessly smashed by someone? His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. When he woke up, he was tied up in this secret room along with the average-looking servant girl. And the most terrifying thing was that this woman, who was so enchanting and beautiful that a single glance from her could seduce people to death, actually turned into a living person in front of him. In the blink of an eye, she turned into Hu Yukong's appearance. It was simply too horrifying. A woman suddenly turned into a man. It wasn't a disguise, but a real transformation of his body. Even his Adam's apple could be seen clearly. This was really too frightening. Especially at that moment, when he saw Hu Yukong smiling at him with his identical face, the real Hu Yukong felt as if he was about to suffocate. You good for nothing, look at how scared you are. Hu Yukong used an unprepossessing man's face to smile like a flirtatious woman. The real Hu Yukong was so scared that his eyes rolled back and he almost fainted on the spot. He never knew that he could smile so horribly. The illusion of looking at himself in the mirror made him shudder. Hey, I won't tease you anymore. The Hu Yukong, in front of him, who had an ordinary face, slowly turned into a beautiful woman with pink lips and enchanting eyebrows as the bones in her body cracked. Her voice also changed from a man's voice to a soft female voice. Once again, he saw the snake beauty successfully transform from Hu Yukong into a beautiful woman. Her entire face, height, figure, and fat had all undergone a terrifying transformation. Greatly agitated, Hu Yokong's eyes rolled back as he finally fainted. Meanwhile, the young maidservant tied together with Hu Yukong was also slightly agape. Because of fear and dread, her entire body trembled incessantly, and cold sweat rolled down her forehead as if she had just been fished out of a river. TSK, TSK, TSK. The snake beauty sighed and swayed her snake-like waist as she walked up to the young maidservant. The snake beauty slightly lowered her waist, and her face was practically pressed against the young maidservant's face. Her fragrant breath blew past the young maidservant's face. Don't be afraid, don't worry, I'm a good person. HM? The young maidservant widened her eyes in horror, and her brain seemed to have lost the ability to speak due to the agitation. She could only nod while trembling. The snake beauty giggled and walked to the table on the side without consulting anyone. She then rolled up her sleeves and started to grind ink and lay out paper. If it weren't for the fact that this Hu Yukong is so useless, why would I come back now? Sigh, she had finally managed to sneak into the Qiao residence, but in the end, the number of times she had seen this little fiend could be counted on one hand. Moreover, she would stare at her with extreme vigilance every time. She really didn't know where she had exposed herself. They clearly had different faces, so how could she see through the clues every time? Ever since she had failed to find her in Bailon City, she could only return to the Mo Kingdom capital to look for her. Unfortunately, it was difficult to get close to her even after finding her. How vexing. Holding the ink brush, the snake beauty pondered for a while with her chin propped up. Then, with a slight smile, she suddenly lowered her head and started scribbling. After she finished writing, she picked up the entire piece of paper and pouted her small mouth to blow at the ink that hadn't dried yet. A poppy smile spread across her beautiful small face. Squeak, 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 squeak. In the Mo Kingdom capital's central plaza, there was an extremely large and long mission board constructed from lapis lazuli. All kinds of missions were posted on it for people to choose from. Many special operations teams would come here every few days to take on a mission in order to maintain their daily necessities. On this day, as usual, there were people coming and going in the city's central plaza. There were too many to count of those who were accepting and handing in missions. When teams that were familiar with each other met, they would politely greet each other and ask each other questions. It was almost noon today, and there were quite a few team members gathered in front of the mission panel. Just like before, they were searching for the mission they wanted to take on according to the various mission lists. Then, everyone's eyes fell on a piece of crimson paper that was stained with ink and had a few words written in flamboyant calligraphy. That wasn't an ordinary mission announcement, but, make way, please make way. The vice captain of the giant bear squad, Hannah Mushroom, moved her large body and squeezed into the crowd. Why are you all in a daze in front of the panel? Hurry up and leave after taking the mission slip. All of you are standing here. Hey, look, are my eyes playing tricks on me? You're not seeing things. This is a visit. At the Spring Lantern Festival, he must take away the Northern Prince Mo's favorite. Notice is hereby given, signed by, Ding Ting Ding. Wagu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as she shouted, holy shit. Am I seeing things? Ding Ting Ding has issued a challenge to His Highness the Crown Prince. Ding Ting Ding? What Ding Ting Ding? Is it that Ding Ting Ding? Which Ding Ting Ding is there in this world? F***CK, Ding Ting Ding has gone overboard this time. Wait. Wow, Ding Ting Ding is going against His Highness the Crown Prince this time. How can this be the same as those people in the past? Oh my god. I'll bet with you that Ding Ting Ding's plan to steal this time will definitely fail. What kind of person is His Highness? He won't let that bastard get away with it. The crowd was in a frenzy as they discussed the matter. Loud noises could be heard everywhere. Guess what treasure His Highness the Crown Prince treasures? Could it be some kind of heaven-defying cultivation technique or something like that? Or some kind of miraculous elixir? Holy shit, Ding Ting Ding can't be coveting His Highness's vast territory, right? Out of the way, out of the way. Everyone, disperse and make way for His Highness. Everyone, out of the way. Don't crowd this place. 2 rows of guards ran over and pushed the crowd to the sides. That lapis lazuli panel was revealed from the bustling crowd. A tall, ink-colored figure slowly approached the lapis lazuli panel. He coldly stared at the piece of red paper fluttering in the wind. He raised his right hand slightly and suddenly clenched his 5 fingers. That piece of red paper flew into his hand with a whoosh. The man's eyes lowered as he coldly stared at the piece of red paper in his hand. No one knew this better than he did. Whatever heaven-defying cultivation technique, miraculous elixir, or even the vast territory, none of them were his treasures. Ding ting ding, that damned bastard, actually wanted to extend his demonic claws to his treasure. He wanted to kill this guy with his own hands. Mo Lian's eyes were cold as he tightly clenched the piece of red paper in his hand. When he opened his hand again, the paper had already turned into nothingness and scattered with the wind. Over 1,000 people had gathered in the city's central plaza, but no one dared to speak. His Highness's deterrence was truly a bit terrifying. Everyone could tell that the man was in a very bad mood right now. Who still dared to provoke His Highness at this juncture? It wasn't like they were tired of living, although no one dared to say it out loud, they were still rather curious. They were even looking forward to the arrival of the Lantern Festival. Ding Ting Ding had been undefeated for many years and was known as the thief sage Ding Ting Ding. They really didn't know if he would fail to steal His Highness's item this time. If he failed, that would break his record of 0 defeats. Several days later, in the estate of the Marquis of Jiayuan. When Arbor heard the report that the goods from Southern Bailey had arrived, she guessed that it must be her batch of ebony. When he ran out to take a look, he saw that the entire manor was surrounded by the children of the Hidden Night Pavilion, leaving not even a drop of water to trickle through. There were more than 30,000 pieces of ebony delivered. Arbor was in a good mood. For the time being, she planned to throw this batch of ebony into her inner world. However, she wouldn't foolishly put it away at the front door. It was better to let someone drag it into the house first. She didn't want anyone to suspect why her inner world was so big. After the things were moved into his courtyard, Arbor asked Xiaoyao, who was beside him, "Xiaoyao, do you feel that there are a lot more people around me these days? Why do I feel like this court is being surrounded by people from all directions?" Xiaoyao's mouth twitched. "Miss, Ding Ting Ding has already challenged His Highness to a battle. How can His Highness not be nervous?" "Oh, he's here to steal from him." Arbor nodded. "Stealing from him isn't stealing from me. Why did he get so many people to surround me?" "Miss, Ding Ting Ding wants to steal His Highness's most beloved." "Isn't that you?" Arbor turned to look at Xiaoyao in astonishment. "It can't be?" "What can't be?" Xiaoyao was about to be defeated by her little master. "I'm a living person. Doesn't he only steal things? Why would he steal from me?" Arbor stared blankly for a moment before shaking her head and saying, "Doesn't he have to provide food for me even if he steals from me? That's not a loss." Xiaoyao didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at her. "My dear master. That Ding Ting Ding is clearly here to provoke His Highness. Do you think he lacks that bit of food from you?" Mo Lian had been so busy these past 2 days that she didn't come over. Who knew if she was secretly investigating Ding Ting Ding's whereabouts? Arbor was in a rather good mood after cleaning up her ebony pieces. She turned to Xiaoyao and said, "Xiaoyao, let's add more dishes tonight." Xiaoyao didn't make much of a fuss when she heard about adding more dishes this time. She looked at her worried expression with a bitter expression. "What's wrong? You're not even happy about adding more dishes." Arbor went up to grab her little hand and said, "Let's go, let's go. Come with me to the kitchen to take a look and see what dishes we should add. Do you want to drink chicken soup?" "Miss, why aren't you worried at all?" It turned out that when Miss received the news a few days ago, she was still in a daze and didn't know that Ding Ting Ding's target this time was her. No wonder she had been so carefree these past few days. "What am I worried about?" Arbor snorted disdainfully. "If he dares to come, I'll kill him while I'm at it. Then everything will be fine." Xiaoyao turned her head and saw that her miss's expression was especially serious and didn't look like she was joking. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. "That's right. My miss is so powerful. How could she be captured by that brat successfully? Let's go." Arbor pointed in the direction of the kitchen and dragged Xiaoyao away. "Xiaoyao, do you want to ask Mo Lian to withdraw some men? I heard that my father went out for a walk yesterday and almost couldn't enter the house when he came home." Xiaoyao hurriedly shook her head. "Let's not. Tomorrow was the Spring Lantern Festival. That Ding Ting Ding had said that he would come to take the young miss away at high. I don't know if he'll try to be sneaky and secretly change the time. It'll be hard to guard against that. Take me away? Darling Chow rolled her eyes. She made it sound like she was an object. She was a living person. If he said he wanted to come and get it, would she be able to foolishly follow him? It's not like he's sick. All right, don't worry. We'll worry about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Let's have a good meal tonight. When Xiaoyao thought of the chicken soup that Miss mentioned, she couldn't help smacking her lips and giggling. The next day, Mo Lian personally came to the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate to welcome her father-in-law's family into the palace. The Lantern Festival would be held at noon today, and the people attending were all the people she had met at the New Year's banquet that day. They were the families of third-rank officials and above. The banquet would end at Shen, and everyone could leave the palace to move about freely. The Luo family troupe would be singing in the palace for the entire day today, so the madams and young misses who were interested had gone to Clearwater Fine Park early to watch the opera. The entire Mo Kingdom capital was in a carnival tonight, and there was also a grand lantern festival. All the upper-class madams and young misses planned to join in the fun. The carriage entered the palace unimpeded. Mo Lian was summoned to the old great king's study. Before leaving, he repeatedly urged her to be careful and safe before leaving in a hurry. Miss, there are many people today, so you really have to be careful. Xiaoyao looked like she was facing a great enemy, vigilantly checking the people walking past them from time to time. That Ding Ting Ding said that he'll come to steal at night. According to Xiaoyao's calculations, that's when you'll be heading to the Lantern Festival. Why don't we cancel the lantern viewing event? Xiaoyao hurriedly said. No. That guy isn't qualified enough for me to change my schedule. Arbor curved her lips and snorted. Sister, what are you talking about? Xiao Lin leaned close to her and asked in a small voice as her eyes turned shrewdly. Nothing. Arbor raised her hand to rub her sister's head. Xiao Lin reached out to hold her arm. Sister, it's still early. Let's go sit over there for a while. As soon as Arbor moved, Xiaoyao followed closely by her side and followed the two sisters in that direction. Wei Ziqin still found it strange. Xiaoyao, did something happen these past few days? I keep feeling that little Mo's expression was a bit off when he looked at our Jojo today. He looked so nervous. Xiaoyao didn't dare to say anything more to Wei Ziqin. She hurriedly shook her head and said, No. Madam, you don't need to worry. His Highness is so capable. Don't worry, he won't let anything happen to Mississippi. The mother and daughters walked towards a waterside pavilion in Clearwater Fine Park. When they got closer, they saw a group of people walking along the waterside pavilion from the end of the winding white jade corridor. The one leading the group was a girl with a rather haughty attitude. Wei Ziqin recognized at a glance that this girl was the Jing family's third miss, Her Highness Consort Jing's niece. As for the two people behind her, they were no stranger to her. The Marquis of Placation's estate's third miss Su Mingzhu and fourth miss Su Mingxin. Wei Ziqin's footsteps paused, and she hesitated whether to walk over to greet them. Looking at her two daughters, they had already walked over confidently, hand in hand. Her head hurt when she saw this banquet. If interacting less with people could save her trouble, Wei Ziqin would be happy to hide away. The two groups met in the treasured jade pavilion. Crown Princess. Jing-san wasn't stupid. He nodded and bowed when he saw Arbor. Su Mingzhu gritted her teeth and tightly clenched the handkerchief in her hand. She followed her fourth sister, Su Mingxin, and bowed to Arbor while cursing her in her heart. During their encounter at the Spring Dawn Garden, she had been seriously injured. If it wasn't for the fact that her family had taken out pills to treat her injuries, she wouldn't have been able to walk in just a few days. Su Mingzhu hated Arbor so much that her teeth were itching. However, she had learned her lesson from being impulsive last time. This time, she held her breath and stood aside. She didn't say anything and just looked at Arbor coldly. Third young Miss Jing smiled at Arbor and said, This jade treasure pavilion has beautiful and elegant scenery. If the Crown Princess doesn't mind, would you like to sit down and have a drink with me? Arbor looked at her deeply and shook his head. No need. After saying that, he pulled his sister and turned to leave. Behind him, Xianxia bit her lip, feeling rather aggrieved. Wei Ziqing's heart was also in turmoil. Seeing that her daughter didn't want to mingle with these girls, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. She nodded repeatedly and followed her daughter out of the pavilion. Unexpectedly, before Arbor could take 2 steps, she was bumped into by a maidservant who pounced on her. Her clean dress was immediately stained with some tea foam, looking very indecent. Arbor looked at that maidservant coldly. "You did it on purpose." That maidservant trembled in fright. Her legs went soft, and she knelt on the ground. She repeatedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Crown Princess, have mercy. Crown Princess, have mercy." "Very good." Arbor's lips curled into a cold arc. "I'll fulfill your wish. Is there anyone who doesn't have eyes and dares to barge in like you on a perfectly good road?" This was the imperial palace. Which servant girl could be so reckless and live for so long? If she was so blind, she would have been played to death by the imperial concubines long ago. She could tell at a glance that it was fake, yet she still wanted to deceive her. Xiao Lin also pursed her lips with a displeased expression. Even with her intelligence, she could see that there was something fishy about this matter, let alone her astute and sharp older sister. The young royal maid was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she kept peeking at Arbor's expression. When he heard Xiaomu call for help, his entire body went limp on the ground. On the side, Jingsan's complexion also turned slightly pale. She didn't expect that the crown princess would be so ruthless and really want to punish that royal maid without saying anything. She didn't follow the script at all and was simply terrifying. When Lightning and the other person suddenly appeared, the noble ladies were all frightened. They watched helplessly as the 2 hidden guards dragged the person away. When the royal maid's miserable screams came from afar, third young Miss Zhang's small face turned deathly pale. Arbor stroked the dirt on her skirt and looked coldly at Jingsan. "Didn't you say you wanted to treat me to tea?" Jingsan nervously gripped a corner of her skirt and repeatedly nodded while trembling with fear. "Yes, yes. Come, come, prepare the tea." The tea was quickly prepared again. At this time, Su Mingzhu was a bit scared. She felt that the crown princess suddenly staying behind wasn't a good thing. She clearly said that she didn't want to drink tea. Arbor sat in front of them. Her harsh gaze forced the young ladies to not dare to sit down. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly and stood in front of her with their hands hanging down. She leisurely picked up the teacup, sniffed it, and said indifferently, "Top-quality snow sprout tea. It looks really good. It's good that the crown princess likes it." Third young Miss Xing sighed in relief and bowed respectfully. "Come here." Arbor suddenly raised her head and beckoned to Jingsan. "This cup of tea is for you." Third young Miss Xing was so frightened that her whole body trembled. Instead of advancing, she retreated several steps. Xiaomu gazed at her coldly. "You look so guilty and fearful. It looks like you did something shameful. Did you add something to this cup of tea?" Third Miss Xing shook her head frantically. "No, no. How could this little girl dare to do something like murder the crown prince consort in broad daylight with so many people watching?" Arbor nodded in understanding. "Then you're worried that I've done something to the tea. What if I insist that you drink it now?" Arbor's ice-cold eyes stared deeply at third Miss Xing, whose forehead was drenched in cold sweat. With a slight lift of her chin, Xiaoyao immediately walked out from behind her. Taking the teacup from her hand, she strode forward and unceremoniously reached out to pinch third young Miss Zhang's cheeks, pressing her entire body backward until her waist was slightly bent. "Don't be so shameless when the crown princess gives you a reward." Xiaoyao coldly shouted and directly poured the cup of rather hot tea into third young Miss Zhang's mouth. MPH third young Miss Xing, who was in great pain from her cheeks being pinched, resisted repeatedly with a terrified expression. She was forced to drink more than half of the tea, which splashed all over her head and face. Bam! The teacup rolled to the ground and shattered into several pieces. Third young Miss staggered and sat limply on the ground. Tea seeped out of the corner of her mouth, and she coughed awkwardly as she bent over, as if desperately trying to spit out the tea that was poured into her mouth. When Su Mingxin saw that Arbor was enraged and had already knelt down, how could she still dare to speak? She was only an insignificant concubine's daughter. It was already good enough that she could play it safe. She was only afraid that she would be implicated by her foolish older sister. Su Mingzhu retreated many steps and hid to the side with an extremely unsightly expression. How could she still dare to speak up for third Miss Xing at this time? Young master, that palace maid confessed. She quickly walked to Arbor's side, her words causing third Miss Xing's expression to change greatly. Arbor nodded at her. Soon, the pale-faced palace maid was dragged over like a dead dog. She did not have any external injuries on her body, but it was obvious that she was completely unharmed. Speak. Arbor coldly glanced at that palace maid. Are you a member of Sephora Flower Palace? That little palace maid trembled with fear and trepidation as she nodded her head. Third Miss Xing was furious when she saw this and couldn't help but roar, impudent. This young lady has never seen you in Sephora Flower Palace before. Don't think of randomly accusing people. The little palace maid tearfully glanced at third Miss Xing and couldn't help but wail, Miss, this servant really can't take it anymore. Just now, those hidden guards made her, an ordinary woman, suffer the pain of having her tendons torn and bones dislocated. How could she bear it? It was simply more unbearable than death. Third Miss Xing sat on the ground in a sorry state, the corners of her mouth tightly pursed as she glared fiercely at the palace maid. Her gaze seemed to be saying, do you think that now that you've confessed in front of the crown princess, your highness consort Xing will still let you off? The little palace maid trembled so much that her entire body swayed. Arbor expressionlessly glanced at third Miss Xing before turning to look at the palace maid. Why don't I take a guess? What does Xianxia want to do this time, unwilling to be left out? If I had fallen into your trap, then I would have had to follow you, who had atoned for your crimes by meritorious service, to change clothes, right? Xiaomu's cold gaze landed on the junior royal maid as sharp as a knife. Let me think, where do you want to lead me to? Arbor slowly stood up and approached the palace maid step by step. You want to lead me to Xianxia, right? Where are you going? Xianxia must have arranged a masquerade show and is waiting for me. Arbor's eyebrows curved as he looked at the palace maid with a mocking expression. The little palace maid widened her eyes in horror. She still hadn't said anything? The crown princess had already guessed most of it. It was very simple. Arbor had exposed Xianxia's fake pregnancy at the New Year's banquet. With Xianxia's temperament, she would definitely not let Arbor keep this secret. She would take advantage of the situation, to have a miscarriage. Of course, it would be even better if the crown princess could suffer a great misfortune during this miscarriage. Thus, Xianxia's plan was very easy to guess, and Arbor was pretty much right on the mark. In the palace, Arbor was always on guard and always kept an eye out, so how could she fall into Consort Zhang's trap? You slut. Third Miss Xing struggled to get up and bared her fangs, wanting to push that palace maid to the ground. She believed that the palace maid had secretly leaked the secret, which was why the situation had turned out this way. Tie her up. Arbor bluntly rebuked. Xiaoyao immediately took out a thick hemp rope and tightened it in her hand before walking over to third Miss Xing. The great king has arrived. Kneel. The old great king of Mo Kingdom walked over with a face full of anger. When he saw the situation inside the Jade Pavilion, he couldn't help but angrily shout, Crown Princess. Xiaomu coldly turned her head around and shot her gaze at the king, who was charging over in fury. Behind the great king was a Taoist priest in his 40s with a clear temperament. Dressed in green robes, he appeared to have the air of a transcendent being. Gong Chanan wiped away the sweat on his forehead as he followed behind them with small steps. Apart from the great king, the crown prince and a group of civil and military officials also quickly walked over. Arbor greets the great king. Arbor calmly bowed. Without waiting for the great king to speak, he naturally wouldn't let himself be wronged and straightened up. You. The great king's expression was filled with rage. Before he could speak, the crown prince had already flashed in front of the crown princess. Disgraceful thing. The great king opened his mouth to scold his son, but when he looked up, he saw Empress Zhao walking over with many concubines and noble ladies. After the greeting, Empress Zhao calmly said, this concubine heard that Consort Jing just had a miscarriage in Sephora Flower Palace. This is truly too unfortunate. A while ago at the New Year's banquet, little sister noble consort seemed to be doing quite well. This happened so suddenly that I'm afraid there's something fishy going on. The great king instantly exploded like a lit firecracker. When he received the news just now, he couldn't keep his cool. His son, whom he had gotten at such an old age, was mysteriously gone. How could he not be furious? If he hadn't lost his rationality due to anger, he wouldn't have directly stood up and led all the civil and military officials here to settle the score with the crown princess. Now, his son had clearly made his stance firm and stood on his wife's side. With so many people present, the great king found it difficult to back down. Daoist Dayu, please speak. The great king smirked and coldly said. It was that sage-like Daoist priest who took a step forward. His gaze swept over Arbor in a strange manner, and then he said indifferently, this humble Daoist has calculated that there is a vicious aura coming from the southeast. It will soar into the heavens and transform into a blade that will cut towards Sephora Flower Palace. I just reminded the great king that this murderous aura might be harmful to the great king's unborn children. Priest Dayu shook his head and sighed. I didn't expect news of her ladyship's miscarriage to arrive so soon. Mo Lian sneered, Daoist priest, if that's the case, then you're a person who can predict destiny. Why don't you help me divine my fortune for this month? If there's even the slightest mistake, I'll take your life. Crown Prince, the great king shouted angrily. He hadn't expected the crown prince to be so disrespectful to Priest Dayu in front of so many officials. Although Priest Dayu had been in the palace for less than 10 days, his predictions were always accurate. He could even provide the old great king with pills that could relieve his body's pressure. The old great king felt that those pills were even better than the body-strengthening pills provided by the Qin estate's patriarch. After taking them, he indeed felt much more energetic. The great king was displeased that the crown prince treated Priest Dayu in such a manner. However, Prince Mo didn't give the Daoist priest any face at all. Withdraw. What vicious aura? It's all non-existent. If you dare to be disrespectful to my crown princess, I guarantee that even the great king won't be able to save your life. Crown Prince. The great king was truly furious this time. Wasn't his wife protecting demon a bit too much? How could he embarrass his old father in front of so many civil and military officials? How infuriating! Empress Zhao hastily walked up to tug on her son's sleeve and comforted him. Crown Prince, how can you speak to royal father like that? He had a miscarriage, and all of you rushed over to find the crown princess. Don't you think this is the biggest joke in the world? Your Highness, this is a vicious person. She's not suitable to be the crown princess of a country. Priest Dayu looked honest and sincere as he earnestly tried to persuade the crown prince. Stinky priest, what did you say? Jolin shouted angrily. She was like a lioness that was about to explode. Her hair stood on end. Crown Prince Mo mercilessly slapped the Daoist priest's cheek. However, the Daoist priest shifted his body to the side and escaped from the crown prince's palm wind. He was as fast as an afterimage as he stood steadily in front of Xiao Mu. Arbor could clearly see a trace of mockery in Priest Dayu's eyes. It was as if he was mocking her for overestimating herself. She came from a humble background, yet she wanted to fly up the branches and become a phoenix. She wanted to be the crown princess of a country, but why? It was her first time meeting this person. She could clearly feel a strong hostility from this person. Mo Lian's anger accumulated in his eyes. He suddenly drew a circle with his left hand and was about to launch a fire attack. His hand was suddenly grasped by Arbor's soft little hand. The storm-like anger in his heart was instantly soothed by her little kitten claw-like hand. The dark clouds parted to see the blazing sun. In a trance, it was a sunny day. This change could be seen by everyone present as long as they weren't blind. They couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts at the power of the crown princess. Their willful His Highness the Crown Prince had fallen into the hands of the crown princess like this. Stinky priest, what do you mean? Yonghe's miscarriage this time was caused by my vicious aura? Big sister. Xiao Lin was very anxious in her heart. How could elder sister say such words without any hesitation? What if she gave others a groundless title of Heavenly Calamity Star or something like that? What should she do? Unfortunately, I happen to know the real reason behind Yonghe's miscarriage. Arbor's sleeves fluttered. Daoist Dayu, who had been paying attention to her all this time, subconsciously took a small step back. 2 dictum talismans floated in front of her. With a whoosh, they turned into two streaks of light, directly pouncing onto third Miss Xing and the young royal maid behind her, one on the left and one on the right. What are you doing? When the great king saw the two talismans, his eyes couldn't help but bulge. He cast a dissatisfied look at his son. I already told you not to buy those messy talismans for the crown princess to play with. You all know third Miss Xing, right? Why don't we let her tell us what He wants to do to me? Crown princess. What did you do to my daughter? State Uncle Xing didn't know why, but he felt guilty and flustered without any reason, and he hurriedly walked out of the crowd to berate her. Arbor glanced at him coldly, then turned to ask, Third Miss, tell everyone what your aunt instructed you to do. Third Miss Xing began to recite Consort Jing's instructions in full detail. When she talked about how He sent the young royal maid over to cooperate with Third Miss Xing in plotting against the crown princess, planning to use a scheme to lure the crown princess to Her Highness He's temporary place of labor, the officials of the court all looked at each other. All the officials looked at each other, not knowing if they should immediately disappear and let the king deal with this family matter. Yet the great king's expression was rather unsightly. Shut up. You unfilial daughter, what nonsense are you babbling about? Jing Chao's face darkened as he strode over and slapped his own daughter across the face. Third Miss Xing's head fell to the ground, yet she continued to recite her previous words over and over again about how her aunt had schemed to frame the crown princess. Jing Chao immediately turned around and knelt down in front of the great king, crying out with a grief-stricken expression, Great king, it's that talisman, there's something wrong with that talisman. That talisman made my daughter delirious, she's completely spouting nonsense. Ignorant and ill-informed person. Arbor coldly said, haven't you heard of the dictum talisman? It would only make people reveal the truth. If Lord Xing didn't believe it. If you don't believe me, I have another one here. You can use it to test its authenticity. Jing Chao took a step back in fright. He definitely didn't want to use that dictum talisman. If he blurted out disrespectful words to the great king in a moment of carelessness, then wouldn't all his previous bootlicking be for naught? Demon talisman. Jing Chao could only insist that the crown princess had used a demon talisman. He scrambled over to the great king's feet and cried out in a tearful voice, Her Highness noble consort wouldn't do that, please investigate clearly, great king. Great king, do you still not understand? Arbor's cold voice continued to sound. When the civil and military officials came into contact with the young lady's dark, eerie eyes, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. In order to scheme against me and frame me, He didn't hesitate to use the child in her womb as the price to target me. Great king, can't you see such a simple matter? Arbor took a step closer, and the old great king actually unwittingly took a step back. The depths of the girl's eyes were engraved with an abyss of coldness and arrogance. No one would be able to look straight at her and would have to avoid her gaze. Why was He so sure that as long as she lured me over, the child would definitely have a miscarriage? Will the crime be framed on my head? The old king's entire body turned cold as he clenched his fists slightly. He looked at his daughter-in-law in disbelief. Because she had already calculated the time and did not hesitate to use this child to frame me. Because she killed the little prince with her own hands, intending to push me into the abyss. Impossible. The great king's eyes trembled as he roared. Great king, in fact, you already have the answer in your heart, don't you? Arbor said coldly, then returned to the crown prince's side and said no more. Priest Dayu, on the other hand, looked at her with a heavy gaze. There was a strange light in his eyes. This gaze made Arbor feel uncomfortable all over. She suddenly said coldly, Qingwan, kill him for me. Everyone's hearts suddenly jumped because the girl had suddenly and decisively issued an order. Priest Dayu was right about one thing. The crown princess was indeed vicious, and her murderous aura was indescribable. Screech. The giant cyan bird suddenly descended above everyone's heads, and abruptly unleashed an ice wind and snow rain at Priest Dayu. Qingwan, a heavenly bird. Priest Dayu's gaze changed in shock, as if he had never expected that the crown princess would attack him in the palace at the slightest disagreement. He really didn't understand darling Qiao's temperament. Priest Dayu had previously wanted to kill her, so she wouldn't let him off. Whoosh! An icicle struck Priest Dayu's chest. Arbor pressed forward, the ferrule in her hand crackling with sparks. She coordinated perfectly with Qing Yuan and struck Priest Dayu's shoulder blade with a thunderous blow. Priest Dayu couldn't dodge the blow to his shoulder blade in order to avoid the icicle in front of his chest. She thought she would be able to break the old Taoist's shoulder blade, but unexpectedly, the irresistible force didn't hurt Priest Dayu at all. It was as if she had hit a pile of cotton. Arbor's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, this person's cultivation was unfathomable. It should be much higher than hers. The Taoist priest even turned his head to give her a strange smile. A giant beast's claw suddenly appeared in front of his chest like a third hand and violently struck Arbor's chest. If she was hit, she would be half crippled even if she didn't die. Qing Yuan twisted her body in midair and retracted her wings, turning into human form. She held a long ice sword in her hand and slashed at the old Taoist priest's neck with lightning speed. If the thieving Taoist priest wantonly attacked Arbor, when Arbor was injured, his head would be ruthlessly chopped off by Qing Yuan's ice sword. The old Taoist priest didn't dare to act rashly. He could only lean to the side and lean his body to dodge Qing Yuan's sharp stab. At the same time, a fierce purple flame with monstrous anger turned into a roaring fire dragon in midair. It fiercely penetrated the old Taoist priest's body from behind and gave him a violent dragon's strike. With a boom, he was smashed to the ground. There was absolute silence. All the officials trembled in fear, almost unable to look directly at the crown prince's anger. The old great king also shut his mouth at this time. The crown prince was furious as if someone had touched his reverse scale. After that fire dragon kill, a slender jet-black longsword condensed in his hand. With a sweep, the terrifying vibrating force immediately flattened all the flowers and grass on the ground, directly rolling up dust. The slender Wuyue sword left behind a series of afterimages, as if thousands of swords were spinning in front of everyone. In an instant, he arrived in front of the old Taoist. The old Taoist was about to die on the spot. Bang! After a loud sound, a thick smoke enveloped everyone. They couldn't help but cough as they tried to sweep away the billowing smoke in front of them. Dozens of members of the Hidden Night Pavilion appeared behind the Crown Prince. Search the entire city and kill without mercy, the Crown Prince said coldly and expressionlessly. Yes. Countless figures flew away. The Crown Prince's face was filled with rage, and his anger had yet to dissipate. He grabbed Arbor's small hand and pulled her with large strides as he walked out of Clearwater Fine Park. Everyone was silent, including the great king and Empress Zhao. They seemed to be at a loss for words. The Crown Prince suddenly stopped and looked back at them coldly. You'd better not challenge my bottom line again. Otherwise, I'll flip the sky. Destroy this land. Don't you dare touch my woman. I will make you regret ever coming to this world. Absolute silence, father. The Crown Prince stared coldly at his father, his phoenix eyes burning with intense hatred. That enchantress, if you can't bear to kill her, then let your son do it for you. Xing Chao collapsed to the ground, trembling as he looked at the Crown Prince, who had left in anger. The old great king was also shocked, but he couldn't make a sound. When his gaze met with his daughter-in-law's, he couldn't help but tremble. Great king, Yung, he killed your youngest son. Can this be forgiven? Mo Lian grabbed Arbor's little hand and led her out of the palace without looking back. He threw all thoughts of the Lantern Festival banquet and the officials to the back of his mind. The streets were already bustling with activity, and there were more and more people. The two of them shuttled through the crowd, and miraculously, no one dared to get close to them. They all opened up a path for them on both sides. Mo Lian. Arbor puffed up her little cheeks and tugged at his tightly clenched hand. She called out delicately, Mo Lian. Mo Lian led her into a secluded alley and stopped under a winding stone arch bridge. Beside the bridge stood a 3-meter-tall stone pagoda. There were several green plants planted beside the pagoda. In the winter, the leaves had all fallen off. He stood there, his back tall and slender. Arbor couldn't help but tug at his sleeve again. Lian. Mo Lian suddenly turned around and pulled her into his arms with one hand. He pressed her tightly against his chest and stroked her black hair with the other. The man pursed his lips and lowered his head. After a while, he said, I'm sorry. I've made you suffer again. Let's not go to the palace anymore. I won't let anything like this happen to you again, okay? He rested his chin on her little head and said unhappily. Look at you. I'm not even that angry. Why are you so angry? Arbor tugged at a strand of her hair and comforted her softly. Your father is an old fool. It's not like you don't know that. Why are you angry with him? Moreover, you were very rude to your parents just now. Don't do that again, Arbor said softly. They're not nice to you. I'm angry at them. Mo Lian rubbed her head in frustration. Because you're my baby, I hope that the whole world will treat you like a baby. Mo Lian's thoughts were too easy to understand. Arbor's eyes flickered, and he nudged his head in his arms. Then, your mother already has a knot in her heart. If you do this, I'm afraid they'll dislike me even more. Don't worry about Yoonghee. Arbor's eyes flashed with a cold light. Since she dares to scheme against me, I will not let her have a good end. I'll get someone to deal with her. So what if she made her father unhappy? This time, Mo Lian had steeled his heart to want her dead. This woman had crossed his bottom line too far. She actually thought of such a malicious method to frame his Xiaoqiao. The plot did not succeed because of Jojo's cleverness, not because of that B****'''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''c She's your father's true love. Arbor hugged his waist and looked up at his gloomy face. He raised his hand and stroked his forehead. True love. Mo Lian snorted, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. I want her to lose everything. She can't enter the royal tomb until she dies. If he did not grind this person's bones to dust, he would not be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Lian. Xiaomu wanted to console him a bit more, but he hugged her tightly instead. No one can bully you, he said in a low voice beside her ear. Arbor thought about it and let it go. Don't look at how this guy usually likes to ask you if you're okay, as if he's asking for your opinion. In fact, he has already made a decision in his heart. Anyway, she just had to do it before he did. And she just happened to learn an interesting talisman. She wanted to find someone to try it on. When Yoonghee was dragged out of Sephora Flower Palace and sent to the Cold Palace, the cut on her leg was still bleeding incessantly. Nanny Sue wiped her tears and pulled at the few old nannies along the way. But how could she be a match for those burly nannies? After a few slaps, she couldn't make a sound. The Great King has decreed that Consort Jing's heart is vicious and her morals are lacking. In order to frame the crown princess, she wantonly plotted to murder the royal heir. No one can surpass her viciousness and treachery. From this day forth, she will be demoted to a palace servant and placed in Chonghua Palace. Without an imperial decree, she is not allowed to take half a step out of Chonghua Palace for the rest of her life. Xingru collapsed on the ground. Seeing this, Mammy Su hastily ran forward and tried her best to help her up. Gong Chang'an couldn't help but sigh when he saw the wretched master and servant pair. He rolled up the imperial decree in his hand and said, Xingru, the Great King is very disappointed in you. In order to frame the crown princess, you actually harmed the flesh and blood in your womb with your own hands. You even caused a serious conflict between the Great King and His Highness the Crown Prince. This matter has already been investigated. From this day forth, you can stay in Chonghua Palace with peace of mind and properly reflect. Let's go. Gong Chang'an turned around and led 4 or 5 old nannies and a few young eunuchs out of Chonghua Palace. Eunuch, eunuch. Mammy Su lifted her skirt and knelt. She scrambled forward on her knees and wept miserably. Eunuch, please put in a few good words in front of the Great King. Our imperial consort was wrongly accused, eunuch. She absolutely didn't harm the royal heir. The crown princess's heart was simply punishable by death. She clearly knew that their imperial consort wasn't pregnant at all, but she told the Great King that Her Highness the noble consort had personally harmed the royal heir. What a terrible woman she is. Gong Chang'an abruptly stopped and turned back, a cold glint flashing through his eyes. Seize her. Slap him. 2 ferocious old mamas immediately rushed over and clamped down on Mammy Sue's arms from both sides. Pa. 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 Remember this clearly. From today onwards, there was no empress. You are an old nanny, and she is just an old palace maid who is not favored. Let's go. Gong Chang'an waved his hand and led everyone out of the Cold Palace. When he went out, he couldn't help but look back at the people inside. He secretly warned himself, don't be as stupid as the women inside. After causing so much trouble, she ended up in the cold palace. What a joke. On the way back to the central palace, Empress Zhao was silent for a long time before she turned to look at old nanny Huaxian, who was walking slowly beside the carriage. Do you really think that the crown princess doesn't know that Jingru's stomach is fake? Huaxian slightly raised her head and bowed to Empress Zhao. Actually, Empress already has an answer in her heart, isn't that so? Empress Zhao only felt a slight chill in her heart. This time, Yonghe really went for wool and came home shorn. She originally wanted to collaborate with Priest Dayu and frame the crown princess for the child's miscarriage. Who would have expected that she would end up with the bad reputation of murdering her own child and framing the crown princess? Yonghe could forget about crawling out of Chonghua Palace for the rest of her life. Empress, after going through so many things, you should be very clear. Don't rashly offend this little prickly head. Once she pricks people, you will die. Empress Zhao felt that she might need to re-evaluate this crown princess. When the carriage passed by the outer walls of Chonghua Palace, Empress Zhao turned back to take a look. Morning Cloud Restaurant. When Duanyu received the news, he immediately ran over. When he came upstairs, he saw the crown prince and involuntarily pursed his lips. Why is he here too? Jojo, where are your younger siblings? We were in the palace earlier, so we left early. Arbor said dryly, they should have returned home already. Duanyu sat down across from the two and poured himself a wine cup. Speak, what happened now? After saying that, he glanced at the crown prince. What's up with this guy? Don't think he couldn't tell that the crown prince was sitting there with a dark face and a gloomy aura of displeasure emanating from him. It's already been resolved. Arbor rubbed his cheek noncommittally. By the way, Duanyu, didn't you say you were going to take me to see the flower lanterns? Right, we'll leave after drinking this cup. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Mo Lian. Oh, right. I heard a funny thing these 2 days. That Ding Ting Ding or something has set his sights on you, right? What does he want to steal from you? What do you think? Mo Lian gave him a cold look. What do you think this crown prince loves the most? Cultivation methods, spirit medicines. Maybe it's some precious spirit weapon or even a divine weapon. Duanyu nonchalantly drank a mouthful of wine before sneakily sidling up to him. Hey, why don't you tell me? That thief sage, speaking of which, he never misses. He never misses. What exactly does he want from you? Could it be? Is it your life? The crown prince threw him a cold look and turned to look at Arbor. Duanyu almost spat out the mouthful of wine in his mouth. Seeing that he was about to spit, Arbor hastily shrunk into the crown prince's arms and even pulled up his sleeve to block his face. In the end, Duanyu didn't spit out the wine so rudely, but he choked and coughed repeatedly. When he finally managed to catch his breath, he exclaimed, What? Ding Ting Ding wants to steal Jojo away? Hey, I say, you two still dare to come out like this? Duanyu hastily moved the stool next to them and squeezed over to sit in a row. Let me tell you, that Ding Ting Ding has never failed before. Jojo. Seeing that Duanyu's claw was about to land on Arbor's small hand, Mo Lian abruptly reached out and directly tossed his claw to the side in disdain. Duanyu ignored him and continued to drag his stool to Arbor's side. He said solemnly, Jojo, how about we don't go see the lanterns? You should hurry back. That Ding Ting Ding is about to show up. Arbor abruptly turned his head and glanced at Duanyu warily. She suddenly reached out and pinched Duanyu's left cheek, pinching it hard as she asked, You wouldn't be that Ding Ting Ding in disguise, right? This time, it was the crown prince's turn to almost spit it out. The two men looked at Xiaomu in bewilderment. Why was this child so good at acting? She acted as if it was real, as if she was really suspecting Duanyu. Duanyu hastily pulled her hand away and kept yelling, Ouch, 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 ouch. Jojo, we've been together for so long. Don't tell me you can't even recognize me and that Ding Ting Ding. Arbor pursed his lips and released his grip on Duanyu's handsome face. Since we're already out, we're already out. We're going to see the lanterns, and I still have to go set off the river lanterns. Why are you in such a bad mood because of some random person? The three of them left Morning Cloud Restaurant and followed the sounds of gongs and drums as they walked toward the crowd. At this time, a dozen people carrying stools and hose ran out of the building across the street. 4 to 5 people chased after them, shouting fees and the like. Mo Lian reflexively grasped Arbor's small hand and pulled her to her side to avoid the surging crowd. Jojo. Mom? Arbor hastily turned her small head in Mo Lian's arms. Wei Ziqing quickly rushed over and sighed in relief when she saw that she was safe and sound. She went up to hold her hand and said, I finally found you. Mom, you didn't go back with younger sister and the rest? We went back. It's just that a letter from thief Sage Ding Ting Ding came to our house. What letter? Mo Lian, Duan Yu, and Arbor asked in unison. Wei Ziqing took out a letter from her sleeve and sighed in relief. Jojo, it's good to see that you're fine. Oh right, why did thief Sage Ding Ting Ding write you a letter? Arbor opened the letter to take a look. There was nothing written on it except for Ding Ting Ding's signature. What kind of trick was this neurotic person up to? Arbor crumpled the letter and tossed it on the ground. She then pulled her mother's hand and said, Mom, don't bother with that senseless person. Oh right, how did you find me here? Wei Ziqing's eyes flickered, and she quickly said, Mom felt that there must be something fishy about this Ding Ting Ding sending you a letter. I waited for you at home for 2 hours, but when I saw that you didn't return, I was truly panicking. I was afraid that something happened to you, so I came out to try my luck and see if I could find you. Alright, Mom, I'm fine. There are too many people here, so let's find a more empty place to talk. Arbor held her mother's hand. Wei Ziqing hurriedly nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. Jojo, your father is still waiting for news at home. He's very worried. Why don't we stop shopping and go home first? Arbor nodded. Okay. Wei Ziqing and Arbor walked in front of the 2 men. After a while, the people who came out of the tea house to ask for money rushed over. In an instant, the mother and daughter were pushed to the front. The 2 men reacted instantly. When they wanted to catch up, they were blocked by a large group of people. Get out of my way. Mo Lian panicked and sent out a palm strike. Many of the people around him were sent flying. D***it. Duan Yu cursed softly. Auntie Wei was the person they trusted the most. Who would have thought that Ding Ting Ding would be so deranged and pretend to be Auntie? Mo Lian was very anxious. She took out her communication jade talisman and scribbled a line of words on it. Everyone, heed my orders. Quickly search Clearwater Fine Park. Don't miss a single corner. Jojo's mother probably hadn't left the palace yet. After Mo Lian put away her talisman, she looked at the sea of people before her. She couldn't care about anything else in her anxiety. She leaped into the air with a whoosh and stepped onto the eaves. She chased in the direction that Wei Ziqing left with Arbor. This scoundrel of *tch Ding Ting Ding, when he caught him, he would definitely dismember him into 1,000 pieces. Duan Yu also leaped into the air. With a tap of his foot, he paused on a bald uncle's head for a split second before disappearing in front of the crowd. The bald uncle's thoughts, F***ck. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaomu opened her weary eyes, and she could vaguely make out Mo Lian's handsome face, which was magnified and anxious, continuously wavering before her eyes. Jojo, you're awake. Mo Lian heaved a sigh of relief and pulled her into his arms. He patted her back gently, not knowing if he was comforting her or his own restless heart. You scared me to death, Jojo. Don't ever leave me again. Mo Lian hugged her tightly and said in a low voice, you don't know how dangerous it was just now. We were separated in an instant and you were taken away by that bastard Ding Ting Ding. Oh right. Arbor propped herself up and looked at him blankly. Mo Lian, my mother just now? My mother, wasn't she? Yes. Don't worry. I've already sent someone to look for her. She'll be fine. She should have been left in Xianxia Fine Park by that Ding Ting Ding. He actually dared to touch my mother. Arbor's eyes were burning with rage. Mo Lian was slightly startled. Then, he held her slender waist and lowered his head to say to her in a low voice, don't worry, mother will be fine. As for you, does your neck still hurt? Ding ting ding, who was pretending to be your mother, hit the back of your head. Does it still hurt? Arbor shook her head. When they were separated by the crowd, she turned to look at Emolienne. She didn't expect Wei Ziqing to suddenly hit her. It could be said that she did not guard against her mother at all. So she was unusually angry now. No, she was resentful. This ding ting ding, he had really blown the matter out of proportion. She hated it when people touched her mother. Ding ting ding was just playing a game, but now her mother was implicated. Originally, she didn't have much of an opinion about this playboy. A prodigal son, was just a little playful. But now, she hated him. Emolienne reached out and cupped Arbor's little face. Her eyes were watery as she said, Jojo, I'm not happy that you're thinking about someone else in front of me. I want that person to die, Arbor said coldly. Emolienne's hand, which was cupping her little face, paused for a moment before she continued, when I rescued you just now, I was anxious to check on your condition, but that guy escaped. Although Duan Yu chased after him, I don't know if he can catch up to him. Arbor pursed his lips. Emolienne hugged her and helped her stand up. Only then did Arbor realize that the two of them were by a tranquil river. The curved river flowed quietly, and the river lanterns carried the light. It floated from the upper stream all the way down. A faint light flickered in front of their eyes. At this moment, the surroundings were tranquil and quiet. The people on the streets seemed to have disappeared in an instant, leaving behind only the spreading darkness of the night. Jojo, do you want to release the river lanterns? Emolienne held her little hand and walked to the riverside. Xiaomu nodded her small head. He reached out and swiped at the air, and a beautiful lotus lantern appeared in his hand. I heard that on the Lantern Festival, if you write your wish on it and release it with the current, you can brush away an entire year's bad luck and fulfill your wish. Arbor finished writing it in a flash. The two of them stood by the riverside hand in hand, watching that river lantern float away with the current. Emolienne tilted her head and looked down at Arbor. Jojo, what wish did you write? You really want to know? I want to know. He hugged her and lowered his head, his breath slowly drawing closer. He opened his mouth and a strange fragrance floated out. Xiaomu's lips curled into a chilly smile. My wish is, the man's eyes were filled with a faint light as he stared at her in a daze. Arbor suddenly swiped with her hand. The startled swan dagger suddenly jumped out of her consciousness. With a terrifying speed comparable to that of flowing light, it instantly stabbed into Emolienne's heart. I want you to die. Emolienne's eyes widened in shock. With an expression of disbelief, he stared at Arbor beside him. She had acted too quickly. He did not even have time to react. Or perhaps it should be said that tonight, the lights and starlight reflected off each other, causing him to involuntarily sink into her dazed gaze. The dagger in her hand sank into his heart, and even fiercely spun in a circle. I want you to die by my hands tonight. Arbor spat out these words with a cold expression. Without hesitation, she pulled the dagger out of his chest. On the startled swan dagger, a trace of blood slid down the shiny dagger, leaving not a single trace. You are not him, you don't look like him at all. My Lian is not as smelly as you. It's not comfortable to hug. It's uncomfortable. Arbor coldly stared at him, continuously scolding, ding ting ding, or it's more appropriate to call you the snake beauty. No matter who you are, I have no interest in knowing. The little girl's voice was so cold and heartless. In that instant, it caused his heart that had not wavered for decades to crack a little. Now, you can die. Arbor coldly stared at him. Her fingers moved slightly, and a startled swan dagger quickly slid towards his neck. Black Lotus fell backwards and plunged into the river with a bang, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Arbor chased 2 steps forward, looking down at the murmuring river. A strange coldness floated in her eyes. He escaped quite quickly. However, he had been stabbed in the heart, so he didn't know if he would be able to return alive. Her mother was not someone anyone could touch. She had said it when she was at Xiao Ben's house. Whoever dared to touch her mother would have to be prepared to die without any hesitation. Arbor put away the startled swan dagger with cold anger in his eyes. He turned around and walked towards the crowded street. As soon as they reached the street, they saw Emo Lian and a group of people running towards them. Jojo. Emo Lian saw the baby in the crowd at a glance. She hurriedly rushed over and scooped the baby into her arms. His restless heart finally relaxed slightly at this moment. You're so stupid. The little emperor baby punched him unhappily. If you lose me again, I won't come back by myself. Emo Lian pressed her tightly into his embrace at once and stroked the back of her small head. No, I won't anymore. I definitely won't. Arbor curved her little mouth and looked up at him. Have you found my mother? I found her. Emo Lian nodded. She's in a palace maid's room in Xianxia Fine Park. She's not injured. When our people found her, she was just asleep. She's fine. Arbor's lips curled coldly. So what? He touched my mother. In my eyes, he's a dead man. She rejected this kind of evil joke. The two of them hurried back to the Qiao residence and specially went to their mother's beautiful view court to take a look. Although Wei Ziqing's face was a bit pale, she was generally fine. Now that they asked her, she actually didn't know what had happened at all. Seeing her tired expression, Arbor didn't want to say anything more to her. After exhorting Xiaoyun a few words, she left the room with the crown prince. Xiao Zhongbang followed the two of them out and anxiously asked, "What the hell is going on? Why would Ding Ting Ding suddenly leave your mother in Qingshui Jiayuan's palace made room for no reason? I heard that room had been empty for a long time. If little Emo hadn't sent people to search it up and down, I'm afraid that your mother wouldn't have been found unconscious there for 4, 5, 6, or 7 days." At the mention of this matter, Arbor's face was filled with anger. She clenched her fists tightly. "Father, it's my fault this time. I didn't take that matter to heart. I implicated Mother." From beginning to end, Arbor didn't take the matter of Ding Ting Ding coming to steal her as a big deal. In the end, he harmed Mother for no reason. Simply preposterous. That senseless person. I wonder if he's dead now. Emo Lian held Arbor's hand and sent her to the entrance of Nanju Garden. She softly said, "Xiaoyu led people to search the lower reaches of the river, but didn't find any trace of Ding Ting Ding. I think he might have escaped. Damn stinky man." A trace of ruthlessness flitted through Arbor's eyes. "Do you know who he is? That day, we met that woman in the underground village, the Snake Beauty. Do you still remember? She's Ding Ting Ding?" Emo Lian couldn't help but come to a realization. Did he grasp some special ability? Can he change his figure and face at will? This was much more brilliant than any disguise technique. No matter how many transformations there were, how could you turn a man into a woman, or an adult into a child? Even his voice could become no different from Wei Ziqing's. Amen, his special ability is really very special. He can change the human body's bones, internal organs, and even meridians at will. So even though her knife seemed to have pierced his heart, it was possible that he had already moved his vital organs at the critical moment. Arbor frowned, feeling a little regretful. If this person was not dealt with, he would become a huge problem in the future. If he were to hide himself, where would they find such an ever-changing person in the vast sea of people? Emo Lian held Arbor's hand tightly. "Jojo, could it be that the underground organization has their eyes on you? Otherwise, why would Ding Ting Ding want to get close to his Jojo again and again?" Arbor sneered. "If they dare to come, I'll kill them. I'll make it so that they won't be able to leave." Even he had no clue about the underground village for the time being. Previously, he had asked the various fortifications to pay close attention to the empty villages nearby to see if there were any changes, but in the end they had not found anything. He didn't know if it was because he had cleared out the Snake Beauty's underground village last time, but these people might have become vigilant and started to lay low. "Alright, don't think so much. You should also go back to sleep early." Arbor tugged at his hand and said softly. A good lantern festival was completely ruined by that senseless person. Arbor felt a little suffocated in his heart. After sending Emo Lian off, he washed up a little and lay down on the bed. After the third night watch, Arbor opened his bright eyes. His body moved, and he flipped over and sat up. With a flick of his fingertips, an invisibility talisman automatically split open without any wind. Arbor's figure instantly disappeared into the night. He swept out of the Qiao residence and headed straight for the imperial palace. A good show was put on in Chonghua Palace that night. Because Jingru was a newcomer and a favored consort in the past, she had always put on airs and acted high and mighty wherever she went. Now that she was in trouble, there were plenty of people rushing to step on her a few more times. Noble consort Lin, who had always been at odds with her and was also the third Prince Emoting's mother, specially gave a few words of advice to the head steward of Chonghua Palace. The head steward immediately understood tacitly. On Jingru's first day in Chonghua Palace, she hadn't even been in the cold palace for an hour when she was fiercely taught a lesson by a bunch of old consorts in the cold palace. Afterwards, she was thrown into the most remote woodshed on the west side. They glorified it by saying that they were giving a has-been noble consort the best treatment of a solitary woodshed. The others all lived in the same courtyard and didn't have the preferential treatment of a has-been noble consort. Although it was small, it was still a private territory, wasn't it? Jingru was used to being pampered and spoiled, so how could she endure this vicious beating? That night, she developed a high fever from anger. Mammy Su was so anxious that a string of small blisters formed on her mouth. In addition, she had just been beaten by a vicious old mama until her lips were cracked and her entire face was swollen. She and Jingru both needed a doctor and medicine. However, when she went to Chonghua Palace's steward in the middle of the night to ask for medicine, she was ruthlessly ridiculed by the steward. Her original words were, "Who do you think you are? Are you still that noble consort from Sephora Flower Palace? Are you worthy of me going to the Imperial Physician Building overnight to invite a doctor with your lowly status? Don't joke around. Hurry up and scram to wherever you live. Otherwise, you can't avoid a good beating." Mammy Su thought of the ruthless methods of that group of old concubines and immediately did not dare to make a fuss. She hurriedly fetched another bucket of water and returned to the woodshed, planning to apply a cold compress on Jingru to lower the temperature. Who knew that as soon as she opened the door to the woodshed, she would see Jingru lying on the ground in pain, clutching her stomach as she rolled back and forth. Mammy Su was so frightened that she spilled a bucket of water on the ground. She strode forward to help Jingru up and repeatedly asked, Xiaoru, Xiaoru, how are you? Xiaoru. Mammy, it's so painful. Mammy, it's so painful. Jingru grabbed Mammy Su's hand. She was in so much pain that her eyes were filled with tears and her face was pale. Xiaoru. Mammy Su stared at Jingru's face in shock, only to see that the skin on the side of her chin looked as if it had been burned by fire. It was wrinkled and even had a circle of blisters around it. Jingru did not notice the changes on her face at all. She only felt that her stomach was churning, as if it was going to burn her to death. It was so painful that she was sweating all over. When Arbor sneaked over, she just so happened to see Jingru's miserable appearance. Oh, what a coincidence. The beautifying pill's effects finally took effect. Just the added heat poison nether star seed was not as strong as the 6 young poisonous flower's medicinal properties. If she had obtained the 6 young poisonous flower earlier and added it to this beautifying pill, would she have needed to wait half a month for it to take effect? Arbor did not have the slightest bit of sympathy in her heart. If not for this Jingru coming up with such a treacherous scheme to frame her during the day, how could she have pushed the boat with the current and brought her to the cold palace? What was this called? This was called not harming others but harming oneself. She only had herself to blame. Arbor stood outside the window with a cold gaze, silently looking at the master and servant pair shouting and wrangling inside. A few days ago, she just so happened to learn a particularly interesting talisman. Arbor swiped his hand and took out 3 ebony pieces from his inner world. His lips curled into an icy smile. Rather than having the crown prince do it, why not let her personally dispose of this person? In any case, in the king's heart, she probably already did not have a good impression of her. Adding this incident would only add a thick stroke of vicious and merciless to her reputation of being cruel and ruthless. Yoonghee, Yoonghee, are you prepared to meet your death? You really got off too easy. I originally wanted to let you have a taste of the pain of the heat poison wrapping around your body. The ebony pieces flashed and abruptly flew into the woodshed, silently hovering in midair. Jingru shuddered all over. She seemed to have alertly sensed something, and she abruptly turned her head. Wet nurse, she shrieked. Mammy Su hastily turned her head and saw the glistening talisman energy flickering on the ebony pieces. It's a talisman. Mammy Sue cried out in alarm. In that instant, a loud boom was heard, and the entire woodshed turned into shattered pieces of wood. Following an earth-shattering explosion, it shot into the night sky. This time, don't just mention Xianxia Palace, the entire inner court of the palace, or even the entire royal capital, was fiercely alarmed by this sudden explosion. Everyone jumped out of bed, hurriedly put on their clothes and ran out of the house. The senior manager had just sent away the troublesome Mammy Sue not long ago, so she hadn't been sleeping soundly to begin with. This explosion completely blew her mind awake. The light in the small study of the Eastern Palace's side palace was still faintly lit. Mo Lian was still handling some urgent official business. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by this explosion, and he threw down his brush and stood up. Hui Feng. Hui Feng jumped in through the window with a whoosh. Your Highness, the sound came from Xianxia Palace. Mo Lian narrowed her eyes slightly. Did Hidden Flower bring people to make a move? Hui Feng immediately shook his head. This subordinate is certain that it isn't. That's true. Hidden Flower had clearly told him to find an opportunity to make a move within 3 days. According to Hidden Flower's playful yet cautious personality, he would at least wait until tomorrow night to deal with that troublesome woman. Your Highness. Do you want this subordinate to go investigate the situation? Hui Feng hastily asked. No need. Someone will definitely come to report the situation later. The Crown Prince had just finished speaking when the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the walls of the Eastern Palace. Your Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince couldn't help but be startled. He didn't expect the fastest person to be lightning. Why aren't you with Jojo? Not good, Your Highness. Lightning leaped into the Crown Prince's small study, wiping his sweat as he hastily said, Crown Princess ran to Xianxia Palace overnight to settle accounts with Consort Xing. Exasperated, Hui Feng hastily interjected, what did the Crown Princess do? The Crown Princess threw out 3 explosion talismans, and they were especially powerful. All of a sudden, Her Highness Consort Xing and her room were blasted into the sky. The Crown Prince was startled, but then he laughed heartily and said, Good. As expected of his little emperor darling. Look at how this move immediately alarmed the entire city. Hui Feng snuck a glance at the Crown Prince. Seeing how the Crown Prince was laughing, could it be that this matter was worth spreading? Hui Feng's mouth twitched as he said, There's no such thing as Consort Xing. It's merely royal maid Jingru. Lightning nodded repeatedly. That's right, she tossed Jingru into the sky. At first, he didn't know what was going on. If it weren't for someone deliberately moving the leaves he was hiding in, he probably wouldn't have discovered that the Crown Princess had left in stealth mode in the dark. He and 2 hidden guards had followed the Crown Princess to Xianxia Palace, only to witness such an exciting scene with their own eyes. Thus, he hurriedly ran over to inform the Crown Prince and give him a heads up, lest the Crown Prince didn't know anything and couldn't respond in time. Mo Lian nodded repeatedly as he listened, his gaze gentle as he gazed out the window. Jojo didn't want to make things difficult for him, so he chose to do it himself first. This child's gentleness simply made his heart ache. Your Highness, this matter should have already alerted the great king and queen. Mo Lian nodded and quickly walked outside. Let's go take a look. When the old great king of Mo Kingdom received the news and heard that the Crown Prince had already gone to Xianxia Palace to check on the situation, he didn't go. Gong Chang'an stood to the side, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he said in a trembling voice, Jingru and her house were blown into the sky. The scene was pitch black, so we couldn't tell what caused the explosion. Mo sighed. How is she? He didn't expect that something would happen the same night after he issued a decree to send her to the cold palace. The old great king didn't feel good either. After all, she was the person he had doted on for so many years. If she was gone all of a sudden, she's severely injured and only has 1 breath left. Gong Chang'an said in a low voice, but that Mammy Sue by her side is miraculously unharmed. Oh? Mo Lei's gaze sharpened as he stared at Gong Chang'an. In the face of imminent disaster, that unruly old servant didn't protect her master immediately? That's not it. Gong Chang'an hurriedly shook his head. It's said that the old servant wears an extremely powerful defensive mystic weapon. A mystic weapon recognizes its master. In the end, it protects its master more. Gong Chang'an said softly. Emily's expression turned cold. What is the background of that nanny Sue? This humble one once saw an extremely powerful mystic energy erupt from her body. She seemed to be a level 12 mystic cultivator. She should be someone that Shuntian Prefecture placed in Ligay Courtyard. The Ligay Courtyard was considered a dance studio used by the Wang family. It was different from ordinary folk dance studios and nurtured high-end talents. Otherwise, the Jing family would not have arranged for Consort Jing to enter the Ligay Courtyard to be a little singer and actress. It was because she could get in touch with the great king at Ligay Courtyard that Consort Jing was willing to go there. The old great king sighed. Sent him to the Imperial Physician Building for a good look. She had been with him for so many years. No matter what, she couldn't bear to do it. Have you found out who's behind this matter? Is it? The old king suddenly paused halfway through his words. How could Gong Chang'an dare to answer? He had been with the great king for so many years, so how could he not know what the great king was thinking? The great king wanted to ask if His Highness the Crown Prince had hired someone to do it. After all, His Highness looked like he wanted to immediately execute Jingru. Sigh, forget it. The old great king waved his hand and said, don't continue investigating. If the investigation really led to his son, could it be that he would behead his precious son for a consort? Therefore, there was no point in investigating. By the time Empress Zhao received the news, Jingru had already been sent to the Imperial Physician Building for overnight treatment. She couldn't help but sneer. The great king still can't let go of his consort Jing after all. Your Highness, you don't need to feel uncomfortable, old Hua Xianxia said softly. Old Nanny Hua Xian said softly, Jingru is already a thing of the past. She can never rise again. Who knows? If she manages to pull through this time, pull through? Old Hua Xianxian laughed. Your Highness, you don't know. It said that Jingru's face was completely destroyed by the force of the explosion. Is that so? Empress Zhao was slightly shocked, but she asked without batting an eyelid, what did the great king say? The great king's intention is to drop this matter and not continue investigating. Jingru has been released from the Cold Palace. That's not the case. However, the great king will probably send an imperial physician to follow her back to Chonghua Palace to take care of her. Heh. Empress Zhao sneered. That's right. The great king still cares about his face after all. This person was only released into the Cold Palace on the day of the Lantern Festival. If he were to release her a day later, he'd probably feel embarrassed too. Old Hua Xianxian thought so too. She nodded and said, that's good. It saves us the trouble of sending people to keep an eye on Jingru. Let our people watch over her for a few more days. Once she's completely settled down, we'll transfer them back. Okay. The Crown Prince went to Chonghua Palace and returned to the Eastern Palace after seeing that there was nothing to do with him, old Hua Xianxian said with a twitch of her mouth. Actually, not to mention the great king, even Her Highness probably thought that the Crown Prince had sent people to do this. This child. Empress Zhao shook her head, her eyes filled with affection. The next day. Qiamu listlessly crawled out of bed and bounced several times on the ground the moment she got out of bed. Is this a morning temper? A laugh came from outside the window. Arbor ran to the window and opened it. She saw the man in white sitting at the stone table under the flowers and trees. He waved his hand at her lazily. Boom. Arbor hurriedly closed the window and looked down at his disheveled appearance. His little face couldn't help but blush. What was this guy doing here so early in the morning? Miss. His Highness has sent you a sumptuous breakfast. Oh, just leave it there. Arbor found a shirt and put it on. While washing up, he asked Xiaoyao, he came here so early in the morning just to bring me breakfast? That's right. His Highness has been waiting for you for a while now. Xiaomu tossed the cotton cloth into the water basin and pattered over to open the door. You must have snuck in. He probably didn't go through the front door and didn't alert her parents at all. Yes. Emolian nodded seriously. I climbed the wall. Arbor. This guy said it so proudly. What's going on? Jojo, come. Today's breakfast has your favorite flour honey and shrimp cake. He took out a food box covered with a thick cotton cloth. It was still warm when he took it out. How is it? Seeing her take a bite, Emolian couldn't help but chuckle. Why did you suddenly think of making breakfast for me? Do I need a reason? I just wanted to make you something delicious. Prince Emo lifted her to his knees and whispered in her ear, "Baby, you're the best." What's so good about me? Arbor said indignantly. I was the one who blasted Jingru into the sky, but in the end, those rumors are still targeting you. She had already heard about it from Lightning. The Great King and Empress Zhao's first suspect was Prince Emo. That was why they didn't continue investigating, because they were afraid that they would find out about their precious son, which would put them in an awkward position. Emolian giggled and swayed Jojo as she hugged him. It's okay. I'm happy to take the blame for Jojo. Arbor rolled her eyes at him. Then what was the point of her running over to Jingru in the middle of the night? Why didn't they think that I was the one who did it? Darling Xiao disagreed and patted her chest. I'm a great talisman master. The 3 explosion talismans I threw at Jingru were high-level explosion talismans. Otherwise, she wouldn't have blasted Jingru into the sky. Prince Emo laughed with amusement. Maybe it's because you don't look like a high-level talisman master. Blame her for being too low-key, Arbor thought. Although your father isn't that great. Arbor glanced at Emolian and pinched his face. But he's really good to you. For your sake, let's forget about it. She couldn't be bothered to argue with that old fool. Forget it, forget it. She was a magnanimous person and wouldn't bicker with that old fool, the Great King. Emolian's heart inexplicably softened. She quietly gazed into Arbor's eyes for a long time before saying softly, Jojo, you don't have to suffer because of me, okay? I'm your husband. Naturally, I have to shelter you from the wind and rain and sweep away all obstacles. Arbor straightened her back and extended a small fist. I'm your wife. I can also shelter you from the wind and rain. Emolian couldn't help but laugh out loud. He lowered his head and kissed her soft little face. Wife. Why? Wifey, wifey, wifey. Emolian called out several times in a low and seductive voice. This made the little fellow's face turn red. Her heart was jumping up and down. Looking at him was very annoying. Don't come any closer. Arbor saw his curved thin lips close, hurriedly reached out a hand, forcefully covered his mouth. He patted his chest with his other hand, as if he was trying to stabilize his heart. Could he stop flirting with her? She felt that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. How was she going to resolve this? Emolian laughed in a deep voice. She bent her elegant and slender neck. A strand of black hair brushed past her eyebrows and lips, tickling them. Hurry up and eat. If you don't eat, the food will get cold. The crown prince pulled down her little hand. Without another word, he picked up a plum blossom-shaped pastry and stuffed it into the little fellow's slightly open mouth. Next time, I want to eat a sick deer-shaped pastry. Okay. And a bear-shaped one. She purposely made things difficult for him. No problem. Xiao, His Highness' culinary skills would only improve under Mrs. Whipping, right, in front of the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate. A fat lady in her mid-20s walked up the steps of the Qiao estate, her body swaying as she walked up the steps of the Qiao estate. Who are you? The gatekeeper immediately focused his gaze on her and asked vigilantly. Miss Qiao. The fat girl staggered to the entrance of the Qiao estate and fell down without warning, smashing into the main door with a bang. Eh? Who exactly are you? Your internal injuries are a bit serious, so you need to recuperate properly. Arbor sat on the edge of the bed and put down the chubby girl's wrist. Rest well. Xiao Bao. The chubby girl wanted to prop herself up, but she didn't have the strength and fell to the side of the bed. Arbor turned around and looked at her with a complicated expression. Did I cause trouble for you? The plump young lady fidgeted with the hem of her clothes as she stealthily peeked at Emolian with shrinking eyes. Emolian pursed her lips as her cold gaze paused on the chubby girl's face for a moment before looking away. Even so, the chubby girl still felt cold all over, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. It's fine, you can rest here and recuperate. We'll go out first. Arbor nodded at her and reached out to take Mo Lian's hand, dragging her out. I don't agree. Mo Lian hadn't gone far when she said in a low voice, "You're so smart, so you should know that there's something wrong with this person. How can you leave her behind and put her in danger? Could it be that you really believed that excuse of hers?" Mo Lian cast a glance behind him and gazed coldly at the fat young lady's residence. She's called Xianxia. I met her when I went to the Qin estate to apply for a maidservant position. Arbor pointed with two small fingers and looked up at Mo Lian. At that time, none of those maidservants were willing to pay attention to me. Only she would take the initiative to talk to me. Prince Mo looked at this childish little fellow and couldn't help but be speechless. Looking at her somewhat bashful expression, Mo Lian's gaze finally relaxed after a long time. She reached out to pat her little head. Actually, our Jojo really wants to make friends. Humph. I don't have friends. Xiaomu pridefully turned her head and walked outside. Xiang Yuanyuan said that on the day of the competition, Omega Kotoku had specially arranged for a group of people to kidnap the eldest daughter of the Qiao estate. I know she's lying, or rather, Omega Kotoku is lying, Arbor said calmly. With Omega Kotoku's cultivation, how could he allow an ordinary person to eavesdrop? How could she clearly tell Xiang Yuanyuan that Mu Xiaobao was just an alias and that her real identity was the first miss of the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate? No one would believe that it wasn't intentional, Mo Lian nodded. It's good that you understand. This lie was full of loopholes. Unless young Master Omega Kotoku released Xiang Yuanyuan of his own accord, it was impossible for an ordinary girl like Xiang Yuanyuan to escape from the Qin estate. Knowing the second young master's plan, she could only be a dead person. Right now, I just don't know what Xianxia wants to do. Arbor frowned and walked out of the guest courtyard where Xiang Yuanyuan was staying. Do you believe that this Xiang Yuanyuan is innocent? Mo Lian's expression was slightly grave. Arbor glanced at him and shook her head. I don't. Then why aren't you throwing her out? Although she's just an ordinary person, who knows, she might be able to give you a fatal blow at a critical moment. Mo Lian paused in the middle of his words. He sighed softly and held her small hand. Perhaps she used to be pretty good, but now, none of us know what she'll do next. Amen, I know. Arbor nodded obediently. I'll send her away after treating her injuries. It won't take long, at most 4 to 5 days. I'll send someone to keep an eye on her. If she makes any strange movements, sorry, for your safety, I'll send someone to deal with her. Arbor looked at him exasperatedly before suddenly running to his side. She raised her small hand and quickly rubbed his taut handsome face. Mo Lian, all right. I'm very smart, so I won't fall into other people's schemes. Arbor said softly, so don't worry, all right. Mo Lian looked at her and nodded helplessly. Let's go, accompany me to Beautiful View Court to visit Mother. Arbor's eyes lit up, and she walked away while holding his hand. Mo Lian couldn't help but smile faintly when he saw her holding hands so naturally. Mo Lian's section break, inside the Talisman patrician family's main hall. Mu Qianxian stood resentfully in front of her father, Mu Boming, and questioned indignantly, Dad, why won't you let me participate in the competition? Could it be that my talisman energy is inferior to second sister Mu Jilan's? Why does she have the qualifications to participate, but I don't? When Mu Boming's eldest son, Mu Xingyu, saw this, he hastily walked up and said, Qianxian, how can you speak to father with this kind of attitude? Hurry and withdraw. Mu Boming felt more and more uncomfortable as he looked at this good-for-nothing daughter of his. She caused trouble time and time again in the palace, but was humiliated instead. The great king even reminded her that she needed to come back and properly teach her etiquette and norms. This truly made him lose all face. How could Mu Boming, such a prideful person, allow his daughter, this troublemaker, to cause trouble for him every time? The 8 great patrician families' competition this time was related to the allocation of quotas for the Mystic Beast Forest secret realm, so they couldn't tolerate the slightest mistake. Their Mu family had to grab 1 or 2 quotas, and if it was safe, 2 quotas would be the best. You should properly stay at home and learn talisman arts during this period of time. Dad. Mu Qianxian's voice became very shrill. Mu Boming rudely interrupted her. Shut up. Your talisman drawing talent isn't high in the first place. Back then, it was father who thought of many ways to barely help you activate your talisman energy. Tell me, has your talisman energy made any significant progress these past few years? Even Jilan, who entered the sect later than you, is now on par with you in terms of talisman power. They were both beginner talisman masters and skilled talisman masters. Your talisman drawing speed is not even comparable to Jilan's. What you need to do is to thoroughly reflect at home. Mu Boming's words made Mu Xianxia's lungs about to explode from anger. She was her father's biological daughter, yet her father treated the second branch's Mu Jilan differently. On what basis? Mu Jilan stood at the side and smiled. She said softly, "Uncle, please don't be angry with Sister Xianxian. She will work hard and in the future, she will definitely be able to catch up with Jilan." When Mu Xianxian saw that little white flower's dainty appearance, she got angry all over. After glaring fiercely at Mu Jilan, Mu Xianxian turned around and left the hall without looking back. "I must participate in the competition. It doesn't matter if you give me a spot or not." Mu Boming angrily rebuked, unfilial daughter. Watching his daughter's departing figure, he was so angry that he broke a handrail. But how could Mu Xianxian be delighted? After she returned to her room, she closed the door and furiously smashed it. Suddenly, she turned around to look at a pitch-black figure that had appeared in the corner of the room. Her eyes brightened abruptly before falling silent again. She said with a trace of cold fury, "You didn't keep your promise." Master Black Cat chuckled. "It's naturally impossible for someone like me to do something as stupid as keeping my promise." "You." Mu Xianxian was so infuriated that the roots of her teeth were itching, but there was nothing she could do. "Is it done? I heard that your 8 great patrician families will be holding a martial arts competition in 2 days. Master Black Cat boldly answered Mu Xianxian's question and spoke in a hoarse voice. "What do you want?" Mu Xianxian asked indifferently. "I also want to go and take a look. I wonder if Miss Mu can bring me along at that time." Master Black Cat said with a smile, "Moreover, I also want to personally witness the effects of this soul swap curse of mine." Mu Xianxian remained silent. "Isn't that so?" Master Black Cat let out a hoarse laugh. "This soul swap curse is something that I nearly spent my entire life to draw. Eldest Miss Mu, I want to personally see you use it." Mu Xianxian couldn't resist asking, "How did you know?" "I want to use the soul swap curse on the days of the competition." Master Black Cat spread his hands. This old man guessed, but I didn't expect that I guessed correctly. This old man was thinking that since you want me to finish crafting this soul swap curse in 7 days, you must be in a hurry to use it. "Give it to me." Mu Xianxian stretched out her small hand. Master Black Cat shook his head at her. "Eldest Miss Mu, you seem to have forgotten to give me something." Mu Xianxian bit her lip. Recalling their previous transaction, she simply steeled her heart and took out a small square wooden box from her pocket, stuffing it into Master Black Cat's hands with her eyes closed. "For you." Master Black Cat finally smiled happily and took the wooden box from her. He opened it to take a look, and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. Good, good, good. With such a one-of-a-kind summoning talisman, I will definitely be able to copy and research it. Ha 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 ha." Mu Xianxian's lips couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. There are so many people in the talisman patrician families, and some seniors couldn't even figure out this summoning talisman in their entire lives. "You? Copy? Heh heh." Master Black Cat pursed his lips in displeasure and harumphed coldly. "That's your talisman patrician family. The talisman practitioner's talents are all very ordinary, so how can they be mentioned in the same breath as this old man? Master Black Cat is indeed absolutely competent." "Of course." Master Black Cat smiled eerily and abruptly shot out a wooden box of about the same size from its sleeve, flinging it into Mu Xianxian's hand. "The soul exchange talisman must be used carefully. You'd better keep in mind what this old man has said before. Don't get yourself into trouble, ha 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 ha." Black Cat Master said with a joyful expression, as if he was watching a good show. However, most of his face was hidden under the pitch-black hood, so Mu Xianxian simply couldn't see it clearly. "You can leave now." Mu Xianxian bluntly chased the guest away. "Be careful when you go out. It's still daytime right now after all, so you mustn't let anyone see you. Miss Moo, I'll see you on the day of the competition. The black cat disappeared from her room in a flash. Leaving behind a series of hoarse and unpleasant laughter, he said, "This old man is really looking forward to that day. It's really delightful to be able to see my work play a role with my own eyes." Mu Xianxia tightly gripped the small wooden box in her hand as she coldly enunciated each word. "I'm also looking forward to it very much." Achoo. Achoo. Arbor closed a small window in passing and rubbed his nose. He set down the medical book in his hand and called out, "Xiaoyao. Why is it so noisy outside?" Mississippi Xiaoyao walked in a huff and angrily flung the things in her hands to the side. "Isn't it that old sixth Xiao and his family again? They're here to make a fuss again." Arbor had been busy recently, so after settling old sixth Xiao and his family in a small residence on Shilua Street, she let them be. After all, each family had their own matters to attend to, and she couldn't possibly take care of everything. "What's the fuss about?" Arbor asked indifferently, her expression much more distant. 3 days ago, their family came to ask Madame for a large batch of food and cloth. It's enough to last them for at least half a month. I didn't expect them to come again today. How can they have the nerve? Xiaoyao was about to die from anger. I already told them that Madame isn't feeling well today and can't receive guests. But they're still unwilling to let it go and insist on seeing Madame. Isn't that Xiaoya also a mystic cultivator? How can she not have any ability to live independently? They come here every 2 to 3 days to ask for food and cloth. It's not like our Madame owes them anything. Does it belong to them? Ah. A bunch of blood-sucking fellows. Their hearts are truly rotten to the core. Xiaoya chattered nonstop, infuriated. Arbor waved at her. All right, look at you. Don't you think it's funny that you're angry to this extent? I'm angry that they're like this. Xiaoya became angrier the more she spoke. Shouldn't people have self-awareness? How can they always think that Madame treats them well and self-righteously think that it's only right? Our family doesn't lack food or cloth, but we're not saints. Could it be that we have to bless all living things? Shine the light on everyone? It's simply baffling to the extreme. Arbor couldn't help but snicker. This was her first time seeing her Xiaoyao so angry. Look at how angry you are. If my brother Xiaohu sees this, he'll think that I bullied you. Miss. Xiaoyao blushed and rolled her eyes. Why are you still in the mood to joke with Xiaoyao? You can't barge in, you can't. Ah. From the outer courtyard came the cry of a servant girl. Bang. Bang. It was the sound of someone being kicked to the ground. The moment Xiaoyao opened the door, she saw Xiaoya leading the way, leading her parents, old sixth Xiao and old sixth Xiao, towards their room. Xiaoya was so angry that she pointed a trembling finger at them and said angrily, You. Who gave you the guts to barge into our young Mrs. courtyard? Get out. Xiaoya swatted her hand away. She was already prepared and had already used her profound energy. Xiaoya was caught off guard and was brought to the side of the door by her force. When she turned around, she saw that Xiaoya had already walked into Mrs. room with a gloomy and cold expression. Men. Do you want to die? Xiaoya angrily roared. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Lightning and the others' figures immediately landed beside Xiaoyao and looked coldly at 6th Uncle Qiao and 6th Aunt Qiao who were cowering by the side. Arbor, I know a secret of yours. Do you want them all to be present so that I can tell you right now? Xiaoya raised her chin and stared at her with resentment. As if the girl in front of her wasn't her clan sister, but an enemy. Arbor's heart slowly turned cold. I don't have a secret. You do. Xiaoya's voice suddenly rose. Then say it. Arbor's voice turned cold. Are you sure you want me to say it now? Arbor. Xiaoya had a resolute, you can't take it expression on her face. This caused Xiaomu to involuntarily be a bit curious. Heh, what weakness could Xiaoya have on her? She really wanted to know. Don't be ungrateful. Xiaoya shouted angrily. 6th Aunt Qiao hurriedly ran up and held onto her daughter's arm. Crying, she admonished, Xiaoya, don't go crazy. Let's go back quickly. Don't speak to the crown princess like that. What crown princess? She's the crown princess who eats people without spitting out their bones and stepped on us to get to where she is. Xiaoya angrily shook off her mother's arm and looked coldly at Arbor. I'm asking you, after doing such a thing, do you have a conscience? Without waiting for Arbor to get angry, Xiaoya angrily punched Xiaoya's back. Get the F***ck out of here. Putting on a self-righteous face. Who do you think you are? Why would our miss have a conscience? Xiaoyao's profound strength cultivation was definitely above Xiaoya's. With this punch, Xiaoya could forget about speaking. Arbor's small body swayed and grabbed Xiaoya's fist. Then, he turned to look at Xiaoya. Arbor said indifferently, say it. Although she admitted that she wasn't a good person, she disdained to do those petty things. What secret could Xiaoya have? What a joke. Xiaoya rolled her eyes and revealed a determined expression. Do you really want me to say it here in front of so many people? Say it or not if you don't want to. Arbor impatiently swept a glance at Xiaoya. Sixth Aunt Xiao hurriedly hugged Xiaoya's arm. Xiaoya, mother is begging you. Don't make a fuss anymore. Let's go home, go home. I'm not going back. Xiaoya forcefully shook off Sixth Aunt Xiao's hand, pointed at Arbor, and angrily rebuked. Do you think you can send us away like beggars by giving us a few days' worth of food and a few bolts of cloth? Arbor. You wish. You owe us all of this. Xiaoya's lungs were about to explode on the spot. She was about to blurt out a curse when Arbor reached out and stopped her. Xiaoya stole a glance at her miss. At this moment, she really had to admire her miss's unchanging face. Paralysis. Face. Yes. She had people pointing at her nose and scolding her, yet she was still able to remain so calm and collected. Sob sob sob, sure enough, the young miss who did not show her emotions was the best. Arbor. I know your secret. Xiaoya's face was right in front of her. Her eyes were staring straight at her like a pair of dead fish eyes. This kind of Xiaoya was very unfamiliar. Arbor's heart was filled with emotions. The big sister Xiaoya who would hold her little hand and give her half a steamed bun to eat was indeed gone. Arbor. You predicted that there would be a zombie outbreak in the village that day, didn't you? Following Xiaoya's angry shout, Arbor's heart instantly sank. She really did not expect that the so-called secret that Xiaoya wanted to expose was actually this. Her rebirth was indeed her life's biggest secret. She did not even tell Emolian. As for Xiaoya, it was impossible for her to have such an imagination to connect her to the fact that she was reborn. Slightly stabilizing her emotions, Arbor coldly said, I don't know what you're talking about. Stop pretending. Xiaoya smiled coldly. Arbor, you started hoarding food at least 10 days in advance. Hoarding cloth. Hoarding all kinds of daily necessities, I wasn't wrong about that, right? Arbor gazed at her coldly, her hands tightly clasped together. Why did you do that? Xiaoya's eyes flickered fiercely as she looked at her. Can't I do it out of my personal hobby? Even Xiaoya knows that I have a hoarding hobby. Sister Xiaoya has been my neighbor for so many years, so how could you not know? What a joke. What did hoarding in advance mean? It had nothing to do with a zombie outbreak. No, you knew that the zombie outbreak would happen that day. My mother already told me, so don't try to deny it. Xiaoya tilted her head and approached her with an abnormal expression. Do you still remember the 2 horses you sent to our family on the day of the zombie outbreak? Why did you do that? Because you knew that the zombie outbreak was going to happen that day. Because of that, your entire family had already prepared carriages to escape. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Arbor, isn't it? Everyone present looked at Arbor in shock. The Qiao family servants, who were attracted by the angry yell, all shuddered in fear, wishing that they could never enter eldest Mrs. courtyard. This kind of terrifying secret didn't seem like something they should hear. No. Xiaoya charged over like an enraged female beast and slapped the chattering Xiaoya to the ground. Our miss has had a hoarding hobby since she was young. She just likes to collect things. Is that not okay? If her mother hadn't let it slip, she wouldn't have known that the 2 horses that helped her family escape from the hellish Quoto village were sent by Arbor. Moreover, from what her mother said, when Arbor sent the horses over, she repeatedly requested for their family to move to Shizhou City together. Every time her mother brought it up, she would say with great regret that she didn't listen to that little girl's words back then and leave with them. Would those things not have happened? Do you know how we survived all these years? Xiaoya angrily glared at Arbor with hatred. When we escaped from Quoto village, I wasn't a mystic cultivator yet. I'm only 12. Our family of 3 are all ordinary people. Under those difficult days, I had no choice. I could only rely on myself and continuously sell my body to make my way to the capital with great difficulty. What's funny is that your mother has the nerve to ask my mother how we got to the capital in the past few years. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoya suddenly jumped up from the ground and threw herself in front of Arbor, wanting to grab her shoulders. Lightning reacted very quickly and pulled out her long sword, blocking her hands. You selfish woman, why didn't you say so back then? We're all from the same village. We are still from the same family. That's how you treat us. If you had told us that such a terrible thing would happen and told us to prepare in advance, would I have become what I am today? Xiaoya couldn't help but scream angrily, the whole village was killed by you, you selfish woman. It's you. It was you who killed them. How cruel of you to do this. You'll be happy seeing the entire village die in the mouths of zombies, right? Arbor, let me tell you, you owe us all of this. Even if you use everything you have now to repay your debt, it won't be enough to repay the sins you committed. Shut up. A deep and angry shout came from the courtyard entrance. You're wrong. I don't owe anyone anything, including you. Arbor walked over to Prince Mo's side. In fact, since the zombie outbreak in this life, many things had changed from her previous life. The zombie outbreak had also happened earlier than in her previous life. When Arbor left the horse with Sixth Aunt's family, she had thought of persuading Sixth Aunt to leave with them the next day. Who knew that something would happen that night? Of course, with her cold personality, she would not bother to explain so much. Since the ending was already decided, why bother explaining? Jojo. Mo Lian directly held her small hand and turned around to walk into the room. You can just leave it to your subordinates to deal with this kind of discontented person. Xiao Laolu hurriedly knelt down and stammered, Your Highness the Crown Prince, please forgive our Xiaoya. Bang. With a sweep of his sleeve, Mo Lian shut the door to the room on the spot. Arbor's mood was indeed somewhat low. She quickly stole a glance at him and said, You heard everything, didn't you? He pulled her aside the draping curtain and led her to the table. He pressed her to sit on a small stool. Jojo. I did know that the zombie would go berserk, Qiamu quickly confessed. I knew. Mo Lian also sat down beside her and looked at her with a smile. Didn't you also remind me to be careful on the way back to the capital? Arbor's expression was slightly startled. Mo Lian, I didn't know that the zombie outbreak would happen earlier. I could have entered the city earlier, so when I escaped that night, although I made sufficient preparations, I was still a bit flustered. Don't you think that I'm very strange? Arbor asked softly. What's strange about it? You're such a little fool. Mo Lian reached out and pulled her into his arms, gently patting her head. You were just a 7-year-old child. It was already good enough that you were able to take care of yourself and your family. No one has the right to demand otherwise from you. Moreover, to him, the common people and the thousands of paths were not as important as his Jojo. He didn't want her to protect anyone else. He only wanted her to protect herself. At your age, if you rashly ran to the villagers and told them about this, they would have been killed. Who knows, he might even be burned as a demon who spouts nonsense. Mo Lian said coldly, so, don't believe Xiaoya's words. You're not wrong. Aren't you going to ask me how I know about the zombie outbreak? Arbor looked at him nervously. Mo Lian shook her head and patted her back. That's not important. Say it when you really want to. But I hope that you won't suppress too many things in your heart. Can you promise me? Arbor nodded lightly, feeling much more relaxed. Let them leave the capital. She understood Prince Mo too well. Don't be fooled by his gentle appearance, he already had murderous intent in his heart. Once Xiaoya's family left the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate, it would be their time to die. If she spouts that so-called secret. Mo Lian didn't want her Jojo to have any more trouble in the future. Arbor raised her little head proudly. They're just a few weaklings. Why would I be afraid of them spilling the secret? Sundara darling. Mo Lian extended a slender finger and tapped her jade-white forehead, chuckling softly. What a stubborn child. She clearly wanted to let them live, but she said it in such a cold and heartless manner. Old Xiao's family of 3 was politely ushered out of the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate. Upon hearing the news, Wei Ziqin hurried to the door and said coldly, "Please wait." "Ziqin, are you really sick?" Faint astonishment flashed through 6th Aunt Xiao's eyes. Even she thought that Wei Ziqin was avoiding them earlier. Wei Ziqin had a sickly expression and a thick fur cloak draped over her shoulders as she was helped out of the door by Chen. When she heard this, she couldn't help but sneer. "There are some things I originally didn't want to say, but you shouldn't blame Jojo. Back then, she wholeheartedly wanted to take all of you with her." "6th Aunt, speak with your conscience. Was it because you were obstinate and didn't want to leave?" Cough, cough. "Madam." Chen extended a hand to support Wei Ziqin's arm. After Wei Ziqin was brought back from Clearwater Fine Park that day, she had caught a bit of a cold and hadn't recovered from her coughing. It was especially cold today, so she shouldn't have come out to be exposed to the wind. Wei Ziqin raised her hand to stop Chen from speaking. She looked indifferently at 6th Uncle Qiao's family and said, "I understand my daughter better than anyone else. Even if you treat her a bit well, she will return it 10 times over. I'm guessing that she originally wanted to go over the next day to persuade you, but that night, no one knew that zombies suddenly broke out in the village. Did we want that to happen? No one wanted that to happen." Wei Ziqin reprimanded loudly, her expression somewhat agitated. "Ziqin, we understand. Your health isn't good. Go back and rest first." 6th Aunt Xiao's eyes shrank as she glanced at Madame Wei. Wei Ziqin took out a storage talisman and handed it to 6th Aunt Xiao. "Take good care of it. There's enough supplies for 3 months inside. Drip a drop of blood and you can retrieve it. From now on, everything between us will be written off. All of you, please take care of yourselves." After Wei Ziqin finished speaking, she didn't wait for Qiao Lelio's family to reply and turned to enter the house. With a cold face, Chen slammed the door shut with a bang. 6th Aunt Qiao opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but when she caught up with the stairs, she saw the door close with a bang. For a moment, she felt a lump in her throat. She didn't know why, but she had the urge to burst into tears. It was as if he had pushed this family out with his own hands. This feeling of a complete break was really hard to bear. Early in the morning the next day, the family of 3 boarded a donkey cart that they had contacted and quietly left the Mo Kingdom capital. The carriage was shaking slightly. Xiaoya was curled up in the innermost part of the carriage. She hugged her knees with her hands and kept her head down in silence. "Xiaoya, it's all my fault. It was Mother's wrong decision, so." Xiaoya lowered her head and shook it slightly. Her voice was low and there was a hint of sobbing in it. "It's not your fault, Mother. It's my fault. I thought too much of a person's heart. It's my fault." She thought that she had abandoned her, betrayed her. The instant they met again, she even felt that that person was too dazzling. She really wanted to destroy this dazzling person with her own hands. The little donkey cart rocked out of the Mo Kingdom capital. Xiaoya seemed to see 2 half-grown little girls holding hands by a small stream in Quoto village. "Eat." She stuffed half a steamed bun into Xiaoya's dirty hands. But all of this couldn't go back. Xiaoya suddenly burst into tears. For the sake of fairness, the 8 great patrician families' competition venue was set at the Assembly of Worthies Martial Arts Club. The owner of the martial arts club, Ho Ping, was a woman in her early 40s. She was quite astute and capable, so she started preparing the venue for the 8 great patrician families' competition 3 days in advance. Arbor had nothing better to do these 2 days, so she stayed at home to draw talismans. If not, she would read medical books. She didn't really want to go anywhere because she was a bit lethargic. When Duan Yu came to visit her once, he even gave her a heads up and divulged some information, such as who the Duan clan would send out for the competition and who was relatively more formidable. He had mercilessly sold out all the members of the Duan family who were going to participate in the competition to his little Qiao Qiao. "Do you have a grudge against the Duan clan?" Arbor looked at him exasperatedly. That's right. Duan Yu folded his slender legs and looked at her with a grin. Jojo, let me tell you. I heard that you can use anything in this competition. What concealed weapons? Medicine. That mystic beast, of course. You can also use talismans or anything. Here, I will provide a large box of concealed weapons as a friendly gesture. You can use it without worry. If you don't have enough, come get more from me. Arbor, why did she feel like this guy wanted to see the world plunged into chaos? Let me tell you. Those Omega Kotoku, eldest Qin and the like aren't qualified to participate. This is a competition for youths under the age of 20. You can definitely do it. You can definitely beat those little B** starts to a pulp and make them cry for their mommy and daddy. Are you an old person? Arbor rolled her eyes. He spoke as if he could participate. Duan Yu pursed his lips. That's right, draw more talismans in the afternoon. The more the better. At that time, I'll sit and watch you smash them to death with talismans. Sleep early tonight. Otherwise, you won't have the energy for tomorrow's competition. Xiao Mu's mood suddenly turned for the better when she saw the brat prattling on and on. You're so annoying. How am I annoyed? Duan Yu followed her petite figure as she paced back and forth. I'm speaking the truth. Just focus on making more preparations. Then do you know who among the younger generation of the Mu family is an expert in using talismans? Right now, she really wanted to find someone to compete with her in talismans. Alright, what was the name of that guy from before? Mu Lianda, right? What a weakling. Just thinking about it made him angry. Could there be someone more reliable who could compete with her on talismans? Someone like you? Duan Yu shook his head honestly. No. However, among the Mu family's younger generation, the most talented one is Mu Zijuan. He is 18 years old this year. His talisman drawing is not bad, right? At the very least, she's much more impressive than the likes of that Mu Xianxia. Duan Yu said with a chuckle, but this person is a lunatic who uses talismans. You have to be careful. Even lunatics can participate in the competition? TSK, that talisman aristocratic family, in order to obtain a spot, not to mention a madman, even an idiot would be released. Alright, Arbor nodded. Duan Yu, who in the Duan family do you especially want me to beat to death? Seeing as he had helped her quite a bit in the past, she would help him all the way to the Western Paradise. It would be easier to make a move after finding out his name. Duan Yu's eyes brightened, and he quickly whispered into her ear. Arbor abruptly turned around to glare at him. Why are there so many people? Duan Yu's eyes curved into a smile, revealing his white teeth. MHM. Beat them to death with all your might. I'm relying on you, Jojo. Arbor looked at him speechlessly. I'll do my best. Nighttime. Inside Chonghua Palace's eerie little woodshed. Xingru lies on the ice-cold ground, feeling the approach of death. Her entire body feels like it's in a furnace, so hot that her entire body feels like it's going to burn up, burning from the inside out. The Imperial Physician Building's doctors can still handle the surface burns, but the heat poison inside the body is something that almost all of the doctors are helpless against. Heat poison? When has she ever been poisoned with heat poison? When Xingru hears this news, she almost can't believe it herself. Who in the palace isn't like her, eating and drinking every day with extreme caution? How could she be poisoned with heat poison without rhyme or reason? Creak. Because Xingru suffered a serious blow from the explosion, her neck is also seriously injured, so she's basically unable to lift it right now. But she's very clear that these footsteps are Mammy Sue's voice. Ever since she was demoted to the cold palace, that damned girl Kaling abandoned her and never came to see her again. Now, there's only Mammy Sue by her side. If even Mammy Sue leaves her, she simply can't imagine it. Heh, you're actually so miserable and so useless. You can only lie here like a cripple, moaning and lamenting about nothing? A low and hoarse sneer pierces Xingru's eardrums, a voice that seems to come from the netherworld. It's a pity that she can't move her neck. And because her eyes were damaged by the explosion, her vision is already very blurry. It's only when the person follows Mammy Sue in front of her and gets very close that she can clearly see that this short man is one of the short clowns from the Luo family troupe. He's very short, and his face is also strangely ugly. Mammy Sue, you. Jingru wants to prop herself up to sit up, but she can't move at all. Mammy Sue looks at her and sighs, Xiaoru, this is Shuntian Prefecture's Black Darren. You don't have to be afraid. Lord Black is here to help you. Jingru suddenly became excited. Although her vision was blurry, she still tried her best to widen her eyes, wanting to see the clown's expression clearly. Really, really? Lord Black? The short ugly man sneered. Noble consort Xing actually ended up in such a wretched state. To be honest, you're useless even if you don't die. The clown's words made Mammy Sue's entire body tremble as she hastily stretched out her hand to grab his sleeve. Sir Black, you didn't tell me this before. You said you would help our Xiaoru. Su Feng, have you been with Consort Xing for too long? You're too emotionally invested in her. Remember who your real master is. Sir He shouted coldly. Mammy Sue trembled all over, and then her voice faded away. She shrunk her neck and lowered her head. There's only a dead end in front of you, but let's see if you dare to take a gamble at the final moment. Sir Black laughed coldly. His laughter was very hoarse, and it was completely different from the voice he pretended to use when he was singing. Jingru trembled all over, and she tried her best to widen her blank eyes to look at the clown. The clown stretched out his hand and took out a black pill that emitted a strange smell. This is a strong recovery pill. As the name suggests, after you eat it, your whole body will immediately recover, and your body will regain its former youth and beauty. Even your physical strength will be stronger than before, Kakik. As soon as Jingru heard this, her eyes lit up with the hope of survival. Heavens! It could actually heal her completely in such a short period of time? Could such a miraculous medicine really be given to her? Jingru did not notice Mammy Sue's trembling gaze. She struggled intensely for a moment. Can you give it to me? Sir Black. As long as you can heal my body completely. I swear, for the rest of my life, I will serve Sir alone. The clown snickered and extended his hand to hand over the pill. There's no harm in giving it to you. Xiaoru. Mammy Sue suddenly cried out in shock. Following that, she gave the clown a sinister look, causing her entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Her shoulders trembled and she took 2 steps back. Mammy Sue, wait for me to recover and regain the great king's love. I will give you unparalleled glory and benefits. I will definitely repay you well. Jingru was extremely agitated. She opened her mouth, waiting for the clown to feed her. The clown snickered. But you have to promise me one thing. Within 7 days, you have to get rid of the woman you hate the most. The clown rolled his eyes. Who is the woman you hate the most? It's Arbor. It's her. That slut, she's the one who caused me to be in this state. Jingru's eyes emitted traces of poisonous light. Very good. It's her. After you kill her, you must remember to chop off her head and give it to me. This way, you'll have completed your mission. Sir Black snickered. Yes, this subordinate will definitely complete the mission. Ahahaha, but you only have 7 days. I'm only giving you 7 days. Yes. In order to recover her beauty, in order to recover her body and be able to walk normally, Jingru was willing to give it her all. Sir Black nodded satisfactorily. Then, don't disappoint me. Jingru. After that, with a flick of his finger, that strong revival pill accurately entered Jingru's slightly opened mouth. This pill that emitted a strange stench was probably the most delicious pill Jingru had ever eaten in her entire life. Tomorrow, you'll be able to return to normal. Sir Black twitched the corners of his mouth with a strange expression. He then glared at Su Feng, who was standing at the side with a sympathetic expression, and brought her out of the woodshed. There was no moonlight tonight, under the pitch-black night sky. Sir Black's eyes were like a hawk's, staring at Mammy Sue's face. Watch your mouth. It's still the same thing. Recognize your true identity as a master. Yes. Mammy Sue's shoulders drooped, trembling as she followed Sir Black for a few steps. Then she couldn't help but ask, but sir, Do you really think that Xiaoru is able to deal with the crown princess in these short 7 days? Until now, Jingru still didn't know that although the strong revival pill that she had eaten could completely restore all the muscles and bones in her body in a short period of time, she could only exist in perfect condition for 7 days. After 7 days, her body would instantly collapse into a pile of minced meat, without any possibility of recovery. Eating this strong revival pill actually meant that Jingru had completely stepped onto a path of no return, and there was no hope of survival. Hee hee. Sir Black laughed strangely. Who knows? I'm just making use of what little value she has left, that's all, ha 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 ha. Prince Mo destroyed our Shuntian Hall so miserably for that little girl from the Qiao family, it's time to collect some profits from him. Noon had yet to arrive. In the entire Assembly of Worthies Martial Arts Center's competition arena, the spectators had already successively headed to the private seats on the second floor. A long row of tables and chairs had been set up in a circle near the railings. Today, all the reputable figures in the Mo Kingdom capital had basically come to watch the competition. Those with lofty statuses had all been arranged seats. The juniors from the various clans who had come to watch and learn naturally could only stand behind their elders. Although the Assembly of Worthies Martial Arts Center wasn't small, it was still crowded when 1,000 people were squeezed inside. As a result, some of the smaller clans' patriarchs weren't arranged seats and could only stand slightly further back to watch. Even so, those who could come basically all came to watch. After all, this was a rare competition. The entire Mo Kingdom capital was seething with excitement because of this 8 great patrician families' competition. At this time, the common people were also gathered outside the Assembly of Worthies Martial Arts Center, relishing in the discussion of this grand competition. In order to let those common people know the results of the competition, the Martial Arts Center's master, Ho Ping, even specially had people sit in front of the Martial Arts Center and set up tea for a live broadcast, just like a storyteller. A group of people came after hearing the news, surrounding the streets to inquire about the news. Each and every one of them was more excited than the people about to compete. Hey, I heard that one of the 8 great patrician families was chased out of our Mo Kingdom capital a few days ago. Then why is it still the 8 great patrician families competition? You don't understand this, right? I heard that the Qiao family that was chased out is the crown princess's family. They don't know what's good for them. Who knows what kind of bizarre thing they did to anger our crown prince, so they were chased out. Now, the crown princess's father, the Marquis of Jiayuan, is in charge of the Qiao family. Right. I also heard that the crown princess will be representing the new Qiao family in the competition this time. I'm so excited. It's a pity that I'm not part of the 8 great patrician families, so I can't go in to watch the competition live. They're here. Wow, the Qin Estate's 2 young masters are here. In the blink of an eye, the entire street was covered in the screams of love-struck fools. Duke Ziqin, young Master Ziqin, oh, my Duke Qin. When Mo Lian led Xiaomu down from the carriage, she saw a large group of neurotic women chasing after and intercepting something in front of them. With a single glance, he saw 2 young masters of the Zither estate trying to break through the group of women under the heavy protection of more than a dozen servants. Make way. Please make way. Arbor was almost embarrassed to death by them. A bunch of idiotic women, as if they had never seen a handsome man in their lives. Wow, it's the crown prince. Your highness, it really is your highness. Long time no see, your highness. Damn it, F***CK, stop squeezing. Squeeze your sister. Jojo, save me. Crown Prince immediately turned into a pitiful little boy and bitterly followed behind Arbor. He even very naturally reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist, blocking her in front of him, this bastard. Scram. Seeing that a pervert's hand was about to touch Mo Lian's handsome little face, Arbor threw a punch and threw the pervert out of the circle. Jojo, save me. On the other end, Duan Yu was dragging Situ Yi over. Their clothes were a bit disheveled from the tugging, and they ran over with pale faces. Arbor was furious, and with a karate chop, he knocked down a certain woman who refused to let go of Duan Yu's sleeve. Why aren't you fighting back? They were all idiots. Don't you know? Our Mo Kingdom capital has a written rule that mystic cultivators are not allowed to attack normal people without reason. Oh. So it's like that. Arbor dryly responded and silently retracted her small hand. Seeing the men beside her strangely stifling their laughter, Arbor asked seriously, "Then did you guys see me attack?" "No." They shook their heads at the same time. "Right, I'm just a baby. I definitely didn't attack. I'm warning you guys, stop tugging. Try stretching your paw over here and see. I won't bite you to death." Arbor irritably slapped away a plump paw and squeezed her way through the crowd. Just as she arrived at the entrance of the martial arts center, she came face to face with the two young masters of the Qin family who had squeezed their way over with great difficulty. "Ayaya, it's Xiao Bao." Eldest Qin's eyes brightened, and he ostentatiously waved his hand at her, smiling like a flower. Xiaomu rolled her eyes at him and was about to squeeze past them into the door without another word. At this time, an especially bold 18-year-old young lady dashed over like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. With a shriek, she threw herself at the Qin estate's eldest young master. Miss Chow simply reflexively raised her leg and sent the other young lady flying with a somersault. That wind-like movement, from extending her leg to sending her flying, was simply done in one go. This caused the surrounding young masters' mouths to twitch as they inwardly chuckled. The 18-year-old young lady's rustling as she fell into the crowd attracted a wave of curses. Soon, there were people criticizing Arbor all at once. "How could a young lady like you attack? You're a mystic cultivator, right? Don't you know that mystic cultivators can't attack ordinary people in our Mo Kingdom capital?" The middle-aged woman who was criticizing her was rather agitated. She even went around shouting, "I'm telling you guys. My sister-in-law was injured by a little mystic cultivator a few days ago." "Heh. A mystic cultivator attacking an ordinary person, that's too inappropriate." Right, we can go to the capital magistrate's office to report her. Don't think that we don't understand the law. How am I a mystic cultivator? Do I look like a mystic cultivator to you?" Arbor asked expressionlessly. She indeed didn't look like one. How old was a soft and adorable little lady with a stoic face? How could she send someone flying with a kick? Could it be that their eyes were playing tricks on them just now? Bad way. Qiuming. Amidst the hubbub, two groups of very obvious shouts could be heard from the left and right. The crowd had no choice but to move to the side a little, making two small paths for people to pass through. Hong Bai of the Hong clan and Fan Qiuming of the Fan clan each led two small teams and walked over in an imposing manner. Most importantly, there was a large group of men and women following behind him, let's call them fans for now. They carried large flags and slogans, and there were even people who specifically directed the fans to shout slogans in unison. They were valiant and high-spirited, as if they were raising a flag to rebel. Xiaomu's gaze swept over before she rolled her eyes and uttered, "Idiot." Prince Mo held back his laughter and coughed lightly. "Jojo, there are too many people here. Let's go in." Arbor nodded. Just as he was about to turn around, he saw an average-looking man in his mid-20s squeeze out from the crowd behind him. He jogged the entire way and feigned a forthright laugh. He stretched out his arms in a hug and ran towards Duanyu, who was on the steps. "Old Four, I've been looking for you for a long time." Duanyu's lips curled into a wicked smile. He sent out a burst of mystic energy from his fingers, which hit that man's knee like a storm. Under everyone's gazes, that unlucky youth suddenly prostrated himself on the ground with his head facing downwards in a grand kowtow at Arbor. He fell to the ground with a thud, and his nose bled miserably. Mo Lian, eldest Qin, and the others all turned their heads away, unable to bear watching. The crowd was silent for a second before bursting into guffaws. Duanyu pulled out a small gold-embroidered fan from somewhere and covered half of his handsome face with it. His peach blossom eyes blinked provocatively as he laughed wickedly. "Aya, third brother, what are you doing? The new year has already passed, so you don't need to perform such a grand ceremony." The Duan family's third son, Duan Yonyan, was flushed red from holding back his laughter. He quickly struggled to get up from the ground and looked with a stifled heart at the jeering crowd around him. Those friends in the crowd were all rocking back and forth with laughter, and they even fell down from time to time. And at this juncture, our dear Xiao Mu's expressionless little stoic face was especially eye-catching. Duanyu leaned over slightly and specially looked at the little stoic's expression. He then pursed his lips and huffed, "Why aren't you laughing? Everyone is laughing, but you're not laughing. So unhappy." He was just trying to make her laugh. "Is it very funny?" Arbor rolled his eyes at him and turned around to throw down the word boring before walking straight into the martial arts center. Everyone present who was laughing heartily all felt awkward, and their expressions suddenly became a bit strange. It was a feeling of wanting to laugh, but suddenly being splashed with a bucket of cold water from top to bottom, and the passion was instantly extinguished. Duanyu followed in with a guffaw. "Jojo, it wasn't that funny at first. But when I saw those people being intimidated by your cold face, I felt it was very funny." Humph. When Arbor walked into the martial arts center, Hall Master Ho Ping came over to greet him. Her eyes flickered rapidly as she revealed a smile. "Greetings to the Crown Prince and Crown Princess." Ho Ping bowed in greeting. At this time, Fan Qiuming and Hong Bai's forces were crowding at the entrance of the martial arts center. Neither side was willing to back down, so they blocked the entrance. "Ba Wei! Qiuming!" he roared furiously. The two teams squeezed at the entrance like fighting cocks. Before the competition even started, they had already rolled up their sleeves and revealed their fists, ready to go all out. When Zhao Qiran walked over on foot with a personal maidservant, she saw the two groups blocking the door. They refused to budge even half a step and blocked all the people who wanted to enter the door. "Isn't this the Jade Hue House's Miss Ran? Why would a brothel girl come here? TSK. Does she think that she can still enter the 8 Great Clans competition to watch it?" While everyone was talking, the owner of the Juxian Martial Arts School, Ho Ping, ran out as if she was putting out a fire. She quickly separated the two teams that were about to fight and said, "The competition is about to start. You'd better go in and prepare. Don't be late for the first match." Fan Qiuming and Hong Bai both stepped into the Juxian dojo at the same time. Fortunately, both of them were of standard build. They squeezed through the door and walked in at the same time. The two teams behind them shouted and waved their fists as they also fought to be the first to enter. This caused the owner of the Juxian dojo, Ho Ping, to wipe her sweat and shake her head repeatedly. "Hall Master Ho." Zhao Qiran nodded at Ho Ping and leisurely walked into the martial arts center. The expressions of the aunties who were currently gesticulating at Miss Ran behind her back instantly turned somewhat unsightly. What a foul atmosphere. How can even brothel girls enter the martial arts center? Isn't that so? Is it a competition or a song of romance? It really gives people a strange feeling. Ho Ping knitted her brows upon hearing this, and she turned to look at those gossipy women. Miss Ran came because of someone's invitation. "Ladies, watch your mouth and don't speak irresponsibly." The aunties all revealed disdainful expressions, but they didn't dare to continue arguing with Ho Ping. Seeing that it was about time, Ho Ping ordered people to close the martial arts center's doors. However, she heard an indifferent voice say, "Wait a moment." Ho Ping turned her head and saw a few young masters and young misses following the separated crowd, slowly walking towards them. The screams of love-struck fools rose and fell in succession from the crowd. Xianxia coldly surveyed her surroundings. "What are you shouting for? Haven't seen a man before. Young Master Mu Zijuan of the Talisman Patrician family, you've come late." Ho Ping politely nodded at that young sir who was about 18 years old. Mu Zijuan's appearance was unprepossessing, and he was much shorter than the other young masters, with a faint gloomy aura hanging from his face. However, the one Ho Ping hastily ran over to welcome was a handsome young master with a sickly complexion and a white fox fur coat draped tightly around his collar. "Greetings to young Master Yun." "Ah, 6th young master has also come." Shi Guangyun cupped his fists at Dojo Master Ho with a smile and said politely, "Dojo Master Ho, long time no see." "Dojo Master Ho." 6th Xing smiled faintly. When Ho Ping saw the sickly young master and 6th Xing, her smile became much more sincere and cordial. Song Yingxiu swept a glance at Shi Guangyun and 6th Xing before saying coldly to Ho Ping, "Dojo Master Ho, can you bring us in?" Ho Ping opened her martial arts center in the Mo Kingdom capital, so she usually recognized all sorts of high officials and noble people. This Miss Song Yingxiu, the second daughter of the Minister of Revenue, wasn't someone easy to talk to. She didn't dare to slide her at once and repeatedly nodded, inviting Mu Zijuan and Song Yingxiu's party inside. Mu Zijuan and Song Yingxiu's party had 7 or 8 people, while Shi Guangyun and Sixth Xing had come together as a pair. Thus, the two of them indifferently followed behind Mu Zijuan and the others and entered the dojo together. As soon as Ho Ping closed the door, the heavy dojo doors were closed by 2 body cultivators. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of the stairs made many people turn their heads and look at the stairs. When the Mu family head saw his adopted son, Mu Zijuan, he couldn't help but relax a little. He took a few steps forward and extended his hand. Just as he was about to pat Mu Zijuan's shoulder and exchange a few pleasantries, he saw Mu Zijuan walk past him with an indifferent face. He didn't even let him touch him. Mu family head's hand froze in midair, provoking a few mocking laughs from the side. The moment Shi Guangyun and Sixth Xing arrived, Wu Xiaoan hastily ran out from the Wu family's ranks and welcomed them with a chuckle. Sixth young master Yun, you've come as well. The competition was about to begin. It was said that the rules of today's competition were a little weird. There was no need to draw lots. Whoever was capable could go up. The 6 people who can stand on the field in the end would be considered the winners. Sixth Xing nodded. Shi Guangyun saw Prince Mo with a glance and hastily went up to salute and greeting. Mo Lian was slightly taken aback. She greeted him with a smile before her gaze landed on Sixth Xing. Just looking at Sixth Xing irritated him. Sure enough, before Prince Mo could open his mouth to exchange pleasantries, the little girl beside him jumped out first, and her pitch-black eyes suddenly brightened. Little Sixth. Seeing that this small claw was about to pat Sixth Xing's shoulder, Mo Lian's eyes were sharp and his hands nimbly pulled her small claw back at once. A certain person was caught off guard and was pulled back by the crown prince. She crashed into his arms with a thud, and her little head hurt from bumping into his hard body. Huifeng silently twitched his mouth. He kept feeling that if he didn't keep a close eye on the crown princess, she would run outside the walls. What should he do? His heart ached for his master. Guarding against this and that, he felt that everyone was especially unreliable. On the side, Duanyu felt so angry, he discovered that the little girl's eyes would freaking light up every time she saw Sixth Xing. Why the heck was it like this? Where did this unorthodox Sixth Xing pop out from? Sixth Xing. Duanyu jumped up, but the elderly man, who was silently sipping tea next to him, didn't even look up. He looked calm, but his mouth couldn't help twitching. I haven't sparred with you in a long time. Let's go. I'll compete with you, punk. Duanyu suddenly jumped down from the 2nd floor. Sixth Xing naturally wouldn't shrink back. He turned to glance at the little girl before also pressing down on the railing. His body rapidly jumped down and landed steadily in front of Duanyu. Ho Ping, who was about to announce the competition rules, was speechless as she looked at the 2 young sirs who jumped onto the competition stage before her. Has the competition started? F***ck, I'm not ready yet. Who went up first? They're simply warriors, alright. Everyone knows that it's more worth it to go later. I heard that the competition rules are that the one standing at the end is considered the winner. Eh? That seems to be the Jing estate's 6th young master. He's not from our 8 great patrician families. Isn't little 4th Duan not qualified to participate in this competition? What was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the 2 people below who had already entered battle mode. Duanyu gently blinked his beautiful watery eyes and swayed his waist as he chuckled. Little Sixth Xing, you have to be careful, ah. As soon as he finished speaking, a string of bead-like concealed weapons shot towards Sixth Xing at top speed. They directly circled around him like a curtain of beads, instantly covering his entire body. Explode. Duanyu grinned, but a cold glint flickered in his eyes. After a series of loud bangs, little Sixth Xing's figure was completely shrouded in layers of smoke. A long raven bone sword appeared in Duanyu's hand, and a snow-white ray of light suddenly slid past Sixth Xing's eyes. Duanyu, what are you doing? The little girl jumped up. Duanyu actually drew his sword? This guy would only draw his sword when he was about to kill someone. Duanyu. Don't bully Lil Six. Arbor was so anxious that he jumped down the stairs. Prince Mo didn't even have time to catch it. Seeing the little fellow jump, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Behind his master, Huifeng had a hard time suppressing his laughter. So strange, I keep feeling like the crown prince is going to be cuckolded. When Duanyu saw Miss Xiao jump down, he had already stealthily put away his sword. At this time, he was looking at Miss Xiao innocently. I didn't bully little sixth Xing. Little sixth Xing, are you alright? A certain person wanted to pull little sixth Xing up, but Duanyu pulled her to his side. Jojo, did you come down to compete? Duanyu coughed lightly as he held back his laughter. Nope. Why would I compete? It hasn't even started yet. Arbor rolled her eyes at him. She wasn't a fool to be a neurotic bird that stuck her head out. Even if she wanted to compete, she had to look at the situation and compete a few rounds later. Everyone on the second floor, sixth Xing was actually fine. Duanyu still had a sense of propriety in his attacks. Although his concealed weapons looked ferocious, they were actually mostly for show. However, the instant he drew his sword, he indeed wanted to leave something behind on little sixth Xing's body. Oh, because he didn't find little sixth Xing pleasing to the eye. Cough, cough, cough. Smoke filled the arena on the first floor. After Hall Master Ho Ping jumped down, she hastily waved the smoke in front of her and looked at the little girl with twitching lips. The rules of today's 8 great patrician families gathering are, you can choose any opponent and compete at will. No matter how many rounds you compete, the 6 people standing on this stage in the end will be the victors. And obtain the entrance ticket to the Mystic Beast Forest Secret Realm. Oh. Arbor nodded and was about to jump down to the second floor with her small paws behind her back. Then I'll come down later. Duanyu and sixth Xing silently turned their heads and secretly glanced at a certain person speechlessly. Hall Master Ho Ping's lips twitched as she grabbed her sleeve. Arbor glanced at her. What? Let go. Cough, Crown Princess. You were originally a contestant representing the Qiao family. After coming down, you naturally can't go up again. Everyone on the second floor couldn't help twitching their lips when they heard this. Arbor also looked at Hall Master Ho in bewilderment. What kind of weird rule is this? You didn't say anything earlier. This Ho didn't have a chance to say it. The 2 youngsters already started fighting just now. Arbor immediately waved her hand. What other rules are there? Say them all at once. There aren't any other rules. It's just that, the principle is that if no one continues to challenge the Crown Princess within an hour, then the Crown Princess will obtain a spot. When the little guy heard this, he immediately became unhappy. He tilted his little head and glared at Ho Ping. If that's the case, then I'm just a target. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Xiao Zhongbang, second Uncle Qiao, and their family had all come to watch the competition. When they heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, someone from the Duan clan laughed heartily. A person flew down, carrying a large saber. He snorted and said, Miss Jiao. I am Duan Yubing. Then I won't hold back. Let this Duan experience Miss Jiao's skills first. The old man wanted to grab his grandson, but his hand froze in the air. That bastard jumped faster than a rabbit, and in an instant, he was in front of the Crown Princess. The bird that sticks out gets shot. Can't you be more stable? Why did he have to rush over there, looking for a beating? With this little girl's skills, the old man only needed to take a glance to know that his stupid grandson definitely wasn't her match. Duanyu couldn't help but be amused when he saw this. He tugged at Arbor's sleeve and winked at him. Arbor shuddered and quickly pulled his sleeve back from Duanyu's hand. He then nodded and said, Don't worry, I didn't forget what I promised you. I'll give him a good thrashing. Duanyu was overjoyed. He grabbed sixth Xing, who was beside him, and the 2 of them flew up to the second floor. After leaving the stage to the fearless Duan Yubing and Miss Qiao, Duanyu swiftly hopped to Prince Mo's side and elbowed him. He asked with a sly chuckle, feeling stifled? Stifled my *s? Mo Lian irritably glared at him. Duanyu propped up his chin and leaned against the railing next to Mo Lian. He turned to look at him and asked, Why don't you tell me? Why is it that every time my Jojo sees little sixth Xing, her eyes seem to light up? Emolian was also a bit annoyed at the mention of this. How would I know? There are actually things in this world that you don't know. Duanyu swept his sleeves and simply sat down next to Emolian. TSK, it can't be some past life or present life, right? After saying that, this frivolous young master Duan started chuckling to himself. Emolian abruptly turned his head to gaze at Duanyu with a profound gaze. What did you say? HM? Duanyu looked back at him in a daze. The instant their gazes met, it was as if a certain realization flashed through their minds. Meanwhile, on the arena on the first floor, Duan Yubing had already put down the large saber slung over his shoulder and was laughing heartily at the little girl who didn't even reach his chest. He swung his robe suavely and stretched out his hand, posturing, "Come. I'll give you a handicap of 3 moves." Duan Yu's lips twitched when he heard this posturing after retracting his gaze from Emolian's face. On the side, elderly Master Duan almost jumped up from his stool. If his eldest grandson was in front of him right now, he would definitely slap him on the head, this fool. Did he get his head clipped by the door when he left this morning? Compared to young Master Duan Yobing's smug expression, Miss Chiao was much calmer. She merely replied with an "oh" upon hearing this. When eldest Qin saw this, he couldn't help but cover his face with his hand, and then he turned to look at young Master Omega Kotoku, who was staring fixedly at Arbor, and smiled mockingly. "Second brother, I saw Miss Ran from Jade Hue Parlor just now. Did you find her?" Omega Kotoku shook his head coldly. "No. What happened to you? You look like you haven't had enough rest." Omega Kotoku hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I've been awakened by nightmares for the past few days." He always felt like he had forgotten something. The scenes in his dreams were always covered with a layer of gray fog. He couldn't see clearly even if he wanted to, which made him very worried. "Oh." Eldest young Sir Qin chuckled. "I have a physician with good massage skills. You might be able to sleep better if he gives you a few massages at night." Omega Kotoku didn't decline. He just nodded and thanked him. "Come, let's do it." Duan Yubing revealed a honeyed smile and lifted his chin at Arbor. Everyone wanted to laugh, but they suddenly saw Miss Chiao's figure vanish into thin air. When she reappeared, she had already catapulted behind Duan Yubing, and a ferocious fist smashed into Duan Yubing's back with a bang. A burly man was sent flying into the air, and he bounced in midair due to inertia. With a loud bang, Duan Yubing was flung by Arbor onto the competition arena's railing and hung pitifully there. There was no one else who could be this savage. They hadn't even seen clearly what was going on, alright? He was already flying. When the moving image turned to static, Duan Yubing was already hanging on the railing half dead. The first move. The little stoic small face was cold as she uttered this sentence indifferently. Old Master Duan's eyelid jerked, and he feigned indifference as he asked Duan Yu beside him, "Little fourth according to your understanding of the little lady, she wouldn't insist that little fifth give her a 3-move handicap, right?" "What handicap?" Didn't he find it a bit funny? He might not be able to defeat the little lady even if he didn't give her a handicap, yet he still had to give her a 3-move handicap? The old master couldn't bear to look at his foolish grandson. Of course. Otherwise, why would Jojo be counting off? Upon closer inspection, Duan Yu was rejoicing in her misfortune, and he even put on an act of consoling her. He said to the old master, "Grandfather, don't worry. When we carry little fifth back later, he'll at most gain 2 rounds of weight." Old Master Duan glanced at him speechlessly. Didn't his words hurt his heart? Gain 2 rounds of weight? How badly would he be beaten? On the other side, Duan Yubing finally climbed down from the railing with great difficulty. Leaning on his weapon, a large saber that was 3 feet long, he staggered to stand in front of Qiao Mu with great difficulty, an inhumane constipated expression on his face. Arbor's figure flashed, and he swiftly swept toward Duan Yubing. His figure was like a graceful line, so fast that it dazzled the eyes. Duan Yubing's hair instantly stood on end, and his entire body tensed up in a battle-ready stance. He swung his broadsword at Arbor. The little stoic was instantly enraged. "You said you'd give me a 3-move handicap." Duan Yubing was stupefied, but the broadsword in his hand reacted faster than him, and the broadsword's glint was already in front of Arbor. However, a burst of mystic energy with an imposing aura broke through the broadsword's glint in a split second, as if it had practically sliced the broadsword's glint into two. The burst of energy shot back from both sides of Duan Yobing's body and smashed into the martial arts center's wall with a loud bang. Mottled stone powder rustled down inch by inch. The onlookers on the second floor were dead silent. "You liar. You actually dared to lie to me. Didn't you say you'd give me a 3-move handicap? Why didn't you?" Amidst the silence, the little fellow let out an angry roar. It really did look like it was burning with anger. Old Master Duan rubbed his forehead helplessly and turned to look at his grandson, who was smiling. On the second floor, some guy couldn't hold back his laughter, which led to a series of muffled laughter. Duan Yobing's heart was about to collapse. He opened his mouth, and his voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. I won't let you go. I won't let you use the last 2 moves. Shameless. Big swindler." The little stoic was furious, and she beckoned with her hand, summoning the feral from her conscious. Furious Dragon Slash. Mo Lian facebombed while Duan Yu guffawed on the side. It was really too funny. Duan Yobing's blunder was really too funny. Arbor had always been a person who never changed her mind. Duan Yubing had agreed with her, but he changed his mind halfway through. How could she not be angry? Duan Yubing took a step back and used all the mystic energy in his body to cover the broadsword's blade. In just an instant, the furious dragon slash rushed in front of him. Duan Yobing's defense appeared very fragile in front of Arbor, who had condensed a mystic energy vortex into the shape of a dragon's head. The moment the two collided, the winner was immediately decided. Buzz. After a muffled sound, Duan Yubing once again flipped backward. Following the momentum, he somersaulted twice in a row before finally hanging onto the railing again. The room was silent. At this moment, everyone on the second floor didn't know what to say. If it was said that Duan Yubing had underestimated his opponent the first time, allowing Arbor to seize the initiative and finish him off with a punch, it could still be said to be a coincidence. But now, in a direct confrontation, Duan Yubing actually couldn't even take a single move from the crown princess. The 8 great patrician families understood each other very well, and the other families' patriarchs and elders were also fairly clear about the stage of Duan Yobing's strength. A level 9 mystic cultivator at his age could be considered a genius. But this genius actually couldn't even take a single move from the crown princess. It was obvious how terrifying the crown princess's true strength was. In reality, after using the aura-concealing talisman, Arbor was no more than a minor level 7 mystic cultivator in everyone's eyes. The people from the Mu family, Wu family, Fan family, Hong family, and even the Dou family all widened their eyes in disbelief. Among them, only second Dou wasn't the least bit surprised by the crown princess's strength. He took a deep look at Arbor, who was standing on the practice field on the first floor, and a strange glint flitted across his eyes, which was then swiftly restrained. Second brother, you said before that you had once fought alongside the crown princess in Bailon City. Do you think she has already displayed her full strength? The Dou family's eldest young master, Dou Fengmian, glanced at his younger brother curiously. I don't know, but I can sense that her strength is unfathomable. Dou Fenghua shook his head. Wenren Ningjing, who had been sitting on the side with her lips pursed, suddenly interjected, her medical skills are also unfathomable. Dou Fenghua was startled, and he turned to look at his junior sister, Wenren Ningjing. His junior sister, Wenren Ningjing, had been spoiled by Uncle Master De Yuan and Valley Master Wenren into being unruly and naive, but her medical skills were quite good. Today, he actually heard his junior sister praise the crown princess from her own mouth. Dou Fenghua found it a bit strange, so he took another look at Wenren Ningjing. Wenren Ningjing slightly lowered her head in embarrassment. Senior martial brother. Senior brother, I don't want to praise her, but, the truth is indeed so. The medicine she makes is even better than my master's. The effect is excellent. If Wenren Ningjing knew that the medicine for removing scars and bruises that Arbor had given her last time in Bailon City was actually something that Arbor had casually stewed using a small stew jar from a street stall, who knew what she would think? Dou Fenghua was slightly startled when he heard that. He understood Wenren Ningjing very well. She was also a rather proud person and absolutely wouldn't lie in front of him. Moreover, there was no need to say that it was fake. Dofenghua's heart had a faint trace of calculation. Duan Yubing failed in his challenge and ended in tragedy. In the end, he was carried back to the second floor. When he was placed beside Old Master Duan couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw his eldest grandson's chubby face. How pitiful. Duan Yu waved his small fan in schadenfreude. Come, come. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and carry fifth young master home. Send him to his own court and let him recuperate well. Two people came out from the Duan family and hurriedly carried the miserable Duan Yubing away. Before they left, Duan Yubing was still unconscious. They didn't know if he was really knocked unconscious by Jojo or if he was pretending to be unconscious because he was too embarrassed to open his eyes. After all, he was slapped every time, so it really was a bit embarrassing. The field was momentarily silent. Arbor stood all alone on the practice field on the first floor. For a while, no one else jumped down. Cough. At this time, Ho Ping could only walk to Arbor's side and say to everyone, if no one continues to challenge the Crown Princess within an hour, then the Crown Princess will obtain the first quota. The other patrician families on the second floor all looked at each other in dismay. I'll go. Suddenly, a raised female voice reverberated in the venue. Mu Boming was greatly enraged, and he had just turned around to roar, Xianxia, when his daughter twisted her waist and did a somersault in the air before landing next to Arbor with a whoosh. The patriarch of the Qin estate, Qin Guelu, remarked with a smile, Family head Mu, your daughter is truly a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. Anyone could tell that Mu Xianxia basically had no chance of winning if she entered the arena now. Everyone was actually clear that the best method was to let the Crown Princess obtain the first quota, and then they would select the remaining 5 quotas from among them. Rather than forcefully confronting the Crown Princess, it would be better to conserve their strength and strive to obtain an extra quota for their family clan. When Hall Master Ho saw that someone had already entered the arena, he ordered someone to take away the timer and silently retreated from the arena. Arbor, make your move. Let me see what kind of strength the daughter of the capital's new patriarch, the Qiao family's patriarch, has to secure her position as the Qiao family's eldest miss. Mu Qianxian snorted, and a yellow talisman appeared in her left hand, which she threw at Arbor. Arbor's brows twitched, and he also threw out a talisman with a wave of his finger. With a flash of blue light, the two talismans drew a semicircle in the air before splitting apart and crashing into each other at the same time. The yellow talisman was instantly devoured by the blue talisman's talisman energy, and it shot toward Mu Qianxian. Mu Qianxian was greatly alarmed, and she threw out a defensive talisman to block in front of her. Bang! Arbor's advanced level blue attack talisman had already penetrated the defensive talisman Mu Qianxian had set up and was heading straight for Mu Qianxian's face. Mu Boming instantly jumped up from his seat when he saw this, and he stared in shock at the blue talisman Arbor had thrown out. High-level blue attack talisman. This kind of talisman had never been circulated on the market. In the entire talisman aristocratic family, besides him, there were absolutely no more than 3 elders who were capable of drawing such a high-grade offensive talisman. Why would this little girl have such a talisman? Defensive talisman. Mu Qianxian, whose expression had changed drastically, instantly threw out 4 to 5 defensive talismans in front of her face. However, it was useless. It was still useless. She watched as the offensive talisman pierced through her defensive talismans, completely ignoring her defenses, and approached her eyes. In the nick of time, Mu Qianxian pulled out a hairpin from her hair and smashed it on the ground. After a loud bang, a shield-shaped defensive barrier suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking the attack of the blue talisman. The 10th grade defensive profound artifact displayed its greatest effect and blocked this wave of attack in an instant. Arbor's eyes flashed. He frowned and said, if you're going to use a talisman, then use a talisman. Why did you open a defensive shield? Mu Qianxian only felt that the young girl was humiliating her with these words, and her face flushed bright red. Her small hand under her sleeve tightly gripped the soul swap talisman that Sir Black Cat had given her. However, if she dared to use the soul swap talisman under everyone's watchful eyes right now, it would definitely bring her a great deal of trouble. At that time, she might become the target of public criticism right after the soul swap was successful, and she might be burned alive as a bunch of witches who would mistake her for a curse practitioner. At this time, Arbor suddenly swiped his hand across the air. A row of talismans floating with blue light lined up neatly in front of Arbor after several whooshing sounds. There were no less than a dozen talismans. The row of high-rank blue attack talismans contained powerful talisman energy, and they were like arrowheads waiting to be fired at their owner's command. This time, those elders of the Mu family couldn't sit still any longer, and they all jumped up from their stools as they stared in shock at the talismans in front of Arbor. So many high-rank blue attack talismans? Mu Boming sucked in a cold breath, his entire person in an extremely unstable and stupefied state. He stared blankly at the expressionless little lady standing in the arena, and his fists involuntarily clenched tightly. He turned his head and couldn't suppress the indignation in his voice. Elder Piao, do you think this little lady is a high-rank great talisman practitioner? The one Mu Boming addressed as Elder Piao was the one who looked the most mellow among the Mu family elders, and he was also the head elder of the talisman patrician family. High-rank great talisman practitioner, high-rank great talisman practitioner. Mu Boming muttered to himself. His entire being was rather agitated as he abruptly raised his head to look at the arena. He abruptly raised his hand and stood up. Wait. Don't joke around, how could his daughter Mu Xianxia be a match for a high-rank great talisman practitioner? With a move of Arbor's fingers, more than a dozen high-rank attack talismans circled around Mu Xianxia, shooting one talisman after another outside Mu Xianxia's defensive barrier. After the defensive barrier blocked the first, second, and third high-rank attack talismans, that hairpin-shaped defensive mystic weapon started to crack from the tail. By the time it received the fifth high-rank attack talisman, the entire defensive mystic weapon instantly crumbled and turned into fine powder. The remaining high-rank blue attack talismans instantly leaped in front of Mu Xianxia. Just as she was about to turn into dregs, Mu Xianxia shouted and raised her hand feebly. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. A trace of fury flitted through Arbor's eyes, and he leaped up without another word, punching Mu Xianxia's left cheek. Mu Xianxia staggered back several steps before collapsing on her butt. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her aura instantly wilted, cutting an extremely sorry figure. Her cold fingers tightly grasped the soul exchange talisman hidden under her sleeve. She suddenly raised her eyes to look in a direction on the second floor. Lord Black Cat was hiding there, looking at her disheveled state without any reaction. Mu Xianxia gritted her teeth, and her butt shifted slightly as she crawled back several steps. While coughing up blood, she shouted, I admit defeat, admit defeat. Don't attack me again. Seeing the little stoic approaching, Mu Xianxia actually let out an ear-piercing shriek. It was evident that she was terrified of this little fiend in front of her. Now that her face had been shattered into pieces, she naturally didn't care about anything else. In any case, he had to save his own life first. Arbor took back the remaining high-level offensive talismans, looked at her coldly, and said, Have your family's talisman expert come out. It was only at this point that the astonished crowd came back to their senses one by one and clearly heard the conversation between Elder Pei and Mu Boming. Everyone was endlessly shocked in their hearts. The Crown Princess is actually a high-level great symbol master. Not only was the Crown Princess a mystic cultivator whose cultivation couldn't be seen through, she was also an expert in talismans. How old was she? Even if she started practicing in her mother's womb, she couldn't possibly have become a high-level great symbol master now, right? Mu Xianxia coughed up another mouthful of blood before putting the soul exchange talisman back into the depths of her sleeve. I might not be good, but don't be smug. Mu Xianxia scoffed. Our Mu family has many talisman experts. Why you think that you're very awesome? Cough, cough, cough. After saying that, she even stubbornly glared fiercely at Arbor. Arbor shook his head. I don't know if I'm awesome or not. That's why I want to find someone to compete with. Everyone, they kept feeling that this child was inadvertently speaking the truth, which would infuriate them to death. That Mu Liangda from your family isn't as good as you. This child turned around and said this. Mu Boming was about to choke to death from her straightforward words. His gaze shifted to Mu Zhilan, who had an unsightly expression, before turning to look at the gloomy Mu Zijuan on the other side. Mu Zijuan creased his brows. Zijuan, don't go. Mu Boming couldn't help but shout when he saw this child's movements. Don't joke around. None of the Mu family's juniors were a match for an advanced-level great talisman practitioner. Since that was the case, why go up and invite humiliation? He might as well just let her get a spot and enter the arena. Mu Boming's plan was good, but the problem was that Mu Zijuan didn't listen to him at all. When he heard the elder's gasps and came back to his senses, he saw that Mu Zijuan had already leaped down and entered the center of the arena. D***it. Mu Boming hatefully pounded his fists, a furious glint bursting out of his eyes. This brat had never listened to his words, and he had lost a spot for him for nothing. If he rashly went up, he would only seek defeat. Apart from this, there was simply no chance of victory. The elders also said angrily, "Why is Zijuan so disobedient? If he continues like this, he will undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. I originally wanted to let him and Jilan fight for the Mu family's honor together. It would be best if they could obtain 2 spots." Mu Zijuan stood in the center of the arena with his hands behind his back, his gaze coldly hostile toward Arbor. "Use your talisman. Let me, Mu Zijuan, experience just how superb your talisman arts are." "Okay." Arbor went straight to the point without another word. He raised his finger, and a fire talisman with a blue glow instantly landed in front of him. "Go." With a wave of her finger, the entire talisman split open. With the force of a thunderbolt and a powerful talisman energy, it instantly flew in front of Mu Zijuan. With a boom, the flames surged. Mu Zijuan felt as if his entire body had fallen into a sea of fire. His surroundings were filled with bright red flames, piercing his eyes to the point of discomfort. Fortunately, he was prepared and immediately activated the defense talisman. These 2 talismans were given to him by the elder. They were high-level talismans, and although they were only yellow talismans, they should be able to withstand the fire attacks of Arbor without a problem. Fire attack? Why was there a fire attack? The blue offensive talismans that Arbor had thrown at Mu Xianxia earlier were offensive talismans that contained powerful mystic energy. The mystic energy in the offensive talismans drawn by them wouldn't exceed 70% of the talisman practitioner's own strength. And now? If it wasn't an offensive blue talisman, then what was it? Mu Zijuan had simply never heard of or seen a fire attack. Even Mu Boming, Elder Pei, and the others were stupefied. Mu Boming gaped as he rummaged through all the talisman information in his mind. Finally, his hoarse voice trembled with fear as he said, "See, could it be? The 5 spirit talisman, of the fire spirit talismans? How is that possible?" Elder Pei felt his own breathing quicken. A high-level talisman technique like the 5 spirit talisman was an exquisite talisman technique that could only be learned in the main clan of the Divine Mainland. Mu Boming, Elder Pei, and the others only felt as if their eyes weren't enough to take in everything as they followed the nimble little figure in the arena. They saw her stretch out her hand. "Pa! Pa! Pa!" She brandished 3 fire spirit talismans, causing them to split open at the same time. The fire spirit power within converged into a long dragon, which whipped straight at Mu Zijuan, who was enveloped in flames. **T, this little lady was too savage. Everyone shuddered inwardly, and they looked sympathetically at Mu Zijuan, who was heavily enveloped in flames. At this time, Mu Zijuan's 2 defensive talismans were already completely insufficient. He could only do his best to dash left and right in the flames, attempting to break out of this heavy encirclement. At this time, he suddenly heard the sound of wind breaking through the air. **Pa**. A flame spirit whip lashed onto the back of his hand, leaving behind a fiery mark on his hand. Mu Zijuan subconsciously withdrew his hand, and with a furious roar, he threw an immobilization talisman at the little lady. Immobilize! Everyone in the arena held their breaths as they stared blankly at Miss Chiao, who had an immobilization talisman stuck on her body. She was done for this time. Mu Zijuan threw out a legendary immobilization talisman. Before he could finish lamenting, he saw the little lady rip off his immobilization talisman with a swish and casually crumple it into a ball. With a wave of her hand, 4 to 5 immobilization talismans were thrown back. So be it. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths, feeling as if they were looking at an oddball as they looked at the little lady in the arena. What was going on? Wasn't this the #1 talisman patrician family on Seikong planet? How did the talisman patrician family's genius, Mu Zijuan, get caught unprepared by the little lady, and now he was actually immobilized on the spot. Boom! Waves of cheers erupted in the arena, and the majority of the spectators couldn't help but stand up along the railings, their gazes shining as they looked at the expressionless little lady leaning on top of him. Qingwan. Qingwan answered and appeared in the large arena, about to shoot Mu Zijuan to death with a mouthful of ice. A black figure suddenly leaped down from the arena and shouted with a chuckle, "Little lady, wait. As seventh lord?" Mu Boming's breathing abruptly stopped, and everyone in the Mu family stood up in awe as they reverently looked at the black-robed man in the arena. His Mu Zijuan's face's size shone with a strange light. Even SSSSS, SSSSSS, SSSSSS, SSSSSS rarely seen. Who is this person? Mo Lian creased his brows slightly before looking at Duanyu, who was enjoying the show on the side. This person's identity is very mysterious. Yu's master uses, Duanyu whispered, according to our family's patriarch, this person should have come from the upper 3 provinces. He was still sitting here, but this son of a bitch actually revealed his words to others without any hesitation. The Divine Province? Mo Lian was taken aback. He had naturally heard of the Divine Province's Mu clan's reputation. The Mu clan of the Talisman patrician family here perhaps couldn't even compare to a pinky finger of the Mu clan of the Divine Province. His JoJo's against the Mu clan of the Divine Province, Mo Lian's heart clenched. You're called Arbor? When the man uttered the 2 words Arbor, his expression changed slightly, and a strange light seemed to circulate in his eyes as he stared at her. Arbor nodded. This humble one is Mu Jingrui. The black-clothed man smiled faintly, and with a flick of his finger, a talisman circulating with jade light jumped between the 2 of them. It was a jade talisman, a rare sight. Arbor gazed at that talisman, her eyes brightening slightly, and her mood instantly improved. To be able to use an advanced level summoning talisman to summon a divine beast, this little girl is indeed extraordinary. How about letting this Mu experience your brilliant moves today? The black-clothed man wasn't provoking her, but he truly wanted to test the little girl's skill. Just now, he saw her opening the talisman extremely fast and smooth, so she must be a disciple of a talisman master. What the hell was an advanced level summoning talisman? Everyone was bewildered when they heard this. Why did they feel that the man's words were clear when they were taken apart, but the meaning was especially hard to understand when they were put together? Their hesitant gazes finally landed on the Qingwan spiraling in the air with some horror. Mu Boming nearly blurted out in shock, "This is a summoned beast?" Wow, everyone was in an uproar. It was said that summoning talismans were on the verge of extinction, because on the entire Seacone planet, only the Talisman patrician family had a single summoning talisman. In the entire Talisman patrician family branch, no one could draw a new summoning talisman. Mu Boming couldn't, and those 2 all-powerful advanced-level great talisman masters and elders also couldn't. But now, this little girl in front of them could draw summoning talismans? 7th Master's meaning was that this divine bird Qingwan was actually summoned by the little girl's summoning talisman. Heh, what a terrifying joke. Come. Arbor waved her white hand and directly took out 3 advanced-level attack talismans drawn with ebony. They whooshed over to the black-clothed man. The 2 powerful talisman forces collided, and in a split second, the 2 people's outer garments were blown up. The 3 advanced-level attack talismans were all blocked by the jade talisman thrown out by the black-clothed man. Arbor's gaze shifted, and she quickly retreated and threw out 4 explosion talismans. The moment the talisman shot out, it immediately exploded. The large martial arts practice field was filled with bursts of explosive sounds. The hard blue and white tiles of the first floor were actually blasted open by these layers of explosions. A defensive talisman array formed by defensive talismans had unknowingly appeared in front of the man in black. The moment the defense glyph array was activated, an impregnable wall seemed to have been built around his body, completely blocking the power of the explosion. At the same time, the black-clothed man raised his hand, and an offensive jade talisman that resembled a stream of light exploded. The surging profound energy that erupted from the talisman almost instantly rushed over, as if it wanted to tear Arbor apart. Arbor threw out 3 defensive talismans in a row to defend herself. Then, she leaped into the air, and with a flash, the water talisman raised a huge water screen in front of her. The other party's offensive jade talisman was quite impressive. This time, it penetrated the barrier formed by the 3 defensive talismans and exploded upon contact with the water screen that connected heaven and earth. The water mist that filled the sky swirled down, and a startled swan dagger appeared in Arbor's hand. As her figure flashed, the dagger was already swiping at the other party's chest. The speed was astonishing. Many people from the other patrician families practically held their breaths at the same time. They only felt that their eyes couldn't keep up with the 2 people fighting. The 2 started off with a strong exchange of blows, stabbing, chopping, punching, and kicking. Within a short few minutes, they had rapidly exchanged over 100 moves. The more they fought, the more the man's eyes seemed to glow. The startled swan dagger in Arbor's hand was sharp, and with a light slash, she sliced off a strand of the black-clothed man's long hair. The black-clothed man was slightly shocked, and he inwardly praised, "What a great startled swan dagger," as expected of that person. The mystic light on the startled swan dagger swelled, and in the next second, he grabbed the sharp blade with one hand. Clang! A soft sound rang out, and everyone let out a cry of alarm. Especially Mu Boming, who was constantly paying attention to 7th Master, his expression turned very ugly. However, it was as if the dagger had collided with jade and couldn't advance any further. It turned out that this person's hand was covered in a layer of Vajra talismans. "Big brother, you're so awesome." Arbor withdrew the startled swan dagger, her small face flushed with a peculiar expression. "Even if I covered it with a Vajra talisman, it wouldn't be able to do anything to my dagger." If she covered it with a Vajra talisman, she wouldn't dare to clash head-on with the startled swan dagger because she knew better than anyone how sharp the dagger was. She couldn't defeat the startled swan dagger barehanded, which showed how powerful the Vajra talismans that person made were. Moreover, the defensive talisman matrix he released earlier was composed of 24 defensive jade talismans. It could block the combined attacks of many mystic cultivators below the spiritual realm, so its defensive power was quite impressive. With her current talisman crafting level, it was definitely very difficult for her to carve so many defensive jade talismans at once. This big brother was too awesome. On the contrary, Mu Jingrui laughed out loud. "Little fellow, when I was your age, I was only an intermediate entry-level little talisman practitioner." "Oh you're already pretty good." Mu Jingrui gave her 100% affirmation and praise. Arbor blinked and asked curiously, "Big brother, what level are you as a talisman practitioner?" "Black level perfection." "As for you, if I'm not wrong, you should be an advanced and proficient talisman practitioner." "Little fellow, you're pretty good." The words big brother were a bit shocking. Mu Jingrui wanted to laugh on the inside, but he still gave Arbor an accurate answer. Black level, in other words, this person's talisman energy was only a step away from the Earth-grade talisman master level. Above the senior talisman master were the ranks of Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. At present, she hadn't even broken through to the Yellow rank. The gap between her and this Mu clan's profound rank Great Talisman Master could be said to be like the difference between heaven and earth. However, she had the golden talisman Jade Tome in her possession. She only needed to open the 7th Jade Slip to learn how to draw yellow-grade talismans. This was the allure of a peerless inheritance. The people of the world devoted themselves to traveling around the immortal mountains and beautiful rivers in hopes of finding a heavenly abode of immortals and obtaining the inheritance of an expert. As for that person's entry level and mastery level, they were all aimed at the speed of drawing talismans. The mastery level's talisman drawing speed was naturally much faster than the entry level's. Arbor thought, this 7th master of the Mu family probably isn't a member of a talisman patrician family from Seekong planet's mainland. Thinking this way, the stoic face didn't change in the slightest. She nodded and praised the man. "You're also pretty good, big brother." Ahem. Mu Jingrui coughed lightly. "Little fellow, may I ask, what is this dagger in your hand?" "Oh, this was left behind by my teacher." Arbor conveniently stored the startled swan dagger into her conscious. When she looked up, she saw that Mu Jingrui's expression was clearly startled. Mu Jingrui paused for a moment before asking hesitantly, "He's your teacher?" Arbor glanced at him in confusion before nodding. She planned to drag the little monk to the inheritance mystic realm in 2 days to retrieve something. Since she was going there to accept the inheritance and test, she naturally had to address him as her teacher. Mu Jingrui smiled, his expression very gentle. Speaking of which, your teacher and I are somewhat related. If you don't mind, you can call me seventh uncle. After saying that, he took a deep look at Arbor. Arbor did not think much of it and only felt that this person was not bad. Whatever he called her would be a form of address, so she nodded and said, "Seventh Uncle Mu." Mu Jingrui smiled gently. "Jojo, may I borrow a summoning talisman to learn?" Arbor waved her hand, and a summoning talisman made of ebony floated in front of Mu Jingrui. The latter looked a little excited as he reached out to receive it. "Jojo, let me study for a night and return it tomorrow." Arbor shook her head. "You can have it. I still have a lot here, so I don't need it." Ever since she summoned the little white snake, her summoning talismans had become a pile of scrap wood again. She could not summon anything. She reckoned that she had reached her summoning limit. The current her was no longer the rookie who could summon weak chickens. Mu Jingrui chuckled and accepted it immediately. "Alright, then seventh uncle will go up first. I'll wait for you to win and obtain a spot." Mu Boming knitted his brows slightly when he saw this. He did not expect seventh master to value this little girl Arbor so much. However, it made sense. The main family would also want to recruit a little girl who could draw summoning talismans. When he thought of how Qiao Mu, a mere child, had effortlessly obtained the divine province's main family's favor, Mu Boming felt extremely displeased. "Mu Jilan, Jilan." Mu Boming immediately interrupted her and pulled her behind him, glaring at her in displeasure. The Mu family only had Mu Jilan who could compete now. At that time, whether or not she could get a place for the Mu family would all depend on her. Mu Jilan creased her brows and resentfully retreated to Mu Boming's side. She looked up at the arena on the first floor. Even seventh uncle from the main family praised Arbor. She really wanted to go up and try it herself. Why did she know how to draw that summoning talisman? She really wanted to know if Arbor had any powerful legacies. Otherwise, with her strength alone, how could she have inexplicably drawn a summoning talisman? Mu Boming and the several elders of the Mu clan also stole a few surreptitious glances at Qiao Mu, feeling like ants were gnawing at their hearts. They were also extremely curious as to why she could draw summoning talismans. Mu Boming even inwardly calculated, if they could learn the method of drawing summoning talismans from this little girl, then wouldn't their branch family on Seekong planet be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate? Everyone had different thoughts. In the arena on the first floor, the ground was cracked by the battle just now. At this time, Arbor was standing in the center of the cobweb-like ground, looking up at the people from the other 7 patrician families. After waiting for a long while, just as Arbor was about to fall asleep, a cold voice suddenly sounded. A cold voice suddenly slid through the air. "Let me deal with eldest Miss Qiao." A cyan figure flashed, and a boy around 18 years old abruptly flipped down from the second floor and landed in front of Arbor. "It's you." The moment Arbor saw this brat, his eyes emitted a substantial killing intent. His furious gaze contained a trace of heavy pressure as it instantly attacked the brat. The brat only spoke half a sentence. "Do families do kue, boom." Without another word, Arbor took out his ferrule and charged in his direction. He didn't even give him time to reveal his identity, and directly slapped down with his ferrule. Vast profound energy wrapped in a line of fire, and with a slip, it charged towards the brat named Do Kue. Do Kue was momentarily stunned. He really didn't expect that the moment he stepped onto the arena, his opponent's killing move would be right in front of him. Just how anxious was he to destroy him? Do Kue was also enraged. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Three-headed silver centipede lizard. Come out." Bang! With a huge tremor, a large lizard with 3 malevolent heads and a slippery tail appeared on the arena on the first floor. It was so ugly that he couldn't bear to look at it. A trace of anger flashed through Arbor's eyes. The ferrule in his hand slapped down again, and 2 talismans flew out from his fingers without any explanation. The 2 body-securing talismans flew out, causing Do Kue's heart to be fiercely shocked. Without any explanation, he lay down on the ground, barely dodging the 2 talismans that flew over. The defensive barrier quickly activated, and Do Kue angrily shouted, "Arbor, you actually didn't follow the rules." Arbor didn't say a word. His fingertips moved, and a handful of medicinal powder scattered over. Do Kue was greatly alarmed, and hastily retreated. Thinking again, he was inside the defensive barrier anyway, so why would he need to be afraid of the lowly medicinal powder she threw over? On the other side, Qingyuan flapped its wings towards the wriggling three-headed silver centipede lizard on the ground. Icicles rapidly fell, shooting out hundreds of them at once. The three-headed silver centipede lizard crawled twice, then suddenly hissed twice. Its tail trembled and swung, and a poisonous fog shot towards Qingyuan, who was hovering in the air. A little reptile dares to be impudent in front of your grandfather. Qingyuan coldly cursed, then swooped down. Ice shards fell from its mouth, instantly burying the three-headed silver centipede lizard. Boom! The three-headed silver centipede lizard knocked away the ice shards piled on its back and hissed angrily twice. It turned its head and actually abandoned Qingyuan in a very human-like manner and went straight to Arbor where Do Kuei was fighting. Mo Lian's phoenix eyes instantly turned cold. She gripped the railing with both hands and leaned forward to look at him with a cold gaze. On the side, Duan Yu also jumped up and angrily rebuked, "You beast, you still dare to injure people." Hiss. Scram. When Arbor saw the three silver centipede lizards running over, his eyes were filled with intense rage. She recalled the heart-wrenching encounter in her previous life. Her Shaoliner's clothes were in tatters and her body was bruised all over. She had been abused to the point that there wasn't a single piece of unharmed flesh on her body. He was thrown into the wilderness like a pile of garbage and left to be gnawed by wild dogs. The family that had adopted her and abused her was a branch of the Do family, Do Kuei's parents. After her sister was adopted, she had gone to the rich family's house several times to peek at her. She remembered this face, she remembered it, it was him, Do Kuei. She had finally met the culprit who caused her sister's death, Arbor sneered, and with a flick of her hand, she sprinkled several types of poisonous powder at that foolish three-headed silver centipede lizard as if it didn't cost anything. Presumably, this three-headed silver centipede lizard had gnawed on her sister quite a bit back then. Go to hell. Beast. No wonder Shaoliner's body was so tattered. Was that something wild dogs could gnaw on? That was the masterpiece of the Do clan and the three-headed silver centipede lizard. Afterwards, the corpses were thrown into the wild, and that group of dogs took advantage of them. TSK, how could she let them die in despair and pain? Arbor's eyes shot out a strong hatred, and she suddenly smiled like a spring breeze. 10 explosion talismans flew straight from her fingertips, surrounding the three-headed silver centipede lizard's body. Explode. Bang bang bang. As if fireworks were set off on the scene, the three-headed silver centipede lizard's body was instantly ignited by the raging flames, and its entire back emitted terrifying explosive sounds. Arbor's figure flashed, and like a ferocious little beast, she angrily rushed over. A crow-repeating crossbow already appeared in her hand, and a crow-gold arrow shot out with a whoosh. In the next second, it instantly pierced through the three-headed silver centipede lizard's back, causing it to be pushed back a distance by the huge force of inertia, heavily crashing into the wall. Go die. Arbor's eyes flashed fiercely, and 3 crow-gold arrows shot out at the same time again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a series of consecutive shots, the three-headed silver centipede lizard was tragically shot into the wall, half hanging there, fresh blood dripping down. The entire arena was silent. Everyone's breathing almost stopped. Pairs of eyes stared in shock at this girl who suddenly exploded with a fierce killing move. The people of the Do clan were especially shocked. They stared blankly at the little girl on the field, and a thought slowly turned in their minds. Do Kuei's mystic beast died? Now it's your turn. Slag. Arbor swung her ferrule, and quickly rushed towards Do Kuei, who had been flipped over by Qingyuan's wing. PFFF, because his mystic beast died, Do Kuei suffered a backlash, and a mouthful of old blood sprayed out from his mouth. His face was full of fear as he opened his mouth to beg for mercy and admit defeat. But in that instant, he opened his mouth and discovered, fuck, there's actually no sound. He had no sound. The poison that Arbor threw at him just now was to make him mute. What kind of joke was this? If he admitted defeat, how could she continue? Today, she was going to show everyone how she could slice human flesh on the spot. A sinister and vicious glint flitted across Xiaomu's eyes, and a bone-chilling smile surfaced on her lips as she curled them up. Are you ready? Are you ready to be hacked into pieces? Ha 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 ha, a hatchet appeared in her hand. That's right, it was a rusty woodcutting knife. It was the knife that father used to chop firewood in the village from time to time. It was very old-fashioned and blunt, but unexpectedly, it was very much to her liking. Arbor raised his head and glanced at Xiao Shongbong and the others. At this moment, Jolin was standing beside Xiao Shongbong. His little face was pink and tender as he looked curiously at the competition below. You see, now that I've killed your mortal enemy, he won't be able to harm you in the future, my dear sister. In this life, you will live peacefully and happily. You will no longer suffer any pain or torment, so. Please stop. Miss Jiao. Crown Princess. Eldest young Master Do reached out and touched the railing as he shouted with a face full of shock. From the looks of it, the Crown Princess was going to kill Do Kuei. Arbor's right hand, covered with the Vajra talisman, had already fiercely grabbed Do Kuei. Her 5 fingers dug deep into Do Kuei's chest. That gesture was as if she was gouging out his heart. It was abnormally ruthless and frightening. Second Do also stood up. He clearly saw that the depths of the Crown Prince Consort's eyes were clearly filled with severe hatred. But hatred, could it be that the Crown Princess's hostility towards the Do family all came from this branch family? But why? Second Do couldn't figure it out and secretly ordered the disciple behind him. The disciple nodded and then turned to leave. Crown Princess, please calm down. I don't know how my Do family's Do Kuei has offended you. Xiaomu's fist landed on Do Kuei's face. Just as he collapsed against the wall, the 5 fingers that had pierced into his chest deepened. I want to see what color your heart is. Only Do Kuei clearly knew how horrifying it was when the little girl in front of him said those words with her head tilted and her face paralyzed. Malicious spirit, it was as if she was a malicious spirit that crawled up from the underworld. This kind of expression made him vaguely feel as if he saw the gates of the underworld open for him. Do you know what it feels like to have a tattered body? Do you know what it feels like to be naked after death and even have your last shred of dignity taken away by you? Arbor leaned close to his face, her eyes flashing with an ice-cold light. I'll let you try it. Do Kuei's mouth was wide open, but he couldn't make a single sound. Fear and dread engulfed his heart. His entire body trembled and he almost went limp in her hand. Why did a mere competition turn into taking his life? The face of the seemingly cold and beautiful little girl in front of him was like a ghost smeared with blood. It looked extremely terrifying. Chi La. Arbor withdrew her 5 fingers, bringing out a piece of clothing, minced flesh, and blood. She coldly looked at the person paralyzed on the wall. His gaze was sluggish and hesitant. Because of the intense pain, his 4 limbs began to twitch. Enjoy your last bit of despair. Arbor coldly released her hand and raised the firewood chopping knife in her hand. She turned a deaf ear to the shouts of the people on the 2nd floor and chopped down with the knife. What came out of that chop was a piece of flesh from Do Kuei's arm. Then, without waiting for the surrounding people to cry out in alarm and react, dozens of hundreds of sabers were slashed out at an extremely fast speed. Although it looked chaotic and disorderly, in reality, only a small piece of Do Kuei's flesh was sliced off every time. It was truly a punishment of 1,000 cuts. Ah! The Do family members belatedly screamed. Eldest young Master Do's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he landed on the field with a whoosh. Do Kuei has admitted defeat, Crown Princess. He didn't admit defeat. Arbor glanced sideways at eldest young Master Do and said coldly, Are you trying to break the rules of the competition? Eldest young Master Do looked into Arbor's cold and emotionless eyes, not knowing what to say for a moment. The people from the other clans all swallowed their saliva. You won. Crown Princess. Yes. You defeated the Crown Princess. You got a spot. That's right. Come up quickly. I'm about to pee my pants, okay? Who would dare to compete with such a ferocious person? Hurry up and worship her like a bodhisattva and give her a spot. He didn't admit defeat. Arbor said coldly, not a single ripple of emotion in her eyes. Even some people who weren't familiar with her started to feel that. Did the great Crown Princess forget to take her medicine today? With a whoosh, Mo Lian quickly flashed to her side. A warm hand caressed the back of her hand as she softly called out, Jojo. Jojo. Jojo, Jojo. He tugged her small hand over and gently pulled her into his embrace, his other hand stroking her small head back and forth to soothe her. He could sense that the little fellow's body was extremely taut right now, and her entire being was in an abnormally stiff and icy state. She was trembling. What was his little fellow afraid of? This kind of little person truly made one's heart ache too much, and it made his heart ache endlessly. If it was possible, he was willing to hold the sun, moon, and universe in his hands in exchange for her simple smile. Jojo, oh Jojo, what exactly are you hiding in your heart? Why are you unwilling to confide in me? Let's not compete anymore, let's go home. Emo Lian picked her up and whispered next to her ear, darling, don't be scared. You have me if anything happens. After saying this, she abruptly glanced to the side, and a ruthless gaze landed on the nearby Do Kue. At this moment, Do Kue was in a rather wretched state. His 4 limbs were already exposing eerily white bones, and blood was still gushing out from his chest. From the looks of it, even if they carried him back to save him, he could only be reduced to a complete cripple. Very soon, the Crown Prince received a qualification tablet from Hall Master Ho and left the arena with Arbor in his arms. Duan Yu and the Qiao family group naturally weren't in the mood to continue watching, so they quickly ran out after them. Eldest Qin propped his chin up with one hand and tilted his head to look pensively at Omega Kotoku. Second brother, what are you thinking about? Omega Kotoku returned to his senses and reflexively glanced at eldest Qin, but he didn't say anything. He just inexplicably felt a trace of oppression in his heart. A very strange emotion lingered around his chest, as if it couldn't be brushed away, but it was also very hazy in his memory. Sir Black Cat, who had been secretly observing from a dark corner, mixed into the crowd at this time and elbowed the pale-faced Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian seemed to have been frightened by Arbor's ruthlessness, and she shuddered when Sir Black Cat touched her. It was as if she had been touched by something filthy, and she almost jumped up. Lord Black Cat lowered its head and wore a thick hood. Because he was shorter than the average person by at least half, as long as he did not deliberately touch the waist or legs of others, he would not attract anyone's attention. Mu Qianqian turned around and nodded at him in understanding. She then bent her back and shrunk out from the back of the crowd, following Sir Black Cat as they quietly walked downstairs. If we don't make a move now, when will we? Lord Black Cat's mouth, which was hidden under its black hood, flashed a cold smile. It lowered its voice and said, the young lady is in low spirits now and is defenseless. You idiot, you don't dare to make a move with such a good opportunity? If you miss today, it will be even more difficult in the future. Will I succeed? When Mu Qianqian recalled Arbor's ruthless methods from before, her body involuntarily shuddered again. Yes. Lord Black Cat licked its lips, a strange glint in its eyes. An emotion called greed bloomed in the depths of his eyes. Mu Qianqian tightly grasped the soul swap curse under her sleeve and nodded fiercely. She steeled her heart and said, okay. I'll go now. After saying this, she clenched her fists tightly and turned around to dash madly toward the entrance of the martial arts center. When she exited, she saw His Highness the Crown Prince carrying that little B***tch to the carriage. When Mu Qianqian saw that Arbor's expression was a bit dazed, she immediately narrowed her cold eyes. Arbor, your good days have come to an end. Quite a few people had gathered around where the carriage was parked, watching curiously. There were also several beggars sitting in the corner, filthy and in rags. They leaned against the wall and occasionally stretched out their hands to beg the people who walked past them. Emo Lian ignored these people and placed Arbor on the carriage. She then turned around and whispered something to Duan Yu, who had run over. Xiao Zhongbang and his wife also quickly followed over, anxious to check on their daughter's condition. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was something wrong with their daughter's mood just now. And right at this moment, Mu Qianqian arrived at the back of the carriage with a flash. Her brows twitched fiercely as she softly recited the spell terms that Sir Black Cat had taught her. The soul swap curse under her sleeve abruptly exploded into a faint black mist that swiftly shot toward Arbor's location. Black Cat simply sat in a row with those beggars, openly and in high spirits as he watched a good show. What if the soul swap curse could succeed in one strike? Ha ha ha. He would secretly take away the eldest Miss Qiao after the soul swap and interrogate her about the talisman art inheritance at that time. That's right. Right now, Black Cat's greatest wish was to pry that complete talisman art inheritance out of Arbor's mouth. No one would believe that a 14 to 15-year-old little girl with superb talisman arts wasn't an inheritance. Black Cat's gloomy eyes flickered as he looked at the carriage. Suddenly, a beggar beside him kicked him heavily. "What are you doing, snatching territory? Do you know first come, first served? This is my territory." The beggar who spoke was in his 50s or 60s. His oily hair was matted into knots that draped over his face and shoulders, covering the red and swollen frostbites on his old face. Frostbites covered his arms and exposed big toes. It could be seen that his daily begging in the wilderness was a miserable and ignoble existence that didn't even know where his next meal would come from. Yet he still dared to throw a tantrum like this. Black Cat had a belly full of anger but nowhere to vent it. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to attract attention, he would have strangled this repulsive stinky beggar to death long ago. Shrinking its body and wrapping itself under the hood, the black cat sat to the side. It ignored the old beggar and stared at the carriage. He was very nervous. He had to control the location of Miss Xiao's soul immediately after the soul swap. He definitely couldn't let her run away. In the blink of an eye, the soul swap curse that Mu Xianxia threw out had already transformed into a wisp of black light and abruptly arrived in front of Arbor. Mu Xianxia's heart was beating so fast that it was practically about to leap out of her chest. Arbor's hand, which was being held by his mother, suddenly froze. He sat up straight and stared at Prince Mo, who was standing beside the carriage. A trickle of blood suddenly trickled down from the corner of her mouth. It was so sudden that Xiao Zhongbang and his wife were scared out of their wits. "Jojo?" Wei Ziqin exclaimed. "Sister." Xiao Lin grabbed Arbor's small hand. However, Arbor seemed to have lost all her strength and abruptly fell backward. The back of her head was about to hit a corner of the small coffee table. Mo Lian's gaze contracted, and he swiftly flitted to her side and supported her small head. "Jojo? Sister? Quick! Quickly return to the residence." Xiao Zhongbang shouted in panic. "Huifeng, quickly summon old royal physician Qiao." "Yes, Your Highness." "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Mu Qianxian fainted behind the carriage. "Throw it further away." D***it. Sir Black Cat watched as Prince Mo's two subordinates cruelly tossed Mu Qianxian's unconscious body onto the rundown stall before swaggering off. He hastily and stealthily chased after them, grabbing Mu Qianxian and disappearing into the crowd with a few leaps. However, he was a bit hesitant in his heart. Strange, did she succeed or fail? But if the soul swap failed, the best-case scenario would be vomiting blood and paralysis, while the worst-case scenario would be her soul dispersing and dying on the spot. It didn't look like a failure. Forget it. Let's take Mu Qianxian's body away first. Perhaps eldest Miss Qiao's soul was already inside Mu Qianxian's body. Upon thinking of this, Sir Black Cat couldn't help but burst with joy, as if he could already see himself single-handedly controlling a rare talisman technique inheritance. Not long after he left, that old beggar whose entire body was covered in frostbites and whose head was covered in lice suddenly jumped up from the base of the wall. He looked at his hands one moment, then at his greasy hair draped over his shoulders the next moment, and he shrieked involuntarily. But when he truly heard his own hoarse drake-like voice, it was as if he had been struck by lightning, and his eyes bulged in fright. "Eh? Old Sly, what's wrong with you?" The other beggars who were leaning against the wall were all startled by his sudden deranged appearance. The crowd of spectators who were concentrating on listening to the competition situation frowned one after another as they glanced at the old beggar who was jumping and shrieking in fright. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" That beggar looked at his hands covered in frostbites in fright, and his lips quivered as if he was having a seizure, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. He touched his hands that were covered in frostbites one moment, then reached out to cup that old face the next. His entire body was convulsing crazily from fright, and even his breathing wasn't smooth. The other beggars on the side snickered. "Old Sly, what are you doing? What are you convulsing for? Idiot! It wasn't me, it wasn't me, it wasn't me, it wasn't me. It wasn't me." The old beggar grabbed a slightly younger beggar next to him, and his lips quivered as he shrieked, "Mirror, mirror! Do you have a mirror? Mirror!" The beggar looked at him as if he was crazy. He was so angry that he gave him a kick. "Are you crazy? I am a beggar. Do you think I'm a big girl? Why would I bring a mirror with me? This kick sent the frail old beggar to the front of a woman. He went up and wanted to hug the woman's leg. The woman was so shocked that she screamed. The husband beside the woman raised his leg and kicked him, causing him to roll back and fall to the ground with a bang. Coincidentally, there was a dog basin by the side with some water in it. He crawled over and took a closer look. He could vaguely make out what it was. Locks of hair stuck to his face as if they had been gnawed by dogs, and his face was old and ugly, covered with frostbite and wrinkles. He was so frightened that he screamed on the spot. Ah! 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 The old beggar clawed at the ground and smashed it hard with his frostbite-covered hands. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Ah! He crawled to his feet as if he had gone mad, muttering Lord, Lord Black Cat, as he ran madly to look for someone. Why was it like this? Mu Xianxia didn't know. The soul swap curse was a success. Mu Xianxia's soul had now been successfully swapped into the old beggar's body. Raise your hand in fright from the title. It was a success, the soul swap curse. Mu Xianxia's soul successfully entered the old beggar's body, but this wasn't the success that Mu Xianxia wanted. This kind of successful soul swap didn't have any substantial meaning. Mu Xianxia howled like a madwoman the entire way as she searched for Sir Black Cat's figure all over the streets. Where was Sir Black Cat? He had long thought himself infallible and ran off with Arbor in tow. Since it succeeded, Sir Black Cat naturally had to find a secluded place and slowly interrogate Arbor about the origins and specific circumstances of the talisman art inheritance. Meanwhile, Mu Xianxia was running further and further away. She ran out of the bustling main street and shuttled through various small alleys like a madwoman, screaming, Sir Black Cat. Ah, why was it like this? Her hand, her face. Would she be able to change it back? She must find Sir Black Cat, Sir. Ah, she didn't even have extravagant hopes of switching back to the crown princess's body now. She only wanted to switch back to her original body, she did not want to become a beggar. No, thump. Mu Xianxia's head seemed to have bumped into something, and it hurt. She widened her tear-filled eyes as she dazedly gazed at the empty space in front of her. There was nothing at all. Why did it feel like she had bumped into a wall just now? She shuddered her ice-cold and aged body before taking another step forward. Thump. This time, she clearly felt the feeling of being bounced back by a wall-like barrier. Ah! Mu Xianxia shrieked as she abruptly turned around, her eyes widening in horror. Little bastard, you've got guts. You actually dared to touch my disciple-nephew's soul. An angry roar came from the void. Mu Xianxia was horrified to only see a faintly discernible projection in red clothes. She couldn't even see the person's features clearly, but the voice was extremely crisp, like a young woman's voice. Ah! Ah! Aha! Mu Xianxia shrieked as she turned around, wanting to escape, but she still crashed into the barrier with a thump. She made a gesture to fling a talisman, but then she abruptly realized that this body wasn't her body. Where did she get talismans from? She didn't have talismans, this old beggar was just an ordinary person. Previously, when she forcefully entered the old beggar's body, she directly crushed the old beggar's original soul. Now, even if she used all her strength, she still wouldn't be able to break through the transparent barrier in front of her. Was she going to die? No. She didn't want to die. She was still so young. She was only 18 years old. She still had so many years to live. She couldn't die. Sob. No. Mu Xianxia knelt down in terror and despair, kneeling in front of that red projection with a powerful aura. She repeatedly cowed out and begged for mercy. Let me go, I beg you to let me go. I won't dare to do it again. She felt that the person in front of her was very powerful. It was as if he could crush her like an ant with just a stretch of his hand. Her tattered old face was covered with tears and snot, making her look extremely ugly. The projection harumphed coldly and swiftly formed several transparent hand seals. A bizarre energy instantly entered Mu Xianxia's mind. Mu Xianxia only felt as if her soul was being pinched by a giant invisible hand, and her entire body started trembling uncontrollably. All of a sudden, an indistinct strip-shaped ripple appeared in the still air around them. A segment of transparent playback flashed before the two people continuously, and it passed by extremely quickly. Xianxia gaped in horror as she looked at that transparent image that kept flashing. So scary. So scary, this powerful venerable one in front of her was actually able to extract memory fragments from the depths of her soul. Right now, the playback in front of that mysterious venerable one was precisely the time when she and Sir Black Cat had conspired to use the soul swap curse to harm Arbor. Xianxia only thought that venerable one had used a special imprint to forcibly extract her memories. She didn't know that the other party wasn't squeezing her soul to extract her memories at all. The other party had the power of time and could reverse time even if he was facing the air. She was even more unaware of what kind of fate awaited her. Right now, she could only beg the other party bitterly. Xianxia was extremely terrified. She completely couldn't muster up any thoughts of resistance. She sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud, and her lips couldn't help but tremble as she shouted, "Venerable one, venerable one. Venerable one, please forgive me, venerable one. I beg you, please spare my life. I don't dare anymore, I really don't dare anymore. Venerable one, woo woo woo. Too scary." Why was there such a mysterious venerable one behind Arbor who was her Ant Master? As the red projection pressed closer, a powerful oppressive force closed in on her. It was as if it wanted to crush her entire body into brittle bones. This power caused Xianxia to be unable to breathe as she knelt on the ground with her mouth agape. Scoundrel. It wasn't easy for us to stabilize her soul, but it was damaged by your greed. No, I don't know anything. Venerable one, spare my life, venerable one, spare my life. Just a projection had such a terrifying aura. Then what if the real person was standing in front of her? Xianxia simply didn't dare to continue thinking. Huh. You actually dared to dream of swapping her soul. You don't have any value left. Die, the projection shouted angrily. A giant invisible hand lifted Xianxia up and flung her heavily onto an ice wall that suddenly rose from the ground. Bam! Xianxia felt like her body was about to split open. The most terrifying thing was that when she turned around, she actually saw her own reflection on the ice wall. Such an ugly old face, with a lock of greasy hair hanging on a face full of frostbites? Was that her? Was it her? Ah! Xianxia shouted as she covered her face. However, she didn't know that her voice had long been blocked inside the 5 walls and couldn't pass through at all. Heh, you must be frightened by your own appearance. Do you want to know what your body will look like in 10, 20, 30 years? This is the result of trying to touch my martial nephew's soul remembrance. The cold voice sounded like a machine. Xianxia looked at that ice wall, and to her horror, she discovered that her face was starting to narrow and thin. The wrinkles on her face became denser, her eye sockets sunk in, and the veins on the back of her hands and legs were bulging. It was as if she had aged 10 years in just a few seconds. She was getting older and older, her voice was like that of a dying old man, and her turbid eyes were filled with terror as she repeatedly shouted, "No, no." The skin and flesh on her body instantly vanished into nothingness, and her entire body turned into a set of withered bones that fell loosely to the ground. TSK, no one can escape the catalysis of the time curse. As the cold voice fell, the illusory projection removed all the barriers in this small alley. The withered bones on the ground had already turned into fine dregs and scattered with the wind. Black Cat. She muttered softly. Just as she was about to move, she seemed to be restrained by something and her figure suddenly stopped. Damned heavenly Tao. You dare to suppress me? An invisible restraint stopped her on the spot for a moment. With a sudden collapse, she quickly broke free of the restraint and the illusory figure spread out into the distance. I'll find that whatever Black Cat. I'll go back after killing him. Boom. A sudden clap of thunder landed beside the illusory figure. F*CK. I've already endured your attacks on me so many times, but today I can't. Half an incense sticks time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, several invisible chains swung onto the illusory figure's body, firmly restraining her on the spot. Must you oppose me? The woman's voice revealed a strong murderous intent. Come back quickly. You can't stay there. Your power of time will cause the spacetime of this lower star domain to become unstable. A crisp voice screeched in exasperation. They touched my martial niece. I beg you. Come back quickly. She's fine. She'll be fine. Who dares to touch her? Woo-woo, damn it, stop talking nonsense. The illusory figure instantly disappeared into the air. The two beggars who had followed her poked their heads out of this small alley and looked at each other in dismay. Eh? Where's old Sly? I clearly saw him come in just now. Why isn't there anyone here? He's crazy. Forget it, don't bother with him. The Marquis of Jiayuan's estate. Mo Lian sat on the edge of the bed, his straight brows deeply knitted as he gazed at the slightly pale person lying on the bed. Old Imperial Physician Chow, how's the situation? The Crown Princess's pulse is stable and her body is in excellent condition. There's nothing wrong with her. Old Imperial Physician Chow also frowned and stood up. He had carefully checked the Crown Princess's pulse just now, and there was nothing wrong with her. However, the Crown Princess did not wake up. You guys can leave first. Mo Lian ordered indifferently. Yes. After everyone had left and closed the door, Mo Lian moved closer to the bed and reached out to hold Arbor's wrist. An endless stream of medicinal power flowed into Arbor's body. As the seconds ticked by, Mo Lian's forehead was covered in a layer of cold sweat. But his Jojo still did not wake up. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, he abruptly turned his head, but before he could see clearly who was wrapped up in the black shadow, he had already seen it. A gust of wind from a finger instantly struck him and knocked him unconscious. I almost exposed myself. If the boy hadn't used up too much of his energy, she would have been exposed in front of him. He was a very strong child. The black shadow approached the bed and lifted Arbor with one hand. In an instant, several silver needles appeared and accurately fell on her body. The reason why her soul was so unstable was because of that girl from before. Did Junior Sister take care of that person? A moment later. Arbor's complexion slightly improved. Her eyelashes fluttered and she looked at the muslin canopy above her head in a daze. Then, as if she felt something, she turned her face to the side. The first thing she saw was Mo Lian, who was half lying in front of her bed. Her heart jumped. Mo, child. A faint voice sounded by her ear. A familiar voice, an aura that was still familiar even after 1,000 dreams. Arbor's heart shuddered, and she abruptly turned half of her small face to look at that projection. Master? Arbor struggled, but she felt that she couldn't move her limbs at all. Don't move. That projection floated unhurriedly in front of her and sighed lightly. Just now, someone tried to replace your soul. As she spoke, the newcomer struck out a hand seal, and Mu Qianqian's figure appeared in the air. Do you recognize her? Mu Qianqian. It's her. Arbor's heart was shaken, and her eyes widened slightly. I remember now. Just now, when I was in the carriage, I suddenly felt a shockwave attack my conscience. She was still a bit muddle-headed at the time, so she was caught off guard and injured by this shockwave. At that time, it felt like several large hammers were hammering her brain, and she couldn't help but stare blankly before fainting from the pain. Conscious? The newcomer pondered carefully before nodding in understanding. It is indeed so. Because the other party wanted to touch your soul, she was bound to infiltrate your conscious. However, she didn't know that the golden talisman jade tome in your conscious blocked the majority of the attack for you and even repelled her soul. Then where is Mu Qianqian? Her? She went for wool and came home shorn. After her soul was repelled, it landed in an unfamiliar beggar's body. She had only herself to blame. However, how could she allow such a vicious person to continue harming her beloved disciple to live in this world? Beggar. Arbor's head moved, but she still couldn't raise her limbs. So you're saying that Mu Qianqian became a beggar? This really was the biggest joke in the world. Your Aunt Master has already chased after her. I'm afraid that she has already become a pile of bones by now, the woman said coldly. Master, I know you are my master. But why don't I remember anything? Her heart was unbearably stifled. Qiaomu really wanted to hit her own head to make it recall. The person's shadowy palm gently brushed her face, and he chuckled softly. Silly child, when your master and your martial uncle sent you back, we sealed most of your power, including your memories. Due to the passage of time and space, some of your memories will be lost. Don't worry, as you grow, you will remember everything. But why did you seal my power? The little guy blinked his eyes and tilted his little face to look at the shadow. Because, you're too strong. If I hadn't sealed you back then, the heavenly Tao would never have allowed you to come back. When you leave, the laws will restrict you. Hee hee. Master, your joke is so funny. Xianxia said that she was very strong, and Master was also saying that she was very strong. Haha, why didn't she know that she was so strong? However, Master sensed that there really are quite a lot of little freaks that ignore the laws in your lower star domain. The shadow's finger moved slightly, and a moon-shaped jade pendant suddenly hung around Arbor's neck. Little treasure, your soul has been unstable since many years ago. Master told you last time that you absolutely cannot pull out the Fushi sword in your current situation. You must be obedient, understand? Master, I'm very obedient. As soon as the jade pendant was hung around the little fellow's neck, she felt a chill attack her, so cold that she couldn't help but shiver. But very quickly, after that layer of chill peeled off, the moon-shaped jade pendant almost merged with her, instantly becoming warm and comfortable. Although the golden talisman jade tome helped you block it and the soul replacement failed, your soul body still suffered a slight shock. So it's normal for you to feel unwell and weak all over. Rest for a day or two and you'll be fine. This is the soul calming frost jade, the essence that your martial uncle extracted from the heart of the frost jade. It can stabilize your consciousness and help you cultivate and repair your divine sense. Arbor lowered her head to look at the soul calming frost jade hanging around her neck. Master, can you tell me your name? She kept feeling that her master's and martial uncle's names were at the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't remember them. Master, whoosh. There seemed to be the sound of iron chains swinging in the air. Arbor slightly widened her eyes. She couldn't see anything, but she could feel that the shadow's arm seemed to be bound by chains. Tiandao, that's enough. Her precious disciple only wanted to know her name. She had to freaking be restricted? That's too much. Was her name so shameful? Come back quickly. If you don't come back soon, the spacetime here will collapse. Ah. If Tiandao could transform now, he would probably go crazy. If rolling on the ground begging for mercy was useful, Tiandao would definitely be paralyzed on the ground and refuse to get up. Master. Master. Arbor struggled with her little hands and feet, trying to climb up from the bed. But when she moved, she felt like her head was being hit by a hammer. It was very painful. Don't move. Master is fine, I just have to go back. That person flicked a small green jade bottle into Arbor's arms. This is a core foundation pill. It can help you consolidate and stabilize your cultivation. Master sees that there's a powerful force in your body that hasn't completely merged, you. Tiandao. I haven't finished speaking yet. Indeed, the earth essence in her body had yet to fully integrate. Arbor anxiously called out, Master, Master, can you tell me how we met? That person's faint laughter slightly rippled in the silent air. The first time I saw you, you were only 7 years old. You were surrounded by countless strong enemies, holding the Fushi sword in your hand. Yes, you were killing people. Tiandao shrieked in a crisp voice, how could you reveal so much about the past to her? Aha! Come back quickly. Time and space will collapse, ah. A crack appeared in the void. Master, Master. The little fellow called out anxiously. The voice slowly faded away. Xiaobao, take good care of yourself. Your uncle Master and I will only be able to sense it when there are any unusual movements in your soul. Rest well and don't get hurt again. Master. Arbor struggled to move, and his little hand was suddenly grasped by a warm hand. Jojo. Mo Lian looked at her worriedly. Did you have a nightmare again? Arbor looked at him in a daze, and called out somewhat pitifully, Mo Lian, I can't move. This feeling of not being able to control her limbs and being unable to move at all was really terrible. This would make her think of those unbearable past for no reason. Mo Lian hastily picked her up and patted her back comfortingly. It's fine, it's fine. How do you feel now? Headache. I can't move my entire body except for my neck. The more Arbor spoke, the more she felt that she was rather pitiful. It was all that Xianxia's fault. Why did she have to replace her soul without any rhyme or reason? Mo Lian hugged her with heartache. He circled her limp body and said softly, "Your conscience seems to have been damaged by an external force for no reason. Just now, I used medicinal power." "You used medicinal power to help me?" Xiaomu lifted her head and stared intently at his fatigued face. "Did you overuse the medicinal power?" "No, I know what I'm doing." Mo Lian comforted her. "Jojo, do you know what happened?" Arbor nodded. "It's Xianxia. She." When she thought up to this point, a thought suddenly flashed through Arbor's mind. "She probably used a type of forbidden curse to force my soul out of my body and take over my body." "What?" Mo Lian was shocked. "My master told me." Arbor didn't hide it from him. "My master came by just now." "Your master?" Mo Lian abruptly recalled that he seemed to have sensed a powerful aura flowing inside the room. However, when he turned around to look, he only saw a black fog-like projection before he was knocked unconscious by someone. Just how powerful was Jojo's master? Arbor nodded and said anxiously, "Mo Lian, look at my neck. There's a moon-shaped jade pendant. Take it off and see if there's anything engraved on it." Mo Lian nodded. Just as he reached out to touch that moon-shaped jade pendant, his fingers shrank back from the chill seeping into his body. "What's wrong?" Arbor could feel his body tense up. "Extremely cold." Mo Lian's hand slowly lit up with a cluster of red flames. She used it to envelop the jade pendant, and only then did she take it. "Are there any words on it?" Arbor's eyes lit up. "There's a name." Mo Lian flipped the moon-shaped jade pendant over, revealing a few small characters on the back. "Dark Phoenix. Against the heavens." Arbor seemed to have been hit by something. He was stunned for a moment, and then he shouted excitedly, "Yes, yes. My master is called Dark Phoenix. I remember now. And Martial Uncle Nidian, Martial Uncle Nidian. I remember now." Mo Lian didn't say anything. She just looked at her and reached out to pat her back to help her calm down. However, that was all. When she saw the names, she could recall some of them, but she couldn't remember anything else. However, her master said that as long as she truly matured, she would definitely be able to break the seal and obtain the missing part of her memories. Mo Lian put that moon-shaped jade pendant back on her neck. "This jade is very good. It can help you nourish your conscience. If you wear it to cultivate your spiritual conscience, it might be twice the result with half the effort." Mo Lian. "Do you believe in karma?" Mo Lian looked at her in a daze. At the same time, he reached out to hug her tightly. His heart also started to fluctuate slightly. "I do. As long as it's you who say it, I believe it." He looked at her deeply, then carried her to the bed and tucked her in. "Sleep for a while, okay?" Xiaomu responded with a "MHM." She indeed felt exhausted, a kind of mental exhaustion. Her master had said that her soul had always been unstable and needed to be nurtured properly. She could not afford to suffer any more damage at this stage. Although she couldn't remember many things now, she already had a strange and accurate speculation in her heart about this. In addition, Cho had confidently told her that she was reborn because her master and uncle master had used the power of time and space. So in the end, after she died in her previous life, she did not immediately come back to life. Secondly, her soul had probably wandered in a desolate void for a long time. She did not know how long she had wandered in this world. Moreover, she did not know whether that void was hell or not. She could not remember what had happened in there. After that, she must have met her master and uncle master, until her master and uncle master used the power of time and space to help her come back to life. She had lost all her memories of wandering and how she interacted with her master and uncle master. Actually, after coming back to life, there was no need to delve into the past. But there were some things she really did not want to forget. In addition, after her rebirth, there was one thing she did not dare to think about. It was a knot in her heart that she had always buried deep in her heart. She felt that if she dug out that hazy memory, it would hurt her to death. How did she die in her previous life? She had never thought about it. Arbor only felt her head hurt when she thought about the cause of her death in her previous life. It was as if 10,000 needles were fiercely throbbing in her brain. She was so tired that she could not even lift her eyelids. As she breathed, she smelled a faint calming medicinal fragrance. She did not know when she had fallen into a deep sleep. Seeing her frown, Mo Lian, who did not seem to be asleep with her eyes closed, gave her some medicine. Now that her breathing was slowly stabilizing, he was slightly relieved. Mo Lian sat with her for a while longer. Then, he got up and left Nanju Garden, closing the door behind him. A dark figure appeared beside him. Where is he? This subordinate has temporarily left him in the guest court where no one will go. Your Highness, are you going over now? Aoyi whispered. Mo Lian nodded and led Aoyi in the direction of the guest court. As soon as she entered the guest garden, Mo Lian quickened her pace and directly pushed open one of the side rooms. There was only a little light in the room. Under the dim light, a man was lying on the cold ground. He looked extremely miserable. His arms and legs revealed part of his white bones. He was lying there gasping for breath. Even his breathing seemed to be very weak. This was the Dou family's Dou Kuei. Your Highness. Stay up late placed a document in Mo Lian's hands. The information was very concise and contained only 2 pages of information. Aoyi whispered to him, according to the Night Pavilion's investigation, this young Master Dou has some unknown hobbies. He whispered into His Highness the Crown Prince's ear, and Mo Lian cast an extremely icy gaze at Dou Kuei. Mo Lian put down the 2 pieces of information. The only thing she knew was that Dou Kuei's parents used to live in a town near Quoto village and had previously planned to buy Qiaolin. Dou Kuei's family was only a branch of the capital's Dou family. If not for Dou Kuei's talent, it would have been very difficult for his parents, who were ordinary people, to enter the capital's Dou family. Mo Lian narrowed her eyes and turned to Aoyi. Wake him up. I have a few questions to ask. Yes. Aoyi stepped forward and ruthlessly splashed a basin of salt water on Dou Kuei. Dou Kuei's eyes widened in shock, and his entire body trembled. Do you still remember Qiaolin, the Crown Princess' younger sister? The Crown Prince asked mildly. Tell me, why did you want to buy the Crown Princess' younger sister back then? How could Dou Kuei remember something from so many years ago when the Crown Prince asked? Moreover, he was in a terrible state right now. His breathing was intermittent, as if he would stop breathing at any moment. A cold glint flashed through the Crown Prince's eyes. You won't tell me? Aoyi listened from the side and couldn't help but lower his head, the corners of his mouth twitching. Dou Kuei might not remember something that happened 7 or 8 years ago. Then this Crown Prince will turn you into a mechanical puppet. I'll imprison your flesh and even your soul in a mechanical puppet for all eternity. You'll never be able to reincarnate. Such frightening words had obviously stirred up Dou Kuei's originally listless spirit. It was definitely because he was frightened. No, don't, he hissed. His voice was clearly blocked by the Crown Prince's defensive barrier. No matter how much he screamed, he couldn't alarm the others in the Qiao estate. Then are you going to tell me or not? The Crown Prince asked coldly. Your Highness, Your Highness. Dou Kuei sobbed and writhed on the ground like a pitiful worm. I really don't remember, Your Highness. Your Highness. I really don't remember offending the Crown Princess. How could he dare to offend such a demon? If he really did offend her in the past, he was willing to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times to apologize to the Crown Princess. You don't remember? The Crown Prince's voice was faintly suppressed with anger. Then do you remember Quoto village? I remember. Quoto village is one of the villages near our town. The Dou family was the leader of the town back then. They knew very well which villages paid more and which didn't. This Quoto village was the poorest village. His father had once nagged him about how poor this village was and how there wasn't a bit of profit. Qiaolin, the Crown Princess' younger sister. 7 or 8 years ago, your Dou family wanted to buy this little girl from Quoto village to adopt. Dou Kuei's eyes widened. Her? It's her? Speaking of Quoto village, he recalled that there was indeed such a matter back then. However, that family refused to sell their daughter, so the matter was left unsettled. Why did you buy her? Do Kuei stammered and didn't want to say anything. Suddenly, a purple flame fell on his waist and burned. He rolled on the ground in pain, but he couldn't put out the flame. Still not willing to speak? The crown prince asked coldly. Speak, I'll speak. I'll talk. Yes, I'm despicable and shameless. Do Kuei said, trembling. I saw that the little girl was cute, and I had thoughts that I shouldn't have. I wanted to buy her and raise her by my side for a few years. The crown prince's eyes darkened. Kill him. Get rid of his parents and family. Yes, your highness. No, your highness, I've already admitted to everything. If you want me to die, I have nothing to say. But don't blame my family, don't blame my family. Mo Lian tossed him a cold gaze. How could your parents not know about that little hobby of yours? No one in this family was innocent. No, don't, your highness. Your highness. Do Kuei turned pale with fright as he watched the man slam the door and leave. He only felt that the flame at his waist seemed to have abruptly given birth to a strange power, and with a whoosh, the flames shot up extremely high. Mo Lian took a deep breath and looked up at the boundless, pitch-black night sky, a pensive look flitting across her eyes. She could tell that Jojo's eyes were brimming with undisguised hatred for this Do Kuei. It was absolute hatred, and she wanted to execute this person by 1,000 cuts. If it was merely the small enmity of Kwoto Village's failed business transaction with Qiao Lin, how could she bear such intense hatred and resentment with this Do family? Her grudge with Do Kuei was limited to that transaction with Qiao Lin. Logically speaking, after the transaction failed, the two families should have no more interactions. In addition, she and little Sixth Xing had never met before Bailon City, so where did that inexplicable good feeling come from? Could it be that Duan Yu's crow's beak had really hit the nail on the head, and that it was an old grudge from a past life? What exactly happened in Jojo's past life? She completely didn't want to continue guessing. What was up with his Jojo's past life? Didn't that mean that his Jojo had once died? When she thought of this, Mo Lian felt that her breathing had almost stopped. Under the boundless night sky, Missouri Lian's back was ramrod straight, and her deep phoenix eyes were gazing deeply into the distance. She didn't move in the slightest for a long time. Meanwhile, the Do family had already been turned upside down. The Do family's steward, who had rushed over to report the news, trembled all over as he knelt in front of the Do family's family head, Do Heping. He stammered, after the Do family's courtyard caught fire, the fire couldn't be extinguished no matter what. After we mobilized people and finally extinguished the fire with great difficulty, we only saw the corpses of Do Kuei's family. Did you make a clear count? Eldest young Sir Do asked coldly. Do Kuei's family had a total of 7 people. Why they've already been burned to ashes? Eldest young Sir Do glanced icily at Steward Do. That means we couldn't make a head count at all. Fingmian, what do you want to say? Do Heping attached great importance to his eldest son and second son. Whenever there was a problem, he liked to listen to his 2 sons' opinion. Father, I want to say that the fire this time came so suddenly and strangely. I'm afraid that someone set the fire. Lead the way. Do Fenghua stood up and glanced at Steward Do. Steward Do quickly led the way for the second young master, leading the 2 young masters and the Do family's patriarch, Do Heping, to the Do Kuei family's courtyard, which was blackened by the fire. The disciples surrounding the courtyard were all chased away by housekeeper Do's men. In the end, the dozen or so servants went through the courtyard and only found 6 half-human and half-lesbian corpses. Do Fenghua sighed and said, Father, let's just let this matter pass. We'll hold the funeral tomorrow and just say it was an accident. Fenghua? Do Fenghua took out a thin piece of paper from her sleeve and handed it to her father and elder brother. You just offended the crown princess this morning, and now you're sending someone to silence me at night. Do Heping was suddenly furious. What's more, I don't know if what's written on the paper is true or false. Could it be that just because Do Kuei once tried to taint the crown princess's younger sister, he can treat human lives like grass? Do Kuei was considered an extremely talented member of the Do family's younger generation, so Do Heping couldn't swallow the resentment in his heart. Father, you have to swallow it even if you can't. Do Fenghua said indifferently. If you want the Do family to be well, then draw a clear line between you and Do Kuei's family from now on." After saying this, she swaggered off. Do Heping glanced at Do Fengmian. "Fengmian, what do you think?" Do Fengmian nodded. "Second brother's analysis is correct. For our Do clan, we have to swallow this anger for the time being. If my guess is correct, it wasn't the crown princess who did it. No matter how one looked at it, it was definitely that person who had made such a swift, incisive, and unpredictable move." Seeing that his two sons had the same attitude, Do Heping could only sigh helplessly and nod. Right now, the most important thing is Fengqi's preparation for the Mystic Beast Forest Secret Realm. Do Heping nodded. "That's right. It's a pity that Yaoer was eliminated. I originally thought that the two sisters could still travel together." Do Fengmian said indifferently, "That's not bad. Look at the Mu clan. They originally had lofty aspirations of obtaining 2 spots, but in the end they didn't obtain a single one. The Talisman patrician family's failure this time simply made them the laughingstock of the entire capital." Do Heping revealed a faint smile when he heard this. "That's right. Apart from the Wu clan, which was originally slightly weaker, this time, the Mu clan, the head of the 8 great patrician families, also joined the ranks of the losers. This was very surprising. The other 6 patrician families each had one person who won, so it could be considered a tie. In the Qin Estate's crane garden, young Master Omega Kotoku supported his chin with his hand and tilted his head slightly as he casually wrote and drew on a piece of paper. A delicate and pretty woman dressed in black stood silently in front of the desk with her head bowed. She wore a short jacket with arrow sleeves, and her long hair was neatly tied up tightly, revealing her high hairline. On this trip to the Mystic Beast Forest Secret Realm, the first thing to search for is a 10,000-year-old Xuanji core. You should already be clear. Yes. Qin Susu nodded crisply. She participated in the selection as the eldest and second young master's foster sister. In reality, she was a hidden guard that the second young master had nurtured for many years. She was very clear about her position and what she needed to do. She only needed to act according to the second young master's orders and had no other thoughts. Also, Omega Kotoku put down the brush in his hand and indifferently swept a glance over Qin Susu. "You must ensure Miss Chiao's safety on this trip. If necessary, you must protect her with your life." Qin Susu was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Yes, subordinate obeys." Then, he carefully glanced at Omega Kotoku. Omega Kotoku asked coldly, "What other questions do you have?" "If Miss Chiao also wishes to obtain the Xuanji core, what should I do?" Qin Susu pursed her lips, a serious look on her delicate face. Omega Kotoku suddenly smiled, a trace of dark green flowing in the depths of her eyes, and there was a faint warmth between her brows. "If she wants it, then give it to her. It's just a Xuanji core." Qin Susu was stunned. Wasn't second young master spoiling her too much? Then may I ask, what is the point of this subordinate risking his life for? Was it to help Miss Chiao obtain the Xuanji core? Second young master left the desk and walked out the door, leaving Qin Susu standing in front of the desk in a daze for a long time. A piece of ink paper floated down from the table and landed softly at Qin Susu's feet. Qin Susu looked down. The paper was filled with the word Chiao, written clearly and forcefully on the back of the paper. Qin Susu pursed her lips. She was only a hidden guard. She would definitely complete her master's orders, even if it meant risking her life. Omega Kotoku walked out of the room and stroked the large crane that was strolling leisurely in the garden with a deep look in his eyes. The patriarch of the Mu family, Mu Boming, was about to explode from anger. They had entered the selection competition full of confidence, but in the end, their Mu family didn't even get a single spot. In addition, Madame Mu had been weeping endlessly next to him, saying that something must have happened to her daughter since she hadn't returned yet. She nagged him to send people to search for her non-stop, which made him extremely vexed for no reason. "Master, Madam." A servant hurriedly came to report, "Miss has returned." "Ah, my Xianxia has returned." Madame Mu promptly jumped up from her chair with joy on her face. Mu Boming glared at Madame Mu in displeasure. "You're the only one who's freaking out all day. What could have happened to Xianxia? She must have gone to cause trouble again." Madame Mu ignored him and walked over to welcome her daughter. However, when she saw Mu Xianxia being carried in with a ghastly pale face, she immediately cried out in alarm. Xianxia! My daughter! Madame Mu pounced over to hug her daughter and howled, who exactly caused you to become like this? Mu Bomi was also slightly alarmed, and he turned around to berate that servant. What exactly happened? Master, this lowly one also doesn't know. Eldest Miss was thrown at the side door, and no one knows who sent Eldest Miss back. Xianxia, our daughter. Madame Mu bawled as she wiped her tears. Master, quickly think of a way to save our daughter. Mu Boming's expression was very unsightly, and he turned around to roar at that servant. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry and invite the capital's most famous physician to the estate to take eldest Miss's pulse. After the Mu family bustled about in a flurry of activity, Mu Boming was informed by several elderly physicians that his daughter Mu Xianxia had contracted a very rare soul loss illness and would probably never wake up again in this lifetime. Late at night, a short and small figure appeared on the wall of the outer courtyard of the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate. This person was precisely Sir Black Cat, who had quietly left after throwing Mu Xianxia's abandoned body at the entrance of the Mu family's estate. After he left with Arbor in his conceit, he found a remote place, but he couldn't wake Mu Xianxia up no matter what. She tried all kinds of methods and used everything she could think of, even using fire and stabbing, but in the end, Mu Xianxia was still as motionless as a corpse. Lord Black Cat then realized that something might have gone wrong during the soul-swapping process. This was what caused Mu Xianxia's body to enter a soulless state, so she could be considered a completely useless trash. Therefore, Black Cat wanted to take advantage of the night to come to the Marquis of Jiayuan's estate to take a look at Miss Chia's situation. Unfortunately, his front foot had just leaped onto the wall when his back foot was almost struck by a sudden burst of profound energy. An ambush? What a good Black Cat! It bent its waist in midair and then landed steadily on the ground covered with small pebbles in the courtyard. When he saw clearly who was in front of him, his pupils could not help but shrink slightly. Pa Mo Lian clapped her hands with a faint smile. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she slowly walked over from under the shade of the tree. Her pair of phoenix eyes appeared especially bright under the illumination of the night stars. I guessed that someone would come, but I didn't expect it to be you. Mo Lian sneered at him. You are, that clown from the Luo family troupe, right? Why do you have to hide your head and show your tail? Black Cat was truly startled by His Highness the Crown Prince acting like this. In his impression, he had only seen His Highness the Crown Prince from afar on the day they entered the palace. After that, although he and the Luo family troupe were arranged to stay in the palace, only the concubines came to watch the opera. He had never seen the Crown Prince. In other words, the Crown Prince recognized his identity with just one glance when he entered the palace. What kind of terrifying eyesight was this? When he entered the palace, he was a short clown hiding in the crowd. He was inconspicuous. Even so, the Crown Prince's eyesight was so accurate. Lord Black Cat's pupils constricted again, and he stepped back. The Crown Prince's lips curled into a cold smile. Suddenly, Lord Black Cat moved. He threw out a Xianxia talisman in each hand. This was the most basic offensive talisman in the forbidden talisman arts. It drew on the yin energy between heaven and earth. Once it entered a person's body, it could cause extensive damage. Lord Black Cat was using a mid-level Xianxia talisman. If Arbor was here, he could use a high-level defensive talisman to block it. Yet at this time, Mo Lian didn't even look at Black Cat. Purple flames ignited in his hand, and he directly burned the two mystic yin talismans. Yin energy could not withstand fire spirits. Moreover, Mo Lian's purple flame spirit was a 9th level spiritual fire. It could ignore all other fire spirits except for the holy flame. The two Xianxia talismans struggled to break free from the raging fire, and then were burned to ashes. Lord Black Cat's pupils constricted, and he immediately turned to flee. However, as soon as he moved, countless arrows shot at him from the top of the wall, causing him to fly back. Stay Up Late waved his hand, and a row of people stood up from the wall. They were all waiting for Lord Black Cat. A talisman master, Mo Lian said calmly. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Damn it. Lord Black Cat gritted his teeth, and suddenly threw out a dozen Xianxia talismans from his sleeves. He charged at Stay Up Late and the others. Disperse, Mo Lian said coldly. Stay Up Late and the others were not stupid. Seeing so many talismans coming at them, they quickly jumped down from the wall. Bam, bam, bam. The talismans cracked in the air, and a cold aura came at them. Mo Lian swiftly leaped onto the top of the wall and formed several complicated hand seals that resembled the shape of a lotus with lightning speed that left no time for covering one's ears. A few black lotuses suddenly appeared, and were thrown in front of Lord Black Cat. Lord Black Cat growled, and quickly retreated. He covered his face with his sleeves, and his body was full of energy for defense. Suddenly, boom! Boom! A burst of explosive sounds rang out, and the wall was directly torn into pieces by this force. Lord Black Cat's broken body, along with the wall, fell heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Black Cat coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood in horror. It turned its head in disbelief to look at the tall and slender figure of the Crown Prince, who remained silent. How, His Highness the Crown Prince had defeated him in one move. He could be considered one of the top charm masters, but when he met His Highness the Crown Prince, he didn't even have the slightest ability to fight back. How could youngsters nowadays be so terrifying? How could he endure this? Cough, cough. Lord Black Cat could not stop coughing. Mo Lian gave a look, and Stay Up Late and the others immediately jumped forward. They lifted Lord Black Cat from the ground, and forced him to kneel in front of him. You look a bit familiar to me. Mo Lian remarked dryly. Swoosh. Aoyi understood tacitly and stepped forward to pull off the black hat on Sir Black Cat's head. While he was at it, he grabbed her hair and lifted her face up. Mo Lian's eyes flickered as she looked at his face and smiled coldly. No wonder you look so familiar. You must be the brother of the snake-driving dwarf. That's right. If Arbor was here, she would definitely realize that Sir Black Cat's face was exactly the same as the two dwarfs who attacked her. The eldest of the three dwarf brothers was this Sir Black Cat, who was adept at using charms. He was Shuntian Prefecture's Lu Iji's lackey. Mo Lian narrowed her eyes and nodded at Aoyi. Aoyi's hand chopped down cleanly and knocked Sir Black Cat unconscious. Interrogate him properly. This time, we must interrogate Lu Iji's whereabouts. Mo Lian curled her lips and sneered. We have no interest in playing cat and mouse games with him anymore. Yes, Your Highness. Aoyi knew that His Highness the Crown Prince was in a very bad mood, so he hurriedly shrunk his neck and agreed. I'll mend this wall later. Mo Lian turned around and walked briskly into the courtyard. The next morning, Arbor lay on the bed, feeling no different from a paralyzed patient. She could move her arms and legs slightly, but she still didn't have the strength to get up from the bed. Wei Ziqin, Qiao Zhongbang, Qiao Lin, and the others came to check on her anxiously. After being comforted by her, they left Nanju Garden with some relief. At noon, she finally felt hungry. The Crown Prince lifted her up and fed her half a bowl of porridge. How are you feeling? Mo Lian reached out to touch her forehead and whispered, Are you feeling better? I don't have any strength. Xiao Mu tilted her head dejectedly. Will I always be a good-for-nothing? Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh. How is that possible? Your soul is shaken, so it will definitely affect your body. I'm sure he'll recover in 2 days. That may be the case, but aren't we about to go to the Mystic Beast Forest Secret Realm? It's still early. We still have 10 days. It won't be too late to go there then. Speaking of this, Mo Lian couldn't help but glance at her worriedly. Jojo, I can only escort you to the entrance of the Mystic Beast Forest Secret Realm. I can't accompany you into the Secret Realm. Of course. Arbor said with a nod. Xiao Donghua had previously said that if anyone above the age of 20 tried to force their way into the Mystic Beast Forest Secret Realm, they would be mercilessly exterminated at the entrance. Therefore, this arcane realm had an age limit. Although she didn't know how it determined this, she certainly didn't want Mo Lian to take the risk. Then I won't be able to see you for a month, Mo Lian said unhappily. The Mystic Realm could only be opened once every 10 years. Each time it opened, it would be open for a month. Within a month, the Mystic Realm would not open again. Of course, if one couldn't leave the Mystic Realm after a month, then there was a possibility that they would stay there forever. You must remember to come out once the 1-month deadline is up. You mustn't be greedy and act rashly, got it? Mo Lian suddenly thought of this and hastily said to her. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Arbor puffed up her cheeks, thinking that she was just going in to take a look. Most importantly, she wanted to take the opportunity to make a trip to the Mystic Beast Forest and gather some Mystic Beast cores for the little white squirrel to nourish its body. Previously, Mo Lian had morning sunlight pavilions people gather a batch of Mystic Beast cores and feed them to the little white squirrel. Sure enough, it was greatly beneficial to its body. At this time, the little fat squirrel was a lot fatter than before, and its big tail was also longer. She reckoned that if she fed it more Mystic Beast cores, it should wake up. Thinking of this, Arbor's mood couldn't help but improve. The two of them talked for a while with their heads together. In the afternoon, people from the palace came to invite Mo Lian back. Xiaoyao stayed by the bedside to look after Arbor. Arbor's spirit was a bit weak, so she slept. When she woke up, it was already 10 minutes into the night. Arbor felt a bit dizzy in her daze. She got up and ate 2 mouthfuls of food before lying down to sleep again. She didn't know that when she fell asleep, the moon-shaped jade pendant on her neck had been emitting a faint light. These 2 days, Arbor had been eating and sleeping, switching between half awake and half asleep. After 2 full days, she finally felt that her head didn't hurt as much anymore, and her spirit also recovered a bit. When she got up early in the morning, she gave Xiaoyao a big fright. Miss. Why are you up? I've been lying down for 2 days. It's time to get up and move around. Arbor sighed and carelessly wiped her little face before throwing the handkerchief into the basin. That's true. Xiaoyao nodded and said, Miss can finally get up and move around. I'll go tell Master and Madam this good news. Go ahead. Arbor nodded. Oh, have someone prepare the carriage. I want to go out and take a breather. She was almost bored to death at home. Now that she was in the carriage, she specially had Xiaoyao hang up the windows and curtains a bit so that she could breathe in the cold wind outside. Miss, it's cold outside today. Will you catch a cold? Xiaoyao nervously draped a fur coat over her. Arbor could not help but laugh. She knew her own body better than anyone else. There was no problem at all. It was just that her soul had been touched and she was mentally exhausted. However, after a day or 2 of repairs, it would probably be completely healed. These 2 days, our Guanlan city hasn't been peaceful. Xiaoyao pursed her lips. Rats and ants can be seen everywhere on the streets, and they're all very big. They all said that there was a problem with the Nimpan Tower of the Honghai Temple. I don't know who started this rumor, but it's said that a demon has appeared and a calamity has descended from the heavens. These days, His Highness the Crown Prince has been busy dealing with the rumors in Jingdou. Xiaoyao turned her head and looked at Arbor with a smile. Are you going to the palace to see His Highness? Arbor was startled and then shook his head indifferently. I just wanted to come out and take a breather. Oh. It was only then that Xiaoyao clearly saw a hint of disgust flash past the Crown Prince Consort's eyes. This was disgust for the palace. Sigh. Xiaoyao let out a long sigh. It seemed that after the Lantern Festival incident, it would be difficult to make the Crown Princess willingly enter the palace. Right, that Taoist priest Dayu. Arbor asked with a frown, did you find him? She felt that this person was a bit strange, as if he harbored great enmity towards her. However, she did not know him at all. We've searched the entire city, but we couldn't find him. I'm afraid he escaped. Peony frowned as well. His Highness the Crown Prince had sent many people to investigate. Even so, that old Taoist was still able to slip away. It was evident that his methods were exceedingly formidable and unrivaled. Arbor nodded in response. Recalling Priest Dayu's mocking gaze, she couldn't help but secretly clench her fists. There was definitely something strange about this person. The two of them sat in the carriage and casually strolled around the city. During this time, Arbor indeed saw many fat rats appear in the city. They wantonly scurried through the streets, causing the pedestrians to shriek in fright. Miss, it's those fat rats. They look really disgusting. Xiaoyao grabbed the carriage curtain and turned to glance at her. A strange glint flashed through Arbor's eyes. She nodded and said, Amen, it's about time to breathe. Let's go back. A sorcerer has come into being? A calamity descending from the heavens. Haha, it wasn't that she was sensitive, but she felt that there was a hint of a conspiracy behind this. However, she wanted to see how such a huge accusation would be planted on her head if she wasn't in the capital. The next day, His Highness the Crown Prince, who was discussing politics in the Eastern Palace's small study, received a report from a subordinate. Your Highness, it's bad. The Crown Princess packed her things and ran away. What? Mo Lian immediately tossed away the brush in her hand and jumped up from her chair. Hui Feng swept a glance at Hidden Flower, who came to report. Haha, was it his imagination? Why did he feel that Hidden Flower had an impudent smile in his eyes? Wasn't he afraid that the Crown Prince would destroy him with a single hand with his ghastly expression of schadenfreude? What exactly happened? Hurry and speak. Mo Lian was both shocked and surprised. Last night, he even went to the Qiao estate to see his little emperor darling. He was very happy to see that she could get out of bed and walk around safely. Why did she run away today? This subordinate doesn't know. Hidden Flower chuckled as his body swayed. He covered his mouth and said, perhaps the Crown Princess wanted to give you a surprise. Haha, what a pleasant surprise. Hui Feng rolled his eyes at him before retracting his gaze. He cupped his fists and bowed to Crown Prince Lien. Your Highness, this subordinate is willing to immediately go and chase the Crown Princess back. Hidden Flower pursed his lips when he heard this. Come on. The Crown Princess is riding on Qing Yuan. How are you going to chase after her? You think you can outrun Qing Yuan with your 2 legs? Haha. Mo Lian hurriedly walked out. Where did she go? Your Highness, don't be anxious. Hidden Flower appeared in front of the Crown Prince in a flash and took out a letter from his sleeve. The Crown Princess left a letter for you. Mo Lian hurriedly took the letter and opened it. Mo Lian, I'll bring the little monk back to Holland Mountain. We'll be back in 3 days. Don't worry, Mo Lian was stunned for a moment, but she still walked out of the study. Hidden Flower hurriedly said, Your Highness, are you really going? The Crown Princess said that you've been busy with government affairs and asked you to focus on them. Who would be in the mood to deal with political affairs? His wife had run away. What the hell was he supposed to deal with? As he spoke, Gong Chang'an ran over in small steps, panting as he shouted, Your Highness, the Great King has summoned you. Her Majesty the Empress Dowager and the 12th Prince have returned. Your Highness, don't worry. Lightning and the others have already followed the Crown Princess. Even though they might not be able to catch up, at this moment, our dear Qiao Mu, who had packed her bags and ran away, had already flown to Quoto village on Qing Yuan. In his arms, he was also hugging the bald little monk, Kong Kong. Benefactress, where are we going? Arbor sat cross-legged inside the defensive barrier, flipping through the parchment map in her hands. Kong Kong, your Buddhist hand seals are not bad? Hearing that, the little monk immediately patted his chest with his claws. Of course, this is a compulsory course for this little monk. Blue Luan, we're almost there. Let's go down. Okay, Master. Blue Luan immediately flapped her wings and slowly descended. That day, she had obtained a parchment map from the old monk of Shadow Moon Temple. With just one glance, she could clearly recognize that the location marked on the Land of Heritage was Quoto Village's Holland Mountain. Wasn't it very surprising? She had not expected that after leaving the village for so many years, she would actually return once again. And according to the location marked on the map, this Land of Heritage was it was in the vicinity of the stone forest where she had first found the paradise. This was really too much of a coincidence. A faint trace of doubt flashed through Arbor's heart. After jumping down from Blue Luan's back, Blue Luan immediately transformed into human form. She had the appearance of a handsome youth of 17 or 18 years old. Her features were very outstanding, but her green robes were a little tight on her body. Da Qing, you seem to have grown a little taller. Arbor reached out to compare their heights. When Blue Luan had first transformed into human form, she had only been 13 or 14 years old. In this half a month, she had grown a little too much. As Master, it was time for her to buy some clothes for her subordinates so that they would not be so tight when they went out. It would be a little funny, Masta, while absorbing the essence earth, I also benefited a lot. Blue Luan hurriedly nodded. Benefactress, carry me. The little monk dragged his feet and suddenly reached out to tug at the corner of Arbor's clothes. Scared. Arbor reached out and picked him up, carrying him in her arms as they continued forward. The Quoto village in front of them was now a pile of ruins. After 7 to 8 years of wind and rain, the originally half-built mud houses had now collapsed. Xiaomu stepped on the pile of dust and rubble as she slowly walked, paying attention to her surroundings as she walked. The little monk abruptly formed a Buddhist seal with his chubby fingers before smacking Xiaomu's forehead with a smack. Arbor, benefactress, there are quite a few ghost spirits here. Did you feel unwell just now? The corner of Arbor's mouth twitched as he shook his head. No. Why did this brat feel like he was a fraud? The little monk shook his head and muttered to himself, Benefactress, you are indeed a unique weirdo in this world. Then take a look again. Do you see anything? Just now, he had used the Buddha seal to open her eyes. For the time being, she could see some drifting ghosts. She should avoid them as much as possible. It was not good to be contaminated with yin qi. No. Arbor shook her head. She only saw the ruins. Arbor pinched his chubby cheeks and asked curiously, are there really ghosts in this world? Not ghosts, but ghost spirits. The little monk puffed up his chubby cheeks and said in a childish voice, since there are immortal spirits in this world, there are naturally ghost spirits. Aren't you great talisman masters able to make deity-inviting talismans and invite immortal spirits to possess you? Arbor silently shut her little mouth. She had never heard of deity-inviting talismans. This brat actually knew quite a lot. In the past, after finishing my evening classes, Master would tell me some anecdotes before going to bed. Benefactress, you have to read more books. Arbor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was she being looked down on by a little ghost? What else did Great Master Kongyin say? Master said that ghost spirits are the convergence of resentment and are born with the power of evil. Oh, there was once a talisman master who wantonly killed villagers and deliberately created ghost spirits to practice a forbidden technique called the Darking Talisman. Arbor nodded in understanding. I understand. I haven't learned the God-inviting talisman yet. Then it's no wonder you're ignorant and inexperienced. The little monk sighed, pretending to be an old man. Arbor's mouth twitched. She raised a hand and rubbed his little bald head. Speak properly, don't be so sarcastic. Benefactress, you really can't see the ghost spirits? The little monk casually pointed in front of him. I can't see them. It was quite strange that Arbor couldn't see the ghost spirits. After all, the little monk had opened his eyes for her. These ghost spirits probably didn't look too beautiful, so it didn't matter whether she could see them or not. As the two spoke, they heard rustling sounds coming from the ruins in front of them. Suddenly, an ugly one-legged, one-armed corpse hag jumped out. Its skin and flesh had rotted away, making it look like a moving skeleton. Wah! The little monk reflexively reached out and wrapped his arms tightly around Arbor's neck. In the next moment, Arbor raised her arm and shot a crowgold arrow at the skeletal corpse puppet, sending it flying and landing heavily on the ground. She had naturally killed it with a headshot. That corpse puppet definitely wouldn't be able to get up again. Arbor put down her crow-repeating crossbow and stared at the corpse puppet in a daze. After so many years, she couldn't recognize who this person was at all. Or perhaps, even if she recognized him, she would still shoot him to death. Arbor pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. She observed her surroundings again. Seeing that there were no other strange movements, she stepped forward. After so many years, the villagers of the nearby Wei family village, which was close to Quoto village, had probably either died or fled. Most of the zombies had also left this barren area to hunt for food. Benefactress, you used to live here? The little monk hugged her neck and asked softly, are you in a bad mood? Okay, stop talking. Arbor carried the child and walked quickly towards Hulun Mountain. Along the way, they could see how tragic Quoto village was at that time. Most of the villagers should have escaped. Those whose bodies were torn apart didn't turn into corpse puppets, but because their resentment didn't dissipate, they became the ghost spirits that the little monk spoke of. If my senior martial brothers didn't go out to travel, They could help the villagers here release their souls from purgatory, the small monk muttered. Xiaomu didn't pay him any more attention as she carried him and walked towards Hulun Mountain with Qingluan. Although she hadn't returned for many years, she still remembered some of the paths. Arbor took a shortcut all the way to the stone forest and looked around. Did you find anything? The little monk shook his head. Shouldn't I use the startled swan dagger to open this land of heritage first? Arbor muttered to herself. The startled swan dagger suddenly flew out of her conscious and circled above her head. Suddenly, a blue figure glided through the air and reached out a huge palm to grab the startled swan dagger. You're courting death. Arbor's eyes flickered, and she threw out several hidden weapons. The dark wind attacked, and the huge palm suddenly shrank back. Arbor's eyes were cold as she stared. It's you? Arbor looked at the old Taoist in Xian and sneered. Actually, the Taoist priest in front of her was only about 40 years old, but he gave off an aged aura. Arbor was very clear that this Taoist priest's actual age was definitely not as young as he looked at this moment. He might even be close to 100 years old. Moreover, she had previously fought with this person in the palace, so she was very clear about his strength. She didn't expect that the stinky Taoist priest that she couldn't find in the city would actually appear in Kwoto village. Although Arbor was baffled, she reacted extremely quickly. Without waiting for the old Taoist priest to retreat, she took advantage of him, the ferrule in her hand gliding with an ink-colored light, heading straight for the old Taoist priest's neck. A line of fire suddenly shot toward the old Taoist priest. Qingluan raised her sword and sent out an icy wind, stabbing over as well. However, it was blocked halfway by an eagle-faced ferocious beast. The eagle-faced ferocious beast was very ugly. It was born with 2 pairs of wings, one long and one short. The short pair of wings were like crippled wings that hadn't fully developed, and they were very ugly when curled up in front of its chest. When Qingluan saw this eagle-faced ferocious beast, she didn't even blink as she directly drew out several ice blades and attacked the eagle-faced ferocious beast. At the same time, the startled swan dagger suspended in midair flashed in the air and suddenly released a dazzling light. In front of it, in the originally empty broken stone forest, 4 sealed transparent barriers suddenly appeared. The little monk hurriedly rushed forward and struck out 4 to 5 seals around the barriers. Then, he turned his head and blasted out a flame attack while calling out cutely, "Benefactress, quickly come in." In order to dodge the flame attack, the old Taoist priest twisted his body slightly and dodged. Arbor took this opportunity to quickly rush into the transparent barrier. How could the old Taoist priest let her escape? A huge jet-black claw darted out of his chest and grabbed at Arbor's shoulder. Slap! In a moment of desperation, Arbor pulled out a green vine and whipped it directly at that huge claw. The old Taoist priest was caught off guard and just happened to be hit. His claw retracted in pain, and Arbor took the opportunity to run forward a few steps, heading straight for the transparent barrier. "Where do you think you're going?" The old Taoist snorted angrily and sneered, "I really underestimated you." He had a lot of secrets. Not only could he draw high-level summoning talismans, but he also had the power of the wood spirit. Hee hee. Watch this old man catch you. Boom. The entire mountain trembled violently 3 times in a terrifying tremor. Even the damned old Taoist, who was still chattering, was thrown back 3 or 4 steps by this huge shock. He spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damned girl!" The old Taoist shouted angrily. When he caught this cunning girl, he would definitely dismember her body to vent the hatred in his heart. What Arbor tossed out was none other than the core ravaging thunder that Duanyu gave him. It was enough to give the old geezer a hard time. Seeing him quickly retreat, if he didn't leave now, when would he? Arbor immediately drilled into the transparent barrier. Qingluan also got rid of the eagle-faced beast's entanglement and rushed into the transparent barrier. The little monk immediately formed several Buddhist hand seals and sealed the passage. The 3 people's figures instantly disappeared inside. The old Taoist priest wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and fiercely turned his head. He watched helplessly as the 3 people fled like rabbits. He immediately roared angrily at the sky, "Arbor. This D*MN girl, let's see where she can escape to." He didn't expect that the D*MN girl would grow to this extent after being left alone. It was simply abominable. When the three figures reappeared, they were already in a small and quiet bamboo forest. This land of heritage wasn't big. Behind the bamboo forest were three small thatched cottages. There was only a shallow stream flowing in front of the door. It really looked like a secluded place. Secluded, tranquil, and light. The moment Arbor entered this place, she took a deep breath. She only felt that her heart was filled with a sense of peace. No matter how much fighting and killing was going on outside, it had nothing to do with this place. Benefactress, what should we do next? There was a faint trace of worry between the little monk's brows. Arbor glanced at him and immediately reached out to rub his little face. You're so young, but you look so mature. If there's anything, big sister will be here. What's the rush? Let's go see the senior first. After saying that, she pulled the round-headed little monk with one hand and walked into the small bamboo forest. They came to the door of the three small thatched cottages. Pushing open the master bedroom in the middle, a faint pill fragrance wafted out. Arbor's figure suddenly froze. She stared blankly at the skeleton on the bed, slightly dazed. The skeleton was covered in a layer of bright red robes. Its sitting posture was extremely upright. For a moment, Arbor seemed to see the woman in red who had swept through an army of 10,000 people single-handedly in the past. Benefactress. The little monk reached out to shake her clothes. Arbor came back to her senses. She lowered her head and looked at Kong Kong blankly. What's wrong? Arbor shook her head. She subconsciously pressed a hand to her chest. Why did she suddenly feel like she couldn't breathe? It was as if there was an invisible claw tightly grasping her heart. For a moment, she couldn't speak. It was as if in that moment, the sorrow in her heart was indescribable. It was as if she wanted to vent it through crying. Her eyes suddenly reddened. But why did she suddenly want to cry? You look so sad, benefactress. The little monk reached out to hug her leg and rubbed against it. Carry me. Arbor was still in a daze, but he did as he was told and picked up the little baldy. The little monk reached out and hugged her neck. He stretched out a small hand and placed it on her face. He said in all seriousness, "Don't cry." This little monk can't bear to see women cry. The mournful and sorrowful atmosphere was almost blown away by the little monk's words. Qing Wan watched from the side and rolled her eyes speechlessly. Do you feel better? The little monk's palm had an endless amount of heat. Therefore, when it touched her small, bone-chilling face, it gave her a sense of warmth. This senior should have died many years ago. The small monk turned his head and looked at the bed. Look at her. Her expression is serene and there's even a hint of a smile on her face. She must have known that her life was coming to an end. Qing Wan wanted to ridicule little Baldy. Where did you get your eyes from? Looking at this skeleton with such a serene expression. Everyone will reach this step, unless you can jump out of the heavens will and ignore the heavenly Tao. Benefactress, don't be sad. The little monk comforted her in a childish voice. Let's go up and see what kind of good inheritance the senior left for you. Since senior opened the cave and let us in, she must have left something for you. Qing Wan nodded. Master, don't be sad. Let's go and take a look. Arbor's eyes reddened. Actually, she also couldn't understand herself. It wasn't the first time she faced death. Why would her emotions fluctuate? Indeed, after so many years, hadn't she already seen too much life and death? Why did she have such a change in her emotions when facing a stranger? She put down the little monk and walked forward. She picked up a yellowed letter placed beside the skeleton and opened it. Arbor, read it line by line. My disciple, Master doesn't know your name, so I'll call you this for now. You being able to step into the secret inheritance realm is a fortuitous opportunity. It's the fate of Master and disciple that we have. If you want to inherit my mantle, kneel down and kowtow 3 times to Master. Arbor immediately put down the letter and knelt in front of the skeleton. Her eyes reddened slightly as she lowered her head and kowtowed 3 times to this senior extremely respectfully. She then picked up the letter and continued reading. Master's name is Long Chuyun. I'm an experienced pill refiner. You don't need to know who I am. Take away the space ring on Master's left hand. Inside is the inheritance that Master left for you. In addition, in the pill room on the left, there are pills that Master has refined for many years. In the grass hut on the right, there are medicinal herbs that Master has nurtured for many years. Take all of them. Master doesn't have any more requests for you. Master only hopes that you can treat merfolk well on account of our relationship as master and disciple." The letter stopped here. As expected, Master didn't have any requests for her. Master only hoped that she could treat merfolk well when she encountered them in the future. But this wasn't a request at all. Arbor only felt stuffy. There were too many doubts and things that he wanted to know. For example, why was Master hunted down by Xianxia Prefecture back then, and why did she die in this secret realm? He almost couldn't suppress the sorrow in his heart again. Long Chiyun didn't insist that the disciple take revenge on behalf of the Master like other people did. She didn't mention the name of her enemy at all. She didn't even mention Xianxia Prefecture. When she took off the lustrous white ring on Long Chiyun's skeleton and held it in her hand, she seemed to be able to feel a faint energy fluctuation. Space rings basically couldn't be seen in the lower star domain. Everyone knew that mystic cultivators had inner worlds, but it was another matter whether they could open one or not. Other than that, if he wanted to store things conveniently, he could only rely on the storage cabinets created by artificers. Storage cabinets were placed in various large cities to facilitate the storage of items. Naturally, a certain amount of profound stones was required as storage fees. Moreover, a small storage space usually required a lot of magnetite. Therefore, people who weren't especially rich wouldn't do something so extravagant. Don't even think about those villages and towns, they don't even have lockers. Therefore, this storage cabinet was expensive and inconvenient to use. As for the storage talismans made by Arbor, they were hard to come by even on the black market. Naturally, he wouldn't even think about it. A spatial ring was something that most people in the lower star domain had never heard of. It could be seen that her teacher's identity was very special. Unfortunately, she didn't say anything, so Arbor could only put away Long Chiyun's letter in confusion. He got up and walked to the grass hut next to him. Her master had said that he had left something for her in the 2 thatched cottages. Arbor sighed softly, feeling suffocated. Why won't the teacher tell us who her enemy is? Senior Long is a person of great wisdom, the little monk muttered to himself. Xiaomu blinked, and a dark glint flashed through her eyes. End of chapter 983. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.